Chapter 1549, Enter the Tianlong Palace again. This Yan Yu is really arrogant. Big brother Jiang Chen, you must pass him for a while, just give him a little bit of color to see. Looking at the back of Yan Yu disappearing at the entrance of the Tianlong Palace, Yi Xian also showed an expression of indignation on her small face. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, since he has to send him to the door to find abuse, I will let him see how big the gap between us is. Jiang Chen was not inferior to the true god's initial cultivation base, and the Tianlong trial was not afraid of Yan Yu. Now that his cultivation has reached the lower true, censored stage, how can he regard a mere Yan Yu in his eyes? Under the waiting of Jiang Chen and the others, time passed by. Before he knew it, Yan Yu had already been in the Heavenly Dragon Palace for 20 breaths. Until the time of 25 breaths. The Tianlong Palace finally lit up Yan Yu's achievements, and Yan Yu's figure was also slightly embarrassed and retreated from the Tianlong Palace. Yan Yu, this guy is the second genius of this year's rookie ranking, he is really amazing. Yes, it is said that his score for entering Sky Dragon City is 23 breaths. I didn't expect that in just 1 year, he would be able to hold 2 breaths more. This guy, maybe there really is a chance to hit 30 breaths and become a true dragon arrogant in a million. At this moment, the several disciples who had gradually gathered outside the Tianlong Hall couldn't help but talk. In the Tianlong Palace, 1 breath and 1 heaven. Especially after 20 breaths, the pressure to face with each breath will increase exponentially. Yan Yu's ability to hold 2 breaths for more than a year is undoubtedly a very terrifying existence. Jiang Chen, have you seen it? I can already hold 25 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace. It won't take long for me to hit 30 breaths and become the 10th true dragon arrogant in Tianlong City. And you, the number 1 on the Tianlong list, are just censored that can't even hold on to 20 breaths. How can you compare with me? Yan Yu looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, with a look of contempt in his eyes. In the Tianlong trial, he was defeated by Jiang Chen, and then he was robbed of his first position by Jiang Chen. This was simply a shame in his life. Now in this Heavenly Dragon City, he must step on Jiang Chen under his feet in all aspects, so that Jiang Chen can barely hold his head up forever. What? That guy is Jiang Chen. The weakest Sky Dragon in the history of Sky Dragon City is number 1. I heard that this Tianlong ranked number 1. It was a shame that the city entrance test only insisted on 15 breaths in the Tianlong Palace and was out of the game. Do you think he can hold on for 20 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace this time? Tisk tusk. 5 breaths a year, you are too dear to him. I think he can hold on for more breaths, it is already very good. When everyone looked at Jiang Chen, they couldn't help but mock with disdain. In the history of the ancient dragon tribe, all the geniuses who won the first place in the Tianlong list and entered the Tianlong City, the first Tianlong Temple test, at least insisted on the first-class disciples' 20 breaths. But Jiang Chen, the number 1 on the Tianlong list, was the first to break this lower limit. The 15-breath Sky Dragon ranking is the only one in the entire Sky Dragon City. With Yan Yu and others deliberately spreading it, Jiang Chen wouldn't want to be famous for Sky Dragon City. Almost all of the disciples of Sky Dragon City knew that Sky Dragon City ranked first on Jiang Chen, the weakest Sky Dragon in history. Hee. You have been holding on for 2 breaths for more than a year. I really don't know where your courage has been savaged in front of me. You really can't compare with me, because you don't have that qualification at all. Since you want to know how big the gap between you and me is, then I will let you see it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then strode directly into the Tianlong Palace. Tianlong Temple. Jiang Chen was in a strange space, and there was a burst of sharp light in his eyes. Because he didn't know the rules of the Heavenly Dragon Palace, he ended up playing out of the game with 15 breaths. Today, he will no longer have the slightest hesitation. He will go through 30 breaths in one go. Tianlong City's 10th true dragon Tianzhao, today will be destined to be him Jiang Chen. Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed in his heart, a black shadow gathered out of thin air in front of him. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and when he raised his hand, a sword pointed at the center of the dark shadow's eyebrows. The black shadow didn't have time to make any movements at all, and was blown away by Jiang Chen lightly. At the second breath, the 2 shadows condensed, and Jiang Chen once again killed him. 3rd interest, 4th interest, 5th interest. Jiang Chen stood proudly in place, without any movement, he passed 10 breaths easily. The 11th breath of the silver-robed youth, Jiang Chen still turned his hand to suppress. Until the 20th breath, although the strength of the silver-robed youth has been continuously increasing, Jiang Chen's strength is no longer what it used to be. With his all-out effort, the silver-robed youth could not pose the slightest threat to him. Yi Qingyan and Yi Xian looked at Jiang Chen, who had not yet come out of the Tianlong temple for 20 breaths, and couldn't help but a faint smile appeared on their faces. Jiang Chen, it really didn't disappoint them. What's the situation? 20 breaths have passed, and Jiang Chen hasn't even emerged from the Heavenly Dragon Palace. In just 1 year, this guy has actually increased from 15 breaths to more than 20 breaths. Isn't it incredible? All around, the disciples who had originally mocked Jiang Chen could not help being dumbfounded at this moment. After 20 breaths, there was still no sign of getting out of the Tianlong Palace. Is the guy who broke through the level in front of him really the weakest in history? Yan Yu looked at the scene in front of him, with an unbelievable look in his eyes. In the last Tianlong Palace test, Jiang Chen could only hold 15 breaths in the Tianlong Palace. How could he insist on 20 breaths so quickly? As an upper-class disciple, his conditions in all aspects of Tianlong City are several times better than those of Jiang Chen as a middle-class disciple, and the gap with Jiang Chen will only widen. His ideals are full, but the reality is very backbone. In this year, not only did he not open the gap with Jiang Chen, but he was quickly caught up with Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen has been in the Heavenly Dragon Palace for more than 20 breaths, and there is no sign yet, he is still approaching his 25 breaths. Thinking of the last trial of the Heavenly Dragon, Jiang Chen fell silent for a while, and then instantly reached the top of the Heavenly Dragon ranking. Yan Yu's heart suddenly became a little panicked. Could it be that this time, Jiang Chen would surpass 25 breaths in one fell swoop, and slam him under his feet once again? Chapter 1550. 30 breaths, the 10th true dragon arrogant. Everyone stared at the gate of Tianlong Temple with breath holding, and there was silence around them. The time Jiang Chen persisted in the Tianlong Palace had already exceeded 25 breaths. 26 breath, 27 breath, 28 breath. But Jiang Chen still hasn't come out of the Heavenly Dragon Palace. I'm not dazzled. Jiang Chen has already insisted on 28 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Who told me that he is the weakest dragon in the history of Sky Dragon City? Is this Nima nonsense? It's only 2 breaths to 30 breaths. Maybe we will be witnessing the birth of the 10th true dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City today. Everyone looked at the Tianlong Temple intently, and there was an unprecedented shock in their eyes. The second daughter of Yi Qingyan looked at this scene with excitement. In the Tianlong trial a year ago, Jiang Chen created an almost impossible miracle, overwhelming the 3 kings to win the Tianlong list. Is Jiang Chen going to create another miracle, to be promoted to the 10th true dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City at a speed of 15 breaths in the Tianlong Palace within a year? Yan Feather was crazy, and he could hardly believe his eyes. A year ago, his score in Tianlong Palace was 23 breaths, while Jiang Chen only 15 breaths. Today, a year later, he thought that he could gain 2 interest rates, and reaching 25 interest rates was enough to be proud. Who knows that Jiang Chen has soared from 15 breaths all the way to 28 breaths, killing him once again into scum? Who can tell him how this is possible? Inside the Tianlong Temple, Jiang Chen's inferior true god's late cultivation base broke out with all his strength. The seal of the human emperor, the vision of the divine body, and the vision of the exercise technique whistled out in succession, crushing the man in the golden robe in front of him again and again. From 21 to 30 breaths in the Tianlong Palace, it is almost the same as the situation from 11 to 20 breaths. However, the golden robe phantom facing him, the strength and the silver robe youth in front, are not at the same level. The 21st breath of the golden robe phantom, the strength is already a medium true god. With every breath, the strength of the Jinpao phantom increased by 1 point. After the 26th breath, the golden robe phantom's cultivation base had reached the peak of the medium true god. After 28 breaths, the strength of the golden robe phantom has directly reached the stage of the early stage of the superior true god. Jiang Chen's combat power was fully deployed, with almost no reservations, and the 7 double heaven laws were fully used. 29th interest. Jiang Chen merged the 7 dual martial arts laws to instantly suppress the golden robe phantom in the early days of this superior true god. 30th interest. Jiang Chen's law condenses soldiers, and the 7 double heaven laws instantly turn into a mixed ancient sword and fall into Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen held the Hunyuangu sword in his hand, and when he reached the seven-color sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth, he once again killed the golden robe phantom that had just condensed in front of him. And when Jiang Chen killed the opponent at the 30th breath with a single sword, a dazzling golden light, like a dragon roar 9 days, rose from the Tianlong Palace. Beizong Jinmang shocked the entire Tianlong city. In Sky Dragon City, countless people's eyes looked at the direction of the Sky Dragon Palace almost at the same time. Fuck, this golden light came from the Heavenly Dragon Palace. The golden light rises in the Heavenly Dragon Hall. Isn't it possible that someone persisted in the Heavenly Dragon Hall for 30 breaths? For more than 1,000 years, a new true dragon Tianzhao has finally appeared in Tianlong City. I don't know who it is. At this moment, countless people couldn't help but take a breath. The 10th true dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City is born. In the center of Tianlong City, in a quiet palace, Shui Linglong, who was meditating with her eyes closed, also instantly sensed the strangeness of Tianlong Palace. Huh. Someone has persisted in the Heavenly Dragon Palace for 30 breaths, and stepped into the ranks of the true dragon Tianzhao. I don't know who it is. Shui Linglong suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze fell directly on the Heavenly Dragon Palace through 1,000 miles of void. When she looked at the figure that slowly walked out of the Heavenly Dragon Palace, a look of consternation could not help appearing in her beautiful eyes. How can it be this kid? Shui Linglong's eyes widened, almost unable to believe her eyes. Jiang Chen actually persisted for 30 breaths in the Tianlong Palace, and became the 10th true dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City in one fell swoop. This is incredible. In the test of entering the city a year ago, Jiang Chen only persisted for 15 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Although she had vaguely guessed at the time, Jiang Chen should have been careless and was forced out of the game by the rules in the Tianlong Palace. But she still didn't expect that Jiang Chen would pass 30 breaths in one fell swoop and become the 10th true dragon arrogant of Tianlong City today, 1 year later. This guy, as expected, is still the same as the original Tianlong trial. If it doesn't sound, it's a blockbuster. Shui Linglong muttered to herself, and immediately disappeared into the hall with a flash of figure. Everyone looked at the golden glow of Heavenly Dragon Hall and Jiang Chen's figure slowly walking out of Heavenly Dragon Hall. Their eyes were dull. It was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. 30 breaths. Jiang Chen really persisted for 30 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace. And they are also fortunate to be the witness of the birth of the 10th true dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City. In front of him, where is the weakest Tianlong list in history? I am afraid that even in the million-year history of Sky Dragon City, Jiang Chen is one of the few enchanting geniuses. After 30 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace, it's really not ordinary horror. Jiang Chen left the Heavenly Dragon Palace, thinking of the picture of the 31st breath just now in his mind, and smiled in his heart. The cultivation base of the top true, censored peak, and he also comprehended the origin of martial arts. Even if he used his full sword, he was killed by the opponent in a flash. This level of power was only one step away from the Heavenly God Realm, and it was completely beyond his ability to handle it now. Jiang Chen, congratulations on becoming the 10th true dragon arrogant in Tianlong City. Yi Qingyan was the first to come back to his senses, and could not help but congratulated Jiang Chen with a smile. Regarding Jiang Chen's talent and strength, Yi Qingyan is undoubtedly better than anyone present. When she met Jiang Chen for the first time, Jiang Chen passed the 7th floor of the Illusion Dragon Palace as the Void God Tianzhao and became the 6th person in Earth Dragon City to create this record. Later, the Tianlong trial started. Yi Qingyan even witnessed how Jiang Chen defeated the two kings, Beilijian and Yanyu, and won the top spot on the Tianlong list. If anyone present had the most confidence in Jiang Chen becoming the true dragon Tianzhao, it must be Yi Qingyan. In her eyes, from the moment Jiang Chen entered Tianlong City, the identity of the 10th true dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City was no longer than Jiang Chen. The only thing Yi Qingyan didn't expect was that this day would come so soon. 1 year after entering the Dragon City, he was promoted to the true dragon Tianzhao. Such a growth rate is really terrifying. Chapter 1551. First Class Disciple, by Liting. Just when everyone was still shocked, a phantom descended above the Heavenly Dragon Palace out of thin air. The person here is not someone else, but the first elder Shui Linglong who sits in Tianlong City. Everyone came back to their senses and quickly saluted Shui Linglong. Shui Linglong nodded slightly. She turned her gaze and looked at Jiang Chen with a gentle face and said, "Jiang Chen, your score in the Tianlong Palace reaches 30 breaths, and you become the 10th true dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City. You are eligible to get an exclusive hanging peak. Come with me. Choose the location where Xuanfang will be built. The true dragon Tianzhao is the true genius of the ancient dragons. As long as there are no accidents, the true dragon Tianzhao will definitely be able to break through the existence of the heavenly god realm in the future, and his status is almost no less than that of the ordinary heavenly god realm elder. Therefore, Shui Linglong was more polite to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen thanked him, and then under countless envious eyes, followed Shui Linglong and disappeared above the Tianlong Palace. Sky Dragon City, a middle-level disciple area. Ji Yuling walked comfortably accompanied by Xuechuhe. Since entering Sky Dragon City, Ji Yuling has been cultivating hard day and night for a whole year. This year, his strength has also improved a lot. Going to the Tianlong Temple yesterday, Ji Yuling held on for another breath in the Tianlong Temple, reaching 17 breaths. Ji Yuling is already very satisfied with such progress. As long as he is given 10 or 20 years, he believes that he will persist in the Heavenly Dragon Palace for 20 breaths and that there will be no problem in becoming a superior disciple. Ji Yuling, who was in a good mood, took a rare day off for himself, intending to relax. Ji Yuling and Xuechuhe chatted and laughed, and unknowingly came to the courtyard where Jiang Chen lived. Chuhei, it's all here, let's go in and say hello. Ji Yuling tilted his head to look at Xuechuhe. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's help, he would have been defeated by Beilijian, thus losing the opportunity to enter Sky Dragon City. For Jiang Chen, Ji Yuling is naturally grateful. Now that he came to Jiang Chen's courtyard, Ji Yuling planned to visit him. Well, I haven't seen Sister Qinru for a year, and I don't know how she is. Shui Chuhei smiled, and immediately asked with a puzzled look, you said that Jiang Chen was the #1 existence on the Tianlong list, so why did he only get the status of an intermediate disciple? It's hard to say, this one can't be treated with common sense at all. Ji Yuling shook his head. Although Jiang Chen's entry test only achieved 15 breaths in the Tianlong Palace, Ji Yuling did not underestimate Jiang Chen. At the beginning of the Tianlong trial, Jiang Chen suddenly defeated the 2 kings in a row and won the top of the Tianlong list in one fell swoop. This time, maybe Jiang Chen suddenly counterattacked. As the two talked, when they were about to walk towards the gate of the courtyard, they found that Meng Ping and Shui Qinru were dragging a few huge boxes and walking out of the courtyard with excitement. The 2 Ji Yuling were taken aback for a moment. What's the situation? Could it be that Jiang Chen was dissatisfied with Meng Ping and Shui Qinru and wanted to expel these two from Sky Dragon City? But looking at the excited expressions of these two people, they didn't look like they were expelled by Jiang Chen. Sister Qinru, this is... Shui Chuhei looked at the two of Shui Qinru, a look of doubt appeared on her face. Sister Chuhei, we are moving. Shui Qinru seemed to smile with flowers on her small face, and said proudly, the young man's achievements in the Tianlong Palace just exceeded 30 breaths, and he has become the 10th true dragon goddess in Tianlong City. Jiang Chen Tianlong Palace's score has reached 30 breaths, becoming the 10th true dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City. Ji Yuling and Xuechuhei's eyes were dull, and it took a long time to recover from the shock. The person who scored more than 30 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Hall just now and triggered the vision of the Heavenly Dragon Hall is actually Jiang Chen. Which one of you is Jiang Chen? Just when the two of Ji Yuling were shocked, a proud voice suddenly came from behind them. When they looked back, they saw 2 human figures slowly approaching Jiang Chen's courtyard. One of them is not unfamiliar at all, it is the Baili Sword, one of the 3 kings of Earth Dragon City. Beside Beilijian, there was also a cold-faced young man in lay robe, who exuded an overbearing aura. Meng Ping, Lord Jiang Chen's housekeeper, don't know why the 2 adults are looking for my master. Meng Ping asked politely. Beilijian glanced at Meng Ping faintly. Meng Ping, this is the top-ranking disciple Baili Ting of Sky Dragon City. Let Jiang Chen come out quickly. Hearing Beilijian's words, everyone was shocked. Bai Liting, the first disciple. This is the enchanting genius with a score of 29 breaths in the Tianlong Palace, only 1 step away from the true dragon Tianzhao. It turned out to be Lord Beiliting. I don't know what happened to the Lord looking for my master. Meng Ping was slightly astonished for a moment, but quickly recovered and asked neither humble nor arrogant. If Jiang Chen was still the former middle-level disciple, Meng Ping might be more cautious when facing Bai Liting, the first-class disciple. Now that Jiang Chen has become the 10th true dragon arrogant in Tianlong City, Meng Ping naturally feels more confident in his heart. "Huh, you are a butler of a middle-class disciple, what right do you have to ask me what I am waiting for?" Bai Liting snorted coldly, and said with an impatient expression, "If you are more acquainted, go and tell Jiang Chen to get out, otherwise you can blame me for being polite." As the top disciple of the Tianlong Palace, Bai Liting has always regarded the identity of the 10th true dragon Tianzhao as something in his pocket. He didn't expect that suddenly someone had scored more than 30 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace today, and took away his 10th true dragon Heavenly Pride. He has been stuck in the Tianlong Palace for 29 breaths for 20 years, but he still failed to take the last step and become a true dragon arrogant. Who knew that someone had taken this step ahead of him now? Bai Liting was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Just when he was thinking about how to improve his strength as soon as possible and promote to the true dragon Tianzhao, Baijian of the same clan gave him an idea. Change exercises. As long as he changed a realm censored level technique, not only would his cultivation speed be much faster, but his combat power would also increase by a level. In Sky Dragon City, a huge amount of Sky Dragon points are needed to exchange world censored level techniques. Even for high-class disciples, it is very difficult to exchange realm god level techniques. Baijian told him that he was number 1 in the Heavenly Dragon ranking this year and he had not used the right to exchange world god level exercises for free. It is precisely because of this that Bai Liting came to the door for the first time. Chapter 1552, God's Gift, 10th Hanging Peak. Master Baijian, my master is no longer here, and will not appear here in the future. If you want to find him, go to the 10th Xuanfang. Meng Ping didn't panic at all because of Bai Liting's threat, he was still neither humble nor arrogant. The 10th Hanging Peak. Bai Liting's pupils shrank, and immediately looked at Meng Ping with horror. The person who just broke through the Tianlong Palace for 30 breaths is Jiang Chen, how is this possible? That's a real dragon god. He has been cultivating hard for 50 years in Tianlong City, and he has never dared to slack in the frantic cultivation day and night. But even so, she still has a long way to go before becoming a true dragon Tianzhao. And Jiang Chen was just a newcomer who had just entered Sky Dragon City for a year. Although it is the existence that won the top of the Tianlong list, the test of entering the city only persisted for 15 breaths in the Tianlong Palace, and was hailed as the weakest Tianlong list in history. Now Meng Ping told him that it was Jiang Chen who had been promoted to the true dragon Tianzhao. Impossible. How could it be Jiang Chen that became the 10th true dragon Tianzhao of Tianlong City? Baijian looked incredulous. He stared at Meng Ping sharply. You have to be responsible for what you say. The consequences of deceiving two high-class disciples are not something that a butler of a moderate disciple can afford. Tianlong Temple Test, 1 breath in 1 heaven. Many disciples in Sky Dragon City took a year or even several years to gain a breath. Especially after the 25 breath, it is even more difficult to increase the breath. No matter how enchanting Jiang Chen's talent is, it is absolutely impossible to increase the Tianlong Palace's performance by 15 breaths within a year. Meng Ping smiled faintly. Is it true? The two adults will know soon. As soon as Meng Ping's voice fell, a huge and violent vibration suddenly resounded over the sky above Sky Dragon City. I saw a speed of mysterious 6-color divine light, suddenly descending from the endless void, turning into a floating mountain covered by 6-color divine light in a part of Tianlong City. A vast and magnificent voice also echoed in Heavenly Dragon City. Tianlongcheng disciple Jiang Chen, promoted to the 10th true dragon Tianzhao in Tianlongcheng, the deity should be given an exclusive hanging peak. God's gift, 10th hanging peak. Baijian and Baijian gazed at the 10th peak floating from the sky with dull eyes, and it was difficult for them to recover from the horror for a long time. The person who triggered the vision of the Tianlong Palace just now, who has been in the Tianlong Palace for more than 30 breaths, is really Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has become the 10th true dragon arrogant in Tianlong City. Two adults, we are still in a hurry to set up a new home for my master. If you are looking for my master, please go to the 10th suspension. Meng Ping hugged Bai Liting and smiled. Oh, okay. Okay, I will definitely come to visit the 10th Xuanfang someday. Bai Liting's complexion became stiff, and immediately smiled reluctantly. The purpose of his coming here today is mainly to oppress Jiang Chen as a disciple above, and get the opportunity to exchange for the world god level exercises from Jiang Chen for free. Now that Jiang Chen has been promoted to the true dragon Tianzhao, his status as the number 1 disciple has been instantly killed and turned into a scum, and he is also oppressing him. looking at the back of Meng Ping and two of them leaving. He has worked so hard in Tianlong City for decades, and he is still an insurmountable step from true dragon Tianzhao. But Jiang Chen entered the Heavenly Dragon Palace for just 1 year, and he turned out to be a true dragon god. Bai Liting sighed, only feeling a pain in his liver. After decades of hard cultivation, people can't even compare each year. What kind of world is this special? Brother Ting, if you want to become the 10th true dragon arrogant, in fact, you may not have no chance. Just when Bai Li Ting's heart was depressed, Bai Li Jian said suddenly. Bai Liting was stunned for a moment, and immediately thought of something. His eyes lit up. What do you mean? Challenging Jiang Chen. If you want to become a true dragon Tianzhao, in addition to the Tianlong Temple score of more than 30 breaths, there is another way, that is, defeating a true dragon Tianzhao can replace his position. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat Jiang Chen. A cold light flashed in Bai Li Jian's eyes, and he said solemnly. In the Tianlong trial, he was first defeated by Jiang Chen, and then forced to hand over 3,000 points to save his life by Jiang Chen, and finally he was directly transferred to the top 3 position of the Tianlong list, and he had already hated Jiang Chen. He urged Bai Liting to come to Jiang Chen in order to borrow Bai Liting's opponent Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen turned out to be the unparalleled true dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City, which made Bai Li Jian feel even more jealous. He must use Bai Liting's power to pull Jiang Chen from the position of true dragon Tianzhao. It's not as easy as you think. You look down on the difficulty of the 29th to 30th breath of the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Bai Liting slowly shook his head and said, Jiang Chen can pass 30 breaths, and apart from the enchanting talent, his strength is definitely not bad. Brother Ting, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Jiang Chen only has the cultivation base of the inferior true god, but has the cultivation base of the middle true god. Bai Li Jian smiled and said, as far as I know, the difficulty of the inferior true gods and the middle true gods in the Tianlong temple should be different, right? Bai Liting nodded slightly, his eyes faintly moved. The Tianlong Palace test assesses the overall level of talent and strength of the Tianlongcheng disciples. Some disciples with talented evildoers can become true dragon Tianzhao with a relatively low cultivation base, but they have the least difficulty in the Tianlong Palace. For example, a disciple whose cultivation base is inferior to the true god, enters the Heavenly Dragon Palace for the first breath, and faces opponents whose cultivation base is only inferior to the true god's early stage. But the disciple of the middle true god, the opponent of the first breath is the lower true, censored middle stage. At the last few breaths close to 30 breaths, the opponents faced by the middle true gods had a cultivation base that was at least 2 small realms higher than the lower true gods. In the Tianlong Palace test, strength is only part of it, and talent and potential are the most fancy. If you only look at the cultivation base, even if the Tianlongcheng disciples who are not very talented, have cultivated in Tianlongcheng for hundreds of years, wouldn't they have the opportunity to become the true dragon goddess? Brother Ting, this is an opportunity. Even if you don't challenge Jiang Chen, I believe there will be other top disciples who will challenge Jiang Chen. Seeing that Bai Li Ting seemed to hesitate, Bai Li Jian couldn't help but persuade. You are right, this is indeed an opportunity. Bai Liting frowned slightly and said, it's just. Jiang Chen has entered Sky Dragon City for less than 10 years and is still in the protection period. I challenge him, and he can refuse. The corner of Bai Li Jian's mouth slightly lifted up a gloomy look. Then we will give him a reason that cannot be refused. Bai Liting's eyes flickered. Let's go to the law enforcement hall and send a challenge. Application to Jiang Chen. Chapter 1553. 1 year later, no one refused. Sky Dragon City, the 10th hanging peak. Jiang Chen was inside the hanging peak, feeling the vast world inside the hanging peak, and he was amazed in his heart. On the surface, this hanging peak is no more than 100 feet high, and its area is no more than 1,000 meters in radius. But when he really walked into Xuanfang, Jiang Chen realized that it was extremely vast inside, covering no less than 1,000 miles. This hanging peak is basically a small world created by the realm of gods. In this small world, not only the energy of the heavens and the earth is several times richer than the outside world, but also the power of the world censored of the world god. In other words, the power of this world censored is condensed from at least 6 original martial arts. Jiang Chen felt it for a while, and found that the 6 original martial arts of the ancient dragon clan, the world god, were exactly the same as his 6 laws except the laws of life. As long as he is given enough time, He can comprehend all the 6 laws to the realm of the triple heaven by relying only on the power of the world censored of Xuanfang. Since this hanging peak given by the world censored can help me improve the martial arts law, let's fully understand the martial arts law next. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, already having a plan in his heart. Although his cultivation is only in the late stage of the lower true god, his combat power is not inferior to the ordinary upper true god. He planned to retreat in Xuanfang for a period of time, and to comprehend all the 6 martial arts laws to the realm of the triple heavens, and his combat power would surely skyrocket again. Once the full burst, unless the real heavenly god realm powerhouse takes action, almost no one can pose any threat to him. He can then consider taking the task to see the real world of God's domain. The plan was already done, and Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He jumped to a peak and began to fully comprehend the power of the world god. Ding! You can comprehend the power of the world gods, and the law of Kendo will gain 500,000 * 100 experience. Ding! You can comprehend the power of the world gods, and you will gain 500,000 * 100 experience by the law of thunder. Ding! You can comprehend the power of the world gods, and you will gain 500,000 * 100 experience in the law of wind. The power of the world censored is indeed much stronger than the martial arts origin of the strong of the sky god. Although Jiang Chen has gained several times more experience each time, he needs a lot more time. Even so, with the blessing of 100-fold experience, Jiang Chen's 6 martial arts laws began to improve rapidly. Jiang Chen kept comprehending the power of the world censored like this, and several days passed in a blink of an eye. And just when Jiang Chen fully comprehended the power of the world god, the news that he became the 10th true dragon Tianzhao of Tianlong City gradually spread in Tianlong City. Countless people were almost shocked when they learned that the 10th true dragon Tianzhao was not a top-ranked disciple such as Bailading, but Jiang Chen, a newcomer who had only been in Tianlong City for just 1 year. Come out. Jiang Chen, this year's rookie ranked first in the Tianlong list. Isn't he entering the city to test the weak chicken who only insists on 15 breaths in the Tianlong Palace? How come this guy has become so vigorous after only a year? The whole Tianlong City became turbulent because of Jiang Chen. The countless high-ranking disciples were all eager to try and challenge Jiang Chen. There is a rule in Tianlong City. In addition to entering the Tianlong Palace, low-level disciples challenge high-level disciples, and once they succeed, they can also gain the status of high-level disciples. It's just that there hasn't been a new true dragon goddess in Sky Dragon City for many years. The 9 true dragon goddesses of the past are all top powerhouses in this Sky Dragon City, and no one can shake their status. Jiang Chen, the 10th true dragon Tianzhao who was promoted to a lower true censored cultivation level, undoubtedly gave many upper-level disciples hope. There were no less than a few high-ranking disciples in Tianlong City, rushing to submit a challenge application and challenge Jiang Chen. Tianlongchang, Law Enforcement Hall. Hall Master, there are already several high-class disciples who have challenged the 10th true dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen. I wonder if we want to suppress this matter. A black-clothed deacon in the Law Enforcement Hall reported to a majestic middle-aged man in front of him. If it was a challenge from a different disciple, the black deacon wouldn't care too much. True Dragon Tianzhao has the same status as an elder. This kind of high-class disciple challenged the True Dragon Tianzhao, and Tianlong City had not appeared for a long time, and the black deacon had to treat it with caution. No, just follow the rules. True Dragon Tianzhao is the worldless genius of my ancient dragon tribe, and should stand all tests. The middle-aged man said lightly, you go and inform Jiang Chen. As for whether he accepts the challenge or not, he should decide when he accepts the challenge. The black deacon replied respectfully, then withdrew from the law enforcement hall and headed straight towards the 10th hanging peak. 10th hanging peak. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the lonely mountain without moving, feeling the continuous growth of the 6 martial arts laws, and he was very happy. With the hanging peaks created by the gods of this world, his 6 martial arts laws can grow simultaneously, which will undoubtedly save a lot of time for his cultivation. Although Zhang Tian's martial arts law has become more and more difficult. With Jiang Chen's current rate of improvement, he could still practice sword law in the 3 heavens within a few months. Within a year, all the other 5 laws of power have broken through the triple heavens, and there must be no major problems. His thoughts flashed, and when Jiang Chen was about to continue to comprehend the power of the world god, he sensed that Shui Qinru's breath was approaching him quickly. Jiang Chen looked up and saw Shui Qinru's figure flying from below the mountain peak. Jiang Chen suddenly asked with a look of surprise, "Qianru, what happened to you in such a hurry to find me?" "My son, the deacon from the law enforcement hall is here, and he's waiting outside the Xuanfang," Shui Qinru said quickly. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Did he say what's the matter? "In Tianlong City, several high-ranking disciples have challenged you recently, and he seems to be here for this," Shui Qinru whispered. "My son, you have just entered Sky Dragon City, and you are a newly promoted True Dragon Tianzhao. There is a 10-year protection period, and you can choose to refuse." "Hehe. It doesn't take 10 years. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "You tell the deacon of the law enforcement hall for me, let those high-class disciples who want to challenge me wait for a year. After a year, anyone who challenges me Jiang Chen will not refuse. It only takes 1 year for him to promote all the 6 martial arts laws to the triple heaven. At that time, his combat power can almost reach the peak of the superior true god. Not to mention a few high-class disciples, even in the face of the other 9 true dragons, what fear does he have?" Chapter 1554, 6 Rules of Triple Heaven. The upper-class disciple area of Tianlong City, in a luxurious manner. Beilijian said anxiously, "Brother Ting, are you really planning to challenge Jiang Chen in a year? There has been news from the law enforcement hall that Jiang Chen will accept all challenges in a year." Bai Liting smiled faintly. "It's only a mere 1 year, and he can't make any waves anymore. Brother Ting, Jiang Chen is an extraordinary son. There are too many variables in 1 year. I think we should proceed according to the plan." Beilijian frowned slightly and couldn't help but persuade. Back in Earth Dragon City, it took more than a year for Jiang Chen to go from being an obscure little boy to being the one who overpowered the 3 kings. After entering Sky Dragon City, it only took another year for Jiang Chen to achieve more than 30 breaths in the Tianlong Palace and became the 10th true dragon arrogant in Tianlong City. Now that he learned that Jiang Chen planned to accept the challenge in a year, Bai Lijian had a bad feeling in his heart. If Bai Liting challenged Jiang Chen now, he might still have a 70% chance of winning. But if it is delayed for a year, I am afraid the odds of winning will be less than 50%. Since Jiang Chen has decided to accept the challenge in a year, it is not easy for us to change his decision. What's more, your plan is too costly. Even if you can entice Jiang Chen to accept the challenge, it will not be worth the loss. That's it, I can afford to wait for a mere year." Bai Liting shook his head and rejected Beilijian's proposal. If Jiang Chen really plans to accept the challenge in 10 years, he might still consider Beilijian's proposal. But now Jiang Chen has only postponed it for a year, and Bai Liting felt that it was no longer necessary. The cultivation of the true God realm requires a lot of time for each increase in strength. Regardless of Jiang Chen's talent, how much can he improve in a year? Brother Ting, Jiang Chen has only entered the Sky Dragon City for a year, but he has increased the performance of the Sky Dragon Palace by 15 breaths, and he has become a true dragon arrogant. Beilijian said anxiously, "Do you really think he has raised 15 breaths a year? This is simply an illusion. How can an existence that can overwhelm your 3 kings and aspire to be number 1 in the Heavenly Dragon ranking, just insist on 15 breaths?" Bai Liting said indifferently, "The last Tianlong Palace test, he just didn't take it seriously." Beilijian was taken aback for a moment, but he couldn't help but persuade him. That said, "But okay, I have my own sense of it." Before Beilijian finished speaking, Bai Liting interrupted him directly. He glanced at Beilijian coldly. "Beilijian, do you really think I don't know what you are thinking? For the sake of everyone of the same clan, I won't care about you this time, you can go away." "Brother Ting, I promise if I intend to take revenge on Jiang Chen by your hand, but I do everything for your own good. You will regret it after 1 year." After Beilijian finished speaking, he turned and left without saying a word. 1 year is indeed not long. For most ordinary Tianlongcheng disciples, it is difficult to improve much. But Jiang Chen was not an ordinary disciple, but the 10th true dragon Tianzhao of Tianlong City today. Now that Jiang Chen has the gift of the world god, no one knows how far he can grow in a year. Beilijian had a vague hunch. 1 year later, Bai Liting challenged Jiang Chen. I am afraid he will definitely lose. Jiang Chen was like an old monk entering concentration, sitting cross-legged motionless, madly comprehending the power of the world god. Ding! Your kendo law is promoted to the 3rd heaven. 4. 3 full months, Jiang Chen's Kendo law finally broke through the limit of the second heaven and successfully promoted to the third heaven. After the law of Kendo was improved, Jiang Chen still did not stop comprehending the power of the world god. With such constant insights, in just 6 months, Jiang Chen's other 5 laws and powers all broke through the triple heaven. Yes, it took a few months less than I expected. In that case, I will try to understand the third seal of the Emperor's seal as well. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately took out the human Emperor seal. The human Emperor seal, although it was only a martial art of the profound spirit continent human race, Jiang Chen clearly felt that this martial art was far more powerful than the ordinary true martial arts. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation base of the lower true god's late stage, he once again understood the Emperor's seal, which is obviously much faster than before. In just over 3 months, Jiang Chen successfully comprehended the third seal of the human Emperor seal. The time is just right, it's time to get close to the guys who want to challenge me, and then go outside and take a look. Stretching slightly, Jiang Chen stood up and quickly flashed down the mountain. And just when Jiang Chen finished his cultivation, Meng Ping and Shui Qinru stood at the entrance of the Xuanfang, looking at the 5 figures sitting cross-legged outside the Xuanfang. Their brows were twisted together involuntarily. Steward Meng, these 5 people have been outside Xuanfang for a day and a night, should we inform the sun? Shui Qinru couldn't help softly asking the 5 people who looked outside. No, they won't be able to break into the Xuanfang anyway. Since Your Excellency Jiang Chen hasn't finished his cultivation, we don't need to disturb him. Meng Ping shook his head and said, the 5 people outside were all famous disciples in Tianlong City, and they were all extremely powerful. They were waiting here. It was nothing more than the 1-year period that Jiang Chen had originally agreed upon, and they wanted to challenge Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen has a talent for evildoers, and the status of the next true censored became the 10th true dragon arrogant, after all, he has only been in Tianlong City for 2 years. In terms of strength alone, he was really worried that Jiang Chen could not handle it. In Meng Ping's heart, naturally, he did not want Jiang Chen to accept the challenge of these top disciples outside at this time. Now that Jiang Chen is practicing in retreat, Meng Ping is naturally very happy to have an opinion. Why would he choose to inform Jiang Chen at this time? I have been looking for you two for a long time, what are you doing here? When the two were talking in a low voice, a very familiar voice came from behind them. The two looked back and saw that Jiang Chen had quickly stepped into the air towards them. Meng Ping was startled and quickly said, Your Excellency Jiang Chen, why are you here? I have almost cultivated, so I will leave the customs naturally. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately swept his gaze. He also found the 5 figures outside the Xuanfang in an instant, and he couldn't help but stun slightly. What are these 5 guys doing at our door? Meng Ping smiled bitterly. They are the people who sent you a challenge application a year ago, and they are here waiting to challenge you. Chapter 1555. Let's go together. Jiang Chen raised his sword eyebrows. I was looking for them, but I didn't expect that they were already waiting here, which saved a lot of trouble. My son, these 5 high-class disciples are all geniuses who have been cultivating in Sky Dragon City for many years. They have already broken through the middle true gods. Are you really going to accept their challenge? Shui Qinru's beautiful eyes couldn't help showing a worried look. It's okay. If it was a year ago, these guys might still have a little trouble coping with it, but now what can they do to me? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately took a step forward and appeared in the void beyond the hanging peak. With the appearance of Jiang Chen, the eyes of the 5 figures all fell on Jiang Chen's body. The leader is Bai Liting, the first disciple. He looked up at Jiang Chen and said lightly, Jiang Chen, you can finally give it up. The 1-year period has come, should you accept my challenge? Don't worry, since I accept the challenge after talking for a year, I will never fail to speak. But, I'm not interested in accepting a free challenge. If you lose 50,000 Tianlong points for a round, you will give the opponent 50,000 Tianlong points. Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you at the Thunder. You have the guts, just come. Jiang Chen looked at the 5 people in Bai Liting faintly, and the corners of his mouth could not help but set off a ghostly arc. He wants to quickly improve his strength, and relying on the resources that Sky Dragon City distributes every year is naturally far from enough. He needs to obtain Tianlong points to exchange for training resources. Since these guys took the initiative to send it to the door, he would have to blackmail a certain amount of Tianlong points. Bai Liting's eyes narrowed slightly. He obviously did not expect that Jiang Chen would actually propose a gambling game of 50,000 Tianlong points. He has been waiting for Jiang Chen for a year in order to defeat Jiang Chen and replace him as the true dragon Tianzhao, so he will naturally not shrink back because of his 50,000 Tianlong points. Although 50,000 Tianlong points are already a fortune in Tianlong City. But as the top disciple of Sky Dragon City, he could still get 50,000 Sky Dragon points. As long as he can defeat Jiang Chen, he can still earn 50,000 Heavenly Dragon points from Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen wanted to bet on a game, he was accompanied by it. Okay, 50,000 Tianlong points for a round, I bet you, we will see you in the ring tomorrow. After Bai Liting finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, don't think that raising a gambling game of 50,000 Tianlong points will make us retreat. Your identity is a true dragon Tianzhao, I will decide tomorrow. The remaining four smiled coldly, and also turned and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. In Bai Liting, the five left soon. The news that Jiang Chen left the barrier to accept the challenge of Bai Liting's five top disciples quickly spread in Sky Dragon City. Wow. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to really accept the challenge of Bai Liting and others. Do you think Jiang Chen can keep his position as a true dragon arrogant? Bai Liting and others are all first-class disciples who have cultivated for decades, and their cultivation base is much higher than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's acceptance of the challenge at this time is undoubtedly a very unwise choice. That's not necessarily true. True Dragon Tianzhao is an evildoer that cannot be described with common sense. I am afraid there will be a good show tomorrow. Many Tianlongcheng disciples are all talking about it. The first-class disciple challenged the true dragon Tianzhao, which has not happened in Tianlong City for many years. Countless Tianlongcheng disciples are all looking forward to the upcoming battle tomorrow. Jiang Chen took Shui Qinru and two people toward a huge square in Tianlong City. When they came here, many Tianlongcheng disciples had gathered in the square. Look, there, Jiang Chen, the 10th true dragon Tianzhao, is here. He is Jiang Chen. This is too awesome, right? Inferior true god's later cultivation base was actually promoted to true dragon Tianzhao. It's a pity. He shouldn't accept the challenge now. Bai Liting and others have already broken through the existence of the middle true gods, and his battle may be difficult. With the appearance of Jiang Chen, everyone couldn't help but talk. You are waiting for me here. Jiang Chen ignored the discussion around him, and directly turned his head and said lightly to Shui Qinru and the other two, and then he fell on the huge arena in the center of the square, sitting cross-legged and waiting quietly. This wait didn't last long, and the five top disciples who challenged Jiang Chen with Bai Liting as the leader all stepped into the air one after another. A middle-aged man with a majestic complexion also descended above the ring out of thin air. I am Long Xing, the master of the Law Enforcement Hall of Sky Dragon City, and I am responsible for presiding over the challenge of today's ring. In the ring battle in Sky Dragon City, just click each other as long as you want. It is forbidden to hurt your lives. Long Xing's gaze swept across Jiang Chen and the others, without wasting time, and directly declared, now we are going to the first ring battle. The first-class disciple Longqi challenged the true dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen. With the words of dragon punishment falling, a burly blonde young man, directly like a hill, landed in front of Jiang Chen. The superior disciple Longqi, please enlighten me. Longqi hugged Jiang Chen with a fist, and the sound like thunder blasted directly in Jiang Chen's ears. The eyes of everyone in the square gathered on Jiang Chen and the other two. Dragon Banner, the third-ranked high-level disciple of Sky Dragon City, and a descendant of the ancient dragon clan with the blood of the ancient dragon clan, his cultivation has already broken through the middle true god. They also want to know. Jiang Chen, the newly promoted true dragon Tianzhao, faced with the dragon banner whose cultivation base was one level higher than his own. Bai Liting and the other four people who challenged Jiang Chen's eyes were also focused on the ring. Although Longqi was the first to challenge Jiang Chen, they were not worried that the identity of true dragon Tianzhao would be snatched by Longqi. All five of them challenged Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen lost, according to the rules, they could challenge the winner. All in all, today of the six of them, only the one with the strongest strength can become the only true dragon god. You are welcome, let's do it. Jiang Chen sat motionless on the ring, just glanced at Longqi lightly, and didn't mean to get up at all. Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to despise himself so much, Long Qi's eyes suddenly burst into a flash of anger. Long Qi shouted angrily, and immediately the golden light burst out all over his body, and a golden fist that shattered 1,000 square meter space directly rushed out toward Jiang Chen. Chapter 1556. Take my sword, even if I lose. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and he stretched out his hand to gently grasp the oncoming golden fist. The golden fist suddenly shattered, and the dragon flag's figure was instantly shaken and retreated several distances. This scene immediately shocked many disciples in the square. Sitting motionless in the same place, he easily pushed back the dragon banner whose cultivation base was one level higher. This newly promoted true dragon Tianzhao is really extraordinary. You are too weak, not my opponent. Jiang Chen shook the dragon flag back with one move, and couldn't help shook his head, and said lightly, I don't want to waste time. I'll give you a chance to call them all up. Let's go together. Jiang Chen, don't you want to speak up in front of me? I'll be enough to defeat you. Hearing Jiang Chen's words that didn't put him in his eyes at all, Long Qi's eyes also suddenly burst into a cold light. There was a terrifying roar from his throat, and a golden dragon-shaped phantom also instantly condensed from behind him. The dragon-shaped phantom condensed, and a trembling dragon chant resounded across the sky instantly. With a movement of Long Qi's mind, he directly controlled the dragon-shaped phantom that exuded the great dragon power behind him, and suppressed Jiang Chen. After being so despised by Jiang Chen one after another, Long Qi was obviously irritated by Jiang Chen. He didn't hesitate at all, but directly displayed his divine body vision without hesitation. He gently lifted his palm, and a six-color sword light that crossed time and space instantly slashed down at the dragon-shaped phantom. The six-color sword light fell on the dragon-shaped phantom, directly as if cutting tofu, and easily split the dragon-shaped phantom in half. The six-color sword light shattered the dragon-shaped phantom, and its power was not diminished. It penetrated all obstacles in the blink of an eye and slashed at the dragon flag. Seeing that his divine body vision was cut so easily by Jiang Chen, Long Qi's expression was shocked. He looked at the oncoming six-color sword light, and he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly urged the martial law and supernatural power to condense a small world of true gods with golden light, colliding with Jiang Chen's six-color sword light. Jiang Chen now has 6 martial arts laws that have broken through the triple heaven. He condensed a sword with 6 triple heaven martial arts laws, which was simply not something Long Qi could easily resist. He only heard a loud bang, and the small world of the true censored of dragon flag was once again defeated by the six-color sword light. Long Qi's figure trembled, only feeling a sweet throat, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person flew out of a distance of hundreds of feet in embarrassment. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. In the huge square, all fell into deathly silence. Looking at the situation on the ring, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. The newly promoted true dragon Tianzhao, just sitting there and waving a move, he directly defeated Long Qi, the third-ranked high-ranking disciple. I didn't expect Long Qi to be killed by Jiang Chen with a single move. True dragon Tianzhao, really are some abnormalities that can't be described by common sense. It seems that no one can shake the identity of Jiang Chen's true dragon Tianzhao today. It took a long time for everyone to recover from the shocking scene before them, and they couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing slightly. Long Qi is the third-ranked high-ranking disciple in Sky Dragon City, and it is not much inferior to the first-ranked high-ranking disciple Bai Li Ting. Now that even Long Qi was defeated by Jiang Chen with one move, I am afraid that even if Bai Li Ting made the move, he would not be Jiang Chen's opponent at all. An unconcealed horror appeared in Bai Li Ting's eyes. Bai Li Ting is naturally very clear about the strength of Long Qi. Even if he wanted to defeat Dragon Banner, it would take a lot of effort. But Jiang Chen killed the Dragon Banner in a flash. The cultivation base of the lower true gods, one move to kill the upper-level disciples of the middle true gods in a second, is this too incredible, right? Just when everyone was overwhelmed by the scene before them, on the ring, Jiang Chen slowly got up and looked down at the Dragon Banner from a high ground. You lose, leave 50,000 heavenly dragon points and leave. True dragon Tianzhao, it really is not so easy to challenge, I lost. Long Qi gave a wry smile. Jiang Chen's attack just now defeated his divine body vision and the real, censored, small world one after another, and severely damaged them, which was extremely terrifying. He could obviously feel that Jiang Chen hadn't used his full strength with that blow just now. This kind of existence is completely beyond his reach. Jiang Chen is not only the evildoer of the lower true gods who have been promoted to the true dragon Tianzhao, but his combat power is far beyond the existence of these first-class disciples. Without hesitation, he directly transferred 50,000 Tianlong points from the identity token to Jiang Chen, and then turned and left the ring. In the first arena, Jiang Chen won. In the void, the Law Enforcement Hall Master Long Xing also directly announced the result of this battle. He smiled at Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, you have half an hour to rest next, and prepare for the second arena." Hall Master Long, "Don't have to be so troublesome, I don't need to rest." Jiang Chen glanced at Bailading's people slightly, and said lightly, "It's a waste of time to come one by one, you just let them come together." Long Xing was slightly taken aback. "Are you sure?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly, "Do you think I am joking with you?" Long Xing nodded, and immediately turned his eyes to the four of Bailading. "Jiang Chen wants you to come together, do you have any comments?" Bailading glanced at the three people next to him, and immediately rushed towards the top of the ring at almost the same time. "Jiang Chen, although I have to admit that you are very strong, if you are alone, I may not be your opponent, but you have a delusion to challenge the four of us alone, you are simply seeking your own death." Bailading stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and a sorrowful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Once Tianlongcheng's ring challenge application is issued, it cannot be withdrawn. Today they are fighting Jiang Chen, which is inevitable. Originally, Bailading had no confidence in defeating Jiang Chen when he saw Jiang Chen smashing the dragon banner in a flash. But Jiang Chen wanted to let the four of them go together. All four of them are top-ranked disciples, and their cultivation bases have all reached the middle true god. Bailading really didn't believe it. The four of them could not deal with Jiang Chen, the inferior true god. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind him, too lazy to look at the four of them. His proud voice resounded directly above the square. "Stop talking nonsense, let's do it. As long as you can take my sword, this battle, even if I lose." Chapter 1557, Four Great Disciples, Kill with One Sword. "Take my sword, even if I lose." Hearing Jiang Chen's extremely arrogant words, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. The four of Baili Ting, these were all the top disciples in Sky Dragon City. Their cultivation bases were all beings that reached the middle true gods, and their combat power was much stronger than the average true gods. In particular, Baili Ting's cultivation reached the middle stage true god, and his combat power was not inferior to the superior true god. If the four people join forces, I'm afraid that the average true gods will be defeated. But Jiang Chen even threatened to defeat the four with one move. Shouldn't Nima be so exaggerated? Seeing that Jiang Chen despised them so much, Bailading's four were furious, and the eyes burst into cold light. Bailading was even more angry and smiled. "Jiang Chen, you don't want to be ashamed in front of us. I want to see how you can defeat the four of us with a single sword." Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the 7 different martial arts laws interweaved throughout his body, and finally turned into a 7-color mixed ancient sword and fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen held the Hunyuangu sword in his hand, only to draw out with a fluttering sword. The dazzling colorful sword energy fills the world. A colorful sword rainbow seemed to fly out of the 9-day star river, running through the sky above the ring. This sword condensed the power of Jiang Chen's 6 triple heaven laws in a double heaven law. Compared with Jiang Chen's previous laws, it was more than 10 times more powerful. The colorful sword rainbow, across the void, murderous, enveloping the world. Under the shroud of the colorful sword rainbow, the four of Baili Ting only felt that their bodies were cold, with countless needles pierced on their bodies, and their hearts also instinctively felt an extremely dangerous feeling. Shoot together. Feeling the horror of Jiang Chen's sword, Bailading's soul was full of souls, and he quickly shouted to the 3 people beside him. As Bailading's shout fell, the breath of the 4 middle true gods also burst out above the ring. In the face of Jiang Chen's terrifying sword, Baili Ting did not dare to neglect the slightest. They all urged their divine power and martial arts laws with all their strength to condense into a real small world, and slammed together with Jiang Chen's colorful sword light that seemed to be able to smash the sky with one sword. The smashing noise rippled in the void, and the space within a radius of 10 li was trembling, and a storm of destruction mixed with various energies also swept across the ring in an instant. Even the formation barrier above the ring is constantly twisted and changed under the impact of the destruction storm. Long Xing, who was in charge of the ring battle, couldn't help but change slightly. When he waved his hand, a piece of world power was injected into the formation barrier, and the formation barrier was stabilized. And in the ring, I saw the small world of the true gods of Baili Ting, 4 people, just persisting for a moment under the colorful sword rainbow. It was cut to pieces by Jiang Chen's sword. Puff! The real god's small world shattered in an instant, and Baili Ting's 4 faces suddenly paled, a mouthful of blood spurted out of their mouths, and their stature flew upside down like a broken kite. All 4 of them flew upside down in midair by a distance of thousands of feet, and finally fell heavily on the barrier around the ring, and then fell, censored, to the corner of the ring. The whole person did not know whether they were alive or dead. At this moment, the huge square fell into a dead silence again. Everyone looked up at Jiang Chen standing proudly in the middle of the ring, and there was an incredible horror in their eyes. This guy really only used 1 sword to kill the 4 top disciples such as Baili Ting. They had to admit that true Dragon Tianzhao and the disciples of the higher class existed at different levels. No wonder in the history of Sky Dragon City, almost never had the first-class disciples successfully challenged true Dragon Tianzhao. Even if it is a newly promoted true Dragon Tianzhao, it is simply not a good disciple who can defeat it. Looking at the situation in the ring below, even Long Xing, the First Order Law Enforcement Hall Master of the God, took a long time to recover from the consternation. Jiang Chen was able to achieve 30 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace, and his combat power was definitely enough to kill ordinary high-level true gods in seconds. Even the inferior true god, at the 30th breath of the Heavenly Dragon Palace, faced an opponent comparable to the upper true god. Long Xing had no doubt that Jiang Chen had the capital to fight against Baili Ting and other top disciples. Jiang Chen could so easily kill the 4 of Baili Ting with 1 sword. What shocked the dragon shape even more was the terrifying power that Jiang Chen had just shown with this sword. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that Jiang Chen's sword just now was a blow from the 7 martial arts laws. Of these 7 martial arts laws, 6 of them have reached the triple heaven. A Maodo boy who is only in the lower true gods and is less than 30 years old, actually cultivates 6 martial arts at the same time, and each martial arts has reached a realm that many upper true gods may not reach. Even the one true Dragon Tianzhao in Dragon City today only cultivated 3 martial arts at the same time. But even so, the true Dragon Tianzhao took thousands of years to cultivate all 3 martial arts to the 3rd heaven. Long Xing took a deep breath, and suppressed the horror in his heart. The talent of this son, even in the millions of years of history of the ancient dragon tribe, is probably unprecedented. If this kid continues to practice, maybe it is really possible that the true censored will follow the 6 paths while waiting for the true god. Once Jiang Chen broke through the celestial god realm, wouldn't it be a terrifying existence of the 6th order celestial god? Hall Master Long, can you announce the result? When everyone had been unable to recover from the shock for a long time, Jiang Chen's faint voice also rang in the square. Long Xing took a deep breath and said politely, "Jiang Chen, you won this ring battle." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, and then walked straight to the 4 of Baili Ting who had died in the ring. He walked in front of the 4 of Baili Ting, and directly used Zongtian's law of life to rescue the 4 of them. You lose, and each person will hand over 50,000 Tianlong points. The 4 of Baili Ting looked at Jiang Chen with horror. They didn't dare to have the slightest idea of relinquishing their accounts, and they quickly transferred them to Jiang Chen's 50,000 Heavenly Dragon points. With 200,000 Tianlong points, Jiang Chen didn't stay in the ring too much, and directly under the shocking eyes of everyone, he took Shui Qinru and 2 people away. Chapter 1558. Accept advanced tasks. Jiang Chen made a strong shot in the ring battle, killing the 5 top disciples headed by Baili Ting one after another, and suddenly the entire Sky Dragon City was shaken. Jiang Chen has almost become the most popular figure in Sky Dragon City. Countless Tianlongcheng disciples talked about Jiang Chen, and their eyes were filled with unconcealed exclamation. In the huge Sky Dragon City, no one dares to look down upon Jiang Chen, the 10th true dragon arrogant. And just when everyone was amazed by Jiang Chen returned to Xuanfeng to rest for a day, and then went directly to the Foreign Affairs Hall of Tianlong City. As a world-censored power, the ancient dragon tribe controls the entire ancient dragon world. This does not mean that there is peace in the ancient dragon world. In the ancient dragon realm, although there is no second realm censored power, it still has the peak power of the god level, threatening the status of the ancient dragon clan. The ancient dragon realm and the adjacent blood moon realm to the east are constantly rubbing, and people from the Blood Moon Realm often come to the Ancient Dragon Realm to cause chaos. The Ancient Dragon Realm has a vast territory, more than 10 times larger than the Xuanling continent. In such a vast territory, it is naturally impossible for the Gulong clan to take care of every place. Most areas are controlled by many forces attached to the Ancient Dragon tribe. These forces, when faced with something that cannot be handled, will ask the Gulong clan for help. The Gulong tribe will then release these help-seeking messages in Tianlongcheng in a task situation for the Tianlongcheng disciples to receive. Foreign Affairs Hall. When Jiang Chen revealed his identity and was about to take over the task, the Black Deacon who was in charge of the task distribution in front of him was obviously taken aback. Are you the 10th true dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen? Your Excellency Jiang Chen, you have entered Sky Dragon City for less than 10 years, and you are still in the protection period. You can perform tasks without going out, the Black Deacon said with a wry smile. In Sky Dragon City, performing tasks is not a good job. The Ancient Dragon world has a vast territory, and many missions are very far away. Even the simplest primary missions are very time-consuming. Once you leave Sky Dragon City, it is sometimes difficult to return for a year or a half, which is a waste of time. God's domain is a world where the weak eat the strong, and the strong are respected. Although Gulong disciples have a very high status in the Ancient Dragon world, most people don't dare to easily do anything to them, but this does not mean that the Ancient Dragon disciples are absolutely safe in the Ancient Dragon world. In particular, receiving tasks with incorrect information may even cause life danger. Except for a small number of tyrannical disciples in Tianlong City, they will practice themselves through receiving tasks. Most disciples will only complete a task that must be completed every 10 years. And it was the first time he met someone who was anxious to take up the task after entering Sky Dragon City like Jiang Chen. I know this, but Tianlong City doesn't seem to stipulate that it can't take the task in advance. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I'm just taking a task for fun, is there a problem? If Your Excellency Jiang Chen really wants to take over the task, it will naturally be fine. The Black Deacon shook his head and immediately took out a thick book and placed it in front of Jiang Chen. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, please choose the task you want to take. As the 10th true dragon arrogant of Tianlong City, Jiang Chen has the same status as an elder. He is a little deacon, naturally, he has no right to interfere with Jiang Chen's affairs. Jiang Chen flipped through the booklet in front of him, and then checked it carefully. The tasks of Sky Dragon City are also divided into many different levels. The primary task corresponds to the disciple of the lower true god. Intermediate tasks, corresponding to the disciples of intermediate true gods. High-level tasks correspond to the disciples of the superior true gods. There is also a special task that is extremely difficult to complete. The higher the task in other places, the richer the rewards for completion, but the greater the danger. Especially the special missions, even if it is true dragon Tianzhao, dare not touch it easily. In the past, there was no shortage of true dragon Tianzhao who received special missions in Tianlong City, and eventually fell on the way to the mission. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, and directly passed the primary and intermediate missions, and carefully looked up in the column of advanced missions. In the eastern region of the Ancient Dragon Realm, in the Black Dragon Empire, there is suspected of a high-ranking true censored in the Blood Moon Realm who is disrupting the order. You can get 100,000 Heavenly Dragon points and a drop of Ancient Dragon essence for killing. After reading through it for a while, Jiang Chen's gaze was directly fixed on a piece of task information. Jiang Chen didn't even think about it, pointed directly at this mission message, and said to the Black Deacon. This task, compared to the general high-level task, the reward is at least 10,000 or 20,000 more Tianlong points, and there is also a drop of Ancient Dragon blood. The essence and blood of the Ancient Dragon, even in the Ancient Dragon tribe, are extremely rare treasures, and it is difficult for ordinary disciples to obtain it. Now that this first-class mission has a drop of Ancient Dragon blood as a reward, how could Jiang Chen miss it easily? Your Excellency Jiang Chen, the superior true censored of the Blood Moon world that appeared in the Black Dragon Empire is very powerful. The Black Deacon hesitated slightly. It is said that the Black Dragon Empire has already had 2 superior true gods in his hands. Would you like to change one? Jiang Chen smiled and said, thank you for the reminder, but I will choose this task. Seeing that Jiang Chen insisted on choosing this task, the Black Deacon didn't say much, and directly accepted this task for Jiang Chen. In a huge palace containing endless swordsmanship, a dragon Jiang Chen in Xingyi sat cross-legged in the center of the hall. He seemed to sense something. He couldn't help but opened his eyes suddenly and looked at the Sky Dragon City below. Hey! What did Jiang Chen want to do? Why didn't he cultivate in Heavenly Dragon City and went out to perform a mission? Long Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen below, and his brows couldn't help but frown. Well, it's not a good thing to go out early to experience it. I will give you a life-saving talisman. Long Jiang Chen muttered to himself, twisted a piece of black hair, and blew gently. This black hair instantly turned into a black sword light, and suddenly rose, then penetrated the infinite space and shot towards Jiang Chen below. A silent wave rippled down from above the 9 heavens, and immediately caused many experts in the heavenly god realm in Tianlong City to be shocked. This is Venerable Jiang Chen shot. It seems that someone in this heavenly dragon city has been protected by Venerable Jiang Chen. Shui Linglong looked at the silent wave that fell straight towards Jiang Chen, and a look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen wanted to go out to perform the task, but he was protected by Venerable Jiang Chen. It seems that in Shenlong City, he is really concerned about Jiang Chen. Chapter 1559, Black Dragon Empire, Tianlongchang. After receiving the task, Jiang Chen left the Foreign Affairs Hall directly and headed towards the teleportation formation from Heavenly Dragon City to the eastern region. Just as he was about to prepare for the teleportation formation, an inexplicable terror pressure suddenly appeared above his head. Jiang Chen suddenly looked up. I saw a piece of black hair in the void above his head, naturally endless void falling down. This hair is like a peerless sword capable of breaking the world. That kind of vast and magnificent kendo power hit Jiang Chen's mind fiercely. Jiang Chen looked at the hair falling from the top of his head, and his heart was shocked. A single hair can contain such terrifying power. What level of power can this be done? Jiang Chen, if you want to go out of the city for experience, the deity will give you a sword to urge you to kill the first order powerhouse of the gods. I hope you will not disappoint the deity in Peng Lao. Just when Jiang Chen's heart was shocked, a vast voice rang directly in his mind. I saw the black hair falling down in the void, directly attached to Jiang Chen's head. Thank you, Venerable. Although Jiang Chen didn't know who gave him this life-saving talisman, he still bowed to the top of Sky Dragon City, then took a deep breath and stepped onto the teleportation formation to the eastern region of the ancient dragon world. The eastern region of the ancient dragon world. Black Dragon Empire. On an official road thousands of miles away from the capital of the Black Dragon Empire. More than a dozen guards wearing iron armor are slowly moving a carriage towards the capital of the Black Dragon Empire. Inside the carriage, a white man with a fair complexion and delicate features, who looked extremely handsome, sat quietly on the carriage. The white-clothed man had no eyesight, his white hands were clenched into fists, and almost all the palms were pinched with blood marks visible to the naked eye. There was a sudden violent vibration in front of him, and a cold stern shout instantly rang in the ears of the white-clothed man. Leading Baikyu in Sha Baihe City, I was ordered to send my son to the Imperial City. Who is your excellency? Why did you stop me from waiting? The man in white was taken aback for a moment, and immediately walked out of the carriage. With a slight glance, he saw a young man in black standing in the middle of the road ahead. Around him, more than a dozen guards, headed by Baiku, looked at the black-clothed youth with extremely vigilant expressions. You don't need to be nervous, I'm just passing by. The black-clothed youth smiled faintly, and then asked directly, where is this place, please? This young man in black is naturally Jiang Chen, who came to the Black Dragon Empire to perform the task. The ancient dragon tribe has established an ancient dragon hall in the 4 areas of the ancient dragon world in the southeast, northwest and north. Jiang Chen went directly to the ancient dragon palace in the eastern region through the teleportation array of Sky Dragon City, and then bought a teleportation scroll to the Black Dragon Empire in the ancient dragon palace. This teleportation scroll has no fixed target, it can only teleport him to the territory of the Black Dragon Empire, so Jiang Chen doesn't know where he is now. This place is west of the Imperial City of the Black Dragon Empire, less than 1,000 miles away from the Imperial City of the Black Dragon Empire. Underneath is the young city lord Baijun of the White Crane City. Is this brother going to the Imperial City? Looking at the black-clothed youth in front of him, the white-clothed man quickly replied. The black-clothed young man in front of him revealed an ethereal and unfathomable aura from all over his body. Just looking at it made people feel shocked. He must be a very powerful warrior. If he could get the help of this strong man, he might be able to get rid of his next destiny. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "My name is Jiang Chen and I do have something to go to the Imperial City." Bai Jun hurriedly said, "I happen to be going to the Imperial City too. In that case, brother Jiang Chen might as well go with me." Jiang Chen nodded. He knew nothing about the Black Dragon Empire, and he just needed to find someone to understand the situation of the Black Dragon Empire. "Brother Jiang Chen, please." Bai Jun directly gestured to Jiang Chen. Seeing that Bai Jun invited Jiang Chen to go with him, the guard leader named Bai Ku changed his expression slightly. "Young Master Jun, the origin of this person is unknown." Bai Jun let out a cold snort, and interrupted Bai Ku's words directly. "Commander Bai, your mission is to censor me to the Imperial City. The rest of my son, it's not your turn to interfere." After Bai Jun finished speaking, he directly invited Jiang Chen into the carriage. Jiang Chen also ignored the surrounding guards, and directly got into the carriage with Bai Jun. Among these more than a dozen guards, even the strongest leader returned to the early stage of the Ruins realm, and caused no danger to him at all. Jiang Chen got on the carriage and asked about the Black Dragon Empire. Bai Jun also knows all he can say and talks endlessly. It's just that the Prince of White Crane City doesn't seem to know much about the Black Dragon Empire, and Jiang Chen didn't get much useful information. "Brother Jiang Chen, you shouldn't be from the Black Dragon Empire, it's not just you coming to the Black Dragon Empire this time." After Bai Jun had a conversation with Jiang Chen, he asked cautiously. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, "I'm from the Ancient Dragon Clan. I came to the Black Dragon Empire this time just to perform a mission. It turns out that your excellency is an adult from the Ancient Dragon Clan." Bai Jun was shocked, and he knelt in front of Jiang Chen with a thump. "Master Jiang Chen, Bai Jun asks for something, and hopes that the master can save my life." Talk about it. From the time he met Bai Jun, Jiang Chen knew that this guy should ask him for help. For the sake of getting acquainted with him, he wouldn't mind helping Bai Jun if he could. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang Chen." When Bai Jun saw Jiang Chen agree, he was immediately excited and hurriedly told Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen heard what Bai Jun said, he couldn't help being stunned for a while. According to Bai Jun's statement, this guy seems to be liked. Simply put, Bai Jun's experience is actually a story so common that it can no longer be common. This is actually an old plot that bullies men and women, arrogant and domineering family children, oppresses common people, and runs wildly. The only difference is that the protagonist of this tragic story is not a woman, but Bai Jun, a handsome young man. What made Jiang Chen stunned the most was, this person who wants to occupy Bai Jun and rob his maiden boy is actually the prince of the Black Dragon Empire. After Jiang Chen heard the whole story, he only felt 10,000 grass mud horses drifting past his heart. A man, and also the prince of the Black Dragon Empire, wanted to forcibly occupy a man. Chapter 1560. Traces of the Strong in the Blood Moon World. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Jun in front of him. Even Jiang Chen had to admit that the guy in front of him looked like a jade and looked like Panin. Such a man really has the potential to become a little boy. If it was a woman from a certain family who liked Bai Jun, this would still make sense. But Bai Jun was sadly spotted by a man. Jiang Chen looked speechless. This Black Dragon Empire is too different. A guy who robs the good boys and openly engages in homosexuality can actually become the prince of the Black Dragon Empire. His Royal Highness, the dignified Black Dragon Empire, is so nonsense that no one will interfere in the Black Dragon Empire. Jiang Chen asked in a puzzled manner. Master Jiang Chen, this is a long story. Bai Jun quickly introduced to Jiang Chen the inside story. A year ago, there were monsters in the Black Dragon Empire, looting and killing the young talents of the Black Dragon Empire, and sucking these young talents into corpses. The Black Dragon Emperor was furious, and led the two high-ranking true gods to suppress them. As a result, all the two high-ranking true gods fell, and the Black Dragon King suffered heavy losses. From then on, the power of the Black Dragon Empire fell into the hands of Prince Long Xuanian. After Long Xuanian took power, he acted brutally and unscrupulously, making the Black Dragon Empire a smog. Many loyal ministers and generals who wanted to resist Long Xuanian were all harmed by Long Xuanian. Now that Long Xuanian is covering the sky in the Black Dragon Empire, no one can resist. Bai He was originally one of the 5 commander-in-chief mansions of the Black Dragon Empire. Only because he was favored by Long Xuanian and in order to ensure that the White Crane Mansion would not be poisoned by Long Xuanian, he had to be sent to the imperial city of the Black Dragon Empire. Master Jiang Chen, Long Xuanian is looking for young men to become his favorites. It is said that this is to practice an evil skill. I ask the adults to uphold justice and bring peace to the Black Dragon Empire. After Bai Jun finished speaking, he bowed down in front of Jiang Chen again. Get up, I happen to have something to find that Long Xuanian, so I happen to take a trip to the palace with you. With a wave of Jiang Chen's palm, an invisible force directly lifted Bai Jun up, and the corner of his mouth could not help but lifted up a slight arc. When Jiang Chen took over the task, the Black Deacon who was in charge of issuing the task once reminded that 2 high-class true gods in the Black Dragon Empire had fallen into the hands of the powerful Blood Moon world. Now combined with Bai Jun's words, Jiang Chen has almost been able to determine that the demon who made trouble in the Black Dragon Empire is the goal of his mission. Bai Jun heard Jiang Chen's words, and his eyes also showed unconcealed excitement and ecstasy. With the help of Mr. Jiang Chen, he might really be saved. Jiang Chen waved his hand and asked faintly, Bai Jun, has the demon who made trouble in the Black Dragon Empire a year ago appeared recently? Bai Jun shook his head and said, the demon was killing 2 high-class true gods and severely inflicted damage to the Black Dragon Empress. He disappeared completely, and may have fallen into the hands of the Black Dragon Emperor. Since Tianlong City had this task, it proved that the Blood Moon Realm powerhouse should not have fallen. The Blood Moon Realm powerhouse killed 2 high-class true gods and severely injured the Black Dragon Emperor, but he disappeared directly in the Black Dragon Empire after Long Xuanian, the prince of the Black Dragon Empire, took power. However, Long Xuanian started to recruit male pets into the palace from then on, which was a bit of a coincidence. His Royal Highness the Black Dragon Empire's prince is very likely to have a close relationship with the Blood Moon Realm powerhouse. In that case, he would even go to the Black Dragon Empire palace. If Long Xuanian really has something to do with the Blood Moon Realm powerhouse, that Blood Moon Realm powerhouse is hidden in the Imperial Palace of the Black Dragon Empire. Black Dragon Imperial Palace, Xichen Palace. This is the place where the royal banquet of the Black Dragon Empire is held. Today, His Royal Highness Long Xuanian entertained the young talents used in the imperial city of the Black Dragon Empire. Although many young talents from aristocratic families and nobles in the imperial city knew something about Long Xuanian's good male favorite, they had to come to the banquet obediently. Long Xuanian was cruel and inhumane. Once Long Xuanian is angered, not only will they be unable to protect themselves, but it will even bring disaster to the family. Inside the main hall of Xichen Hall, a thin, pale man, wearing a red dragon robe, looked particularly enchanting. He stood in the center of the main hall and looked around, his eyes gloomy. Where's Bai Jun? Why haven't you come yet? A black armored guard beside him bowed and said, His Royal Highness, I conveyed the will of His Highness to the White Crane Mansion half a month ago, and I didn't dare to do anything about it. So much the better. Long Xuanian nodded, and an extremely sharp cold light flashed across his eyes. The White Crane, the son of the Bai family from the White Crane Mansion, is here. At this moment, a sharp voice came from outside the Xichen Hall. Long Xuanian's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but stared at the door of the hall. The 2 figures walked in slowly from the outside under the gaze of countless eyes in the hall. Walking ahead was Bai Jun, who was dressed in white and had an unparalleled handsome face. The only thing that Long Xuanian was surprised was that, behind Bai Jun, there was a strange young man in black. Although the young man in black does not look as good as Bai Jun, he has an elegant and extraordinary demeanor. Long Xuanian only glanced slightly, and was already deeply attracted by the breath of the black-clothed youth. Many young talents looked at the 2 Bai Jun who walked in, and couldn't help but silently mourn the 2 Bai Jun. They naturally heard about the fact that Long Xuanian ordered Bai Jun to enter the palace. It seems that even the Bai family of the White Crane Mansion, one of the 5 commanding mansions, had to succumb to Long Xuanian's lustful might. Long Xuanian is now covering the sky in the Black Dragon Empire, and it is indeed an insurmountable mountain. Anyone who wants to block a mountain with a praying man's arm is a dead end and can only be a dog obediently. While everyone was feeling the same, they couldn't help but feel sad. Long Xuanian is a good male favorite, which is almost a well-known thing in the Black Dragon Empire. Today it is Bai Jun and the 2 who are suffering. Maybe these things will suddenly fall on them one day. Boy, what's your name? Come to me. Long Xuanian hooked his fingers at Jiang Chen without any scruples. His eyes also showed an extremely hot expression. Because Bai Jun was born in a special age, he was the one named, and Long Xuanian did not dare to get involved. Long Xuanian obviously did not expect that Bai Jun had brought such a young man in black. The breath of this kid is really delicious. If he could absorb the blood of the kid in front of him for cultivation, he would definitely be able to make great progress in his cultivation. Chapter 1561. Prince Long Xuanian. Jiang Chen stood proudly in place, looking at Long Xuanian lightly. Are you the Prince Long Xuanian of the Black Dragon Empire? Yes, this palace is Long Xuanian. Long Xuanian looked at Jiang Chen with a smile on his face, and there was a faint fascination in his eyes. I don't know how this young man is called. Jiang Chen just let out a cold snort, but hit Long Xuanian's chest like a heavy hammer. Long Xuanian's throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth, and the whole face was pale and stepped back on the ground for more than 10 steps. His Royal Highness the dignified Black Dragon Empire, if a man doesn't do it, he shouldn't be embarrassed to learn a woman's fascination technique. Jiang Chen snorted and shook Long Xuanian back and said faintly, Long Xuanian, I have something to ask you. If you want to survive, you'd better answer me honestly. Looking at this scene, the many young talents in the hall are almost like hell, some can't believe their eyes. This is the palace of the Black Dragon Empire. Today's Black Dragon Empire is already owned by Long Xuanian alone. But this black-clothed young man blatantly attacked Long Xuanian, he was too unscrupulous. What shocked everyone even more was the strength of the young man in black. Long Xuanian was a strong man who had broken through the realm of true gods, but the black-clothed youth in front of him could severely inflict him with a cold snort. Such strength can be described as extremely terrifying. They really couldn't think of when such a terrifying young genius appeared in the Black Dragon Empire, and they dared to come to the palace so blatantly. By the side of Jiang Chen, Bai Jun was also fighting against Kiki. His legs were weak, and he almost fell directly to the ground. He swallowed frantically, and stared at Jiang Chen who was so powerful. He brought Jiang Chen into the palace today. If Jiang Chen can't solve Long Xuanian, he and Baihei Mansion will probably be destroyed by this. Bold madman, dare to openly assassinate His Royal Highness, you are looking for death. At this moment, the black-clad guard who had been following Long Xuanian uttered a loud shout, and immediately drew out the long sword, and slashed directly at Jiang Chen with a powerful sword aura. Looking at the black-armored guard that the sword struck, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of consternation appeared in his eyes. Because on the armor of the black-armored guard, Jiang Chen vaguely saw a familiar pattern. This pattern is surprisingly familiar with the logo of the Shenwu Continent Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. How can this Black Dragon Empire have the same logo as the Black Dragon Merchant Guild? The predecessor of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce was the power of the Shenwu Continent that was at its peak, and then disappeared from the Shenwu Continent overnight. Jiang Chen was originally to help Long Li track down the cause of the disappearance of the Long family. It was a coincidence that he arrived at Hualongcheng and thus came to the Gulong clan. Regardless of whether it was in Hualong City or the ancient Dragon clan now, Jiang Chen has not found traces of the Dragon family. How can the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce logo appear in the Black Dragon Empire today? He remembered that Bai Jun said, the history of the Black Dragon Empire is not long, but it was established by a group of people who came here hundreds of years ago and replaced another force. Calculated according to the time ratio of God's domain, it was indeed only a few hundred years before the Long family disappeared from Shenwu Continent. Difficulty. Is this Black Dragon Empire really built after the Long family disappeared from the Shenwu Continent and came to this god realm? Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, the sword aura of the black armored guard was already whizzing. Jiang Chen raised his palm and flicked his fingers, and a divine power flew out from his fingertips, instantly smashing the sword energy of the black armor guard. The body of the black armored guard trembled, and a blood mist sprayed out of his mouth, which fell like a broken kite onto the wall on one side of the hall, directly smashing the hall into a large hole several meters in diameter. Long Xuanian forcefully suppressed the churning aura in his body, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen finally showed a touch of horror. You. Who are you? Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and he directly reached out and grabbed it. A touch of golden power instantly turned into a big golden hand, and he captured Long Xuanian in front of him. Tell me, where is the demon who made trouble in the Black Dragon Empire a year ago? I will spare you not to die. Long Xuanian's neck was pinched, it was difficult to breathe, his face flushed, and he stared at Jiang Chen with a bitter expression. Quickly. Let go of me, you. You dare to be rude to this palace will definitely want you to die. There is no burial place. Stop it. Let go of your Royal Highness. A loud shout resounded throughout the audience. I saw outside the Zichen Hall, a total of golden armor leaders, directly leading more than a dozen golden armor guards rushed in, and instantly surrounded Jiang Chen. Long Xuanian is cruel, licentious and innocent, and is not worthy to be the prince of the Black Dragon Empire. Today I will call you a new prince. Jiang Chen glanced at the leader of Jin Jia. I don't want to embarrass you. If you don't want to ask for trouble, just step aside. Hearing Jiang Chen's extremely arrogant words, many young talents couldn't help but take a breath. They looked at Jiang Chen with shocked faces, and a thought arose in their hearts. This guy, do you want to be so rampant? Long Xuanian is the prince of the Black Dragon Empire, and is also the true ruler of the Black Dragon Empire today. In the entire Black Dragon Empire, no one dared to compete with Long Xuanian. Although the boy in front of him is very strong, it is impossible to fight against Long Xuanian's forces with his own power. Your Excellency came to the palace with such a big fanfare to make trouble. It would be too unreasonable to put my Black Dragon Empire in the eyes. If you let His Royal Highness go now, I might be able to ask His Royal Highness to spare your life. The Jin Jia leader stared at Jiang Chen tightly and said slowly. Since the Black Dragon Emperor's accident a year ago, the power of the Black Dragon Empire has been controlled by Long Xuankong. Many powerful men in the Black Dragon Empire are now controlled by Dragon Xuanian. Although the Jin Jia leader also hated Long Zan Yin in his heart, but at this moment he had to take action to ensure the safety of Long Zan Yin. Once Long Xuanian had an accident, the entire Black Dragon Empire would really be over. Haha. How can he control my life? With a wave of his palm, he directly shattered Long Xuanian's body meridians, abolished Long Xuanian's divine power, and then threw it in front of the leader of the golden armor. Jiang Chen was too lazy to spend his tongue. Since Long Xuanian has a relationship with the Blood Moon Realm powerhouse, as long as this guy is forced into a desperate situation, this guy will naturally invite the Blood Moon Realm powerhouse out. Chapter 1562. From now on, here I have the final say. You dare to destroy me, I want to kill you. Long Xuanian's mouth suddenly let out a stern scream, and the look at Jiang Chen also showed an extremely ferocious look. Long Xuanian was originally a mediocre talent and was not outstanding among the princes of the Black Dragon Empire. He was able to become a prince because he had a strong mother. Since the accidental fall of his mother 10 years ago, Long Xuanian's position in the Black Dragon Empire has plummeted, and even many princes have looked at him as a prince. Especially in the past 2 years, the Black Dragon Emperor has also been extremely dissatisfied with him, vaguely intending to abolish his prince. Just when Long Xuanian was extremely desperate, a mysterious strong man named Han Ju suddenly approached him. As long as he is willing to obey, this mysterious strong man will help him improve his strength and make him the next Black Dragon Emperor. Long Xuanian naturally agreed without hesitation. With the help of Han Ju, Long Xuanian cultivated a blood method, and quickly made himself a true, censored, realm powerhouse. He also planned a conspiracy with Han Ju to introduce the Black Dragon Emperor and the other 2 high-ranking true gods of the Black Dragon Empire into a trap that Han Ju had already planted, causing the Black Dragon Emperor to die in Wound 1. With the help of Han Ju, Long Xuanian took control of the Black Dragon Empire. Now that Long Xuanian is so powerful in the Black Dragon Empire, no one in the entire Black Dragon Empire dared to oppose him. But this guy in front of him dared to come to the Black Dragon Imperial Palace blatantly and dismissed him in public. Long Xuanian's face was savage, staring at Jiang Chen with cold eyes like those of 4 people, and there was also a terrifying roar in his mouth. Long Yuan, what are you doing in a daze, and don't take him for this. Palace. Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to abolish Long Xuanian in front of him, the golden armor leader Long Yuan's complexion couldn't help but sink slightly. Although Long Xuanian did a lot of evil and deserved death, but this kid was so open in the Black Dragon Empire Palace, where did he put the majesty of the Black Dragon Empire? Take him. Long Yuan commanded many golden armored guards to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, but with a wave of his hand, more than a dozen golden armored guards fell directly to the ground with a thud. Although these more than a dozen golden armor guards are not weak, they only return to the Market Realm's cultivation base. How can they pose the slightest threat to Jiang Chen? Solved more than a dozen golden armor guards lightly. Jiang Chen raised his palm and pointed at the last Long Yuan. Long Yuan's figure trembled, barely blocking Jiang Chen's blow, and his entire body exploded in embarrassment and withdrew more than 10 steps away. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and there was an unprecedented shock in his eyes. This kid really is a true god, and at least it is a powerful person who can rival the first-class true god realm. Even with the strength of his middle true god, he couldn't even stop the opponent's move. "Who is your excellency?" Long Yuan stared at Jiang Chen tightly, his expression extremely solemn. The Black Dragon Emperor led the 2 high-ranking true gods of the Black Dragon Empire to fight the chaotic monster. As a result, 2 were killed and 1 injured. In today's Black Dragon Empire, I am afraid that no one can help this young man in black. I'm here to help you solve the trouble in the Black Dragon Empire. Jiang Chen glanced at Long Yuan faintly. "Ask you a question, did your Long family come here from a lower realm called Shenwu continent hundreds of years ago?" Long Yuan was shocked and looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. How do you know?" It turned out to be the Long family who disappeared from the Shenwu continent. Seeing Long Yuan's appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of astonishment in his eyes. "Long Yuan, what are you doing? Don't you want to kill this kid for me? Do you still want your son to live?" At this moment, I saw Long Xuanian crawling up from the ground in embarrassment. Zhuangruo snarled frantically at that Long Yuan. Long Yuan's figure was shocked, and his complexion instantly became extremely difficult to look at. "Father, don't obey Long Xuanian's orders because of me. Long Xuanian is cruel and unkind. If he continues to control the Black Dragon Empire, the Black Dragon Empire will be destroyed sooner or later. Also ask my father to join hands with this adult to eradicate Long Xuanian and bring peace to the Black Dragon Empire." At this moment, a young man in brocade robe stood out from the crowd and said loudly. Long Xuanian saw that the young man in Jinpao dared to stand up against him, and couldn't help staring at the young man in Jinpao with ferocious eyes. "Long Xing, you are looking for death. As long as you can get rid of you, what does death count?" The young man named Long Xing smiled indifferently. "My dragon family has gone through hardships, and finally took root here and founded the Black Dragon Empire. How can it be destroyed in your hands? Long Xuanian is now covering the sky in the Black Dragon Empire." Although Long Xing is not afraid of death, he does not want his parents and family members to be implicated. Long Xing dared to stand up because he had vaguely guessed the identity of the black-clothed youth in front of him. About the fact that their Black Dragon Empire came from the lower realm, no one else would know about it except the ancient dragon. Who arranged for them to come here? A year ago, the Black Dragon Empire made a mess, and the Black Dragon Emperor sent a rescue message to the ancient dragons. This black-clothed youth is not only powerful, but also able to tell the origins of their Black Dragon Empire. In all likelihood, they are people sent by the ancient dragon clan. With the Gulong clan taking action, Long Xuanian's power in the Black Dragon Empire is simply not worth mentioning. Long Xuanian smiled furiously. "Long Xing, since you must die, then I will fulfill you." Long Xuanian's voice fell, and a strange gesture changed between his hands, and a mysterious blood stream also flowed between his palms. As Long Xuanian's gestures changed, Long Xing's body trembled, with green veins exposed all over his body, and faint blood stains leaking out of his skin. It was as if the blood in his body had been pulled by Long Xuanian and was about to be drawn out of his body. "No. No, Your Royal Highness, please spare my life." Seeing this scene before him, Long Yuan suddenly saw his canthus split, and quickly knelt on the ground to plead with Long Xuanian. Long Xuanian's eyes were incomparable. "Long Yuan, if you want your son to live, then take this kid from me immediately. Otherwise, I will not only censor your son into a corpse, but also punish your tribe." "Okay, I have become a useless person, and I dare to speak up here. From now on, I have the final say here. If you want to do anything wrong here, you have to ask me if I agree." Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, raising his hand was a law of life, and waved towards Long Xing. Chapter 1563, Invincible Power. Following Jiang Chen's law of life, he waved out. Long Xing's body seemed to have been purified and baptized. I saw his veins exposed, which seemed to be about to burst, gradually calming down. Long Xuanian, who was trying his best to mobilize Fa Ju, also realized in an instant horror that he could no longer control Long Xing's life. He suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, his eyes also showed an unbelievable look. You actually broke the life-devouring blood seed on Long Xing." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "It's nothing more than a small plan, how difficult is it to break?" This so-called blood-devouring seed is actually a seed planted in the body of others by the law of blood. Once the phagocytic seed is activated, the essence, qi and blood of the person who is planted will be absorbed by the phagocytic seed. This blood-devouring species is not only a means to control people, but also a blood path essence condensed by using the human body as a furnace and living human essence, qi and blood as materials, which can greatly improve the cultivation of powerful blood paths. Although this blood-devouring species is domineering, the biggest nemesis is the law of life. The blood-eating species in Long Xing's body is not high. With Jiang Chen's two-layer law of life, it is naturally more than enough to crack. Seeing that the blood-devouring seed on his body was easily cracked by Jiang Chen, Long Xing's face couldn't help showing an expression of ecstasy. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly thanked Jiang Chen. Long Xing paid homage to the admiral of the ancient dragon clan, and thanked you for his rescue. Master Gulong. Following Long Xing's words, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed drastically. In their gazes looking at Jiang Chen, there was also an inconceivable shock. The ancient dragon tribe, the only realm censored power in the ancient dragon world, is the heaven of the entire ancient dragon world. They never thought that the entire black-clothed youth in front of them was an envoy from the ancient dragon clan. Jiang Chen glanced at Long Xing in surprise. Do you know who I am? Long Xing respectfully said. The admiral is very popular, powerful, and knows the details of my Black Dragon Empire. It must be the admiral from the ancient dragon clan. You are very good. Jiang Chen complimented Long Xing and immediately said with a smile. I came to the Black Dragon Empire this time only for a mission, but I didn't expect such changes to happen in the Black Dragon Empire. Long Xing hurriedly said. Please also the envoy to be the master of the Black Dragon Empire, and give the Black Dragon Empire a peace. My envoy, please call the shots and return the Black Dragon Empire to peace. Seeing that Jiang Chen really seemed to be the messenger of the ancient dragon clan, everyone including Long Yuan looked excited, and bowed to Jiang Chen respectfully in front of Jiang Chen. With the arrival of the ancient dragon admiral, their Black Dragon Empire is saved. With a wave of Jiang Chen's palm, a divine power directly lifted everyone up. He smiled faintly. I have some connections with your Black Dragon Empire. Since we met, I would not sit idly by. What's more, my mission to the Black Dragon Empire on this trip is also inseparable from this matter. The mission of your envoy should be the Blood Moon Demon who made trouble in the Black Dragon Empire a year ago. After Long Xing finished speaking, he immediately stared at Long Xuanian with cold eyes, and his cold voice sounded directly in Jiang Chen's ears. My master, after the Black Dragon Empire changed drastically a year ago, Long Xuanian controlled the Black Dragon Empire, and there was a mysterious power behind him to help. And the blood-devouring seed in our body was planted by that mysterious powerhouse. If I guess right, this mysterious powerhouse should be the Blood Moon Demon at the time. The changes in the Black Dragon Empire a year ago were basically planned by Long Xuanian and the Blood Moon Demon secretly colluding. It seemed that the Black Dragon Empire had already discovered the clues, but due to the powerful strength of the Blood Moon World Demon, he did not dare to resist easily. Long Xuanian, what else do you have to say? Jiang Chen glanced at Long Xuanian faintly. Give you a chance to tell me the whereabouts of the Blood Moon Realm Demon, I can consider sparing you. I am the prince of the Black Dragon Empire, how can I be with the demon of the Blood Moon Realm? Long Xuanian snorted coldly, and immediately stared at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. You said you are the admiral of the ancient dragon clan, but what evidence is there? Jiang Chen said indifferently. I don't need to prove anything to you, just say it one last time, let the mysterious strongman behind you come out to see me. It seems that you are indeed an envoy of the ancient dragon clan. Where did the hairy boy dare to come out of the ancient dragon clan's envoy to come to the Black Dragon Empire to go wild? Today I will take care of the ancient dragon clan and get rid of you, a fake Blood Shadow Guard, kill him without showing up yet. Long Xuanian screamed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Regardless of whether this guy is the messenger of the ancient dragon clan, today he will not let this kid live here immediately. As Long Xuanian's voice fell, a mysterious blood shadow exuding a monster and strange aura condensed out of thin air directly in front of him. Boy, dare to ruin my master's major event, and die. The mysterious blood shadow cast a cold look at Jiang Chen, his blood skyrocketed, and then directly turned into thousands of blood swords containing the cold blood and evil spirits in midair, and shot out against Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. Admiral, be careful, this blood shadow guard is the confidant of the blood. Moon World Demon, with a strength comparable to the superior true god. Long Yuan's complexion changed, and he could not help but hurriedly called out to Jiang Chen. The strength of this blood shadow guard is almost the same as the opponent of Tianlong Palace 30 breaths. At the beginning, all his martial arts laws were derived from the second heaven, such an existence could kill instantly. Now that his 6 laws have broken through the triple heaven, and his strength has soared more than 10 times, how can he put this blood shadow guard in his eyes? He slowly raised his palm, and then flicked his finger. A 7-color flame radiating magical light instantly flew out from his fingertips. With the power to destroy the void, the 7-color flames rapidly magnified in midair. Those blood swords that came across the sky, just touching the 7-color flame, were instantly burned by the 7-color flame. The 7-colored flames destroyed the blood sword in the sky without any reduction in speed, directly enveloping the blood shadow guard with an unstoppable force of destruction. The blood shadow guard even made a scream before he was burned into nothingness by the 7-color flame. The hall fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen with dull eyes, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. One move to obliterate an existence comparable to the superior true god. Is this the invincible power of the ancient dragons? Chapter 1564. Battle of the Blood Moon Realm Powerhouse. Seeing Jiang Chen's understatement, he completely wiped out the blood shadow guard. Long Xuanian's face finally showed an unprecedented panic. Jiang Chen ignored Long Xuanian's horrified expression, and directly enveloped Long Xuanian with a time rule. Long Xuanian only felt that his life was passing by at an extremely terrifying speed in an instant. Long Xuanian was horrified at once, struggling to escape from the scope of the law of time. It's just that his cultivation base has already been abolished by Jiang Chen, so how can he escape from Jiang Chen's 3-layer time law? Don't fight fearlessly. You can't escape my time rule. With your current state, it is estimated that you will be able to maintain 10 breath time under my time law. Jiang Chen looked at Long Xuanian faintly. Within 10 breaths, if you don't ask the person behind you to rescue you, then you will definitely die. Feeling the rapid passing of his life, Long Xuanian finally panicked. He quickly took out a piece of blood jade from his chest and crushed it, and couldn't help crying for help in his mouth. Han, Lord Hanju, save me. As Long Xuanian's voice fell, a censored evil aura containing the monstrous might also instantly diffused from the depths of the palace. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and appeared above the palace in a flash. His eyes were locked tightly on a part of the palace. I saw a mysterious blood burst into the sky, and then in front of Jiang Chen, it turned into a blood-wrapped figure. Boy, who are you, dare to ruin my good deeds? The blood shadow condensed in midair, and the cold voice with the blood and evil spirit also exploded in the void. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void with his hands under his shoulder, as if he hadn't been affected by the sound of raging blood. He stared calmly at the blood shadow in front of him, and said faintly, "You are the man in the Blood Moon world who made trouble in the Black Dragon Empire. Jiang Chen, the true dragon arrogant of the ancient dragon clan, has been waiting here for a long time. Gulong disciple, and it's the true dragon arrogant among a million." Blood Shadow's pupil shrank, and immediately looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. "The ancient dragons really value me, Hanju. And they sent a true dragon Tianzhao to deal with me. No more nonsense." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Today I want to take your head back to the ancient dragon clan to return to life. Do you end it yourself or do you want me to do it myself?" "Haha. Boy, don't be too crazy. Don't think that you are the true dragon arrogant of the ancient dragon clan, Hanju. I will be afraid of you. Well, since you sent it to your door to die, then I don't mind letting the Gulong tribe lose one true dragon goddess." Hanju's laughter resounded across the sky, and the powerful aura of the late-stage true censored also suddenly filled his body. Although the true dragon Tianzhao is the most advanced peerless genius of the ancient dragon tribe, the true dragon Tianzhao in front of him is just a cultivation base of the lower true god. Even though true dragon Tianzhao's combat power is extraordinary, it is impossible to fight across 2 realms. With the cultivation base of his superior true censored in the later stage, how could this kid get him? With the movement of Hanju's palms, the power of energy and blood flowed, and the palms of his hands faintly turned into a strange blood-red color. In the space around the square, the terrifying energy of heaven and earth gathered in Hanju's palms, and finally turned into a huge censored palm. Hanju waved a palm, the huge censored palm, with a shocking censored breath, directly shattered the space of Beizong, and appeared above Jiang Chen's head in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen looked at the censored giant palm suppressed from the top of his head, and stretched out his hand to face the void. A terrifying force of thunder descended from 9 days like a galaxy, smashing that censored palm into pieces. The cultivation level of the lower true gods will comprehend the law of triple heaven and lightning. Your Excellency deserves to be the true dragon arrogant of the ancient dragon tribe. But, no matter how evil you are destined to fall into the hands of my Han Ju today. Han Weisan smiled, and immediately turned into a censored glow, rushing directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen fully used the Taixu Sacred Dragon map and fought with Han Ju. A series of devastating storms containing terrifying energy also swept over the Black Dragon Imperial Palace. At the same time that Jiang Chen and Han Ju were fighting, Long Xing and others also walked out of the Zichen Hall, their eyes locked tightly on the battle in the void. Father, do you say that the Lord can defeat the demon in the Blood Moon world? Long Xing looked at the battlefield that was shrouded in dazzling light and couldn't see the situation at all. His expression was extremely solemn. This battle was related to the survival of their Black Dragon Empire. If the superiors prevail, the crisis of the Black Dragon Empire can be resolved. If the Blood Moon Realm demon wins, their Black Dragon Empire will really be over. Long Yuan shook his head and took a deep breath. However, the Lord Admiral is the true dragon arrogant of the ancient dragon clan. It should not be easy to be defeated if he can kill ordinary true gods in a second. As long as Jiang Chen is not defeated by the Blood Moon World Demon, that is enough. As the two talked, the sky-shaking blasts in the sky continued to resound. Han Ju and Jiang Chen's handprints blasted together like a world-breaking handprint, and immediately the whole person was under the impact of the devastating storm, stepping on the ground and retreating hundreds of feet in the void. He forced down the qi and blood in his heart, and in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was finally an unconcealable horror. Although this kid is only inferior to the true god's later stage of cultivation, but none of his cultivation techniques, divine body visions, and martial skills are more than one level higher than him. Even if it was his cultivation base of the higher true god's late stage, after fighting Jiang Chen more than 10 tricks, he couldn't get any advantage from the opponent. Is this the strength of the ancient dragon true dragon Tianzhao? It is too terrifying. It seems that it is not easy to defeat the guy in front of you without fusing the laws of martial arts. Jiang Chen stabilized his figure and couldn't help but mutter to himself. In the fight with Han Ju just now, apart from not integrating the martial arts laws, Jiang Chen had almost displayed all his other powers, but he was only on par with Han Ju. His current combat power is comparable to the late-stage true gods in a normal fight. If you use the 7 martial arts laws to condense your troops, or gather the power of your whole body to evolve the small world of true gods, it should be no problem to deal with the powers of the top true gods. As for those who have realized a trace of the original martial art and are only one step away from the heavenly gods, it is unknown whether they can be dealt with. Chapter 1565, Unexpected Discovery. The true dragon Tianzhao of the Gulong tribe is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Today's battle is really eye-opening. Han will not play with you today, we will have a period later. Han Ju's eyes changed uncertainly for a while, and immediately smiled coldly at Jiang Chen. His figure directly turned into a censored light and rose into the sky. This son's combat power is too enchanting, he wants to defeat it, almost impossible. In this case, Han Ju did not want to waste time on Jiang Chen. Now that he has been targeted by the ancient dragon clan, this Black Dragon Empire is already a place for him. For the sake of safety, it is better to get out as soon as possible. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, and immediately stretched out his hand to grasp the void where Han Ju was. The power of the majestic space formed by the triple heaven martial arts law suddenly confined the surrounding space. Even with Han Ju's cultivation base, under the confinement of Jiang Chen's triple sky space law, his figure couldn't help but give a slight pause. It's another triple heaven rule. Han Ju was shocked, his blood soared, and he quickly broke free from the confinement of the surrounding space. Jiang Chen's figure flashed and appeared directly above Han Ju's head, coldly said, Han Ju, you don't have to fight fearlessly, you can't escape. Han Ju stared at Jiang Chen gloomily. Boy, don't you really want to keep me? Is there a problem? Jiang Chen said lightly. I said, today I will take your head back to the ancient dragon clan to return to life. Ha. Jiang Chen, although I have to admit that you have a talent for evildoers and unparalleled fighting strength. But Hanju wants to leave today, what can you do with me? Hanju laughed disdainfully, and immediately brought a terrifying, censored storm to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and 7 threefold heavenly laws with different attributes revolved around him, and finally turned into a 7-color blended ancient sword and fell into his palm. The law condenses soldiers, and there are still 7 kinds. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hanju's pupils shrank suddenly, only an instinctive chill instantly filled his heart. Although he didn't know the extent to which Jiang Chen's 7 martial arts laws had reached, Hanju knew that they were extremely extraordinary based on the terrifying power that had just exuded. At least the horror has reached the double heaven and above. Among them, it also includes the law of triple heaven and thunder that he has just seen, and the law of triple heaven. With such 7 martial arts laws, Hanju could not imagine how terrifying the power would be. Hanju was shocked in his heart, and the figure rushing towards Jiang Chen suddenly stopped, and immediately his toes were a little bit in the air, and he hurriedly retreated. Jiang Chen looked indifferently at Hanju, who was retreating, with a ruthless sword in his hand. The colorful sword beams covering the sky and the sun cut across the sky, straight towards Hanju. With the shooting of this colorful sword light, in just an instant, the entire world seemed to freeze, and the entire time and space seemed to freeze. Hanju only felt that he was plunged into a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. Chi Jianming had completely locked his breath, and Hanju knew that he could not avoid it. His whole body's divine power urged to the extreme, and the blood law of the triple heaven also emerged, instantly evolving into a small world of blood-colored true gods all over his body. And at the moment when Hanju condensed the small world of true god, the colorful sword light also crossed time and space, slamming down at Hanju's small world of true god. With just a soft sound, Hanju's small world of true god was split in half by a sword with a colorful sword light, and then turned into a sky full of blood, crashing to pieces in the void. Hanju trembled all over, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth, and his whole body burst out of a distance of thousands of meters. Okay. A strong sword. Hanju wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Jiang Chen in the distance, his eyes full of horror. With his later cultivation base of the higher true god, he fully evolved into the true, censored, small world, and he was still hit hard by Jiang Chen's sword. Such a terrifying power is simply not something he can resist. I am afraid that even the existence of the pinnacle of the superior true gods can hardly be easily resisted. Just before Hanju had recovered from his horror, another horrible 7-color sword light burst out from the Hunyuan ancient sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Hanju suddenly felt that the souls were all gone. At this moment, Hanju had only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. He slammed his chest with a palm, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and quickly condensed his hands into a magic trick. I saw a blood mist containing mysterious spatial fluctuations, and instantly enveloped Hanju's body, and then took Hanju to tear the space and escaped into the void. And at the moment when Hanju escaped into the void, the 7-color sword light slashed down, causing the space crack that Hanju had just broken to collapse. The 7-color sword energy that seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth directly penetrated the space and swept into that space crack. The muffled grunt sounded, and the space crack slowly dissipated, leaving only an angry roar, which lingered in the world for a long time through the void space. Ah, Jiang Chen, you wait for me, today's affairs, Hanju, I will never finish with you. Jiang Chen stared closely at the place where Hanju fled, and an incredible look of consternation appeared in his eyes. What Jiang Chen was astonished was not just that Hanju could escape from his sword. What shocked Jiang Chen even more was the method Hanju used to escape from before, which gave him a very familiar feeling. Blood Spirit Escape Technique. The method that Hanju used just now was actually very similar to the Blood Spirit Escape technique he had seen before. It's just that Hanju's escape technique is obviously more than one level higher than the Blood Spirit Escape technique, and he can escape under the condensed forces of his 7 laws. The Blood Spirit Escape technique, it seems undoubtedly the same origin as Hanju's escape technique, even a simplified version of this escape technique. The Blood Spirit Escape art came from the Blood Spirit race of the Profound Spirit continent, while Hanju came from the Blood Moon realm of the God realm. Could it be? The Blood Spirit race of the Profound Spirit continent has something to do with the Blood Moon realm of God's domain. This is really an unexpected discovery. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and there was also a look of surprise on his face. If the Blood Spirit clan of the Profound Spirit continent is really related to the Blood Moon Realm, then the Blood Heaven that originally ascended from the Profound Spirit continent should probably also be in the Blood Moon Realm. And Father Zhang Wuya, who had almost ascended to God's domain with Bloody Heaven, shouldn't be too far away from Bloody Heaven, and he might even appear in Blood Moon Realm. As long as he finds the censored heaven, maybe he will know the whereabouts of his father Zhang Wuya. Chapter 1566, Zan Yuzong. Sir, the envoy won. Long Xing and others saw that Han Ju defeated and fled, their faces were full of excitement. Since the accident a year ago, the Black Dragon Empire has been in dire straits under Long Xuanian's control. The arrival of Lord Shang now finally allowed the Black Dragon Empire to see the sun again. Long Xuanian on the side looked at the scene before him, his complexion became extremely pale, and his whole person collapsed on the ground with a desperate expression. Now that Han Ju was completely defeated by Jiang Chen, he was completely finished. Thank you, Your Majesty, for eradicating the traitor from my Black Dragon Empire. Now Your Majesty is seriously injured and retreats. My Black Dragon Empire has no leader, and I hope that the Lord can help Your Majesty regain the Black Dragon Empire. Long Xing and the others looked at Jiang Chen, who had landed from the void, with a respectful expression of thanks. Long Xuanian and Han Ju secretly colluded. Although they didn't directly kill the Black Dragon Emperor, do you think that the Black Dragon Emperor who was seriously injured can live under their eyes? Jiang Chen shook his head, glanced at Long Xuanian, and said lightly. When Long Xing heard Jiang Chen's words, his complexion suddenly changed. He stared at Long Xuanian stubbornly, his expression furious. Long Xuanian, Your Majesty is your biological father, how dare you attack Your Majesty? That old thing always looked down on me, and even wanted to abolish my crown prince. It's nothing to be a pity. Long Xuanian smiled grimly, he raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen in midair, and his sneer was slowly resounding. Gulong, the true dragon Tianzhao, today I, Long Xuanian, agreed to plant it. But, Yu Gulong clan has not been arrogant for too long. Sooner or later, I promise that you will end up worse than mine. Long Xuanian's words fell, and he died in front of Jiang Chen and the others. What does this guy mean? Could it be that the Blood Moon Realm will have a conspiracy against the Ancient Dragon Realm? Hearing Long Xuanian's meaningful words, Jiang Chen was also taken aback. It seems that he must catch the guy named Han Ju as soon as possible, and maybe he can get some useful information from that guy's mouth. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately looked at Long Xing and said, Long Xing, I intend to let you ascend to the throne of the new Black Dragon Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. What do you think? The Black Dragon Empire came from the Shenwu continent, and it was quite related to him. Jiang Chen also hoped that the Black Dragon Empire could gain a foothold in the God realm. The guy in front of him, regardless of his courage, wisdom, and cultivation talent, was extremely good, but Jiang Chen deliberately made him the new Black Dragon Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. My lord, Long Xing is so young, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to take on important tasks. Long Xing quickly said, what's more, my Black Dragon Empire still has several princes who can succeed the Black Dragon Emperor. Does Long Xing have that qualification? I said you have that qualification, you have that qualification. That's it, you will be the new Black Dragon Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire from now on. If anyone in the Long family has opinions on this, you can just ask him to come to me. Han Ju was hit hard by me and couldn't escape too far. I quickly sent people to track down his whereabouts. I have been living in this Zichen temple recently. If there is nothing important, don't let anyone disturb me. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his figure flashed immediately before disappearing into Long Xing's sight. Father, what should I do now? Looking at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared, Long Xing couldn't help but a wry smile appeared on his face. Master Jiang Chen is the envoy of the Ancient Dragon Clan, and his words are the imperial edict. From now on you will be the new Black Dragon Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. Long Yuan said, and immediately saluted Long Xing with a serious expression. The Forbidden Army leads Long Yuan and has seen Your Majesty. Meet Your Majesty by the ministers. Around, many young talents also bowed in front of Jiang Chen. Since the Ancient Dragon Admiral appointed Long Xing as the next Black Dragon Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire, who in the entire Black Dragon Empire would dare to refute? In this case, thanks to the great love of the envoy, I will temporarily take the place of the Black Dragon Emperor. Long Xing took a deep breath, and immediately flashed in his eyes, let the order go on and try to capture the Blood Moon Demon Hanju. No matter what, he must first trace Hanju's whereabouts. If Hanju cannot be completely resolved, let Hanju feel relieved. Once the envoy leaves, their Black Dragon Empire will probably be destroyed again. Since Jiang Chen stayed in the Zichen Hall, Longxing has set the Zichen Hall within a radius of 1,000 feet as a restricted area, and no one can easily approach it. Jiang Chen was practicing while waiting for Longxing to search for Hanju's whereabouts for him. For 3 days, Longxing did not hear the slightest message. Why there is no news yet, won't you really let that guy escape? Jiang Chen muttered to himself, his brows were also twisted together tightly. Hanju was severely wounded by his last sword. Even if he used the escape technique, he couldn't escape too far. Why is there still no news from Longxing? Although this task was taken by Jiang Chen on the initiative, it was not a trial task that the Tianlongcheng disciples had to complete every 10 years, and it would not have much impact on him if it was not completed. But Jiang Chen didn't want his first mission to fail like this. There is still a drop of ancient dragon blood in the task reward, how can Jiang Chen give up easily? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and was about to go to Longxing to inquire about the situation, but he sensed Long Xing's breath and was quickly approaching the Zichen Hall. Jiang Chen's figure flashed and appeared directly outside the Zichen Hall. Longxing, who was about to call the door, couldn't help but froze for a moment, and immediately said, "Master Jiang Chen, there is news about Hanju." Jiang Chen said lightly, "Let's talk, where is he?" Not long ago, the guards found Hanju who was seriously injured in the west of the city, but when the guards were about to take him down, they suddenly killed a superior true censored and rescued him. Longxing gave a wry smile. "Oh, another good god." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Do you know the identity of the person who rescued Hanju?" There is no heavenly god realm powerhouse around the Black Dragon Empire, and even high-level true gods are extremely rare, so the identity of that person is not difficult to guess. Longxing said solemnly, "My father fought with that superior true god. According to his speculation, that person is probably a powerful person from Xuanyu Sect." Zan Yuzong. When the profound spirit continent human emperor tried, he met many profound feather sect disciples in the beast spirit secret realm. And that Xuanyu Sect seems to come from the god realm ancient dragon realm. Could it be that the Xuanyu Sect that Longxing said was the Xuanyu Sect he knew? If this is the case, it would be too coincidental. Chapter 1567. Let your lord come out to see me. Master Jiang Chen, Xuanyu Sect is a top true, censored power located in the northern part of the Black Dragon Empire. It has several top true gods and is also one of the most powerful forces nearby. Longxing quickly explained, the ancient dragon world and the Blood Moon world have always been incompatible. As a member of the Blood Moon realm, Hanju obviously wouldn't do much to come to the ancient dragon realm. However, the people of Xuanyu Sect had sent a superior true, censored, to rescue Hanju at a critical moment. I am afraid that this is not simple at all. Since Hanju had been rescued by Zan Yuzong, he would go to Zan Yuzong for a trip. He wanted to see what secret Zan Yuzong concealed. Master Jiang Chen, the Xuanyu Sect is powerful and acts secretively. It may be difficult for an adult to contend with it. According to Longxing's opinion, the adult should report to the ancient dragon clan first. Longxing took a deep breath and said cautiously. Jiang Chen waved his hand and smiled faintly. "Don't worry, there is a Xuanyu Sect, but it can't help me. No matter how strong the Xuanyu Sect is, it is only the power of the true god." With Jiang Chen's current strength, naturally he would not have the slightest fear of Xuanyu Sect. In his hand, he still had the Lord Trump card given to him by the great power of the ancient dragon clan to activate the powerhouse that could kill the First Order gods. Even if Zan Yuzong really has a strong man in the heavens and gods, he can kill him with a single sword. Longxing, I left an opportunity for you in the Zichen Temple, which can help you quickly break through the realm of the true gods. Practice hard, and hope that when I come again next time, I can see a completely new Black Dragon Empire. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his body instantly turned into a stream of light and rose into the sky, slowly disappearing into the northern sky. Thank you, Jiang Chen. Longxing will definitely not let the adults down. Longxing bowed slightly to the place where Jiang Chen had disappeared, his eyes also showed an extremely firm expression. Leaving the Black Dragon Imperial Palace, Jiang Chen walked all the way north, and within half a day he left the territory of the Black Dragon Empire and entered the sphere of influence of the Xuanyu Sect. Zan Yuzong, located to the north of the Black Dragon Empire, is also within a radius of 1 million miles, and is a prestigious top true censored power. Jiang Chen just inquired a little and knew where the Xuanyuzong sect was. Jiang Chen flew into the sky, and after another 2 or 3 hours, he finally came to a big mountain. The shape of the mountain is very peculiar. From a distance, it looks like a mysterious bird flying high. The entire mountain peak is filled with a breath of sacred solemnity. Finally arrived. Looking at the mountain in front of him, Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then his figure flashed and landed directly in front of the Xuanyu sect. Where did the Maudo boy dare to run wild in my Xuanyu sect? You are looking for death. On both sides of the sect, the 2 Shoshan disciples of Xuanyu sect couldn't help but stepped out and shouted at Jiang Chen. Yukong in front of the sect, this is disrespectful. Xuanyu sect is one of the best true gods in a radius of 1 million miles, and even a superior true god, he dare not be so presumptuous before Xuanyu sect. They really don't know. This hairy boy in front of him, where did he have the courage to offend the majesty of their Xuanyu sect? I am not looking for death, I am looking for someone. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand and glanced at the 2 of them faintly. If you don't want to die, go and ask your sect master to come out and see me. Presumptuous. My Xuanyu sect is not a place where you can run wild, die for me. The 2 Zan Yuzong disciples were furious, and waved their long swords to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head, and just flicked his fingers lightly, 2 horrible sword chi bursts out. The 2 Xuanyu sect disciples suddenly felt like falling into the ice cellar. Before they could react, the sword energy had passed through the throats of the 2 of them, and then slowly dissipated behind them. With the sword gas dissipating, Jiang Chen stepped out directly, stepped past the 2 of them, and stepped into the gate of Xuanyu sect. A ray of blood finally ejected from the throats of the 2 Xuanyu sect disciples. Both of them opened their eyes wide, and fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. The movement of the mountain gate quickly alarmed Zan Yuzong's interior, and many Zan Yu sect disciples flashed towards the mountain gate. When they looked at the 2 Shoshan disciples who could no longer die, their expressions could not help but change drastically. Boy, who are you, dare to come to my Xuanyu sect to be wild? A disciple named Zan Yuzong set his gaze on Jiang Chen, and he couldn't help but screamed in anger. Their Xuanyu sect, but a well-known top true censored power with a radius of 1 million miles, no one has ever dared to come to Xuanyu sect to make trouble so brazenly. This kid in front of him dared to openly break into Zan Yu sect and kill their disciple of Zan Yu sect. This is too rampant. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Who am I? You don't deserve to know. I will say one last time, let your sovereign come out to see me. Your excellency is so loud, my sect master Xuanyu, how can you see you if you want to? No matter who you are, if you dare to be wild in Xuanyu sect, you don't want to leave alive today. At this moment, a young man in white clothes exuding a shocking chill directly stepped on the void and rushed from the depths of Xuanyu sect. Before anyone arrived, the cold voice was already rolling in. Brother Bai is here. All the disciples of the Xuanyu sect looked at the figure walking into the air, showing an extremely respectful look. Bai Chohan, the first true disciple of Zan Yu sect, is also the only peerless genius of Zan Yu sect's younger generation who has broken through the realm of true gods. Looking at the white-clothed young man who stepped into the air, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but set off a slight arc, and the faint laughter resounded. Bai Chohan, I haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here unharmed. Hearing this slightly familiar voice, the figure of the white-clothed youth who had stepped into the air had a pause, and could not help but suddenly raised his head and looked towards Jiang Chen. When he looked at Jiang Chen's face that made him remember, his pupils suddenly shrank. Jiang Chen, why are you? I didn't expect to meet you in God's domain so soon. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Bai Chohan, today I am looking for your sect master Xuanyu, let him come out to see me quickly. Jiang Chen, what are you? You want to see my sect master Xuanyu? You are in the territory of my Xuanyu sect, killing my disciple of Xuanyu sect, today I will kill you to boost my Xuanyu sect's prestige. Bai Chohan's voice fell, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. At the beginning of the Beast Spirit secret realm, he was not only forced to flee in embarrassment by Jiang Chen, but even lost an arm. It took a lot of money to return to Xuanyu sect before he took the arm back. Now that I see Jiang Chen again, it is natural that the enemy meets, especially jealous. Today he is determined to recover the humiliation he suffered from Jiang Chen 10 times. Chapter 1568, I come for one person. Bai Chouhan's body was full of chills, and the overwhelming cold ice power directly turned into a giant cold ice claw and grabbed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was calm. He stretched out a finger and lightly pointed at the violently plundered ice giant claw. The ice giant claw solidified in midair in vain, and then turned into icy debris in midair with a bang. Bai Chouhan, I haven't seen you in a few years, so do you just grow up like this? In the beginning you were not my opponent in the beast spirit secret realm. Now you are not even qualified to be my opponent. In an understatement, Bai Chouhan's attack was smashed, and Jiang Chen's disdainful chuckle also slowly sounded. Hearing Jiang Chen's disdainful chuckle, many Xuanyu Sect disciples couldn't help taking a breath. More than a dozen geniuses of the Profound Feather Sect entered the beast spirit secret realm, and finally all came back with feathers. Even Bai Chouhan lost an arm. This incident caused a sensation at the time of the entire Xuanyu Sect. Could it be that this kid in front of him was the one who defeated Bai Chouhan in the secret realm of beast spirit? Jiang Chen, you don't want to be rampant, I will kill you today. Bai Chouhan screamed in anger, and the ice law at the peak of the second heaven instantly turned into an ice crystal divine bow and fell into his palm. Bing God Bow, Bing Tiandi. Bai Chouhan stretched the bowstring and shot an arrow at Jiang Chen. A icy arrow burst out like an ice crystal, and then turned into a huge icy arrow in midair, and with the power of the frozen world, it suddenly shot at Jiang Chen. It's this trick again. Several years have passed, can't you play a new trick? Jiang Chen shook his head, and a flame condensed when he turned his hand, colliding with the giant ice-cold arrow in midair. Under Jiang Chen's flames, the ice giant arrow suddenly collapsed and turned into nothingness. But Bai Chouhan's figure trembled, and immediately, like a kite with a broken line, fell from midair, and finally smashed a huge pit of hundreds of meters in the forest below, and his whole person was dead or alive. Senior brother Bai, he was defeated like this. Many Xuanyu Sect disciples looked at this scene, and there was an unconcealable panic in their eyes. Bai Chouhan, the first true biography of the dignified Xuanyu Sect, whose cultivation level has broken through the true censored realm, could not even stop the opponent's move. The strength of this kid is too terrifying. Sect Master Xuanyu, if you don't come out again, I will step down the gate of Xuanyu Sect today. One move solved by Chouhan, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked into the depths of Xuanyu Sect. His faint voice echoed over Xuanyu Sect in an instant. My Profound Feather Sect, is it a place where you can run wild at will? Boy, you kill my disciple, if you don't kill you today, I will not be a man. A loud roar of anger continued to resound in the depths of the Xuanyu Sect. More than a dozen mighty true gods also rushed towards Jiang Chen with murderous aura. Especially the four figures in the front, all exuding the powerful aura of a superior true god. Boy, who are you? My Xuanyu Sect has no grievances or enmity with you, so why run wild in my Xuanyu Sect? The first middle-aged man in Jinpao, staring at Jiang Chen closely, exuded an icy chill. Jiang Chen glanced at the middle-aged Jinpao faintly. Are you the Sect Master Xuanyu? Yes, I'm Yu Qingpeng, Sect Master Xuanyu. Yu Qingpeng said with awe-inspiring killing intent. Boy, today's matter, if you don't give this suzerain a satisfactory explanation, then you can't leave alive. Coming to Zan Yuzong today, I am only here for one person. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Sect Master Yu, in the true dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen of the lower ancient dragon clan, your Xuanyu Sect has a superior true god. Not long ago, I intercepted a person from the Blood Moon Realm who was severely injured by me from the Black Dragon Empire. Hand it over. With Jiang Chen's words, Yu Qingpeng's complexion changed slightly. It turns out to be Lord Jiang Chen from the Gulong clan. Yu Qingpeng hurriedly hugged Jiang Chen, then smiled and said, Your Excellency Jiang Chen, is there any misunderstanding in this? How can my Xuanyu Sect dare to intercept the person you are looking for? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Are you sure not? Yu Qingpeng said with a serious face. Of course, as a member of the ancient dragon realm, how can my Xuanyu Sect be with the people of the Blood Moon Realm? You said no, but the news I got is not groundless. Jiang Chen expressionlessly said, Since this is the case, let me enter the Xuanyu Sect to search for it. When Yu Qingpeng heard Jiang Chen's words, his expression couldn't help but sink slightly. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, I respect you as a disciple of the Gulong clan, but you don't want to make an inch. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Why, dare you not let me search? I think you are a guilty conscience. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, This sect master made it very clear that my profound feather sect has not saved any people from the Blood Moon Realm, and has never had any relationship with the Blood Moon Realm. Although your excellency is a disciple of the ancient dragon clan, my Xuanyu sect also has the rules of my Xuanyu sect. You rushed into Xuanyu sect and killed my sect disciple. This sect master hasn't cared about you. If you insist on doing things, don't blame this sect master for being polite. Yu Qingpeng shouted with a gloomy expression. Their Xuanyu sect had indeed secretly taken refuge in the Blood Moon Realm. Han Ju, who was severely injured by Jiang Chen in the Black Dragon Empire, was also rescued by their Xuanyu sect. Originally, he planned to send Han Ju away tomorrow, but who knew that the true dragon arrogant of the ancient dragon tribe would kill him so soon? If Jiang Chen were to discover Han Ju's traces at this time, their Xuanyu sect's refuge in the Blood Moon Realm would be exposed in advance. For their Xuanyu sect, this is tantamount to annihilation. How could Yu Qingpeng allow Jiang Chen to easily step into Xuanyu sect? If Jiang Chen insists on searching Xuanyu sect, even if he kills the ancient dragon clan True Dragon Tianzhao in front of him, he will not hesitate. Looking at the murderous Yu Qingpeng, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. Yu Qingpeng, I am a disciple of the Gulong tribe, and represent the will of the Gulong tribe. Are you going to openly resist the Gulong tribe? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a cold arc, and he said in a domineering manner, whether you agree or not, I have searched this Xuanyu sect today, Jiang Chen. If Yu Qingpeng dared to safely and boldly let him enter the Xuanyu sect to search, he still believed that Xuanyu sect had nothing to do with the Blood Moon Realm. But now this guy is obstructing in every way, and it must be tricky at first glance. Today, he said that he must enter the Xuanyu sect to find out. After finishing speaking, Jiang Chen ignored Yu Qingpeng and others, and went straight into Xuanzong. Jiang Chen, this sect master has been tolerant of you again and again. Since you have to die, then I will fulfill you. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually ignored his existence, Yu Qingpeng's whole person became murderous in an instant. Do it, kill him for me. Chapter 1569. Those who block me will kill me without mercy. As Yu Qingpeng's voice fell, the four true God realm elders rushed out directly, with monstrous laws of divine power, and attacked Jiang Chen. Facing the combined blow of the four true gods, Jiang Chen looked unmoved. He still stepped out into the Xuanyu sect like a stroll in a leisurely courtyard, and a sword intent suddenly surged out of his body. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he directly turned the sword with his finger, and moved 4 times against the void. 4 fierce sword auras penetrated the void and slashed directly at the 4 profound Yuzong true gods. The earth-shattering explosion vibrated above Xuanyu sect. I saw that the 4 profound Yuzong true gods who came to attack Jiang Chen all stiffened in vain, and then they turned into blood mist with a bang, and were all extinguished by Jiang Chen's sword aura. Kill the 4 true gods in one move. Seeing this scene, whether it was the many disciples of the Xuanyu sect or the high-level Xuanyu sect, their expressions could not help but change drastically. Yu Qingpeng's eyes were extremely gloomy. No wonder even Han Ju was planted in Jiang Chen's hands. The combat power of this kid is really unfathomable. Dare you, kid? Yu Qingpeng's face burst into a loud shout, and immediately stepped out. The monstrous divine energy directly turned into a huge mysterious bird, and killed Jiang Chen. Qianlong Town Tiantu, Town. Jiang Chen urged the Taixu Sacred Dragon, and instantly condensed a vision of the technique. A mysterious picture scroll of dragon power overwhelmingly fell on the mysterious bird in the blink of an eye. The mysterious bird suddenly uttered a scream that shook the sky, and the huge body was also cracked by the suppression of the Tiantu of Qianlong Town. Gongfa vision. Yu Qingpeng's pupil shrank slightly. This kid in front of him is worthy of being the true dragon arrogant of the ancient dragon clan, and he is practicing a realm god level technique that can condense visions. Yu Qingpeng, today Yu Xuanyu sect, I have searched it. Jiang Chen smashed Yu Qingpeng's attack with a single move, and his whole body was filled with a murderous intent. Those who block me will kill me. Yu Qingpeng let out a cold snort, and the 3-layered skies wind law and the superb divine power of the superior true gods merged and changed, and finally turned into a small blue world with 1,000 feet, and suppressed Jiang Chen. Although this sun is only inferior to the true god's later stage of cultivation, his combat power is not inferior to the superior true god. Yu Qingpeng didn't have the slightest reservation, and directly condensed the strongest blow, and came towards Jiang Chen to kill again. Jiang Chen screamed and stretched out his hand to face the void. 7 Martial Arts Laws. diffused out of Jiang Chen's body at the same time, and then, based on the thunder laws, turned into a 7-color thunder pillar that penetrated the sky and the earth. With the appearance of these 7-color thunder pillars, the entire void was trembling. Above the 9 heavens, black clouds were dense and thunder and lightning surged. The 7-colored thunder pillars are like the gods of the heavens, carrying the power of thunder and lightning that destroys the sky and the earth, crashing down towards the small blue world. A loud noise shook the sky for 10 miles, and the 7-colored thunder pillars with the power of suppressing all thunder, shot down the small blue world from midair. The 7-colored thunder pillars penetrated through the center of the small cyan world, and they nailed the small cyan world to the ground below. The violent impact resounded loudly, and the entire Xuanyu sect was shaken as if by an earthquake. After the small blue world was nailed to the ground by the 7-colored thunder pillar, it was finally overwhelmed, and it burst open with a bang, turning into a huge crater on the ground. A terrifying storm of destruction was also instantly centered on the huge crater, sweeping towards the surroundings. Some of the nearby Xuanyu sect disciples had no time to react, and they had already turned into a blood mist under the destruction storm. Yu Qingpeng let out a muffled grunt, his face suddenly turned pale, and red blood slowly spilled from the corner of his mouth. All of the members of the Xuanyu sect were staring at the black-clothed youth standing proudly in the air with dull eyes, almost unable to believe their eyes. Especially the disciples of the Xuanyu sect who had just arrived from the inner door of the Xuanyu sect and had dealt with Jiang Chen in the beast spirit's secret realm, an incredible look of horror appeared in their eyes. At the beginning of the beast spirit's secret realm, although Jiang Chen's combat power was shocking, his cultivation base was only comparable to them. Not seen in a few years now, Jiang Chen not only broke through the true censored realm, but also became a terrifying existence that could overwhelm their suzerain. Yu Qingpeng, since you said that Xuanyu sect has nothing to do with the Blood Moon realm, why should I be afraid of me going in and search? Jiang Chen looked down at Yu Qingpeng condescendingly, and said coldly, if you dare to stop me, after today, there will be no Xuanyu sect in the ancient dragon realm. This child's combat power is close to the demon, everyone will shoot together. Yu Qingpeng forcefully suppressed the churning aura in his body, and directly shouted, and a small blue world also condensed again. Yu Qingpeng had no choice but to kill the boy in front of him first. Now they are fighting against Jiang Chen, they are only facing Jiang Chen, the true dragon arrogant of the ancient dragon clan. Once Jiang Chen is allowed to search and find Hanju, Zan Yuzong's collusion with Blood Moon Realm will be completely exposed. What they will endure is probably the anger from the ancient dragon clan. Now, only by killing Jiang Chen can Xuanyu sect win a little breathing opportunity. Kill, kill, kill. More than a dozen true gods of Xuanyu sect were all roaring and attacking Jiang Chen with all their strength. The sky-shaking roar is constantly resounding, and the sky is white like a rainbow, thunder and lightning are like rain, and red flames are like waves. More than a dozen true gods joined forces, as if even the void had been broken. The sea of energy formed by the laws of various divine powers boiled into a chaos in the sky, causing all objects within 10 miles to collapse. Since I broke through the real, censored realm, no one has ever forced me to evolve into a real, censored, small world. Today, let you see my Jiang Chen's little world of true gods. Looking at the combined blow of more than 10 true gods of Zan Yuzong, Jiang Chen laughed arrogantly, and his fighting spirit skyrocketed. He fully ran the Taixu sacred dragon diagram, urging the divine power in his body to the extreme, and the 7 martial arts laws were also crazily fused around him. The laws of all people's divine powers condense into a huge colorful little world directly on top of Jiang Chen's head. The colorful small world is chaotic, making people unable to see the situation inside, but it exudes a horrible atmosphere of ancient times. Jiang Chen's killing intent was overwhelming, and he directly spurred the colorful small world, and violently collided with the attacks of more than 10 true gods of Zan Yuzong. Chapter 1570. The Old Monster of Xuanyu Sect. Jiang Chen's colorful little world collided with the attack of more than a dozen true gods of Zan Yuzong. The sun and the moon are reversed, and the space is shattered. The sky above the entire Xuanyu sect, as if even the sky had been shattered, countless space storms swept out of it. Even the many Xuanyu sect disciples who were separated by a kilometer in the sky below were all affected. Some weaker ones, even under the pressure of that terrifying aura, bleed directly from Qichao to death. And in the void, more than a dozen profound feather sect true gods also trembled all over. Under the suppression of Jiang Chen's colorful little world, they all struggled with pale expressions. They didn't last long under the colorful little world, and there was a burst of clicks in the sky. A weaker profound feather sect true censored finally was the first to be able to hold it back. His true censored small world and his body protection divine power were all turned into powder under the pressure of Jiang Chen's colorful small world. Even his body has cracks visible to the naked eye under the pressure of the colorful small world. The crack spread rapidly. In just the blink of an eye, the entire body of the true censored of the Xuanyu sect burst open with a bang, turning into a censored mist in midair. With the fall of the first Xuanyu sect's true body, there will soon be a second. The sound of explosions resounded throughout the world, and the blood of the gods spilled from the void like raindrops. More than a dozen true gods of the profound Yuzong have already fallen, and only Yu Qingpeng and the remaining 3 high-level true gods are struggling to support them. The clothes of the 4 of them were stained red with blood. They were mobilized to the peak with blood, and their eyes were bloodshot, and they roared frantically, trying to break through the colorful world above their heads. Jiang Chen's small world of true gods is like Mount Tai, standing still. Under the pressure of the terrifying force of the colorful small world, the whole body of the 4 people inflated like a balloon about to soar. Yu Qingpeng finally couldn't help but cried out with a look of horror. "Ancestor, save me!" As Yu Qingpeng's horrified scream fell, the entire Xuanyu sect trembled in vain. An unimaginable monstrous might, soaring into the sky, eclipsed the world in a radius of hundreds of miles. Even the superior true god, facing this mighty power, can't help but feel the feeling of wanting to worship. Feeling the terrifying aura suddenly erupting from Zan Yuzong, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. This is the breath of a strong man in the heavens. Just when Jiang Chen's mind was shaking, a ghostly, censored, sword light burst out from the depths of Xuanyu sect. The censored sword light tore through the sky, as if it was carrying the terrifying power of a world. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the space of 10,000 meters and fell to Jiang Chen's small real, censored world. The censored sword light was unstoppable, and Jiang Chen's small world of true gods that had suppressed everything collapsed like a piece of paper. And Jiang Chen's figure was also shaken by the aftermath of the censored sword light, and flew upside down for a distance of thousands of meters. Jiang Chen looked pale and stabilized his figure in the void, staring at the depths of Zan Yuzong. Just an understatement of the sword, across the vast void, broke through his small world of true god. Celestial realm. This is absolutely something that only the strong in the realm of the gods can do. I didn't expect that the little Xuanyu sect actually hides an old monster from the heavenly god realm. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and looked at the depths of Zan Yuzong leisurely, and said coldly, "Since your excellency has already taken action, can't you come out and see?" Following Jiang Chen's words, 1,000 Jiang censored sword light that pierced the sky suddenly rose into the sky from the depths of Xuanyu sect. A thin old man who was covered in black robe also slowly walked out of the censored sword light. A voice containing the majesty of the heavens also echoed above Xuanyu sect. The Gulong clan true dragon Tianzhao is indeed a well-deserved reputation, and he can push my Xuanyu sect to such a degree with his own power. The many desperate disciples of the Xuanyu sect looked at the divine and thin old man, and their eyes couldn't help showing excitement. "It's the Kiwei ancestor of my Xuanyu sect, he is still alive." Kiwei ancestor Yu Kiwei is a figure of the ancestor level of Xuanyu sect. He was already a prestigious and high-class true censored tens of thousands of years ago. It's just that Kiwei ancestor exhausted his whole life, and finally failed to take the last step to break through the heavenly gods. Thousands of years ago, the Kiwei ancestors saw that the deadline was approaching, so they began to close their doors and seek breakthroughs. Over the past 1,000 years, Xuanyu sect has never heard of Kiwei patriarch. They thought that the ancestor Kiwei had sat in retreat, but they did not expect that the ancestor Kiwei would appear in vain during the life and death crisis of Xuanyu sect. Today's Kiwei ancestor is obviously a strong man in the heavens. With the existence of this Kiwei ancestor, their Xuanyu sect was finally saved. Sect master, the ancestor succeeded. In midair, an upper-class true censored who was rescued by the ancestor Kiwei looked at the ancestor Kiwei above with a look of ecstasy. Yes, the ancestor has already broken through the heavenly god realm. Yu Qingpeng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. For several years, they did not hesitate to collude secretly with the Blood Moon realm, which gave the ancestors the opportunity to break through the heaven god realm, and now they finally succeeded. It seems that your profound Feather Sect is indeed secretly colluding with the Blood Moon Realm. You are not cultivating the Blood Path, but you have evolved the power of the world with the Blood Path origin. If I guess right, you should have gained some power from the Blood Moon Realm, so that you can break through the Heavenly Censored Realm. Although you have broken through the Celestial God Realm in this way, you are far from the real Celestial God Realm. Jiang Chen's gaze swept slightly over the ancestor Kiwei, faintly authentic. Little guy, you have good eyesight. Although my Heavenly Divine Realm is 3 points weaker than a normal Heavenly Divine Realm, I am also a strong Celestial Realm after all. It is more than enough to kill you, a true God Realm ant. Kiwei ancestor smiled sensibly, and a violent killing intent was also filled his body. The boy in front of him, as the true dragon arrogant of the ancient dragon clan, knew the secret of the collusion between Xuanyu Sect and the Blood Moon Realm. Once this kid is told this to the ancient dragon clan, it will definitely bring disaster to their Xuanyu Sect. The ancestor Kiwei did not hesitate at all, lifted his palm slightly, and a censored sword aura burst out from his fingertips. This censored sword aura that was about 3 feet long, contained incomparably terrifying power, split Chenjiang Void into two, and struck Jiang Chen with a sword. Chapter 1571. I have a sword that can kill the gods. Hunyuan Ancient Sword, Ning. Jiang Chen's complexion changed, and at the same time his figure exploded. The 7 martial arts laws instantly condensed the mixed ancient sword, raising his hand to cut out a 7-color sword light. The 7-colored sword light pierced through the world, colliding with the blood-colored sword aura. I saw Jiang Chen's 7-color sword light that had always been invincible, and he was strangled and shattered by that censored sword aura just when he touched that censored sword aura. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, and he hurriedly swung the Hunyuan Jiyu sword and swung 2 swords in a row. 2 different sword auras collided one after another in the void, and the terrifying aftermath of the sword aura cut into countless spatial cracks in the space of thousands of square meters. And under the resistance of Jiang Chen's 3 consecutive sword lights, the censored sword energy finally slowly dissipated in the void. Is this the power of the Heavenly God Realm? It is really strong. Jiang Chen stared at Kiwei ancestor who was 1,000 meters away, and he took a breath in his heart. The censored sword aura just now was just a sword that Kiwei ancestor wielded casually. However, when he condensed the primordial ancient sword, he swung 3 swords in a row before barely resisting it. The cultivation level of the lower true gods has comprehended the 6 triple martial arts laws. Such a talent is rare in the world. Seeing that Jiang Chen was able to block his own sword, Kiwei ancestor's censored eyes also couldn't help showing a look of wonder. He looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, and said lightly, "Looking at your good talent, give you a chance to survive. As long as you are willing to surrender to me, I can spare you not to die." Jiang Chen dismissed a smile. It's just a heavenly, censored realm that used external force to break through. You want me to surrender, and you deserve it. What a pity such a genius. Seeing that Jiang Chen rejected him, Qiju ancestor shook his head, flipped his hand and slapped Jiang Chen mercilessly. Countless powers of heaven and earth condensed in the void and turned into an invisible giant palm that opened the sky and suppressed Jiang Chen. The giant palm has not yet arrived. The void with a radius of 1,000 meters was sunken out of thin air, printing a pitch-black palm print formed by a space crack. Jiang Chen was furious, and various powers such as the Divine Body Vision Golden Sword Phantom, the Exercise Vision Qinlongzhen Tiantu, the colorful Real, Censored, Small World, etc. were all unfolded. Even if Jiang Chen tried his best, he collapsed like a piece of paper in front of the power of the Kiwei ancestor Heaven God Realm. And Jiang Chen's whole person was shot and flew thousands of meters away by the palm of Kiwei ancestor. Blood spurted out of Jiang Chen's mouth, his whole body was scarred, and his whole body seemed to fall apart, shaking in midair. Heavenly God Realm, it really is not something I can handle now. Jiang Chen suppressed the chaotic aura in his body with a bitter smile in his heart. After all, he underestimated the Heavenly God Realm. Even if the Kiwei ancestor was not the Heavenly God Realm that broke through normally, it was completely above the true God Realm. Boy, you can be proud of being able to block me with the cultivation base of the next true God. Kiwei ancestor stood with his hand in his hand, looking down on Jiang Chen like a censored or devil, but this battle should end here. The cold voice fell, the ancestor Kiwei just stepped out, the power of the world, concentrated at his feet, once again suppressed Jiang Chen. Ancestor Kiwei, you are right, this battle really should be over. Facing the foot of Kiwei ancestor that stepped on the world, Jiang Chen slowly took a deep breath. He suddenly reached out and pulled out a piece of dark hair from the top of his head. Space is turbulent, time flows. Under the urging of Jiang Chen, the black hair instantly turned into a transparent long sword as thin as autumn water. At the moment when the transparent long sword condenses, the entire Bili void was frozen in an instant, and even the figure of the Kiwei ancestor was fixed in the air, as if even time had stopped at this moment. Kiwei ancestor, what if you break through the realm of the gods? I have a sword, even if it is the current censored of heaven, I can cut it with one sword. Jiang Chen's hair was flying, and his proud laugh resounded through the world. He urged the transparent long sword and cut it out at the light and fluttering sword of the Kiwei ancestor. There is no trace of the long sword, no trace of time. The transparent long sword, as thin as autumn water, penetrated the solidified space and time, and passed through the body of the Kiwei ancestor, as if it did not cause any injuries to the Kiwei ancestor. But on the old face of Kiwei ancestor, there was an unprecedented panic. The ancestor Kiwei let out a stern roar, and the blood and light all over his body skyrocketed, and the world power of the heavenly god realm also surged crazily. It's just that no matter how Kiwei ancestor struggled, it was impossible to resist the power of Jiang Chen's sword. The time around him seemed to accelerate hundreds of times and thousands of times in an instant. His face, which was already slightly old, was quickly filled with wrinkles, and his hair began to turn white at a speed visible to the naked eye. I saw the entire body of the Kiwei ancestor, slowly decayed directly in the void, turning into a pile of smoke and dust, dissipating in the world, no trace. Between heaven and earth, they fell into a dead silence for an instant. All the members of the Xuanyu Sect, including Yu Qingpeng, turned pale in an instant. Their eyes were dull, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. Kiwei ancestor was defeated by Jiang Chen like this. Destroy the powerhouse of the gods with one sword. Okay. A terrifying sword. Seeing the sword he sacrificed, he killed a strong man in the heavenly realm in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe in secretly. The power carried by a single hair can easily kill the strong in the heavens. Such a shocking method, I am afraid that only the realm god realm can do it. Could it be that the realm censored of the ancient dragon tribe who gave him this sword failed? It's over. Xuanyu Sect is completely over. Everyone, run away. Many Xuanyu Sect disciples looked desperate and horrified. Even Yu Qingpeng, the elder of the Xuanyu Sect, didn't dare to stay in the slightest, and fled in panic like a bereaved dog. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Yu Qingpeng's existence in collusion with the Blood Moon realm would only be a disaster in this world, and Jiang Chen naturally didn't want Yu Qingpeng to leave alive. Just when he was about to make a move to leave Yu Qingpeng, in the depths of Zan Yuzong, an aura that made Jiang Chen very familiar, also instantly turned into a censored glow, fleeing in another direction. This censored shadow that flees in panic is the Hanju who was hit hard by Jiang Chen not long ago. No matter, with my current state, it's not easy to kill Yu Qingpeng. I'll talk about taking down Hanju. Jiang Chen shook his head and ignored Yu Qingpeng and others, then his figure flashed, and he quickly chased towards the censored light. Chapter 1572. The third true dragon Tianzhao, Longji. Tens of miles away from Zan Yuzong, Hanju tried his best to flee in the void. Damn it, I didn't expect that kid had a trump card left by the great power of the ancient dragon world, but he could kill the gods with a single sword. Hanju was terrified in his heart. In the Black Dragon Empire that day, he fought Jiang Chen. Although he escaped by chance, he suffered severe injuries and died almost frequently. He notified Zan Yuzong to come to rescue him, and arrived at Zan Yuzong smoothly. Originally Han absolutely thought, Xuanyu Sect is a top power with a radius of 1 million li, and now there are Kiwei ancestors who have broken through the heavenly realm. He should be safe to stay in Xuanyu Sect temporarily. Jiang Chen would actually kill the Xuanyu Sect by himself, and with his own power, he would suppress the Xuanyu Sect. Even the Kiwei ancestor who broke through the heavenly god realm was killed by a single sword. Hanju, I said long ago, you can't escape if you want to take your head back to Sky Dragon City. Just as Hanju was panicking in his heart, a faint voice came from behind him in vain. Hanju's face changed drastically. He suddenly looked back and saw that Jiang Chen had appeared less than 10 miles away from him. Hanju cursed secretly in his heart, gritted his teeth, and was about to use his escape technique to escape again. Want to repeat the old trick? Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. Jiang Chen smiled coldly and stretched out his hand to grasp the void. The threefold space law and the threefold time law directly solidified the space around Hanju. Hanju looked desperate and horrified, struggling frantically. It was just that he was only half-life left by Jiang Chen's sword not long ago, and finally he used escape technique to escape. Now that the internal injury is less than 1/10, how can he break through the constraints of Jiang Chen's law of space and time? Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he shook his palm abruptly. Hanju's body space was distorted for a while, and his body was also bursting apart in that distorted space. An illusory figure also flew out of Hanju's bursting body in a panic. The soles of Jiang Chen's feet were a little bit in the void, and he appeared on the head of the illusory figure in the blink of an eye, and stretched out his hand to imprison him in his hand. The mission is complete, it's time to go back and return to life. Jiang Chen looked at Hanju's desperate soul, couldn't help but smile, and his figure disappeared into the sky. The Black Dragon Empire, the palace. Long Xing looked anxious, pacing back and forth in a magnificent hall. Xinger, you are now the new Black Dragon Emperor designated by Mr. Jiang Chen. You must remain calm and don't be impatient when things happen. At this moment, Long Yuan, who was standing aside, suddenly said. Long Xing paused, with a worried expression on his face. Father, Lord Jiang Chen went to Taixu Sect alone. I am a little worried. Master Jiang Chen is the true dragon arrogant of the ancient dragon clan. Since he dared to go to Taixu Sect alone, he has his own plan. You can't interfere with these things. Long Yuan shook his head and said, now that the Black Dragon Empire is a waste of time, you should take care of the Black Dragon Empire. Long Xing took a deep breath, and had to stop thinking about Jiang Chen for the time being. But at this moment, a golden armored guard hurried in from outside the main hall and said to Long Xinggong, Your Majesty, there is news from the Supreme Envoy. Long Xing's eyes lit up. Say, according to the news from the spies, the Lord Admiral suppressed Taixu Sect with his own power. It is said that even the Kiwei ancestor who broke through the Heavenly Realm of Zan Yuzong appeared, and was eventually killed by the Lord Admiral with a sword. The Golden Armor Guard spoke surprisingly authentic. Hearing the Golden Armor Guard, both Long Xing were dumbfounded, and couldn't help taking a breath. Although they also knew that Jiang Chen was very powerful, they did not expect that Jiang Chen could be so strong. Suppress the top true, censored, power Taixu Sect with one's own power, and even the strong of the Heavenly Realm can kill with one sword. This Nima shouldn't be so exaggerated. Long Xing was shocked, but he couldn't help showing a look of ecstasy. Taixu Sect is adjacent to the Black Dragon Empire, and the strength of the Black Dragon Empire is now severely damaged, and it cannot compete with Taixu Sect. Jiang Chen suppressed Zan Yuzong, which is also considered a big worry for the Black Dragon Empire. Master Jiang Chen, your great favor, Long Xing is unforgettable. Don't worry, when you come to the Black Dragon Empire next time, I will show you a different Black Dragon Empire. Long Xing looked up at the western sky with a firm look in his eyes. Sky Dragon City, the lobby of the Foreign Affairs Hall. More than a dozen Tianlongcheng disciples are taking over tasks in an orderly manner. A ruthless man in a black armor, with an overbearing aura of destruction, slowly walked in from the outside. With the appearance of this cold man, all the Tianlongcheng disciples waiting in line in the hall suddenly changed their faces. They all stepped aside in a tacit understanding, and made way for the cold man. The ruthless man was not polite, and walked straight toward the center of the hall. In the middle of the hall, a black-clothed deacon looked at the cold man and couldn't help but said politely, Long Ji, you also want to take the task. This cold man is the third Dragon Ji who is ranked third among the top 10 true dragons in Tianlong City. Long Ji is an infinite genius with the blood of the ancient dragon clan. It is said that his character is cold and domineering, and very cruel. He must be reported. If anyone dares to say that he is not, it is a big grudge. There was once a superior genius who was targeted by Long Ji for decades because he said something bad about Long Ji, and finally left Tianlong City sadly. Most of the disciples in Tianlong City, when they encounter Long Ji, they are like a ghost, avoiding it, and are afraid that they will provoke this evil star. Another 10 years have passed, and I am here to complete a trial task. Long Ji said indifferently, and immediately picked up the task manual in front of the black deacon and began to read it. Long Ji's gaze was directly fixed on a piece of mission information, and he said indifferently, That's it. The black deacon glanced at the task Long Ji had chosen, his eyes condensed slightly. because the task Long Ji chose was the one taken by the 10th True Dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen a few days ago. The Black Deacon took a deep breath, and explained with a smile, "Your Excellency Long Ji, this mission has already been." "I saw." Before the Black Deacon could finish speaking, Long Ji interrupted him and said coldly, "Sky Dragon City seems to have no regulations. I can't accept tasks that others have accepted, right?" The Black Deacon was startled slightly. This. Long Ji's eyes were cold, and his expression was impatient. "Stop talking nonsense, record and register, I'm going to this task." Chapter 1573. You blocked my way. Hearing Long Ji's domineering words, the Black Deacon's expression could not help but change slightly. Although there is no clear stipulation that two Tianlongcheng disciples cannot accept the same task, this has become a default rule for everyone. Most of the disciples in Sky Dragon City will only complete a trial task that must be completed every 10 years. The trial task is still very important to the disciples of Sky Dragon City. Because he failed 3 consecutive trial missions, he might lose his qualifications to continue practicing in Sky Dragon City. When 2 people accept a task at the same time, it will greatly increase the chance of failure. Under normal circumstances, there will be no 2 disciples in Tianlong City to take the same task. But now, Long Ji has taken a fancy to this task that has already been accepted. The Black Deacon sighed helplessly in his heart, and had to bite the bullet and register for Long Ji's record. This evil star is definitely not something his little deacon can provoke. Just as the Black Deacon was about to register, he found a young man in black slowly walking in from outside the hall. Looking at the black-clothed youth who entered the hall, the black-clothed deacon's eyes suddenly couldn't help but a look of consternation appeared. The 10th True Dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen, how did he return to Tianlongcheng? Could it be that this one has already completed the task and failed? Jiang Chen walked into the hall, ignoring the unusual atmosphere in the hall, and strode towards the task transfer point. Looking at Jiang Chen who was coming straight, Long Ji's expression couldn't help but suddenly cold, only to listen to him coldly shout to Jiang Chen, "Get me a little farther, haven't you seen me still taking the task?" Jiang Chen, who was about to make friends with each other, was also taken aback by Long Ji's sudden sharp drink. "You said I gotta get out of here." Jiang Chen suddenly snorted with an unhappy expression, "This foreign affairs hall is not yours. Who has stipulated that I can't hand in tasks when you take them?" Following Jiang Chen's words, the more than a dozen Tianlongcheng disciples in the hall suddenly widened their eyes. "I'm afraid this guy is crazy, even the evil star Long Ji dared to provoke him." On the other side of Jiang Chen, Long Ji exuded a sharp chill. "What did you say? There is a kind of say it again." "Long Ji, this is the 10th True Dragon arrogant Jiang Chen, and he is also the one who takes this task one step ahead of you." At this moment, the Black Deacon smiled and said, "You might as well let Your Excellency Jiang Chen make the quest first. If Your Excellency Jiang Chen has already completed the quest, you will not need to accept this quest." It turns out that he is the newly promoted 10th True Dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen in Tianlong City. No wonder he dare not give Long Ji face so much. When everyone heard the words of the Black Deacon, they couldn't help showing a strange look. Tianlong City's 3rd True Dragon Tianzhao, against the 10th True Dragon Tianzhao, this time I am afraid there will be a good show to watch. Long Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. "The 10th True Dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen, it turns out it is you. The 3rd True Dragon Tianzhao Long Ji." Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Long Ji. Jiang Chen himself had heard of this great name. Jiang Chen just glanced at Long Ji, then ignored it. He directly took out a jade bottle and placed it in front of the Black Deacon, and said with a smile, "Deacon, I'm here to make a mission." The Black Deacon was taken aback for a moment. Under normal circumstances, when receiving this kind of kill mission, the corpse of the target will be brought back to Sky Dragon City as a voucher for the mission. But Jiang Chen gave him such a jade bottle. What is the situation? With some doubts, the Black Deacon picked up the jade bottle and felt a little. The Black Deacon had already noticed that the jade bottle was sealed with the soul of a superior true god. Moreover, the breath of this divine soul clearly exudes the unique breath of a Blood Moon Realm warrior. The Black Deacon was shocked. Jiang Chen really completed the task, and also captured the spirit of the true censored of the Blood Moon world alive. The goal of the first-class missions of Sky Dragon City is to at least reach the existence of the first-class true god. For the true dragon Tianzhao of the ancient dragon tribe, although it is not difficult to kill an ordinary and superior true god, it is not an easy task to capture the spirit of a superior true censored like Jiang Chen alive. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, congratulations on completing the task. This is a reward for the task. Please check. The Black Deacon took a deep breath, and immediately handed over 100,000 heavenly dragon points and a drop of ancient dragon essence to Jiang Chen. Thank you. As far as I know, this warrior of the Blood Moon world seems to be planning some conspiracy for the Blood Moon world. You can interrogate it carefully. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he ignored Long Ji, who was pale on the side, and walked away. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen paused, looked back at Long Ji, and asked faintly, "Are you calling me?" "Jiang Chen, I am very interested in this drop of ancient dragon essence blood. I wonder if I can exchange it for me." Although Long Ji was asking Jiang Chen, there was a trace of unquestionable aura in that faint voice. The reason why he saw this task just now was because of the drop of ancient dragon blood that the task rewarded. But he didn't expect that before he had time to take over the task, Jiang Chen would have taken the lead and completed the task. "Sorry, not interested." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he left without looking back. Seeing that Jiang Chen dared not give himself face like this, Long Ji's face suddenly sank. His figure flashed, and he stood directly in front of Jiang Chen, and a sharp cold light flashed through his eyes. "Jiang Chen, I will ask you one last time, do you want to exchange this ancient dragon essence and blood?" Jiang Chen expressionlessly. "A good dog doesn't stand in the way, you are blocking my way." Long Ji's complexion turned red, and a sudden killing intent burst out all over his body. As a genius of the ancient dragon tribe, he has been cultivating in Tianlong City for thousands of years. He has always been aloof and overlooked all beings. Now Jiang Chen compares him to a dog, how can Long Ji not be angry? Long Ji stared at Jiang Chen with awe-inspiring killing intent, and a fierce aura suddenly spread from his body, causing the surrounding air to be slightly distorted. A phantom of a dark mountain peak with a destructive atmosphere was faintly revealed behind Long Ji. More than a dozen Tianlongcheng disciples looked at this scene, and they all fled around in panic. Although Tianlong City prohibits private life and death fighting, the status of true dragon Tianzhao is equal to the elder. And in many cases it is already above the rules. The dispute between the two true dragons and Tianzhao is not something they can participate in. Once these two guys start their hands, I'm afraid the aftermath of their vigor will cause them to fall into a situation where they cannot be recovered. Chapter 1574. The magical effect of Gulong's blood. Seeing that Long Ji said that he would do it, Jiang Chen's expression was also suddenly cold. The golden light all over him skyrocketed, and a golden sword phantom also slowly condensed from behind. Just as the two men condensed their physical visions and the battle was about to start, a cold and watery voice shook in the hall in vain. In Tianlong City, it is forbidden to do it in private. If the two have any grievances, they can apply for a ring battle and go to the ring to solve it. The sudden voice suddenly changed Long Ji's expression. True Dragon Tianzhao, the status is almost equal to the elder. If it were an ordinary celestial god realm elder, Long Ji might not care much. But the person who spoke was Shui Linglong, the first elder of Tianlong City, who had a very high status in the entire ancient dragon clan. Even Long Ji, who has always been arrogant, did not dare to easily violate Shui Linglong's meaning. He directly dissipated the divine body vision and stared at Jiang Chen provocatively. "Jiang Chen, can you dare to fight with me in the ring?" After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he also instantly dissipated the golden sword phantom behind him, and strode out of the hall. "Jiang Chen, don't think that you shouldn't fight, I can't help you. When your 10-year protection period comes, I will let you know the cost of offending my Long Ji." Looking at Jiang Chen passing by, Long Ji's eyes couldn't help flashing a hideous cold light. "Really, I'm waiting." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately passed by Long Ji, and quickly disappeared into the hall. Jiang Chen went to the resource exchange office to redeem the cultivation resources of 200,000 or 300,000 Tianlong points, and then returned to the 10th hanging peak, ready to continue his closed-door practice. In the confrontation with Long Ji just now, Jiang Chen vaguely discovered that his strength was not invincible under the heavenly god realm. Although his combat power is not weak now, his cultivation level is still in the late stage of the lower true god, at most it is equal to the peak of the ordinary upper true god. If he meets some enchanting geniuses of the true gods, Jiang Chen may not be able to cope. For example, the third true dragon Tianzhao Longji was very powerful. With his current combat power, he really may not be sure to defeat him. This time in retreat, Jiang Chen intends to improve his cultivation with all his strength, striving to enter the realm of a medium true censored in one fell swoop. The 10th hanging peak, a lonely peak in the center. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on a boulder, then took out a red jade bottle the size of a thumb. In this jade bottle, what was in it was a drop of ancient dragon essence blood obtained by Jiang Chen mission. The essence of the ancient dragon is taken from the ancient dragon clan. According to legend, the ancient dragon clan is the true descendant of the dragon. Every ancient dragon clan that contains the blood of a dragon has at least the strength comparable to the superior true gods in adulthood, and most of them are even comparable to the gods and even the world gods. The ancient dragon tribe is called the ancient dragon tribe because the ancient dragon tribe was established in a place where the ancient dragon fell. The ancient dragon tribe has only some ancient dragon essence blood. It's just that Gulong's blood is extremely rare, and it is not easy to obtain it. It is also because the essence of the ancient dragon is extremely difficult to obtain. The third true dragon Tianzhao Longji is extremely greedy for the essence of the ancient dragon in his hand. I don't know the effect of swallowing this drop of ancient dragon essence blood. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately opened the jade bottle. A power of terrifying energy and blood containing endless dragon might quickly diffused into the void. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and swallowed the ancient dragon essence blood in the jade bottle. Ding! You swallow a drop of diluted ancient dragon essence blood and gain a lot of divine power. Ding! Your cultivation base breaks through the peak of the inferior true god. Ding! You swallow a drop of diluted ancient dragon essence blood, and the divine body vision is promoted to the Shaocheng realm. As Jiang Chen swallowed Gulong's essence and blood, several system prompts sounded directly in his mind. This drop of ancient dragon blood is still diluted. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of consternation appeared in his eyes. A drop of diluted ancient dragon blood has saved him at least 1 or 2 years of hard cultivation, directly breaking through the peak of the inferior true god, and the divine body vision also broke through the Shaocheng realm. If this is a drop of real ancient dragon blood, what kind of terrifying effect will it achieve? If you have a chance, you must get a drop of real ancient dragon blood to try. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. His eyes also showed an extremely hot expression. This ancient dragon essence blood can not only greatly improve the cultivation level, but also promote the divine body vision, which can be described as infinite. Since breaking through the true gods, Jiang Chen felt vaguely that his divine body vision did not seem to be the final form, but Jiang Chen never knew how to promote the divine body vision. Now this ancient dragon essence and blood finally opened a brand new door for Jiang Chen. Divine body vision, show. Jiang Chen's thoughts directly condensed the divine body vision. The golden sword phantom condensed behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen instantly felt that his divine body vision had not only doubled his size, but the original illusory golden sword had also become more and more solid. This divine body vision grows to the end, won't it really turn into an ancient divine sword, right? Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately dissipated the divine body vision and began to practice. Jiang Chen exchanged Tianlong points for cultivation resources, but he still exchanged a large number of censored crystals, but did not exchange for censored pill in heaven and earth spirit treasure. To redeem a most common true god pill, thousands of Tianlong points are required. However, thousands of Tianlong points can be exchanged for thousands of ordinary censored crystals. An ordinary true censored pill, although it can give Jiang Chen a lot of experience in an instant, it is completely incomparable with the experience provided by thousands of censored crystals. With the system in his body, Jiang Chen can absorb the crystals for cultivation much faster than ordinary people. It only took a few days to absorb the energy of thousands of censored crystals. For Jiang Chen, it is obviously more cost-effective to absorb Shenjing to practice than to swallow a pill. Jiang Chen frantically absorbed the divine crystals to improve his divine power cultivation. But the cultivation of true God realm is like a bottomless pit that is completely dissatisfied. For several months, Jiang Chen consumed the tens of thousands of crystals he had exchanged, and his cultivation still did not reach the limit of the inferior true, censored peak. True divine realm cultivation is too expensive. Jiang Chen felt a little helpless. Originally, he planned to break through the middle true, censored, in one fell swoop. But if he didn't earn Tianlong points to exchange for the censored crystals, even if he practiced for another year, he might not be able to break through. Chapter 1575. Ancient Sacred Dragon Ruins, the next 2 months. Jiang Chen started a crazy mission mode. After completing 7 high-level missions in a row and earning a full 500,000 Tianlong points, Jiang Chen stopped. Jiang Chen exchanged all the heavenly dragon points earned from the mission into divine crystals and returned to the 10th suspended peak to continue his cultivation. Jiang Chen's strange behavior naturally attracted the attention of many people. Central Sky Dragon City. The first elder Shui Linglong sat cross-legged in a large hall, his whole body shone, and the entire hall seemed to have turned into a vast ocean. Jiang Chen, what exactly is going to do? Shui Linglong's eyes pierced through all obstacles, looking at Jiang Chen who had exchanged a large number of crystals back to the 10th hanging peak, she couldn't help being speechless. Shui Linglong also paid special attention to the 10th true dragon Tianzhao, who has received the attention of Venerable Jiang Chen. Shui Linglong naturally saw Jiang Chen's crazy completion of 7 high-level tasks. If Jiang Chen completed the task in order to earn Tianlong points, it would be nothing more than to exchange for the censored pill and magic medicine. But this guy exchanged all the Tianlong points he earned into God crystals. Even if it absorbs the energy of the censored crystal, it can also speed up cultivation. But an inferior true censored who can absorb the energy of 1,000 crystals in 1 month is already very good. Jiang Chen had already exchanged no less than 100,000 crystals, and he could cultivate for 10 or 8 years. Fine. This guy's cultivation level seems to have improved very quickly, he is not far from the middle true god, let him go. Shui Linglong shook his head, closed his eyes, and continued to practice. Shenlong City, in a courtyard. Wow, the 2 red liquids turned into a rising fluid, rising from the teapot below, and poured into 2 square teacups. Long Jiangxin picked up the teacup and took a sip, a silent expression appeared between his brows. Old Pang, the little guy you brought back really doesn't stop at all. The first time I went out for a mission, I met a strong man in the heavenly god realm and used up the sword energy I gave him. In the past 2 months, he has completed a lot of tasks and exchanged all the Tianlong points he earned into Shenjing. Why do you say he exchanged so many broken stones? Pang Qingyuan smiled faintly. Many geniuses in this world can't be described by common sense. The speed of his cultivation is already very fast. Long Jiangxin nodded. Jiang Chen entered Sky Dragon City, and it took only 3 years to make a full budget. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Chen has cultivated from the early stage of the inferior true censored to the peak of the inferior true god, only 1 step away from the middle true god. The general genius of Sky Dragon City may not be able to break through even a small realm in 3 years. Jiang Chen's cultivation speed is already enough to describe the word horror. In this world, there are always people whose physiques are different from those of ordinary people, which is incomprehensible. Pang Qingyuan's eyes flickered slightly. For example, the legendary non-leakage censored body, eat the crystal and stone as beans, and you can improve your cultivation. What do you mean? Is it possible that Jiang Chen is a body without leakage? Long Jiangxin was taken aback. It's a bit similar, I'm not sure if it is. Pang Qingyuan shook his head, and immediately looked at Long Jiangxin and said, leave aside that little guy, what has happened recently? How could there be strange fluctuations in the ancient sacred dragon ruins? According to the law of the past, the ancient sacred dragon relic will only be opened once in 1,000 years, and there will be at least 100 years before the next opening. No one thought that this time there was an early change. Long Jiangxin shook his head and smiled bitterly. According to my estimate, within 3 years, the ancient sacred dragon relic will be opened in advance. 3 years. It's really not as good as heaven. Pang Qingyuan sighed softly, and immediately flashed in his old eyes, no matter what, give Jiang Chen a place. Do you want Jiang Chen to enter it? Long Jiangxin frowned slightly and said, there are 10 places in the ancient sacred dragon relics, and Tianlong City can only have 3 at most. Even if I force him one, he may not be able to keep it. I missed this opportunity, and the next time it will be the true god realm to enter it. 3,000 years later, I have no time to wait. In 3 years, with Jiang Chen's cultivation speed, it may not be impossible to lose to others at that time. You give him the quota. As for the result, it depends on God's will. Pang Qingyuan gave a wry smile. Originally calculated according to the normal time, the ancient sacred dragon relic did not open until 100 years later. With Jiang Chen's talent, he might be able to become a superior true censored in 100 years, and he would be invincible in the same realm. But now that the ancient sacred dragon relic has changed in advance, it completely disrupted his plan. Okay, I'll give him the quota for you. As for how far that kid can get, everything is up to him. Long Jiangchen nodded, but Jiang Chen was not optimistic in his heart. Although Jiang Chen's talent was the best in the past and present, the time of cultivation was too short. The other 9 true dragon celestial arrogances in Tianlong City have all cultivated in Tianlong City for at least 1,000 years, and their cultivation bases have all reached the top true gods. Especially the 3 strongest, are all the cultivation bases of the top true gods, and they have comprehended more than one martial arts evildoer. If Jiang Chen was given 100 years, there might still be a chance. But Jiang Chen wants to compete with the 3 strongest true dragons in Tianlong City in the next 3 years. It is really difficult for him. Jiang Chen naturally didn't know anything about Dragon Jiangxin's conversation. After he returned to the Xuanfang, he started the crazy mode of absorbing censored crystals. Ding! You have been promoted to a medium true god. For half a year, when Jiang Chen consumed the 500,000 heavenly dragon points for the divine crystals, he finally broke the limit of the inferior true gods and successfully promoted to the middle true gods. Finally, he has become an intermediate true god. Jiang Chen opened his eyes abruptly, and the tyrannical aura of a medium true censored also instantly filled his body. Promoted to a middle-level true god, Jiang Chen's divine power is more than 10 times stronger, and his combat power has undoubtedly reached a new level. If he faces a superior true censored, like Han Ju again, Jiang Chen now has absolute confidence and will suppress him with one move. Just when Jiang Chen felt the power of the middle true god, a faint chuckle came from the void in vain. Yes, little guy, the speed of your cultivation is much faster than I expected. It seems that if you are given 2 more years, it is not without hope. Chapter 1576, Venerable Jiangxin Dragon Jiangxin. Who is talking? The sudden sound also surprised Jiang Chen. True Dragon Tianzhao lives on the Xuanfang, which is a gift from the realm censored of the ancient dragon tribe, and it is impossible for ordinary people to appear on the Xuanfang. Little guy, goodbye to the magic dragon palace, don't you remember me so soon? In the void, a faint blue sword light descended, and finally turned into a middle-aged Qingyi with a sword eyebrow star in front of Jiang Chen. Senior, is it you? Looking at the middle-aged Qingyi in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of consternation appeared in his eyes. This middle-aged man in Xingyi is indeed the senior he met in the Hall of Fantasy Dragon. Jiang Chen even vaguely felt that the aura exuding from the middle-aged Xingyi was very similar to the aura of the sword he killed the Kiwei ancestor not long ago. The big man who bestowed the sword on him should also be the middle-aged man in front of him. Jiang Chen, I am Dragon Jiangxin, Venerable Jiangxin. I came to Tianlongcheng to see you today. I want to inform you of important things. Long Jiangxin said, and with a wave of his palm, a mysterious jade medal floated directly in front of Jiang Chen. This jade plaque is about the size of a palm, with a dragon-shaped totem carved on it. The jade brand is crystal clear and exudes a sacred and white brilliance, which is nothing ordinary at first glance. Jiang Chen looked at the mysterious jade medal in front of him. He couldn't help but was taken aback. Senior, this is the sacred dragon jade card, a token of entry into the ancient sacred dragon remains. The ancient sacred dragon ruins opened by the ancient dragon tribe once every 1,000 years will be opened in 2 or 3 years. There are only 3 places in Sky Dragon City. The deity has withstood a lot of pressure and gave you one of them. Long Jiangxin explained lightly. When Jiang Chen heard Long Jiangxin's words, he couldn't help being slightly surprised. Senior, what is the situation with this ancient sacred dragon relic? Although Jiang Chen had never heard of the ancient sacred dragon remains. But just from the fact that Sky Dragon City has only 3 places, it can already be seen that this ancient sacred dragon remains is absolutely extraordinary. In this jade slip, there is detailed information about the ancient sacred dragon relics, please understand it yourself. Long Jiangxin waved his palm, then threw a jade slip to Jiang Chen again, with a solemn expression on his face. Jiang Chen, Pang Lao has great expectations for you, and I hope you won't let him down. Pang Lao, is he okay now? Jiang Chen naturally knew that the old Pang in Long Jian's heart should refer to Pang Qingyuan. Since entering Earth Dragon City, Jiang Chen had never seen Pang Qingyuan again, and now he finally heard Pang Qingyuan's news from Long Jiangxin's mouth. Even the Jiangxin Venerable from Shenlong City in front of him called Pang Qingyuan the old Pang, which also indicates that Peng Qingyuan's position in the ancient dragon clan is absolutely extraordinary. When Peng Qingyuan brought him to God's domain, he vaguely had a certain purpose. Does Peng Qingyuan's purpose have something to do with the ancient sacred dragon relic that is about to open? Peng Lao used to be a quasi-world, censored powerhouse of my ancient dragon tribe, and the first person under the world god, and was revered as the venerable Kingming. 5,000 years ago, Peng Lao entered the ancient sacred dragon relics, seeking an opportunity to break through the world gods, and eventually suffered heavy losses, and even the world's origin was damaged. He is hiding in the trial ground of the lower realm, in order to find someone who can help him return to the top. At this moment, Long Jiangxin seemed to see through Jiang Chen's thoughts and couldn't help but said lightly. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. So, can I be someone who can help Peng Lao return to the top? It can only be said that it is possible. The fate is unpredictable. Who can guarantee that it must be you? Long Jiangxin shook his head, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, the ancient sacred dragon relics, which have the essence of restoring the world, are not available to ordinary people. In these thousands of years, even the world gods of my ancient dragons have personally made them, and finally came home. Jiang Chen said with a look of astonishment, is there no restrictions on this ancient sacred dragon relic, can everyone enter? Listening to the tone of Dragon Jiangxin, this ancient sacred dragon relic can be entered into both the celestial god realm and the realm god realm. Then what can he do if he enters it with a small middle-level true god? Long Jiangxin smiled and said, when you understand the information of the ancient sacred dragon relics, everything will be understood. Jiang Chen nodded, then took a deep breath and said, Senior, please tell Peng Lao, Jiang Chen will do his best. There are only 3 places in the ancient sacred dragon ruins. I will give you one of them. I am afraid that the remaining 7 of the top 10 true dragons will be dissatisfied with you. Long Jiangxin reminded, the first thing you need to do now is to keep the sacred dragon jade card so that you can enter the ancient sacred dragon ruins smoothly. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and then he smiled confidently. Senior, don't worry, my Jiang Chen's things can't be robbed by anyone who wants to. The ancient sacred dragon remains are not only important to Peng Lao, but also extremely important to you. The fragments of the Taixu sacred dragon picture you cultivated were brought out by Peng Lao from the ancient sacred dragon ruins. Only when you enter the ancient sacred dragon ruins, you will have a chance to get a complete picture of the Taixu sacred dragon. This is the 1 million crystals prepared for you by the deity in Peng Lao. It saves you from running out to do the task and work hard. Long Jiangxin's voice fell, and a small hill made of censored crystals fell directly in front of Jiang Chen. And his figure was transformed into a ray of sword light and disappeared out of thin air. Remains of the ancient sacred dragon, I'm going to decide it, Jiang Chen. Looking at the place where Long Jiangxin disappeared, a sharp light flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. Since the quota of the ancient sacred dragon remains in his hands, it is none other than him. If anyone dares to get involved, kill without mercy. It seems that Venerable Jiangxin and Elder Pang have been paying attention to me, and they have given me such a large amount of crystals. Jiang Chen looked at the hill in front of him that was piled up by Shen Jing, and felt helpless in his heart. The reason why he has been using Shen Jing to cultivate is because he has relatively tight hands and it is much more cost-effective to cultivate with Shen Jing. Now he hoped that Long Jiangxin could replace these million censored crystals with censored pills and medicines, so that his cultivation could rise to another level in a very short time. Although Jiang Chen had a hint of complaint on the surface, he was very grateful to Long Jiangxin and Peng Qingyuan in his heart. According to Long Jiangxin, the ancient sacred dragon remains at least 2 years away. With these million censored crystals, his cultivation base should at least be able to improve a small realm. Let's learn about the ancient sacred dragon ruins first, and then continue to practice. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, and immediately began to explore the contents of the jade slip in his hand. Chapter 1577, Dragon Silence, the remains of the ancient sacred dragon. A ruin that has existed since the ancient dragon clan was established and became the world god level power dominating the ancient dragon world. There are countless opportunities for the ancient sacred dragon relics, not only with many rare ancient magical medicines and artifacts from the outside world, but also with some peerless heritage left by the ancient power. The ancient dragon clan was built on the relics of ancient sacred dragons. The ancient sacred dragon ruins are opened once every 1,000 years, but every time they are opened, the entry conditions will change, such as If the first millennium was opened for the true censored realm, the second millennium would only be opened for the sky censored realm. In the third millennium, only those with the realm of gods can enter it. This cycle continues, a cycle of 3,000 years. In this millennium is a millennium opened for the true gods. When the conditions for entering the ancient sacred dragon ruins are true gods, the ancient dragons can only send 10 people into it to the maximum. Of these 10 places, Shenlong City will occupy 7. The entire Sky Dragon City has only 3 places. These 3 places were basically born among the 10 true dragons of Tianlong City. 10 true dragon talents competed for the only 3 places. This competition is not unrelenting. The top 10 true dragons, if the 3 places are allocated according to the ranking, this place in my hand is very likely to be snatched from the third true dragon, Tianzhao Longji. It seems that he and the third true dragon Tianzhao Longji are really on a narrow road. After consulting the information of the ancient sacred dragon relics, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and prepared to continue his cultivation. Although there are countless opportunities for the ancient sacred dragon relics, they are also crises. The ancient sacred dragon remains, not only a realm of the ancient dragon world can be opened, it is said that some top geniuses from other realms have entered it. Once you enter the ancient sacred dragon relics, it means that you will have to compete with top geniuses in other realms. Not to mention the geniuses of other realms, it is not simple at all for the 10 ancient dragons to enter the ancient sacred dragon ruins. 10 places, Tianlong only occupy 3. Jiang Chen has no doubt that the remaining 7 people will be even more terrifying than the top 3 true dragon Tianzhao in Sky Dragon City. Although Jiang Chen's combat power is not weak now, his training time is too short. Compared with those geniuses who have been practicing in God's domain for thousands of years, Jiang Chen's background is undoubtedly too far behind. The only thing he can do now is to seize the time to practice, and strive to raise his cultivation to a higher level as much as possible before the ancient sacred dragon remains open. Jiang Chen didn't waste time anymore, and started to continue to frantically absorb the censored crystals in front of him, and try his best to improve his cultivation. And while Jiang Chen started the crazy training mode, the third hanging peak of Tianlong City, a black-clothed old man dressed as a housekeeper hurriedly came outside a peak in the center of the Xuanfang. He dared not step into this mountain, just because there are countless terrifying laws of destruction on this mountain. Even if he was already a superior true god, he didn't dare Xing Yi to step into it. He had to stand outside the mountain and said respectfully, "Master Longji, if the old slave reports a report, please show up to see him." "What's the matter?" An overlapping voice came from inside the mountain. "I saw the law of destruction on the mountain surging, and a cold man in black armor also stepped out of the endless law of destruction." The black-clothed old man hurriedly reported, "Master Longji, news has just spread in Tianlong City. The ancient sacred dragon relics opened once in 1,000 years seem to be opened in advance." "Oh, the ancient sacred dragon remains to be opened in advance." Longji's eyes burst into a fiery light instantly. "If I remember correctly, this time it's the turn of the true god realm to enter it, right?" "Yes, it is said that Venerable Jiang from Shenlong City has already arrived in Tianlong City and has confirmed the quota for the ancient sacred dragon relics." The black butler lowered his head and reported the situation. Longji was stunned, and immediately stared at the butler in black, with a vaguely flickering light of destruction in his eyes. "Are you sure your news is not wrong?" According to his knowledge of the ancient sacred dragon remains, when the ancient sacred dragon relics were opened for the true gods, the ancient dragons had 10 places. Among them, there are 7 in Shenlong City and 3 in Tianlong City. And as the third-ranked true dragon Tianzhao in the Sky Dragon City, he deserves a spot. Why didn't Venerable Jiang come to the third hanging peak? Longji, this matter has spread in Sky Dragon City. Feeling the violent mood swings of Longji, the butler in black felt frustrated, but he could only bite the bullet and said, "It is said that after Venerable Jiang came to Sky Dragon City, he went to the 1st, 2nd and 10th hanging peak. How could it be possible for the 10th true dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen?" Longji roared in disbelief, his whole body possessed the law of destruction, so that the vast emptiness was bursting open. Master Longji." The black-clothed butler's complexion turned pale in an instant, and he quickly squatted under Longji's feet. Longji gritted his teeth and roared, and there was a burst of monstrous anger from all over his body. He is the third true dragon Tianzhao in Sky Dragon City, and Jiang Chen is just the 10th ranked new true dragon Tianzhao. Why should he steal his place? Long Ji's eyes were as cold as a knife, and immediately appeared hundreds of feet away in a flash. 3,000 years ago, Long Ji had already witnessed the opening of the ancient sacred dragon relics to the real gods. Long Ji had only entered Sky Dragon City not long ago, and it was impossible to compete with the top genius of Sky Dragon City. Now that 3,000 years have passed, he has become the third true dragon arrogant of the Sky Dragon City all the way, and finally waited for the ancient sacred dragon relic to open again, but the 3 places in Sky Dragon City still did not have him. This time the ancient sacred dragon relics are opened, and perhaps it will be an opportunity for him to break through the heavenly god realm. How could Long Ji easily miss it? He will definitely take this place back from Jiang Chen himself. Long Ji rushed out of the 3rd suspended peak, directly carrying a powerful and domineering aura of destruction, and rushed towards Jiang Chen's 10th suspended peak. This is the breath of the 3rd true dragon Tianzhao Long Ji, who on earth angered this evil star. Anyway, it must be directed at the 10th true dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen. It is said that the ancient sacred dragon relic is about to open. There are 3 places in Tianlong City, and one of them is given to the 10th true dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen. How can this evil star give up? Tisk tusk. The ancient sacred dragon remains open, and the true dragon Tianzhao battle that hasn't appeared in Tianlong City for a long time will finally appear again. Many Tianlongcheng disciples felt the breath of Long Ji, and they couldn't help but talk about it. Chapter 1578. Before me, what a genius are you! Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in front of the hill where the crystals were piled up, absorbing the energy of the crystals in an orderly manner. Pieces of divine crystals rapidly diminished in Jiang Chen's palm, and then completely dissipated, and Jiang Chen's cultivation base also kept growing. And just as Jiang Chen was practicing with all his strength, the entire Xuanfeng trembled as if it had been hit hard. A series of angry voices also came in from outside the Xuanfeng through the endless void. Jiang Chen, get out of here! As the roar of anger fell, the entire hanging peak banged again and again. The 3rd true dragon, Tianzhao Longji, this guy came very quickly. From the moment Venerable Jiang Chen handed him the 3rd place for the ancient sacred dragon ruins, Jiang Chen knew that Long Ji would never give up. It's just that he didn't expect Long Ji to come so soon. Although true dragon Tianzhao lived in Xuanfeng, Long Ji couldn't break in at all. But if this guy is allowed to toss outside, how can he practice with peace of mind? In fact, Jiang Chen also wanted to find someone to practice his hands. Since Long Ji took the initiative to come to the door, he just happened to see what his current combat power could achieve. The light in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and his figure directly turned into a streamer and rushed out of the suspended peak, appearing in the air beyond the suspended peak. He stared at Long Ji above the Chenjiang void, and said coldly, Long Ji, what are you doing? Jiang Chen, you are still a man. Long Ji's eyes flickered with destruction, and he sneered, I thought you were going to be a tortoise with a shrunken head, but I didn't expect you to have the guts to come out. Long Ji, my 10th hanging peak is not a place where you can go wild. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. Give you 10 breaths, and immediately disappear from me, otherwise don't blame me for being polite. I want to see, how can you be kind to me? Jiang Chen, stop talking nonsense. Today I am only here for the place of the ancient sacred dragon relics. If you are more acquainted, you will obediently hand over the sacred dragon jade medal. Long Ji laughed wildly with disdain, and an aura of destruction in the trembling void also instantly spread from his body. Jiang Chen said calmly, Holy Dragon Jade Plate was given to me by Venerable Jiang Chen. Why should I give it to you? Because I am the 3rd true dragon genius of Sky Dragon City, the supreme genius of Sky Dragon City. Long Ji proudly said, this Holy Dragon Jade card should belong to me. Only I am qualified to get it. A censored who has been cultivating in Heavenly Dragon City for 3,000 years, but has not yet broken through the realm of Heavenly God, is embarrassed to call himself an infinite genius. I, Jiang Chen, have since embarked on the path of cultivation. In front of me, what kind of genius are you? Jiang Chen sneered contemptuously. You wanna die? Long Ji burst into anger and shouted in anger, and the light of destruction condensed by the triple destruction rule directly penetrated the Chenjiang space and rushed towards Jiang Chen. With a wave of Jiang Chen's palm, the 3-layered swordsmanship law instantly turned into a sword light that opened the sky, slashing away at the light of destruction. 2 different laws of the triple sky collided in midair, and there was a sudden explosion. The terrifying air wave swept away, turning a radius into nothingness. Jiang Chen stepped on the ground and stepped back in the void. He raised his head and looked at Long Ji, who had stabilized his figure after only a half step back, and his eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. In front of him, the third true dragon of Heavenly Dragon City is really strong. Jiang Chen, you, a newly promoted true dragon Tianzhao who has only been in the Sky Dragon City for a few years, why do you censored my holy dragon jade metal? Today I will let you know how big the gap is between you and me. Destroyed brilliance flickered in Long Ji's eyes, and a burst of energy that ruined the sky and the earth rushed out directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, the Taixu sacred dragon picture urged to the extreme, and he fought with Long Ji. At the moment when Jiang Chen and Long Ji fought against each other, many disciples looked at the terrifying air waves that erupted outside the 10th Xuanfeng, and they also showed expressions of astonishment. Tisk tusk. Is there a fight? Who do you think these two guys will win? Does this need to be said? It must be Long Ji. Jiang Chen is just a newly promoted true dragon Tianzhao, how can he compare with the third true dragon Tianzhao Long Ji? That's not necessarily true. What kind of character is Venerable Jiang Chen? Since he chose to hand over the sacred dragon jade card to Jiang Chen, it is enough to prove that Jiang Chen is extraordinary. Jiang Chen may not lose in this battle. While everyone was talking about it, they all unfolded their bodies in unison, rushing to the 10th hanging peak, wanting to see this battle of true dragon Tianzhao that hasn't appeared in Tianlong City for a long time. As soon as Long Jiangxin returned to Pang Qingyuan's courtyard, he sensed the situation in Heavenly Dragon City and couldn't help but feel a headache. Pang Lao, that kid really doesn't make people worry. Pang Qingyuan smiled faintly. Why, what amazing move did he make? Under Long Ji's provocation, he now walked out of the 10th hanging peak and directly fought Long Ji. Long Jiangxin frowned slightly. How about, I let Shui Linglong stop it? Although Jiang Chen has been promoted to a middle-level true god, both his understanding of martial arts laws and the vision of the divine body of martial arts are extraordinary, possessing a terrifying combat power far beyond the realm of cultivation. But Long Ji is not an ordinary person, but the third true dragon Tianzhao in Sky Dragon City. Will Jiang Chen really be Long Ji's opponent now? No, you handed the sacred dragon jade card directly to Jiang Chen, which has already made some people extremely dissatisfied. This time the ancient sacred dragon relics are opened, only for the true gods. The fight for the jade cards of the sacred dragons is not allowed to interfere without the true gods. Let's follow the rules. I said, you give him the sacred dragon jade plate, everything depends on God's will. Pang Qingyuan shook his head and said with a smile, what's more? From what I know about that kid, since he dares to fight, he must be sure of it. Oh, then I am a little expecting him to fight Long Ji. Long Jiangxin raised his sword eyebrows, his gaze penetrated the endless space, watching the battle situation in Tianlong City. The true dragon Tianzhao of Tianlongcheng is a superb genius with extraordinary combat power. It is almost impossible for the real dragon Tianzhao to cross the realm of each other and defeat the strong with the weak. Long Ji, as the third true dragon Tianzhao, has reached the late stage of the superior true god, and Jiang Chen has just broken through the middle true god. If Jiang Chen could beat Long Ji across such a large realm gap, it would be a bit against the sky. Chapter 1579, The Battle of the True Dragon Arrogance. Sky Dragon City, outside the 10th hanging peak. A black giant palm of destruction and a golden, censored, seal that opened the sky crashed into the air. A storm of energy that ruined the heavens and the earth swept across the four directions, and two figures burst out of the storm. This kid is so powerful. Long Ji stabilized his figure, and there was an unconcealable shock in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation was only in the middle of the true god's early stage, because the divine power in his body was very strong, it would not be inferior to some high-level true gods. Long Ji really couldn't understand how Jiang Chen could condense such a powerful divine power with the cultivation base of the middle true god's early stage. The technique he cultivated was the innate immortal technique of one of the three god-level techniques of the ancient dragon tribe. But even with this technique, it is simply impossible to condense such a powerful divine power in the middle stage of the true god. Jiang Chen not only practiced against the heavens, but also mastered very powerful martial arts. Just now he and Jiang Chen fought 3 strokes in a row. The 3 handprints Jiang Chen displayed, one handprint is more powerful than one. After 3 moves, he didn't even take advantage of Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen, your strength is somewhat beyond my expectations. But, no matter how you struggle, you will definitely lose today. Black Dragon Vision, come out. The cold light in Long Ji's eyes skyrocketed, and the monstrous black storm surged away all over his body, and finally a huge black dragon phantom condensed behind him. The black dragon phantom screamed up to the sky, directly carrying a terrifying aura that made the heaven and the earth extinguish, and called towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's golden light skyrocketed, and a 300 Jiang golden sword phantom was also condensed out of thin air behind him. Staring at the black dragon phantom that was slaughtered, Jiang Chen just gave a soft drink, and the golden sword phantom was like a god-opening axe that splits the world, dividing the void into two, facing the black dragon phantom, under. Both are divine body visions containing terrifying energy, crashing in the void like a meteorite landing. The shocking sound of energy collision resounded across the sky. The dazzling golden sword phantom and the black dragon phantom are tightly entangled, constantly eroding each other. In the place where the two intersect, even the empty space is annihilated into a huge black hole of space. This situation lasted for about 2 minutes. I saw Long Ji's black dragon phantom, finally under the sword glow of the golden sword phantom, it gradually became dim, and finally turned into a black mist and dissipated in midair. The black dragon phantom dissipated, and the golden sword phantom pierced through the void without hindrance, brought up a sky-wide sword shadow, and slashed straight down at Long Ji. Looking at the golden sword phantom falling down, Long Ji's expression changed. His hands snapped together, and the monstrous black divine power spread out from his body, turning into a black mask to envelop his body. Boom boom, the black mask has just taken shape, and the golden sword phantom is also expected. Thousands of golden sword lights burst open on the mask. Successive explosions of energy, like brilliant fireworks, sputtered out in midair. The black mask finally couldn't admit to the terrible explosive power, and it burst in a loud noise. The mask bursts. Long Ji's entire body was shocked by a huge impact, and he flew up to a distance of hundreds of feet. Damn it, how could this kid's divine body vision be so strong? Long Ji was frightened in his heart, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's cultivation technique completely crushed his realm god level cultivation technique, and with the cultivation base of an intermediate true god, it was comparable to him. Jiang Chen's divine body vision was also an existence that surpassed his king level divine body vision, and his divine body vision was instantly destroyed into scum. He is the third true dragon Tianzhao in Sky Dragon City. Nowadays, apart from the cultivation base being higher than Jiang Chen, all other aspects are actually suppressed by Jiang Chen, the newly promoted true dragon Tianzhao. Hi, Long Ji was suppressed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is too enchanting, just considering the condensed divine body vision, the two are not at the same level. Tisk tusk. No wonder Venerable Jiang Chen handed the sacred dragon jade medal to the 10th true dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen, this son is indeed qualified. The expressions of the many Tianlongcheng disciples who rushed to watch the 10th Xuanfeng onlookers were shocked at this moment. Even the other true dragon Tianzhao standing proudly around the void had a solemn expression in their eyes. Since the news that Jiang Chen got a sacred dragon jade card spread in Tianlong City, their true dragon celestial arrogances are all ready to take Jiang Chen's sacred dragon jade card. It's just that they just had this idea, Long Ji was the first to do it. Long Ji wanted to recapture the holy dragon jade from Jiang Chen, but it was a breeze. But the facts have surprised them. Not only did Jiang Chen not be quickly defeated by Long Ji, but he had the absolute upper hand in the battle of the divine body vision just now. They finally understood why Jiang Chen was favored by the swordsman. This son really is not an ordinary generation. Long Jiangxin's gaze penetrated the space, watching Jiang Chen's fight with Long Ji, a look of consternation appeared on his face. Pang Lao, this kid's combat power is really beyond imagination. I am a little convinced now that Jiang Chen might really have the ability to defeat Long Ji. Pang Qingyuan took a sip of tea and smiled and said, "Listen to you, is the battle still good for Jiang Chen? Now his strength has been greatly reduced, and there is no way to see the situation in Tianlong City, so he has to ask Long Jiangxin about the battle. The fragments of the Taixu sacred dragon picture you brought out from that place are probably much higher than you and I imagined." With the improvement of Jiang Chen's strength, the power of the technique has become more and more obvious. In the early days of the middle true gods, the strength of the divine power was only stronger than that of many superior true gods. There is also a divine body vision. This kid's divine body vision is not only extremely high grade, but also has signs of success, directly turning Long Ji's divine body vision into scum. When Long Jiangchen spoke, an unconcealed exclamation appeared on his face. Jiang Chen has made up the huge gap in cultivation base with Long Ji through powerful techniques and divine body vision. And Jiang Chen is even more blessed with the understanding of the martial arts laws, which is not comparable to Long Ji. In this battle, Long Ji is really going to fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Chapter 1580, Overpower the Third True Dragon Tianzhao. Over Sky Dragon City, the three celestial god realm elders headed by Shui Linglong were all hiding above the clouds, watching the battle below quietly. Elder Linglong, these two guys are so foolish that they openly fought in Sky Dragon City. Are you really planning to stop them? Jin Chuyang watched the battle below, and said with a slight frown. Although Jiang Chen relied on his powerful divine body vision to temporarily suppress Long Ji. But the difference in cultivation base between the two is really too big. Once Long Ji got serious, Jiang Chen might still be unable to compete with him. Jin Chuyang, you seem to have forgotten when it is. Yan Chong sneered coldly. This is the battle for the sacred dragon jade card of the true god realm. Anyone who is not in the true god realm should not interfere. Jin Chuyang snorted faintly. Even if it is the battle for the jade card of the holy dragon, they should be allowed to set a date to go to the ring to fight. Let them continue to fight, for fear that Tianlong City will be destroyed by them up. It's okay, let them go, but it's just a little effort. Shui Linglong's voice fell, and a light blue barrier instantly enveloped the Bili Void where Jiang Chen and the other two were located. Upon seeing this, Jin Chuyang had to sigh softly in his heart. Jin Chuyang also knew that he was powerless to stop the battle for the jade card of the holy dragon in the true god realm. Whether Jiang Chen can keep the sacred dragon jade medal and get the qualification to enter the ancient sacred dragon relics, everything can only depend on him. When the three were talking, the void below, Long Ji stared at Jiang Chen closely, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen, you really surprised me a bit. I can surprise you, but it's much more than that. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Do you have any means, just use it. Long Ji's voice fell coldly, and his breath broke out to the limit. The law of triple destruction, the law of kendo, and the law of triple thunder roared out at the same time, and then turned into a beam of light of thunder and sword of haunting destruction, like a mountain that was bumped into, with the power to destroy the sky and the earth, toward Jiang Chen smashed over. Ha ha. There are only three kinds of triple heaven laws, so are you embarrassed to show them before me? Looking at the ruined beam of light that smashed the void into a huge hole, Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and the six triple heaven laws also instantly diffused out of his body. The six triple heaven laws, directly under the control of Jiang Chen, turned into a magical six-color flame and fell on the ruining beam. The forces of the two laws collided in midair without making any sound. Although Long Ji's power to integrate the three laws of triple heaven is very strong, it is more than a star and a half away from Jiang Chen's power to integrate the six laws of triple heaven. Long Ji's ruining light beam was silently burned into nothingness by Jiang Chen's six-color flame. The six-color flame burned the pillar of destruction, and the remaining power spread out toward Long Ji with the momentum of thunder. Long Ji didn't have time to react at all, and the whole person was drowned in the six-color flame. A slight muffled grunt came from the six-colored flames, and Long Ji's extremely embarrassed figure also flew out of the six-colored flames. At this time, Long Ji's face was pale, and his iron armor was burned out by the six-colored flames. The red blood was like a stream, constantly spilling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that he was defeated by Jiang Chen again, Long Ji's eyes were dull, and his mouth also let out an incredible roar. Long Ji couldn't believe it anyway. He exploded with all his strength, and with a powerful blow condensed by three triple heaven rules, he was instantly defeated by Jiang Chen condensing six triple heaven rules. If it wasn't because his cultivation base was a lot higher than Jiang Chen, I'm afraid he would be killed by Jiang Chen's blow. Long Ji's face was savage, and the whole person was going crazy. He is the third true dragon arrogant of the dignified Sky Dragon City, a supreme genius with unparalleled fighting strength, and he has never been the only one who leapfrogged to challenge others. And Jiang Chen is just a hairy boy in the early stage of the middle true god. How could he have the strength to defeat him? Long Ji was so defeated. Many Tianlongcheng disciples looked at Long Ji's embarrassed appearance, and it has been a long time to recover from the shock. The dignified third true dragon Tianzhao Long Ji, whose cultivation was in the late stage of the superior true god, was actually defeated by Jiang Chen, a new true dragon Tianzhao of the middle true, censored early stage. Although the Tianlongcheng disciples are all carefully selected geniuses of the ancient dragon clan, each has the ability to leapfrog battle, but that is also for ordinary true gods. But even in the face of ordinary true gods, few people can beat their opponents across so many realms like Jiang Chen. Long Ji is not an ordinary high-class true god, but the top 3 true dragons in Tianlong City. Crossing a large realm, 5 small realms in full, defeated a superb genius at the level of true dragon Tianzhao. Long Ji, it seems that your third true dragon, Tianlong, is nothing more than that. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand, looking down at Long Ji from a high level. My sacred dragon jade is not something you can get in touch with. If you don't want to suffer too much from skin and flesh, then let me roll as far as you can. No, I am the third true dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City, how could I lose to you this brat? Hearing Jiang Chen's disdainful ridicule, Long Ji's eyes were ferocious, and his mouth also let out an unbelievable roar. His divine power soared, the 3 laws of power surged wildly, and finally turned into a small world of destruction in pitch black with the light of thunder and sword. Destroy the small world with a force that destroys the sky and the earth, toward Jiang Chen's suppression. Wherever he went, everything around him instantly turned into nothingness. Looking at Long Ji who struck again, Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, his body's divine power and martial law also exploded with full force, and then interweaving and evolving into a colorful, the chaotic little world of light. The colorful little world and the black little world slammed into each other in midair, and a sound that shook the sky and the earth suddenly exploded over Sky Dragon City. The huge sound wave, like the substance, madly spread out from the place of impact, causing the space of 10 miles to be turbulent. Even many of the Tianlongcheng disciples below, all trembled under the impact of the sound wave, and their faces instantly became extremely pale. They looked up at the 2 small worlds of true gods colliding together in midair, and they couldn't help but trembled. True Dragon Tianzhao is worthy of being the top enchanting genius in Tianlong City. The fighting power that these 2 broke out was so terrifying. Chapter 1581, Defeat the Dragon Silence and Deter Tianlongcheng. When everyone was shocked by the terrifying confrontation in front of them, a clear and faint voice quietly sounded above Sky Dragon City. Although this voice was subtle, it was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present. Everyone couldn't help but suddenly raise their heads, looking at the 2 small real gods that collided in midair. I saw Long Ji's destruction of the small world, and a series of cracks were visible to the naked eye, and it spread rapidly in the huge small world. Kacha kacha, the faint sounds came out from midair one after another, and they became denser. After arriving, it almost rang, and in Long Ji's destruction of the small world, the cracks spread like a spider web, instantly spreading across every corner of the small world. The dark thunder sword light continuously shot out from the crack in the destruction small world. There was a loud bang in the air, and the small world of destruction was broken. The overwhelming black energy fragments swept out in all directions. Above each fragment, there was a terrifying destructive power, sputtering numerous large and small space cracks in the space of 100 miles. And at the moment when Long Ji's small world of destruction burst into pieces, Jiang Chen's colorful small world was heading towards Long Ji's suppression with the mighty power of the sky. At this moment, Long Ji had no power to resist. He could only watch Jiang Chen's colorful little world, and his pupils rapidly enlarged. Long Ji's face was pale, only a shadow of death enveloped his heart, and his expression instantly became extremely frightened and desperate. Jiang Chen, be merciful. Just when the colorful little world was about to suppress Long Ji, a faint voice in the void also came in vain. With this faint voice falling, I saw the colorful little world that was heading towards Long Ji's suppression, directly solidifying in midair. Everyone saw that the exquisite figure of Shui suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and then reached out and slightly held the colorful little world, directly causing the colorful little world to dissipate silently in midair. Jiang Chen, disciple of Tianlongcheng, life and death are forbidden. You have won this battle. Let's stop here. Shui Linglong's gaze slowly swept across Jiang Chen, and an unconcealable exclamation appeared in his eyes. When Venerable Jiangxin handed the sacred dragon jade medal to Jiang Chen, Shui Linglong thought it would be difficult for Jiang Chen to keep the sacred dragon jade medal. But now she realized that she still underestimated Jiang Chen. With the cultivation base of the middle true censored in the early stage, he beat Long Ji in the late true, censored, stage without any strength to fight back. Shui Linglong has been unimaginable. If this guy had a cultivation base equal to that of Long Ji, what kind of terrifying battle power would he reach? According to legend, certain great realm forces and powers of censored kings in God's realm have some peerless evildoers who can defeat and kill the real God realm. This son will have the opportunity to become such a terrifying existence in the future. No, I haven't lost yet. I'm the third true dragon Tianzhao in Sky Dragon City, how could I lose to him? Long Ji clenched his fists tightly, and he was crazy, and his mouth also let out an unwilling roar. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. If you don't even have the courage to admit defeat, what qualifications do you have to become the true dragon arrogant of Sky Dragon City? Shui Linglong said coldly, you should be very clear, if I hadn't taken the shot just now, would you still be standing here now? Long Ji trembled suddenly. He knew very well that if Shui Linglong didn't make a move just now, his only result would be to be directly killed by Jiang Chen's colorful little world. He has always been arrogant and arrogant, it is really difficult to accept the cruel facts before him. He was defeated. Moreover, he was still defeated by Jiang Chen, the newly promoted true dragon Tianzhao he had never seen before. But, I, Long Ji, won't give up easily in the fight for the Saint Dragon Jade card. Next time, I will definitely defeat you and take the Holy Dragon Jade card back from your hand. Long Ji took a deep breath and stared at Jiang Chen sternly, with an extremely unwilling expression in his eyes. Holy Dragon Jade, brand is meant for the capable. Anyone who thinks he has that ability can do a battle, and I will stay with Jiang Chen to the end. As Jiang Chen said, his eyes couldn't help but looked at the surrounding real dragon arrogances. Those few originally had some thoughts about the Shenglong Jade Plate, but after seeing Jiang Chen defeating Long Ji in the first battle in Megatron Tianlong City, there was no such courage to come to fight Jiang Chen. The third true dragon, Tianzhao, Long Ji, is only stronger than them. Even Long Ji suffered such a miserable defeat in Jiang Chen's hands. They are now shooting Jiang Chen, it is no different from sending them to the door to find death. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, they all spread out without saying a word, and flew towards their respective hanging peaks. Seeing that no one came forward to fight him, Jiang Chen directly greeted Shui Linglong, and then he was about to flash back to the 10th hanging peak. Jiang Chen, wait. At this moment, Shui Linglong suddenly stopped him. Jiang Chen had a pause, and looked up at Shui Linglong with a puzzled look. Elder, are you okay? Shui Linglong didn't speak. Raising his hand was a scarlet jade bottle and threw it towards Jiang Chen. This is Gulong blood. Jiang Chen saw the slightly familiar jade bottle in his hand, and couldn't help being surprised. Shui Linglong nodded and said, according to the past practice, every time the ancient sacred dragon relic is opened, the 3 disciples of Tianlong City who have the sacred dragon jade brand will receive 3 drops of ancient dragon essence and blood. 3 drops of ancient dragon blood. Hearing Shui Linglong's words, Jiang Chen's face suddenly couldn't help showing a touch of excitement. Gulong essence and blood, this is the treasure that Jiang Chen dreams of. A drop of the ancient dragon essence blood obtained from the original mission directly made his divine body vision become small, and his cultivation level broke through a small realm when he was inferior to the true god. With these 3 drops of ancient dragon essence blood, before the ancient sacred dragon relics are opened, his strength must be improved a lot. Jiang Chen, the essence of the ancient dragon is one of the most precious treasures of the ancient dragon, and it should be of great help to you now. Shui Linglong smiled and said, you can also go to the Heavenly Dragon Hall. After the Heavenly Dragon Hall 30 breaths, you can get a drop of ancient dragon essence blood for every breath you keep. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Since Tianlong Palace can obtain the essence of the ancient dragon after 30 breaths, he has to go for a break what he said. If he can get a few more drops of ancient dragon essence blood, even if he breaks through 2 small realms before the ancient sacred dragon relic opens, it is not without hope. Thank you elder for reminding. Jiang Chen saluted Shui Linglong, and then headed straight towards the Tianlong temple. Chapter 1582, 35 breaths, get to the top. Jiang Chen cut through the sky like a meteor and landed at the door of the Tianlong temple. He raised his head and glanced at the situation of the Tianlong palace, and found that someone seemed to be breaking through the barrier at the moment, and he had to wait aside. The disciples of the Tianlong temple waiting to break through the barriers also found Jiang Chen who had suddenly come, and they couldn't help but feel an uproar. The 10th true dragon Tianzhao Jiang Chen, why did he come to Tianlong Palace? A Tianlongcheng disciple looked at Jiang Chen with a look of astonishment in his eyes. Yes, I heard that the third true dragon Tianzhao Longji has gone to fight with him outside the 10th hanging peak because of the quota of the ancient sacred dragon relics, and a friend asked me to watch the battle just now. The other person also quickly echoed. The person next to him suddenly sensed something, and his expression instantly became shocked. I just received news that the third true dragon Tianzhao Longji has been defeated by Jiang Chen. As the Tianlongcheng disciple said this, everyone couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. This one even defeated the evil star Longji, shouldn't it be so terrifying? While these Tianlongcheng disciples looked at Jiang Chen in awe, the Tianlong Palace suddenly lit up with a score of 27 breaths. A young man in red walked out of the Heavenly Dragon Palace with a pale face. It was Yan Yu who Jiang Chen was more familiar with. In 2 years, I have insisted on 2 more breaths in the Tianlong Palace. Give me more than a few decades, and I will be able to successfully break through 30 breaths and be promoted to the true dragon Tianzhao of Tianlong City. Yan Yu walked out of the Heavenly Dragon Palace with a confident smile on his face. 27 breaths, this is already a very good result. Even if you look at the entire Sky Dragon City, the top disciples who can reach this step are already very rare. He was able to achieve such a result in just 3 years after entering the Sky Dragon City, which was already enough to disregard most of the geniuses in Sky Dragon City. The smile on Yan Yu's face didn't last long, and he saw Jiang Chen walking towards him, and the whole person froze there. Although his achievements in the Heavenly Dragon Palace were already very dazzling for most of the disciples in Heavenly Dragon City, Jiang Chen was the only one who was killed by Jiang Chen and turned into scum. 2 years have passed, and he is still working hard to attack True Dragon Tianzhao. But Jiang Chen had already become a true dragon arrogant, and even among the 10 true dragon arrogances, he was a highly regarded existence. It is said that this time the ancient sacred dragon relics were opened, and Tianlong City only had 3 places, but Jiang Chen overpowered the other 7 true dragon Tianzhao and successfully won 1 place. Although the Sky Dragon City he entered with Jiang Chen, the status of Jiang Chen is completely different now. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Yan Yu at all. He brushed his shoulders and strode towards the inside of the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Seeing that Jiang Chen ignored him, Yan Yu's complexion instantly turned red, and his fists couldn't help being clenched together. This guy has a leisurely heart to enter the Heavenly Dragon Palace. After 30 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace, every time you break through, you can get a drop of ancient dragon essence blood. He must have come for the ancient dragon essence blood. How much interest do you think he can achieve now? It is said that the third true dragon Tianzhao Longji has already passed 33 breaths. If this guy can defeat Longji, he can at least exceed 33 breaths, right? Everyone looked at Jiang Chen who walked into the Tianlong temple, and they couldn't help but talk. What are you talking about? Jiang Chen defeated the third true dragon Tianzhao Longji, how is this possible? Yan Yu on the side heard the comments coming from his ear, and there was also an unbelievable look in his eyes. I think it's impossible, but that's the truth. A Tianlongcheng disciple glanced at Yan Yu. Just now, Longji went to the 10th Xuanfang, trying to compete for the Holy Dragon Jade Medal, but was defeated by Jiang Chen. The news is already in Tianlongcheng. It's all spread. Yan Yu's face also became extremely pale when he heard this. These 2 years, Yan Yu practiced madly in order to catch up with Jiang Chen one day and get everything back from Jiang Chen. But Yan Yu only realized now that the gap between him and Jiang Chen had become bigger and bigger. He now doesn't even have the qualifications to make Jiang Chen look at him. While everyone was talking, time also passed bit by bit. When Jiang Chen entered the Heavenly Dragon Palace, he had already exceeded 30 breaths. 31 interest, 32 interest, 33 interest. After 35 breaths, a ray of light finally lit up on the Tianlong Palace, and Jiang Chen's figure quickly retreated from the Tianlong Palace. 35 breaths, this should be the highest achievement of the Heavenly Dragon City Palace today. A Tianlongcheng disciple stared at this scene blankly, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper. Yes, the only disciple who has gone through 35 breaths in Tianlong City now is the first true dragon, Tianzhao Long Haochong. The other person also said with a shocked face. Although they knew that Jiang Chen had defeated the third true dragon Tianzhao Longji, they didn't expect Jiang Chen to pass 35 breaths directly. They didn't know how difficult it would be after 30 breaths of Tianlong Palace. Some clues can be seen from the achievements of the 10 true dragons of Tianlong City in Tianlong Palace. The 10th True Dragon Heavenly Arrogance, except for Jiang Chen, the 10th True Dragon Heavenly Arrogant, the other 9 people have cultivated at least for thousands of years in Heavenly Dragon City. Especially the top 3 True Dragon Tianzhao, have been practicing for at least 3,000 years. But the 3rd True Dragon, Tianzhao Longji, only achieved 33 breaths. Even the 1st True Dragon, Tianzhao Long Haochong, only achieved 35 breaths. And Jiang Chen, just a newly promoted True Dragon Tianzhao who has only been in Tianlong City for a few years, has been able to rank first with Long Haochong. After 30 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace, the difficulty of each breath is too great. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head and gave a bitter smile. At the 31st breath of the Heavenly Dragon Palace, the opponent was already comparable to the peak of ordinary superior true gods. By the time of 32 breaths, the opponent had already mastered a trace of the world's origin of terror. Although Jiang Chen was not afraid, he could not defeat him in a short time. Until 35 breaths, he failed to defeat his opponent 3 times in a row, and was eventually eliminated directly. Jiang Chen was already very satisfied with being able to get 5 consecutive breaths this time and get 5 drops of ancient dragon essence blood. In addition to the rewards he received earlier, he has a total of 8 drops of ancient dragon essence blood in his hand. Once swallowed these 8 drops of ancient dragon essence blood, it should be enough to instantly raise his cultivation to a small realm. Chapter 1583, 2.5 years, the middle true, censored, late stage. After breaking through the Tianlong Palace, he obtained the essence and blood of the ancient dragon. Jiang Chen didn't waste time, went straight back to the 10th hanging peak, and began to practice in retreat. With 8 drops of Gulong blood in his hand, Jiang Chen didn't intend to hide it, and immediately began to swallow it drop by drop. Ding! You swallow a drop of diluted ancient dragon essence blood, and the divine vision gains a lot of experience. Ding! Your cultivation base breaks through the middle true, censored, middle stage. After swallowing all the 8 drops of ancient dragon essence and blood, Jiang Chen's cultivation was finally able to be promoted to the middle stage of the middle true god. Cultivation in the realm of the true gods really increases. The difficulty more than 10 times for every small realm. Seeing that 8 drops of the ancient dragon's blood had barely improved to a small level, Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling that. When he was in the lower stage of the true god, he only swallowed a drop of ancient dragon blood, and his cultivation was easily promoted to the peak of the lower true god. Now that he has entered the middle true god, he barely rises to a small level with 8 drops. Jiang Chen also clearly felt that the 3 drops of ancient dragon essence Shui Linglong gave him were of a higher quality than the 5 drops of ancient dragon essence rewarded by the Heavenly Dragon Palace. If it were not for the higher quality of these 3 drops of ancient dragon essence blood, and the increased experience more than doubled, I am afraid that he would have to cultivate for a long time if he wants to break through the middle stage of the middle true god. 8 drops of ancient dragon essence blood not only improved Jiang Chen's cultivation to a level, but also greatly improved Jiang Chen's divine body vision. Although the divine body vision has not been promoted again, Jiang Chen can clearly feel the changes in the divine body vision. If Jiang Chen's divine body vision was the early stage of Shaocheng before he swallowed these 8 drops of ancient dragon essence blood, he might have at least reached the late stage of Shaocheng now, and he is not far from being promoted to the next stage. Now that the cultivation base breaks through the middle stage of the middle true god, it is more difficult to cultivate. It seems that it is not easy to break through the middle stage of the middle true, censored, within 3 years. Jiang Chen sighed secretly in his heart. With these 8 drops of ancient dragon essence blood, plus the next 2 to 3 years, before the ancient sacred dragon relics are opened, it shouldn't be difficult for the cultivation to reach the middle true, censored, stage. But Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he was too underestimating the difficulty of the cultivation of a medium true god. He now finally understands why most of the medium true gods' cultivation bases have broken through, and why they have been counted for hundreds of years. Even with a systematic 100-fold bonus and the ability to quickly absorb the horror of God Crystal, it is difficult for him to improve to a small level in 2 or 3 years. Cultivate first, if it doesn't work, then go to the Tower of Time again. In Tianlongcheng, there is a Tower of Time, the flow of time inside is 10 times that of the outside world, and it is a treasure place for Tianlongcheng disciples to comprehend and practice. Cultivation in the Tower of Time is very expensive. It takes a full 100,000 heavenly dragon points a month, and most people simply cannot afford it. As a true dragon Tianzhao, Jiang Chen has the opportunity to enter the Tower of Time for free for 1 month every year. After Jiang Chen became the true dragon Tianzhao, he has never been to the Tower of Time. After practicing for 2 years, his free time to enter the Tower of Time can also accumulate to 4 or 5 months. He entered the Tower of Time and practiced for 4 to 5 months, which is equivalent to practicing outside for 40 to 50 months. With this time, he wants to break through the middle true, censored, late stage. There shouldn't be much problem. With a decision in his heart, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, and began to absorb Shen Jing to practice. Ding. You use a piece of censored crystal to cultivate and gain 3000*100 experience. With his cultivation level breaking through the middle true god, Jiang Chen absorbed the experience value of Shenjing's cultivation, which was obviously faster than when he was in the lower true god. But this increase is still a drop in the bucket compared to the terrifying experience points needed to improve the middle true, censored realm. Cultivation has no years. Under Jiang Chen's crazy cultivation, 2 years passed in a flash. After Jiang Chen had absorbed more than 100,000 crystals, his cultivation was undoubtedly much stronger than it was 2 years ago. But it was still a long way from the middle true, censored, late stage. Sure enough, I still have to go to the Tower of Time. Feeling the progress of his cultivation in the past 2 years, Jiang Chen opened his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Jiang Chen stood up directly, took all the crystals in front of him into his pocket, and then walked away from the 10th hanging peak. Now that the ancient sacred dragon remains open, there is not much time. He wants to break through the middle stage of the true, censored, before this, and it is time to go to the Tower of Time. Your Excellency Jiang Chen. Outside the Tower of Time, a guard looked at Jiang Chen who was coming straight, and could not help but greeted respectfully. Jiang Chen defeated the third true dragon Tianzhao Longji, and even passed 35 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace in one fell swoop, tied for the first place with the first true dragon Tianzhao, and was already the top existence in Tianlong City. These Tianlongcheng Deacon guards, who would dare to neglect Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen said lightly, I want to enter the Tower of Time to practice. Help me turn on all the free time I have in the Tower of Time. Okay, Your Excellency Jiang Chen has a total of 5 months of free time. This is the token of the second practice chamber. The guard said, and quickly handed Jiang Chen a token. Jiang Chen took the token, walked into the Tower of Time, and then found the No. 2 secret room, and continued to practice. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. This time Jiang Chen spent 3.5 years in the Tower of Time, and finally succeeded in breaking through the middle true, censored stage. It's been more than 3 years, and finally a breakthrough. Hearing the familiar beep in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a rare smile finally appeared on his face. For more than 3 years in the Tower of Time, less than 4 months have passed outside. There is still more than a month, so continue to practice here. The remaining time can't be wasted like this. With his cultivation level breaking through the middle true, censored stage, Jiang Chen didn't plan to leave either. More than a month in the Tower of Time, but equivalent to more than a year in the outside world, Jiang Chen didn't want to waste it so easily. Jiang Chen's training didn't last long before he was interrupted by a message from the Shenglong Jade Plate. The relics of the ancient sacred dragon will be opened soon. Chapter 1584. The ancient sacred dragon remains open. Will the ancient sacred dragon remains open? There was a flash of light in Jiang Chen's eyes. He finished his cultivation now, and quickly flashed out of the Tower of Time. At the moment Jiang Chen just stepped out of the Tower of Time, Shui Linglong's voice also rang directly in his mind. Jiang Chen, come to the central square of Tianlong City, I will send you to the ancient sacred dragon ruins. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, his figure instantly turned into a black shadow, and he rushed towards the central square of Tianlong City. When Jiang Chen came to the central square, he found that Shui Linglong had already taken 2 young men with extraordinary spirits standing proudly in the middle of the square. These 2 young men, one of them had blonde hair and gold robes, all exuding a domineering and powerful aura. The other person was dressed in a white robe and had a face like a crown jade. Although he looked extremely gentle, his deep eyes gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. Although Jiang Chen had never met the 2 of them, it was not difficult to guess their identities at this moment. The first true dragon Tianzhao Long Haochong. The second true dragon Tianzhao Lu Tianxing. 2 other winners of the Holy Dragon Jade Medal in Tianlong City. Seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, Shui Linglong said with a smile, and then he was about to take Jiang Chen away. But at this moment, a roaring anger suddenly came from a distance. Jiang Chen, stop for me. Jiang Chen frowned and couldn't help but look up in the direction where the sound came from, and he saw the third true dragon, Tianzhao Longji, rushing towards the central square with a monstrous aura of destruction. Jiang Chen, I said that I will get the sacred dragon jade card back from you. Longji's eyes flashed with a cold light of destruction. If you want the ancient sacred dragon ruins in front, you have to ask me if I agree. Shui Linglong looked at Longji, who was slaying aggressively, and couldn't help but said lightly, Longji, you are not Jiang Chen's opponent, I think you still don't ask for trouble. Elder Linglong, I was defeated by him more than 2 years ago. It doesn't mean that I will also be defeated now. Longji said in a deep voice, this is the battle for the Saint Dragon Jade card of the True God Realm. No one above the Heaven God Realm can interfere. I hope the elders will not break the rules. Longji, this elder will naturally not break the rules of the Shenlong Jade Medal contest. When Shui Linglong heard Longji's words, her face suddenly cold. If you want to challenge Jiang Chen again, I won't stop you. But you'd better open your eyes and see Jiang Chen's cultivation level first. Dead end. Longji was startled slightly, and immediately couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. When he felt the breath of Jiang Chen's body, an incredible horror finally appeared in his eyes. How can it be possible in the middle true, censored, late stage? Longji's eyes were dull, and the whole person was like a ghost, and some couldn't believe his eyes. When he fought with Jiang Chen was no more than the cultivation base of the middle true god. Now that only 2 years have passed, Jiang Chen's cultivation has broken through 2 small realms one after another, reaching the middle true, censored, stage in one fell swoop. This is too outrageous. It took him 200 to 300 years to cultivate from the early stage of the middle true, censored, to the later stage of the middle true god. Longji, you want the Holy Dragon Jade card, then do it. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand, looking down at Longji faintly, without paying any attention to Longji. When he was still in the early stage of the middle true god, he was able to suppress Longji, let alone now. Unexpectedly, in just over 2 years, your cultivation base can break through 2 small realms. Jiang Chen, this time I was convinced that I lost, you won. Longji returned to his senses, couldn't help but smiled bitterly, and his whole person instantly became a lot of depression. Over the past 2 years, in order to be able to defeat Jiang Chen and regain the Sacred Dragon Jade Medal, Longji specially practiced a secret method to improve combat power in a short time. He originally thought that with the increase of this secret technique, it should be enough to defeat Jiang Chen. He never expected that Jiang Chen would raise his cultivation to 2 small realms in such a short time. Although the secret method of his cultivation can improve combat power to a certain extent, how can it be comparable to Jiang Chen, who has improved his cultivation to 2 small realms? Longji is very clear at this moment. If he insists on fighting Jiang Chen, his fate will only be worse than 2 years ago. After 3,000 years of hard work, I finally waited for the ancient sacred dragon relic to open to the true gods again. Longji thought that this was the opportunity for him to step into the heavenly god realm, but he did not expect that he would kill such a demon as Jiang Chen, and rob him of the opportunity to enter the ancient holy dragon ruins. Birth is not in time. It is really a great sadness to appear in the same era as Jiang Chen, such a demon. Shui Linglong glanced at Longji, who was deeply affected, with some sympathy, and immediately waved his palm, directly leading Jiang Chen and 3 of them into the sky. Under the leadership of Shui Linglong, the 3 of them rushed up into the sky and swept towards the endless starry sky above Tianlong City. A huge city crawling in the depths of the starry sky like a prehistoric beast finally emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. Looking at the city in front of me, Jiang Chen knew almost without thinking that this should be the most core Shenlong city among the 3 ancient dragon cities. Shui Linglong did not bring Jiang Chen and the others into Shenlong City, but flew directly towards a blue palace floating above Shenlong City. The Cyan Palace is independent of the Shenlong City, surrounded by a thick cyan electric light with a thick thumb, which is mysterious and majestic, and exudes an eternal and mysterious atmosphere. In the void in front of the Cyan Palace, there were still a dozen people standing there. Among the 10 figures, there are 2 figures that Jiang Chen is very familiar with. They are the Venerable Jiangxin Long Jiangxin and Pang Qingyuan, whom he has not seen for several years. Venerable Jiangxin, Venerable Qingming, the 3 of Sky Dragon City, I have brought them. Shui Linglong brought Jiang Chen and the three to Long Zhengxin's face, and then turned his head to look at the three Jiang Chen and said, "You don't have to pay respects to the two nobles. I am no longer a venerable Qing Ming, but I can't afford such a big gift." Pang Qingyuan waved his hand and said with a faint smile, "You can just treat me as a bad old man watching the excitement." "Ha ha, Shui Linglong, the ancient sacred dragon ruins will be opened soon, why do you make these three little guys so nervous?" Long Zhengxin chuckled, then looked at the three Jiang Chen and said, "The opening of the ancient sacred dragon ruins is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Now that you have the qualifications to enter it, you must seize this opportunity." The three Jiang Chen replied respectfully, and then stood aside and waited quietly. Chapter 1585, 7 Dragon Guards. While waiting, Jiang Chen couldn't help looking at Pang Qingyuan, who was aside. Jiang Chen was also not good at coming forward to communicate with Pang Qingyuan, so he had to speak to Pang Qingyuan. "Senior Pang, we meet again. Hee, I didn't expect that we would see each other again soon." Pang Qingyuan's faint chuckle soon sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. "Senior, you and Venerable Zhengxin are grateful to Jiang Chen for your help. I have heard Venerable Zhengxin mentioned about you. Don't worry, when I enter the ancient sacred dragon ruins, I will definitely look for treasures that restore the origin of the world and help you return to the top." Jiang Chen solemnly accepted Ruidao. Jiang Chen has always been grateful for Pang Qingyuan and Long Zhengxin. Without Pang Qingyuan, it is impossible for him to enter the Earth Dragon City as recommended by the Elder of the Heavenly God Realm, and it is even more impossible for him to get the Divine King level technique Taixu Sacred Dragon Map and many benefits. Without these, even if Jiang Chen had the system, he might not be able to enter the Sky Dragon City as the number 1 in the Sky Dragon ranking for more than a year. In these years in Tianlongcheng, without the secret help of Dragon Zhengxin and Pang Qingyuan, it would not have been possible for him to grow so smoothly to where he is now, and thus obtain a place to enter the ancient sacred dragon relic. "You are welcome. Although Zhengxin and I have been paying attention to you, you can get to this point in just a few years, and everything depends on you. I'm also very fortunate to be able to bring a genius like you back to the ancient dragon clan. Maybe the ancient dragon clan will have time to rely on you in the future. As for my affairs, everything is fine. The ancient sacred dragon relics are full of crises. Even if the world gods enter it, there is a risk of falling. If it is impossible to do, you don't have to force it. There is still a little time before the ancient sacred dragon ruins open. I will tell you some information about the ancient sacred dragon ruins. I hope it can help you." Pang Qingyuan informed Jiang Chen of his knowledge of the ancient sacred dragon relics, including several forbidden places in the ancient sacred dragon relics that cannot be easily accessed, as well as the incomplete information on the origin of the Taixu Sacred Dragon Map. Pang Qingyuan has introduced clearly. And when Jiang Chen learned that the source of the fragments of the Taixu Sacred Dragon picture, it was very likely that it was the place of inheritance of an ancient powerhouse of the Divine King realm, and he was increasingly looking forward to the remains of the ancient sacred dragon in his heart. Although he has successfully completed the Taixu Sacred Dragon Map with the power of the system, he does not need to find a complete Taixu Sacred Dragon Map. But the inheritance of the censored king is rare in the world. Who in this world can resist the temptation of the God King's inheritance? Jiang Chen, after you enter the ancient sacred dragon ruins, in addition to being careful of the danger in the ruins, you have to be careful of yourself. The one behind this person has a great grudge against me. I am afraid I don't want me to restore my original strength and return to the peak. And your body has been labeled with me, I am worried that he will be against you." After Pang Qingyuan introduced the information of the ancient sacred dragon ruins, he suddenly said. Jiang Chen shook his heart and asked, "Who?" Zhuang Shengyang, the young man with red hair and red clothes opposite, the second true god realm Shenlongwei in Shenlong City. This guy's cultivation base has already reached the pinnacle of the superior true god, and his comprehension of the origin of the fire road has also reached a very high level, not far from the heavenly gods. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but looked at the 7 figures on the opposite side. There are 7 people in front of them, and these should be the 7 people who want to enter the ancient sacred dragon ruins in Shenlong City. All of them exudes an extremely powerful aura, especially Zhuang Shengyang in Pang Qingyuan's mouth, and another man in purple clothes standing with a sword, made Jiang Chen instinctively feel a hint of danger. Is this the strength of the top true god realm in Shenlong City? It is really strong. Jiang Chen's heart was slightly cold. Jiang Chen also had a certain understanding of the ancient dragon's dragon guard. A disciple of Sky Dragon City, the time spent practicing as a disciple in Sky Dragon City is only 5,000 years at most. Within these 5,000 years, the disciples of Tianlongcheng can apply for the Dragon Guard test at any time, and only those who pass the Dragon Guard test can permanently become a member of the ancient dragon clan. If they fail the Dragon Guard test for 5,000 years, they will only be eliminated by the ancient dragons. The Longwei assessment is divided into the Tianlongwei assessment and the Shenlongwei assessment. After passing the examination of Tianlongwei, you can become Tianlongwei and stay in Tianlongcheng permanently. After passing the Shenlongwei assessment, you can become the Shenlongwei and get the qualification to be promoted to the Shenlongcheng. If you are talented enough to be evil enough to be able to directly become a powerhouse of the Heavenly God realm within 5,000 years, there is no need to participate in the Dragon Guardian assessment. Powerful in the Heavenly God realm can be directly promoted to Shenlong City without any examination. It is not easy for the true gods to break through the heavens. Even in the millions of years of the ancient dragon clan's history, there are only a handful of people who can break through the heavenly gods within 5,000 years. Even these few people did not break through the heavenly, censored, realm in Tianlong City. Now that they have reached a certain level of cultivation, they will all choose to participate in the Shenlongwei assessment in advance to be promoted to Shenlong City. Shenlong City is the core of the ancient dragon clan. It has the best cultivation resources and environment in the entire ancient dragon realm. It is far easier to break through the heavenly god realm here than Heavenly Dragon City. And the 7 dragon guards in front of them are undoubtedly the top 7 guards of the true gods of the ancient dragon clan. The strength of each of them has reached the pinnacle of the superior true gods, and many of them have even mastered some of the original martial arts, and have already half-footed into the heavenly gods. Even Jiang Chen has always been very confident in his own combat power, facing the 7 guys in front of him, but he has to treat it with caution. Just as Jiang Chen looked at the 7 dragon guards on the opposite side, there was a sudden violent fluctuation in the blue palace in front of him. I saw the ancient bronze gate of the Cyan Palace slowly opening amidst a roar. Jiang Chen looked towards the bronze gate, only to find that it was covered by a cloud of chaotic light. Only a wild aura of ancient times slowly diffused out of the hall. The entrance to the ancient sacred dragon ruins has been opened, go in quickly. Seeing the Cyan Palace opened, Long Jiangxin couldn't help but shout directly at the 10 Jiang Chen. As Long Jiangxin's voice fell, the 7 great dragon guards instantly turned into an afterimage and sank into the blue palace. When Long Haochong and Lu Tianxing saw this, they also followed the 7 and swept towards the blue palace. Remains of the ancient sacred dragon, I'm Jiang Chen here. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then flashed out quickly, stepping into the door of the blue palace. Chapter 1586. The Woman in Red with Bad Intentions. After a period of space turbulence, Jiang Chen's body sank suddenly, and then appeared in an ancient mountain forest. The energies of heaven and earth that were more concentrated and pure than the realm of the gods also quickly wrapped towards him. Tisk tusk. It is worthy of being an ancient relic. The richness of the energy of this world is probably at least 30% higher than that of God's domain. Jiang Chen exclaimed in his heart, then let go of his spiritual consciousness and began to look around. Just now, in the dense forest not far away, a huge black shadow directly brought a burst of monstrous and evil spirits, covering the sky and the sun and bursting towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced intently and saw that it was a creature with a size similar to that of a tiger. This black tiger is extremely huge, almost as high as 100 feet tall. The ground shook during the collision, and the gust of wind roared, and its breath was hardly inferior to the superior true look. This ancient relic of the sacred dragon is indeed in danger, and as soon as I entered, I encountered a fierce beast comparable to a superior true god. He raised his hand to the black tiger volley a little, a sword light burst out of the sky, and instantly penetrated the black tiger's body. I saw that the black tiger who burst out suddenly stood still, and the huge body was directly split in half by Jiang Chen's sword, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The strength of this black tiger, although comparable to ordinary high-class true gods. But the existence of this level obviously can no longer pose any threat to Jiang Chen. It's really weird, this black tiger already has the strength comparable to the superior true gods. Not only has it not been able to transform, it seems that even the spiritual wisdom has not been born. One sword killed the black tiger, and Jiang Chen couldn't help passing a strange look in his eyes. When I was in Shenwu continent, Many demon beasts in the Divine Sea realm have already been born with spiritual wisdom, and they are uttering words. And most of the monsters in the Divine Soul realm can already possess the power of transformation. The monster beast in this ancient relic, although the strength is stronger than the monster beast of the Shenwu continent, but it is not even the lowest level of intelligence. Since he couldn't understand, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it and walked directly towards the black tiger's body. How do you say this black tiger is also a fierce beast comparable to the superior true gods? The demon pill is of great value, so it will naturally be collected. Just when Jiang Chen was about to collect the spoils, he instinctively sensed a dangerous approach. He turned around abruptly, and saw a bright red sword light piercing through the thousand Jiang void, and instantly appeared in a place less than 3 feet away from him. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and then he flicked his fingers, and a sword finger directly hit the red sword light, crushing it completely. "Who? Get out of me!" One finger smashed the red sword light, and Jiang Chen's cold voice echoed in the silent forest in an instant. A woman in a red dress holding a long sword also slowly emerged in Jiang Chen's sight. People from other realms, looking at the woman in the red dress who suddenly appeared, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. Before entering the ancient sacred dragon relic, Jiang Chen knew that this ancient sacred dragon relic was not a realm of the ancient dragon world that could be opened. But Jiang Chen didn't expect it. He had just entered the ancient sacred dragon ruins, and unexpectedly encountered geniuses from other realms. "Your Excellency is good," the little girl admires it. The woman in the red dress arched her hand at Jiang Chen and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I just sensed that there are beasts here, so I just shot it before I can see it clearly. I don't know your existence. I hope to forgive me. It's okay, since it's a misunderstanding, you can leave." Since this woman could sense the existence of the beast, it was impossible not to notice him. Just now, he secretly made a sudden move, which was obviously unkind. The ancient sacred dragon ruins are full of dangers, even the rest of the ancient dragon clan, Jiang Chen will not easily believe it, let alone this woman from other realms in front of him. When Jiang Chen first arrived, he had no idea about the identity of the woman in red. Although the strength of the woman in red is not strong, she is at the level of Long Ji. But as a last resort, Jiang Chen didn't want to provoke enemies at will in this ruin. Since the woman took the initiative to apologize, Jiang Chen didn't bother to pester her too much. "This friend, there are many dangers in the ancient sacred dragon relics. Although you and I are not from the same realm, you can also work together. I wonder if you are interested in exploring together." When the woman in the red dress was speaking, there was an imperceptible light flashing in her eyes. She was hiding in the dark just now, seeing that the black-clothed youth in front of her was only at the level of the late true god's cultivation base, and she made a decisive move. Unexpectedly, the black-clothed young man's cultivation base is not high, but his combat power is not inferior to her. With her alone, she might not be her opponent. Fortunately, she had good luck in entering the sacred dragon ruins this time, and she was not far away from the same brother, who was already on the way to meet her. She will apologize and stabilize this guy. As soon as the brother arrives, they won't be able to clean up the kid. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he immediately took Black Tiger's demon pill, turned around and strode away. The origin of the woman in red is unknown, and Jiang Chen has no habit of bringing a stranger around. Jiang Chen didn't have a good impression of this woman who sneaked up from behind inexplicably. "This friend, why refuse to stay thousands of miles away? I just found the remnants of a god-level sect in the ancient world. There are some powerful undead creatures in it. I can't deal with it alone. I don't know if you are interested in exploring together. At that time, we will get 5 to 5 points for all the treasures we get." At this moment, the woman in red suddenly shouted, "Remnants of the realm god-level sect. If this is the case, you can take a look at the woman in red." He turned to look at the woman in red, and said lightly, "Since there are remnants of the realm god-level sect, let's lead the way." Although he also knew that the woman in red might be ill-intentioned, but he didn't care too much. With his strength, even if he encounters some evildoers who master the original martial art, even if he is not defeated, he can still retreat. Seeing Jiang Chen's promise, the woman in red couldn't help passing a sneer in her eyes. The brother still has a while to come, she just used this kid as a coolie to search for treasures in the ruins of the sect for her. Once the brother arrives, she can join hands with the brother to kill the kid. At that time, will all the treasures they get are in their bag. Chapter 1587. World God Class Zongman Site. under the leadership of the woman in red, Jiang Chen and the two slowly walked forward in the forest. Jiang Chen also knew that the woman in red was named Ning Yan, from a place called Bianji. There were many fierce beasts along the way, and they were easily solved by the two. They came to a big mountain filled with blood and fog. On the mountain, there is a vaguely ruined building exuding ancient atmosphere, and its scale looks very grand. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen also felt that even if many years have passed, there seems to be a series of extremely powerful coercion and artistic conceptions on this mountain, which are obviously left by the battle between the two strongest men here. With a slight glance on the mountain in front of him, Jiang Chen had already determined that this woman named Ning Yan did not lie to him. This mountain was once a powerful realm god-level sect force, but for unknown reasons, it has now turned into a ruin. Through the blood mist floating in the air and the heart-palpitating yin and evil aura, Jiang Chen could already guess that there must have been an extremely tragic battle to destroy the door here. "Let's go in and take a look," Jiang Chen said, and then cautiously leaned towards the mountain. Just as the two of them had just entered the edge of the mountain, there was a low roar from the mountain, which made people feel inexplicably cold. In the censored, misty mountains, 7 or 8 figures also besieged Jiang Chen and the others in an instant. The 7 or 8 figures were shriveled all over, only skinny and hollow eyes, a trace of blood flowing around them, and in the pupils of the eyes, they looked very strange. "Jiang Chen, this is the undead creature born in the mountain." Ning Yan looked at the 7 or 8 figures, and said in a deep voice, "These undead creatures are extremely powerful, and some of them are not weaker than the superior true gods, and they are invulnerable to swords and guns and are extremely difficult to deal with." At the Zongmen site, a fierce battle took place at the beginning, resulting in a haze of blood and mist, which described a dangerous place. These figures in front of them should have been some of the corpses who died here. Because they have been nourished by the blood mist and the yin and evil air here, they have undergone corpse transformation and become these undead creatures in front of them. "Let's do it, a quick fight." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he directly killed the two undead creatures with the strongest aura. Upon seeing this, Ning Yan also waved the long sword in her hand, dozens of red sword lights, and instantly slashed out at the nearest undead creature. Dozens of sword lights fell on the body of the undead creature, and sparks flew in all directions, and a burst of crisp metal impact resounded in the air instantly. After sustaining dozens of swords by Ning Yan, the undead creature finally exploded and turned into a pile of bones scattered on the ground. Jiang Chen twirled the image of the imaginary dragon, and immediately turned over his palm, an endless and unurging seal of the censored, of open sky, directly suppressing the two undead creatures in front of him. The strength of these two undead creatures is almost the same as the previous black tiger. Under Jiang Chen's seal of opening the sky, these two undead creatures had no resistance at all, and they were directly suppressed into nothingness. The two quickly solved 7 or 8 undead creatures, and then tried to hide their breath as much as possible, carefully walking inward. Because time is too long, most of the buildings here have been weathered. Jiang Chen inspected several dilapidated buildings and killed many undead creatures, but found nothing. "Jiang Chen, look at it, there seems to be a medicine garden in front of you." At this moment, Ning Yan on the side pointed to somewhere in front and exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Chen followed Ning Yan's fingers and found a huge garden thousands of feet away. This garden is obviously the place where the ancient sect planted magic medicine. Although the medicine garden has been abandoned for a long time, part of it has been well preserved, and there should be many treasures. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Go in and see." The two came to the entrance of the medicine garden, passed through the gate of the medicine garden. Before they had time to look at the situation of the medicine garden, a few undead creatures exuding a gloomy atmosphere had already surrounded them. Perhaps it was nourished by some magical medicine in the medicine garden. The dozen undead creatures in front of them were obviously much stronger than those outside. Especially the leading undead creature that exudes a strong blood and evil spirit. I am afraid that the strength has reached the peak of the superior true god. Through the dozens of undead creatures, Jiang Chen and the other two looked at the huge medicine garden behind them. This medicine garden was destroyed 7 or 88 in the original war, but there are still a few scattered places that have survived. In the center of the pharmacy, there is also a faint white light shrouded in a space. The soil in this space was a layer of white and flawless sand. The sandy soil is like grains of white jade, exuding an extremely sacred white light, which is especially dazzling in this medicine garden shrouded in gloomy blood. On the white soil, there is also a mysterious plant that looks almost transparent. Two strange fruits the size of an egg, like two crystals, exudes extremely dazzling light. Looking at the two mysterious crystal fruits, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a fiery look in his eyes. Although he didn't know this crystal fruit, he could see that it was nothing ordinary. Blood soul flower, God-powered grass, purple electric censored bamboo. My God, that turned out to be the unsullied fruit cultivated from unsullied divine soil. Aside, Ning Yan looked at the medicine garden in front of her, and couldn't help but scream in surprise. Jiang Chen asked curiously, what is Wushu? In God's domain, there are a lot of soils with strange soil quality. This Wushu divine soil is one of them. It is said that any plant planted on the dirt-free soil will eventually evolve into the dirt-free tree and produce dirt-free fruits. Foul fruit is a rare divine fruit in the world. It can not only greatly increase the cultivation base, but also has the effect of purifying the soul and enhancing the aptitude. It is said that different people taking the foul fruit can produce some different magical effects. Quote. Ning Yan stared at Wusuo Guo tightly, her expression also extremely excited. She didn't expect it. As soon as I entered the ancient sacred dragon site this time, I unexpectedly encountered a peerless divine fruit like Wuji Yu Guo. This is simply a great opportunity. Hearing Ning Yan's introduction, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Since this Wusuogo was so mysterious, he had to get it into his hands whatever he said. And just as Jiang Chen and the other two were looking at Wuji Yu Guo, a dozen undead creatures beside them directly snarled and slaughtered them. Chapter 1588, Godless Fruit. Let's do it together and kill these undead creatures first. Jiang Chen let out a low drink, and a dazzling sword beam in his hand slashed out at the undead creature that was the first to pounce on him. The undead creature was slashed by Jiang Chen with a sword, directly like a kite with a broken line, smashing down a distance of tens of feet. The undead creature that was hit by Jiang Chen's sword quickly jumped up from the ground, and then with a monstrous blood-evil force, it roared at Jiang Chen again. The defense of this thing is more perverted than those guys outside. Looking at this scene in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. At this moment, Ning Yan on the side used her swordsmanship, and 1,000 Jiang Flame's sword burst shot out, slashing on one of the undead creatures, causing it to suffer severe damage instantly. Ning Yan's swordsmanship is extremely masculine and strong, and has a great restraint effect on these undead creatures in front of her. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and directly displayed the threefold fire principle and the threefold lightning principle, condensing into a flash of thunder and lightning, and enveloping the undead creatures. Under the burning of the flame, the undead creature only struggled a few times before it was completely reduced to ashes. Although these undead creatures are not weak, those who can enter the ancient sacred dragon relics are all top geniuses from various realms, and naturally they are not weak. Under Jiang Chen's joint attack, more than a dozen undead creatures were solved in an instant. Jiang Chen suddenly sensed that somewhere outside the medicine garden, there was a vaguely violent fluctuation. Someone else is here. Feeling the energy fluctuations coming out of the medicine garden, Jiang Chen's complexion couldn't help but sink slightly. Great, brother Luo Jun must be here. Ning Yan was calm on the surface, but she was excited in her heart. Just now she joined forces with Jiang Chen to deal with these undead creatures. She has not used all her strength, just to delay the time and wait for the arrival of senior brother Luo Jun. Such a peerless treasure like Wushu divine fruit can be met but not sought. How can she let Jiang Chen easily obtain it? And senior brother Luo Jun, who was ranked among the top 5 absolute arrogances in the door, had already comprehended the peak and superior truth censored of martial arts origin. As soon as senior brother Luo Jun arrives, they can easily kill Jiang Chen and these undead creatures and pack all the treasures here. Ning Yan was still worried about whether brother Luo Jun could arrive in time. Now that he heard the movement from outside, the hanging heart finally relaxed slightly. While dealing with the undead creatures in front of them, Jiang Chen and the two were paying attention to the situation outside. The gate of the medicine garden was suddenly blasted open with a bang. The two figures also quickly walked in from outside the medicine garden. The two are a man and a woman. The man is burly in shape, his face is full of flesh, and he exudes an extremely fierce aura. The woman has a fiery figure and a seductive look. It's not senior brother Luo Jun, how could this be? Ning Yan looked at the two people in front of her, her mouth suddenly turned pale and exclaimed. Brother Luo Jun. Jiang Chen glanced at Ning Yan, vaguely understood something in his heart. Just now when we took action to deal with these undead creatures, Jiang Chen felt that Ning Yan had been working hard. It seems that this woman is the brother Luo Zheng waiting for her. Oh, blood soul flower, magic grass, purple electric magic bamboo, and the central area, is it the legendary unsullied fruit? Brother, it seems we are lucky, we have a great opportunity. The seductive woman's eyes swept slightly in the medicine garden, and she couldn't help but said with bright eyes. Yes, it is indeed the legendary unsullied fruit. The burly man stared at Wushu divine fruit with scorching gaze, ignoring the existence of the two Jiang Chen, and strode towards the center of the medicine garden. The undead creatures in this medicine garden seemed to have weak consciousness. They saw that the burly man wanted to break into the medicine garden, and directly abandoned Jiang Chen and rushed towards the burly man. The burly man yelled, and a giant claw flashing thunder pierced the void, like an eagle catching a chicken, and grabbed one of the undead creatures in his hand. The undead creature instantly turned into a pile of bones, scattered from the hands of the burly man. Ning Yan looked at the scene in front of her, and she was shocked. Just now, the burly man grabbed the crushed undead creatures, and among these undead creatures, his strength was already one of the best, and it was comparable to the top true gods at the peak. Even if she tried her best, it would take a lot of effort to kill her, but the burly man in front of him was an understatement with one claw spike, and his combat power was really terrifying. Jiang Chen, these two are very strong, we are probably not opponents, what should we do? Ning Yan saw that the burly man crushed all the undead creatures in an instant, and then strode towards the center of the medicine garden. An anxious look appeared in her eyes. The strength of this burly man is probably not much weaker than senior brother Luo Zheng. The seductive woman next to the burly man is probably not weaker than her. She and Jiang Chen were obviously not enough in front of them. Wait and see. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry, he could vaguely feel that there seemed to be some danger in this medicine garden. It shouldn't be easy for the burly man to obtain the immaculate fruit and many treasures. Brother, be careful, I think this medicine garden is still weird. At this moment, the seductive woman should have felt something, and could not help reminding the burly man. Don't worry, no matter what, I will get the godless fruit today. Who dares to stop me and kill without mercy? The burly man laughed proudly, and rushed out toward the Wushan divine land with a flash of figure. It is too difficult for the true gods to break through the heavens. Thousands of years ago, his cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of the superior true god. In the past 1,000 years, he has only realized the power of the origin of Thunder Road, and there is still some distance from the heavenly god. This unsullied divine fruit is an extremely rare peerless divine fruit in God's domain. Not to mention anything else, just washing the soul and improving the aptitude is enough to make the burly man ecstatic. His talent is not high, and he has always been weak in understanding the origin of martial arts. If he could obtain the immaculate god fruit to improve his aptitude, he would surely increase his understanding of the origin of martial arts much faster, thus breaking through the heavenly, censored realm faster. Just as the burly man rushed out toward the center of the medicine garden, an astonishing ghost aura suddenly surged out from below the medicine garden. Two Chenjiang ghost claws with monstrous evil spirits emerged directly from the bottom of the medicine garden, and blasted at the burly man frantically. Chapter 1589. Fight for the unsullied fruit. The burly man's complexion changed, and there was a flash of thunder and lightning directly on his fist, and he blasted with the ghost claws. The terrible loud noise suddenly spread over the medicine garden, making the space within a radius of 10 miles turbulent. The burly man's figure burst back hundreds of feet in a row. He stared at a place in the middle of the medicine garden, and saw a tall, majestic, dark copper complexion, and lingering blood and evil spirits, directly jumping out from the ground. The undead creature's blood-lighted monster eyes stared at the burly man, and his mouth also let out a low roar. Those who trespass in the medicine garden, die. This powerful undead creature seems to have a very powerful consciousness and can speak. Brother, be careful, this undead creature is very powerful, I'll help you. The seductive woman looked at the undead creature that was killed suddenly, her pretty face could not help changing slightly. No, it's just a corpse that has undergone corpse transformation. Even if it has some strength, how can it stop me? The burly man was covered with thunder and lightning, hesitating to dominate the thunder, censored, like the thunder, controlling countless thunder and lightning against the undead creature. The law of thunder is one of the forces between heaven and earth to reach the sun. And the law of thunder of the burly man contains a trace of the original power of thunder, which can be described as the absolute nemesis of the undead creatures. The undead creature fell in a row of thunders, and soon became embarrassed, and his mouth also issued a stern roar. Jiang Chen, what should I do now? This undead creature seems to be unable to stop the burly man. Ning Yan looked at the scene in front of her, and there was also an anxious look in her eyes. No wonder this burly man dared to ignore the existence of her and Jiang Chen, and directly took the unsullied divine fruit, acting domineering and unscrupulous. Just because of the strength of this burly man, it was really terrifying. If he is allowed to obtain the immaculate fruit, I am afraid that even if senior brother Luo Jun comes, he may not be able to defeat him and take the immaculate fruit back. Now it will take a while for senior brother Luo Jun to come. She must find a way to stop the burly man, and can't let the burly man get the immortal fruit before the senior brother arrives. With the strength of senior brother Luo Jun, even if they can't take all the treasures here, they can still get a piece of it. You take and hold the woman opposite, I will help that undead creature deal with the burly man. This burly man is the pinnacle true censored who understands the origin of Thunder Dao, and his combat power is extremely powerful. If it is alone, he may not be able to easily defeat it. Joining forces with the undead creature now is undoubtedly the best time to deal with the burly man. Ning Yan replied and immediately swung her long sword, and directly killed the seductive woman on the opposite side. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate either, his figure rushed out directly at the place where the burly man was fighting with the undead creature. He did not directly attack the burly man, but directly hit the undead creature with the Law of Life, repairing the injury of the undead creature that was severely injured by the Law of Thunder. This burly man's combat power is shocking. Jiang Chen intends to use this undead creature to consume more and consume him. Humph. I didn't take action to solve you, it is the best of my benevolence, I didn't expect you to dare to take the initiative. The two of you just left, there was still a chance to survive. Since you have to be sent here to die, then I will fulfill you. The burly man's face was cold, and immediately with a wave of his arm, a fierce thunderstorm swept across the sky, directly facing Jiang Chen. Divine body vision, condensate. Jiang Chen's golden light sword, and the huge golden sword phantom suddenly condensed on itself, and then slashed out against the thunderstorm that swept across. The golden sword void and thunderstorm collided in midair, causing the entire space above the medicine garden to instantly become nothingness. It's kind of interesting, I didn't expect you to be able to block my trick with the cultivation base of the middle true, censored, late stage. Boy, you have a good talent. I don't know which realm you are from. Bian realm, Starscar realm, or Kangshan realm. The burly man trembled, looking at Jiang Chen, who had stabilized his figure after only a few steps back, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. It seems that these worlds in the mouth of the burly man all have geniuses entering the ancient sacred dragon remains. Why didn't this guy mention the ancient dragon world he was in? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and then he coldly snorted. Where do I come from? Does this have anything to do with you? It really doesn't matter much, no matter which realm you are from. You will definitely die today. The burly man's stern words fell, his aura soared, and the space all over his body was instantly transformed into a thunderous purgatory flashing with thunder. Just as the burly man was about to start his hand on Jiang Chen again, the undead creature below yelled from the sky, and a squalid black air radiated from his body, impacting everywhere. Even the thunder and lightning glow of the burly man's body was scattered a lot by the evil black air. It's really getting in the way. If that's the case, then kill you first. The burly man's face was cold, and the power of the thunderous surroundings instantly turned into a giant thunder hammer that hit the undead creature. In the eyes of the burly man, this undead creature, which is much stronger than the average true, censored peak, is far more threatening than Jiang Chen. And when the burly man was fighting the undead creature, on the other side, Ning Yan also fought with the seductive woman. That seductive woman's combat power was obviously one level higher than Ning Yan. With just a few moves, Ning Yan was already at an absolute disadvantage, and under the attack of the seductive woman, it was dangerous. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. The seductive woman is also extremely strong, and if she defeats Ning Yan and joins forces with the burly man, the situation will be even worse for him. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and when he was about to take a shot to help Ning Yan, he sensed an unusually powerful aura again, and was quickly approaching the medicine garden. Someone is here again. Jiang Chen couldn't help but looked up and saw a silver figure stepping on the void, like a silver lightning, landing towards the medicine garden. Brother Luo, you are here. Ning Yan, who was originally embarrassed by the seductive woman, looked at the incoming person, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. The brother Luo Jun that Ning Yan said has finally arrived. Now it has become more and more interesting. Chapter 1590. Jiang Chen shot. Seeing Ning Yan's senior brother appeared, Jiang Chen naturally had no intention of making a move, but stepped aside without a trace. Ning Yan's senior is extremely powerful, and he is probably also an enchanting evildoer who understands the origin of martial arts. He is no more than that of a burly man. With his cultivation base of the middle true god, neither of these two would put him in the eyes. He could just watch from the sidelines and let the two people fight. If these two people can fight and lose both, it will undoubtedly be much easier for him to obtain the unsullied divine fruit. Dare to hurt my junior sister Luo Jun, looking for death. Luo Jun, a young man in silver clothing, looked at Ning Yan's dangerous situation, his eyes suddenly chilled, and the space of 1,000 square meters around his body was instantly surging. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. A giant storm sword condensed from silver wind gangs, directly split the 1,000 Jiang void, and slashed out at the coquettish woman. The seductive woman's complexion changed drastically. The law of divine power in her body burst out with all her strength, and then condensed into the small world of the true god, blocking Luo Jun's storm giant sword. Her small world of truth censored under that storm giant sword quickly began to distort and change, and finally burst open with a bang. A mouthful of blood spurted out of the seductive woman's mouth, and the whole person flew upside down hundreds of meters away in embarrassment, and her face turned pale in an instant. She looked up at the silver-clothed youth who suddenly appeared, and there was an unconcealable horror in her eyes. This silver-clothed youth is also a half-step heavenly censored who has comprehended the original martial arts. The origin of martial arts is the power that overrides the laws of martial arts. The evolution of the martial law to the original martial art is actually almost the same as the process of the martial art domain to the martial law. After the martial arts law reaches the limit of the triple heaven, continue to comprehend the martial arts origin power in the law. Once the complete source of martial arts has been realized, the power of the world can be evolved, thus entering the realm of heavenly gods. Comprehending the original martial art means that it has reached the level of the heavenly gods. Such an existence can also be called a half-step heavenly realm. Although half a step in the heavenly god realm, the cultivation level is still in the true god realm, but the combat power is far superior to the existence of the ordinary true god realm. Even if the seductive woman was a genius at the pinnacle of the true god, she still couldn't take any of Luo Jun's tricks. Senior brother Luo, there is the legendary Wushu divine fruit here. Go get the Wushu divine fruit first. At this moment, Ning Yan quickly reminded Luo Jun. Luo Jun was startled slightly, and immediately looked towards the center of the pharmacy in response. It turned out to be the godless fruit bred from the godless soil. Junior sister, wait here, I will get the Wushu divine fruit. Luo Jun's eyes skyrocketed, and his figure immediately turned into a silver afterimage, rushing towards the Wushan divine earth in the center. The godless fruit is Lao Su's, don't want to get involved, get out of my way. Seeing this scene, the burly man suddenly uttered a shocking shout, and directly abandoned the undead creature, carrying a billowing thunder electric light, and killed Luo Jun. Luo Jun's complexion was cold, and he also brought a storm of destruction that swept across the sky, and uncannily confronted the burly man. The terrifying explosion of energy resounded throughout the world. The two figures flew upside down a distance of kilometer, and then they slew towards each other with their monstrous power. The two banged against each other one after another, and the sky-shaking impact continued. The void in a radius of 100 miles continued to collapse in the confrontation between the two, like the end of the world. Both of them condensed their own small world of true gods and collided fiercely. A terrifying storm of destruction, centered on the place where the two true gods collided, spread across the sky. The two silhouettes were also embarrassed and stepped on the void, exploding out of the storm of destruction. Your Excellency is tyrannical, but if you and I continue to fight like this, the only result will only hurt both sides, and it will not benefit anyone. Why don't you sit down and talk about it? Luo Jun suppressed the writhing aura in his body, looked up at the burly man opposite, and said lightly. This burly man is extremely strong, and if he wants to defeat him, he probably has to pay a high price. Now, in this ancient relic of the ancient sacred dragon, which is full of dangers, Luo Jun also doesn't want to fight with others when he is forced to do so. The burly man swallowed a mouthful of blood in his throat, and nodded blankly. His understanding of the origin of Lei Dao is not high, only about 10 to 20%. But the silver-clothed young man in front of him had at least 30% of his comprehension of the origin of wind, and his strength was slightly better than him. In the confrontation with the silver-clothed youth just now, he had already suffered serious injuries. If the fighting continues, he will not get any advantage. With the existence of this silver-clothed youth, it is already impossible for him to monopolize the treasures of this place. It is better to divide the treasures peacefully with this silver-clothed youth. The burly man did not want to continue to delay. It would be even more troublesome if another genius who understood the original martial arts came here soon. Luo Jun didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, "The godless fruit, one for each person. For other resources, I want half of the other resources, what do you think?" Hearing this, the burly man couldn't help but glanced at Jiang Chen, who was aside. "What about that kid? Isn't he yours?" Luo Jun smiled contemptuously and said, "It's nothing more than an ant of a middle true god. Do you think he is qualified to share the resources here with us?" "Okay, I have no problem with your distribution method." After the burly man finished speaking, he stared directly at the undead creature waiting in front of Wushan Divine Earth, and said lightly, "Quick battle and quick decision, let's take action together to solve the undead creature." Luo Jun nodded, and then moved his palm, a huge palm condensed by the Silver Wind Gang, directly towards the undead creature town. Upon seeing this, the burly man's thunder and lightning burst out again. Just when he was about to take a shot, a picture scroll with ancient sacred aura directly broke through the void and suppressed him from the top of his head. The burly man's complexion changed, and the monstrous thunder lightning directly condensed a golden armor phantom holding the Thor's hammer directly behind him. The golden armor phantom wielded the Thor's great hammer, and brought countless hundreds of feet of thunder lightning, and slammed against the suppressed picture scroll above his head. The sound of Hong Zhang Dalu echoed in the world. The burly man's figure was also embarrassed and withdrew hundreds of feet away. He stared at Jiang Chen stubbornly, his expression furious. "Boy, you dare to do something to me." Chapter 1591, Now I am qualified. Why didn't I dare to shoot you? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly raised a cold arc. "I discovered this unsullied divine fruit first, so you just use it as my face to divide the unsullied divine fruit. It's too much of a concern for me." The burly man sneered and said, "Just relying on you, do you want to compete with us for the godless fruit?" Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Can you please try it and you will know." The burly man's voice fell, and the purple lightning danced wildly between his hands. 2,000-meter-long purple lightning thunder dragons cut through the sky, with terrifying destructive power, and roared towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's 6 triple heaven laws revolved around his body and gathered, and then turned into a sky-reaching sword light that pierced through the heavens and the earth. The purple lightning thunderbolt burst out loudly, and the burly man's figure also stomped back hundreds of feet in the void. And the injury he had just fought with Luo Jun was finally hard to suppress anymore, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but burst out wildly. "The 6 laws of the triple heaven, you are actually a fellow practitioner of the 6 paths." The burly man looked up at Jiang Chen, his eyes finally showed an incredible look of horror. Although the burly men have seen some geniuses who practice multiple martial arts at the same time, most of them also practice 2 or 3 types at the same time. As for Jiang Chen, fellow practitioners of the 6 paths, even if they look at the entire God realm, they are unique. Even the fellow from the Heavenly Thunder realm who was hailed as the #1 evildoer in a million years, there are only 4 martial arts practitioners. The amount of martial arts practiced in the true God realm represents the potential to break through the Heaven God realm. The 2 kinds of martial arts practitioners understand the origin of the 2 kinds of martial arts. Once you enter the realm of the gods, you will be the second-order gods. The 4 martial arts practitioners understand the origin of the 4 martial artists, and once they enter the realm of the gods, they are the 4th-order gods. As for the 6 martial arts practitioners, once they understand the origin of the 6 martial arts, they can break through the celestial god realm to become the supreme powerhouse of the 6th-order celestial god, and they are only 1 step away from the realm of God. The burly man now finally understands why this kid in front of him can enter the ancient sacred dragon ruins with the cultivation base of a medium true god. 6 practitioners, and all 6 martial arts laws have been promoted to the 3rd heaven. This kid's combat power is probably even more terrifying than many geniuses at the pinnacle of true gods. This kid is so strong. Seeing that the burly man was repelled by Jiang Chen, Ning Yan and the seductive woman who watched the battle were also shocked to the extreme. This young man in black, who had only a middle true god's late-stage cultivation base, was able to burst out such terrifying combat power. Especially Ning Yan couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, when she first met Jiang Chen, she chose to compromise, otherwise I am afraid that she really didn't know how she died. Boy, I didn't expect you to hide it quite deep. The burly man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. It's just so. Jiang Chen glanced at the burly man and said lightly, your current state is not my opponent. If you leave here, maybe it will be too late. Dream. The burly man shouted angrily, his body's divine power and the original laws of Thunder Dao surging out, and then turned into a small world of thunder-filled true gods, and suppressed Jiang Chen. The burly man has mediocre talent. He can have all of this today, relying on his strong perseverance and fierceness from his bones. Due to limited talent, he has only practiced Thunder Road all the time. Although he has now become a half-step Heavenly God realm, the burly man knows very well that if he can't get a big chance this time, he will soon be left far behind by other geniuses. Now that it's hard to meet the unsullied divine fruit that can improve martial arts qualifications, how can a burly man give up easily? Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, his monstrous power and 7 martial arts laws intertwined and flickered, and then quickly evolved into a colorful chaotic world, colliding with the burly man's small world of thunder. The void exploded and chaos flew. The burly man had already consumed a lot of his supernatural power in the previous battle with Luo Jun, and his injuries were not light. At this moment, it was impossible to resist Jiang Chen's full blow. I saw Jiang Chen's small world of chaos, directly with an invincible force, causing the small world of thunder of the burly man to collapse. The burly man's figure was also instantly hit by Jiang Chen's chaotic world, and then like a kite with a broken line, he slammed heavily on a broken hall outside the medicine garden. The dust was soaring, the earth shook, and even the ground was punched with a 1,000-meter-long crack, like an abyss. Brother Lei Kuang, he was defeated. The seductive woman gazed at the scene in front of her with dull eyes, and her whole person was like a ghost. That's senior brother Lei Kuang, one of the 5 half-step Heavenly God realms of the Heavenly Thunder Sect, the largest sect in the Heavenly Thunder realm. Such a half-step Heavenly God realm existence was actually defeated by this middle-level true God realm guy in front of him. On the other side, Luo Jun, who was trying his best to kill undead creatures, couldn't help but change drastically at this moment. This young man in black, who had never been in his eyes, had the ability to suppress that burly man. Although the burly man had previously fought him, his state was no longer at his peak, but that was also a half-step heavenly realm who understood the origin of Thunder Dao. Even in his current state, it is impossible to easily defeat that burly man. Boy, you wait for me, today's matter, I am Lei Kuang never finished with you. Just when the few people in the field were so shocked by the scene before them, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the crack of kilometers outside. I saw an embarrassed figure with a pale face and blood covered in blood, directly rising into the sky from the cracked abyss, and then turning into a thunder light and fleeing towards the outside of the ruins in panic. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the burly man who flees, but directly looked at Luo Jun who was fighting the undead creature. Luo Jun didn't dare to neglect the slightest, and quickly shot with all his strength. A storm giant sword instantly smashed the severely injured undead creature into pieces. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen's body and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that your excellency turned out to be an unworldly genius of fellow practitioners of the 6 paths. Jiang Chen looked at Luo Jun calmly, and said lightly, now, I should be qualified to fight for the godless fruit. Your excellency is powerful, Luo Mo admires. Luo Jun took a deep breath and said, all the treasures here, I only take 1 unsullied divine fruit, and the rest belong to you. I don't know what you think. Chapter 1592, The Origin of the Ancient Sacred Dragon. Although the kid in front of him was only a middle-level true god's late-stage cultivation base, he was a fellow practitioner of the 6 paths, and his combat power was extremely enchanting. Luo Jun is cautious by nature. Now that he is not sure to defeat the boy in front of him, he does not want to be an enemy easily. Although there are many treasures in this medicine garden, the only thing that really fascinates Luo Jun is the godless fruit. As long as he can get an unsullied divine fruit, he has achieved his goal. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded. In fact, he had never thought about swallowing the treasures here. Since this guy took the initiative to make concessions, how can he refuse? Half-step Tian Divine Realm is not so easy to defeat. He first used the Tiantu of Qinlongzhen to attack the burly man by surprise, causing his internal injuries to erupt, and then fully used the True God's small world to suppress the burly man in one fell swoop. And Luo Jun in front of him, regardless of his strength and state, was better than the burly man. Before being forced, Jiang Chen never thought of fighting Luo Jun to the end. Luo Jun's voice fell, he directly took an immaculate fruit, and then quickly walked away with Ning Yan. On the other side, the seductive woman finally recovered from the horror at this moment, and turned around quickly to flee outside the medicine garden. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's faint voice suddenly came from behind her. If you want to survive, you'd better wait here obediently. The seductive woman trembled all over, and the figure that was about to flash out also instantly stiffened. Jiang Chen ignored the seductive woman, and directly began to collect the immaculate fruit and the other treasures of the medicine garden. Jiang Chen took all the treasures in the medicine garden into his bag, and then flashed to the front of the seductive woman. The seductive woman looked at Jiang Chen in front of her, her expression tightened suddenly. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "You are not more panic, I just want to ask you a few questions. As long as you answer honestly, I will let you go. The son has any questions, just ask. The little girl will know everything and say nothing," the seductive woman said quickly. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and asked directly, "Where do you and that burly man come from? This ancient sacred dragon relic is a genius of several realms in it. We are from the Heavenly Thunder Realm, and are the disciples of the Sky Thunder Sect, the largest sect in the Heavenly Thunder Realm. The ancient sacred dragon remains are jointly controlled by the Blue Cloud Realm, the Starscar Realm, the Kangshan Realm and our Heavenly Thunder Realm." Although the seductive woman had some doubts in her heart, she replied respectfully. The ancient sacred dragon relics have been controlled by the four realms for at least tens of millions of years. The disciples of the four realms should have a good understanding of this information. But the guy in front of him seemed very strange to all of this. Isn't this guy a person from the four realms, but a genius from other realms? How did this guy get into the ancient sacred dragon ruins? The ancient sacred dragon relics are controlled by the four realms in the mouth of the seductive woman, but the ancient dragon realm is completely excluded. It should be a complete accident that the ancient dragons of the ancient dragon world can have the qualifications to enter the ancient sacred dragon relics. It's just how this accident happened, but Jiang Chen didn't know. Since the establishment of the ancient dragon clan, the relics of the holy dragon have been opened every 1,000 years, and people have entered it. Why these guys still don't know the existence of the ancient dragon world? Tell me about the situation of the ancient sacred dragon ruins. Jiang Chen thought for a while, and asked for information about the ancient sacred dragon relics. This seductive woman came from the Heavenly Thunder Realm, one of the four great realms, and obviously knew more about the ancient sacred dragon relics than the ancient dragons. Upon hearing this, the seductive woman couldn't help but introduce Jiang Chen details about the ancient sacred dragon ruins. The ancient sacred dragon remains. It is said that in the ancient times hundreds of millions of years ago, it was a super big world called the Sacred Dragon World. The Holy Dragon Realm is powerful, not only has countless realm gods, but also a censored king-level power. A shocking battle occurred in the Holy Dragon Realm. That battle involved almost all forces above the realm censored level, and even two censored kings fought, causing the Holy Dragon Realm mountain to collapse and the sun and the moon were dark. The entire Holy Dragon Realm was completely collapsed and torn apart. The four big realms that the seductive women were in were actually separated from the Holy Dragon Realm. In addition to the four separated realms, there is a relatively intact area in the Holy Dragon World, which is the ancient Holy Dragon remains. The relics of the ancient sacred dragon, located in the central area of the original battle, were almost turned into ruins, and they were smashed into the eternal void. After years of hard work, the four realms finally found this missing area and used it as a secret space jointly controlled by the four realms. I didn't expect the ancient sacred dragon relics to come from this way. Hearing the introduction of the seductive woman, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of surprise in his eyes. He thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Have you ever heard of the ancient dragon world?" "No, there are so many realms in God's realm. Without a realm god, you may not be able to cross many realms in your life. The legend says that God's domain was a whole continent in the ancient times. Later, the God's domain was shattered and billions of dust evolved into the God's 3,000 realms. Every dust is a realm. All I can know is our 4 realms and more than a dozen surrounding realms. The seductive woman shook her head and said. When Jiang Chen heard this bewitchingly, a look of consternation appeared in his eyes. The 3,000 realms of the god's domain turned out to be formed after the god's domain continent was broken. But these information, there is no record in the ancient dragon clan. It can be seen that the status of the ancient dragon realm in God's domain is indeed not very good, and it is even very likely to be on the verge of information blockage in the God's domain. You 4 realms, haven't you noticed anyone outside the 4 realms enter? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and asked a more curious question. The Gulong clan has a history of millions of years. Over the years, every time the ancient sacred dragon remains opened, the ancient dragon tribe would send people into it. How could the people of the 4 realms not notice it? No, the seductive woman shook her head. She was also taken aback. Listening to this guy's tone, the forces behind him seemed to have entered the ancient sacred dragon ruins before. The ancient sacred dragon remains are controlled by 4 realms, and even other realms around it are impossible to enter them. There was a flash of light in the seductive woman's mind, as if she had thought of something. Her face suddenly changed, and her mouth couldn't help but screamed. You are from the ancient dragon tribe, aren't your ancient dragon tribe descendants of the Holy Dragon Temple? Chapter 1593. The Origin of Kendo, Half-Step God. Do you know the ancient dragons? The people in the 4 realms seem to have discovered the existence of the ancient dragon tribe, but they don't seem to know that they are from the ancient dragon realm, but treat them as the descendants of the so-called Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. The seductive woman took a deep breath and said, I have heard some ancestors in the sect mention that they have met people who claim to be the ancient dragon clan in the ancient sacred dragon ruins, and they should be the descendants of the sacred dragon Heavenly Palace who survived by chance. If this one is also from the ancient dragon clan, this ancient dragon clan is definitely not the descendant of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace who was lucky enough to survive in the ancient Holy Dragon ruins. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. This Holy Dragon Palace should be a force in the Holy Dragon realm. The seductive woman slowly said, Holy Dragon Palace is the master of the Holy Dragon world in the ancient times, and the only censored king power in the Holy Dragon world. According to the information he now knows, the ancient dragon realm should be just a small, inconspicuous realm on the edge of the god's domain. Before the ancient dragon tribe was established to dominate the ancient dragon world, the ancient dragon world seemed to have not even a world god level power. How does such an inconspicuous little realm have something to do with the super realm like the Holy Dragon Realm, which has the power of the king? Rumor has it that the ancient dragon clan was built on the fall of the ancient dragon clan. This ancient dragon clan that fell in the ancient dragon realm had escaped from the battle of the sacred dragon realm. It is even very likely that it was a member of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, the power of the censored king. And the method of the ancient dragon clan leading to the ancient sacred dragon ruins was left by the fallen ancient dragon clan. He also asked the seductive woman about some ancient sacred dragon relics, including the strength of the geniuses in the 4 realms, and the specific location of the sacred dragon palace. The seductive woman didn't conceal it, she told Jiang Chen the information without reservation. After understanding the information he wanted to know, Jiang Chen waved his hand to the seductive woman. Okay, you can leave. The seductive woman turned around and disappeared into Jiang Chen's line of sight. Next, find a place to improve your strength first, and then go to the Holy Dragon Palace to see. After the seductive woman left, Jiang Chen pondered slightly, and soon had a plan in his heart. Although his current combat power is comparable to the half-step Heaven Divine Realm, it is not easy to defeat the half-step Heaven Divine Realm. According to the information disclosed by the seductive woman, the Sky Thunder Sect in the Sky Thunder Realm alone has 5.5 steps of the evil spirits in the Sky God Realm. In addition to some geniuses from other forces in the Heavenly Thunder Realm, there are at least 10 enchanters in the half-step Heaven God Realm. Counting the other 3 realms, this half-step Heavenly censored realm of the ancient sacred dragon remains at least has a full 50. But the burly man is almost at the bottom of the half-step Heavenly God Realm. He now needs to use his full strength to defeat the burly man. If it encounters a stronger half-step Heavenly God Realm, I am afraid it may not be an opponent. Jiang Chen planned to swallow the immaculate fruit and some of the resources he had just obtained to improve his strength. This place is not a place to stay for a long time. Leave it first. Although Luo Jun and the burly man have left, it is hard to guarantee that they will not summon the strong in the door to kill the carbine for the sake of the godless fruit. For the sake of safety, it is better for him to leave here as soon as possible. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately rose up into the sky, turning into a stream of light, rushing out toward the outside of the mountain. Flew a distance of thousands of miles all the way. Jiang Chen found a relatively safe small call, sat cross-legged, and then a crystal fruit appeared in his palm. I don't know how far this unsullied divine fruit can improve my strength. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, and immediately delivered the immaculate fruit in his mouth. The unsullied divine fruit melted in its mouth, turning into a heat flow that quickly flowed into the sea of divine power in Jiang Chen's body, and then spread towards the limbs and skeletons. The system prompts also sounded continuously in Jiang Chen's ear. Ding! You swallow an immaculate fruit and gain a lot of magical power. Ding! You successfully broke through the middle true, censored peak. Ding! You swallow an unsullied divine fruit, triggering a hundredfold kendo epiphany effect. Ding! Your triple heaven kendo law is complete and you have successfully comprehended the origin of 1/10 kendo. The effect of this unsullied divine fruit is too bad. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen, who was already prepared, still couldn't help taking a breath. Although he also guessed that the effect of taking Wushu divine fruit was not bad, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. An unsullied divine fruit can directly improve his cultivation to a small realm, which is understandable. But Jiang Chen never thought of it anyway. Wushu Shen Guo even let him trigger a kendo epiphany. Under the action of the 100 times system, he was equivalent to triggering 100 times of kendo epiphany in an instant. Not only did the law of kendo reach the triple heaven perfection in one breath, he even understood the origin of the kendo of 10%. Now, although his cultivation base is only at the peak of the middle true god, he has already understood the origin of kendo and has become an existence comparable to a half-step heavenly god. Is this the special effect possessed by Wushu divine fruit? Jiang Chen murmured to himself, even a little regretful that Luo Jun had taken the other immaculate fruit. If he can collect another immaculate god fruit in his bag, he will not only have the hope of breaking through the superior true gods in one fell swoop, but he may also trigger another effect and comprehend a martial arts origin power. In less than half a day after entering the ancient sacred dragon ruins, Jiang Chen was also very satisfied with an immaculate fruit and comprehending the origin of kendo. Today, he really has the capital to contend with the many half-step heavenly gods in the ruins. If he faced the burly man again waiting for a half-step in the heavenly god realm, he wanted to defeat it, it shouldn't be a difficult thing. Next, let's go to the ruins of Shenglong Tiangong. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and stood up directly from the small call. Originally, Jiang Chen thought that he would practice here for a while. Who knew that a godless fruit instantly raised his cultivation to a small level, and realized the origin of kendo. Now that his strength is greatly improved, Jiang Chen doesn't want to waste time, and is planning to go directly to the ruins of the Holy Dragon Temple. This Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace was the only censored king power in the Holy Dragon realm in the ancient times. If he guessed correctly, the place where Pang Qingyuan got the fragment of the Taixu Sacred Dragon picture should be the site of the Sacred Dragon Temple. That being the case, he went to the ruins of Shenglong Tiangong to see if there is really a legendary inheritance of the gods. Chapter 1594. I just passed by. In the ancient sacred dragon relics, Jiang Chen walked south according to the information provided by the seductive woman. Jiang Chen entered a large mountain range that undulated quickly. In the mountains, dangers are everywhere, and all kinds of monsters and birds hide everywhere, appearing from time to time. Jiang Chen also felt the aura of some powerful beasts comparable to the heavenly god realm. Even if Jiang Chen's strength has greatly increased now, he has to proceed cautiously. If he really provokes the monster beast of the heavenly censored realm, even with his current strength, I am afraid he will not be able to eat it. 100 miles away, a huge canyon appeared. Outside the canyon, a dozen young geniuses from the 4 major realms stopped at the entrance of the canyon, seemingly waiting for something. Jiang Chen glanced slightly over these young geniuses. Through their clothing, Jiang Chen could roughly tell that these people should come from 2 different forces. 6 of them were dressed in black, and the first black-clothed youth with a gloomy expression was no worse than that of the burly man in the heavenly thunder realm. He was obviously a half-step heavenly god realm. The other 4 were dressed in all sky-blue robes, with some strange signs embroidered on the robes. At the head is a handsome young man with sword eyebrows and stars. The breath of this handsome young man was as unfathomable as the vast stars, obviously much stronger than the young man in black. Jiang Chen could feel that the 6 black-clothed youths all meant that they were mainly handsome blue-clothed youths. If he is right, these people should come from the Starscar realm among the 4 realms. And the 4 blue-robed youths, in all likelihood, were members of the Starscar Sect, the first god-level power in the Starscar realm. As for the other 6 black-clothed youths, they are most likely from other world-censored forces in the Starscar realm. According to the introduction of the Enchanting Woman, although the 4 great realms were only separated from the Holy Dragon realm, their strength was not comparable to that of the Ancient Dragon realm, and each realm had more than one realm-censored power. All the world-censored forces in the 4 realms will get some places to enter the ancient sacred dragon ruins, but they are somewhat different. Just as Jiang Chen secretly looked at the geniuses of these Starscar realms, a deep cyan thunderstorm suddenly swept out of the mysterious canyon. Puff puff puff. The 2 Taoist figures rolled out of the gorge very embarrassed, with vague blood spilling at the corners of their mouths, and they were obviously injured. Both of these 2 were geniuses with cultivation bases reaching the pinnacle of the superior true gods, and they were much stronger than Ning Yan and the seductive women. With the strength of these 2, they were both forced to retreat in embarrassment by the storm in the mysterious valley. This shows how dangerous is in this gorge, but even though the canyon in front of them is extremely dangerous, these geniuses from the 4 realms still haven't left, and they are still trying to get into it. It can be seen that there must be a great opportunity for them to take risks. Brother Gongqi, the storm in this canyon is too strong, it seems that it is impossible to forcibly break in. The headed young man in black frowned and frowned. The blue-robed young man named Gongqi flashed a sharp light in his eyes, and said lightly, "There is a vague pattern to follow the changes in the storm in this valley. Continue to send people to try, and I should be able to find it soon. La." The young man in black nodded slightly. Just as he was about to tell the 2 of them to continue to explore the storm in the canyon, he suddenly sensed something and his complexion changed suddenly. He turned abruptly and looked at a place in the forest, and his cold stern suddenly echoed in the silent forest. The black-clothed youth suddenly shouted, which also surprised Gongqi slightly. His spiritual consciousness unfolded, but he didn't sense anything. He couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "Wu Tong, are you sure someone is here? Brother Gong, presumably you also know that my Black Soul sect is good at Soul Dao, and my spiritual sense is much stronger than ordinary people. In terms of perception alone, few people in the heavenly god realm can compare to me." The black-clothed youth smiled confidently, and immediately shot his eyes directly to somewhere 100 miles away, and sneered, "Sir, do you come out by yourself, or let me invite you out? This guy's perception is too terrifying." Seeing that the black-clothed youth actually sensed his existence, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Although the consciousness of the first-class true censored can cover hundreds of miles, his aura is so concealed that it is impossible for ordinary people to find him. The perception of this black-clothed youth seems to be much more terrifying than the blue-clothed youth. Now that the black-clothed youth had discovered him, there was no need for him to hide. He flashed out of the dense forest and came to a place 10 miles away from the canyon. "Boy, who are you? What are you doing sneakily hiding in the dark?" The black-clothed young man named Wu Tong stared at Jiang Chen gloomily, his eyes flashing with cold sharp light. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Nothing, I'm just passing by." Passing by. Wu Tong's eyes were slightly cold. "I'm sorry, this is nowhere. If you don't want to be boring, you'd better take a detour." Although the boy in front of him was only a medium true god's cultivation base, Wu Tong instinctively felt a dangerous aura from Jiang Chen with his keen perception. Wu Tong didn't do it directly. "This gorge is not yours. You said I had to make a detour. Who do you think you are?" The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a cold arc. "If I have to pass here today, on both sides of this gorge, there are endless mountains. Some unusually terrifying auras faintly exuded in the mountains, and there must be demon beasts in the heavens, and Jiang Chen didn't want to get involved easily. The mysterious gorge in front of me is very peculiar and must not be an ordinary place. Since he is here, how can he not explore the canyon?" "Wu Tong, what nonsense are you talking to him? It's nothing more than an ant of a middle true god, just kill it directly." At this moment, Gongqi's somewhat impatient voice rang. "Boy, since you have to find your own way, then I will fulfill you." Hearing Gongqi's words, Wu Tong didn't hesitate at the moment. He directly waved his hand and said with a stern murderous intention, "Do it, kill him for me." As Wu Tong's voice fell, a black-clothed young man in the late true god stage next to him burst out in an instant. The black-clothed youth stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes, and with a sudden wave of his palms, a huge black handprint directly brought the terrifying soul pressure and killed Jiang Chen. Chapter 1595. Soul rode half a step into the heavenly god realm. Soul Dao La, looking at the overwhelming palm of the young man in black, a look of surprise flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. The palm prints gathered by the black-clothed youth not only contain the power of the martial law, but this law seems to have a direct impact on the soul. This kind of martial arts law is undoubtedly an extremely rare Soul Dao law. One way to Wushu, 3,000 avenues. The power of all things in the world can be Dao. Soul Dao is naturally one of the 3,000 avenues. Soul Dao is unpredictable, and its mystery is more than that of time and space. Soul Dao cultivation is not only very difficult, but also extremely time-consuming. Generally, few people are willing to spend time to understand the Soul Dao. It's no wonder that the guy named Wudong was able to discover my existence. It seems that the guy who cultivated is also very likely to be Soul Dao. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder in his heart. Could it be that the power to which these black-clothed youths belong is a power that specializes in soul cultivation? Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, and the movements on his hands did not neglect at all. When he flipped his hands, a stamp of the soul killing was slapped at the young man in black. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has reached the pinnacle of the middle true god, with the blessing of the censored king-level technique Taixu Sacred Dragon Chart, his divine power is no less inferior than the genius of the superior true, censored, late stage. And his soul destruction seal has always been the nemesis of Soul Dao power. The huge handprint of the black-clothed youth was swallowed by the power of the soul-killing seal at the moment it touched the soul-killing seal. Mie Hun Yin directly suppressed the black-clothed youth with the momentum of thunder. The black-clothed youth had no time to react, and was annihilated by the energy of the explosion of the soul destruction seal. A slight muffled hum suddenly came out of midair, and saw the embarrassed figure of the young man in black, flying upside down from the explosion of soul destruction seal like lightning. The figure of the black-clothed youth, like a kite with a broken line, fell heavily on the ground 100 meters away, and directly hit a big hole on the ground, and the whole person passed out directly. With Jiang Chen's current combat power, an ordinary genius of the superior true god late stage seemed to pose no threat to him. Seeing that Jiang Chen, with the cultivation base of the middle true god, severely injured one of his fellow disciples of the superior true, censored, late stage, Wu Tong's eyes finally shrank suddenly. This kid, as he expected, is not as simple as a middle true god. Interesting. In front of Gong Qi's eyes on the side, there was also a look of surprise in his eyes. If an ordinary high-level true, censored, late-stage person was hit hard by this kid, Gong Qi might not care. Those who can enter the ancient sacred dragon relics are all geniuses in the four realms. Previously, the black-clothed youth was in the late stage of the upper true god, and he was cultivating the extremely strange soul path, which was even more difficult than the average person at the peak of the true god. This kid can hit it hard with one move, which is really extraordinary. Boy, dare to hurt my Black Soul Sect disciple in front of me, you are looking for death. Wu Tong's eyes were cold, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. No matter how weird this kid is, if he dares to hurt his disciple of the Black Soul Sect and force his way into the canyon in front of him, there is only one death. Wu Tong Senrin's words fell, and his palm was slightly lifted, and the terrifying Soul Dao La directly turned into a 1,000-foot-long pitch-black soul knife, smashing against Jiang Chen angrily like the top of Mount Tai. The horrible soul pressure contained in the dark soul knife is probably enough to make the soul of an ordinary true, censored, realm powerhouse instantly shatter. Jiang Chen looked indifferent and stretched out his hand to grasp the void. The vitality of the heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles instantly turned into a trillion sword rain tearing the void, shrouded in front of the 1,000 Jiang soul knife. Jian Yu hit the black soul knife, and each of them was a Taoist censored, who instantly penetrated the soul knife, leaving a transparent hole visible to the naked eye. The Chenjiang soul knife was covered with dense transparent holes, and then crashed in midair with a bang. The soul knife shattered, and Wu Tong's figure also stomped on the ground and retreated. Every time he took a step back, the sole of his foot made a big pit measuring 2 or 3 feet in the ground. The earth in a radius of 100 miles was trembling constantly in this one. Good. Boy, I have to say, you successfully angered me. I really don't believe it, even you, a middle-aged true god-headed boy, can't take care of it today. The existence of his dignified half-step in the realm of Heavenly God was now being pushed back by a middle-class true god. Wu Tong couldn't help but become a little angry. He saw his killing intent skyrocketing, and the dark soul power spread from his body overwhelmingly, turning into hundreds of pitch-black pythons exuding a frightening atmosphere. Hundreds of black giant pythons are centered on Wutong, setting off their whole person as if half of the demons are here. Wu Tong roared, and 100 black mist-shrouded giant pythons roared out at Jiang Chen with teeth and claws like a ghost snake from 9 nethers. The space of tens of miles around was filled with a terrifying cold atmosphere, which made the soul tremble. 100 python swallows the sky. Black Soul Sect Supreme Realm God level technique, swallowing the sky and soul devouring technique, condenses the cultivation technique vision. It is extremely powerful, and it is one of Wutong's supreme attack methods. Wu Tong once used this trick to kill countless geniuses of the same realm in the Starscar realm. Even Gongqi, the half-step heavenly god realm of the Starscar Gate, had to be treated with caution when facing him. Wu Tong wanted to see how this kid could resist his move. Jiang Chen stared at the roaring 100 black pythons with cold eyes, and the image of the Taixu sacred dragon instantly moved to the extreme, and a golden scroll of thousands of feet that covered the sky and the sun suddenly condensed from the void. In the golden picture scroll, the ancient dragon lying in the depths of the starry sky faintly uttered a faint sound of dragon chants that penetrated the ancient and modern, and then suppressed the hundreds of black pythons below with endless divine might. With the continuous improvement of Jiang Chen's cultivation base, the vision of the technique condensed by the Taixu sacred dragon diagram has undoubtedly become stronger and stronger. I saw that the black python that first roared towards Jiang Chen, under the suppression of Qinlong's and Tiantu, did not even have time to make a scream, it collapsed in midair. A burst of intensive explosions reverberated in midair. Hundreds of black pythons were completely reduced to nothingness under the suppression of the golden scroll. The golden picture scroll crushed 100 black pythons with a force of destruction, and then penetrated all obstacles, and annihilated Wutong's whole person. Chapter 1596. God King level exercises show their power. The sky-shaking explosion sounded, and the bright golden light swept away from midair at this moment, eclipsing the sun in the sky. Senior brother Wu's vision of the sky-devouring soul-devouring art was broken by that kid. How could it be possible? Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, the eyes of the remaining Black Soul Sect disciples showed incredible horror. Swallowing the soul. This is the Black Soul Sect's strongest realm god level technique, not only powerful, but also extremely difficult to cultivate. Today's Black Soul Sect, there are only 2 geniuses who have cultivated into the sky-swallowing soul-swallowing art in the true god realm. And Wutong in front of him is one of them. They didn't expect that the boy in front of him could have the absolute upper hand when facing Wutong, who displayed the vision of devouring sky and soul-devouring art. This kid's cultivation base is only in the middle true, censored level. A mid-level true, censored, in a mere paltry can actually break through a half-step heavenly god realm's strongest realm, censored, level technique vision. This kid actually suppressed Wutong's cultivation technique with the cultivation technique vision. Gongqi looked at the 10-mile world that was shrouded in golden light, his eyes shrank suddenly. The Black Soul Sect is the world-censored power in the Starscar realm, second only to the Starscar Gate, and Gongqi naturally knows the Black Soul Sect very well. The Black Soul Sect's world-censored technique swallowing the sky and soul-devouring soul tactic is well known in the entire Starscar realm, and it will not be inferior in the slightest compared to their Starscar Sect's strongest realm magic technique, the Immortal Star tactic. Even if he took the shot himself, it would not be possible to defeat Wutong only with the vision of the cultivation technique. The boy in front of him, with the cultivation base of an intermediate true god, relied on the vision of the cultivation technique to suppress Wutong. Gongqi's eyes flickered slightly. When this kid was at a level lower than his cultivation level, he defeated Wutong's sky devouring soul secret art vision by relying on the cultivation technique vision. In this case, there is only one possible explanation. That's the practice of this kid, far surpassing Wutong's sky-devouring soul art. And Wutong's sky-swallowing soul-eater secret art could already be regarded as a top-notch realm god-level technique. Doesn't this mean that this kid is most likely to practice the legendary, censored king-level exercises? Gongqi's eyes couldn't help but show an extremely fiery look. The censored king is a strong man standing on the peak of the gods, overlooking the supreme existence of all beings in the gods. Anything that has something to do with the King of God is the treasure that countless martial arts practitioners dream of. The censored king level exercises are even more supreme exercises that can suppress thousands of exercises in the world. Since the disappearance of the Holy Dragon Realm and the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace in ancient times, the censored king level exercises have become legendary existences in their 4 realms. Gongqi didn't expect it. The unfamiliar black-clothed young man in front of him practiced the legendary censored king level technique. You must get the censored king level technique on this kid. Gongqi's eyes exploded. God King level exercises, this is simply a great opportunity. Amidst the shock of everyone, the golden light shrouded in midair for 10 miles of heaven and earth finally dissipated slowly, gradually revealing the scene in it. The first to appear in their sight was a black-clothed young man standing proudly. It seemed that the previous shocking collision didn't seem to hurt him at all. And not far away from it, an embarrassed black figure lying in a huge pit, with scattered black hair and blood on his face, it was Wudong. Tisk tusk. This too imaginary holy dragon picture is worthy of a censored king-level technique, and it really is getting stronger and stronger. Looking at Wutong's miserable appearance, Jiang Chen was also amazed. With the improvement of Jiang Chen's strength, the Taixu Sacred Dragon picture finally began to show the terrifying power of the God King level technique. If he had the cultivation base of a superior true censored, at this moment, Jiang Chen would even have the confidence to use the technique vision of the Taixu Sacred Dragon to kill Wudong in front of him with one move. Wudong got up from the ground with a pale face. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and his eyes also showed unprecedented horror. God King level exercises. You will actually be practicing God King level exercises. To be able to suppress his sky-swallowing soul-eater vision with the cultivation level of a medium true God, I am afraid that only the vision condensed by the God King level cultivation method can do it. Tisk tusk. I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in the 4 realms who obtained the censored king level technique. At this moment, Gongqi, dressed in blue, slowly stepped forward. He looked at Jiang Chen on the opposite side and couldn't help but smiled faintly. I wonder which realm your excellency comes from. Where am I from? It doesn't matter to you. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent and said, I am going to enter this gorge now, who else has an opinion? It's not impossible for your excellency to enter the canyon. Gongqi smiled and said, I only have one condition, as long as you give us 2 of us the censored king level exercises. What if I don't? Seeing that Gongqi wanted to hit his own 2 imaginary sacred dragon map, Jiang Chen couldn't help but flashed a cold light in his eyes. Whether you like it or not, my Gongqi will decide on the God King level cultivation technique you have today. I advise you, don't toast or eat fine wine. Gongqi stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and the corner of his mouth was slightly curved. What kind of thing do you dare to get involved with my practice? I originally planned to let you go. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame me for being polite. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and a sword energy that suppressed the heavens and the earth descended into the void. This kendo is so powerful that the space around Jiang Chen collapses continuously. The sword aura that rushed into the sky was aroused from Jiang Chen's body, turned into a shocking rainbow, and shot straight into the sky. Even if you are thousands of miles away, you can feel the horror of this sword. This is the original strength of kendo. Gongqi looked at the horror sword Jiang Chen condensed, his eyes suddenly shrank, and his mouth couldn't help but scream out. As for Wutong and the others beside Gongqi, they could hardly believe their eyes. There are some very enchanting existences in this world who have an extremely enchanting understanding of martial arts, and they can comprehend the origin of martial arts before their cultivation base has reached the peak of the superior true God. But such an existence is a genius among geniuses. Even in their Starscar realm, only the first genius who overwhelmed the Tianzhou of the same generation had realized the origin of martial arts in advance. But even that one had realized the origin of martial arts only when his cultivation reached the advanced true God. The cultivation base of the middle true censored peak is already a half-step heavenly censored realm who has understood the origin of kendo. Chapter 1597. Kill the 2 half-step heavenly god realm and see. Jiang Chen looked cold and ignored the shock of Gongqi and others, and directly urged Jian Guang to cut Gongqi with a sword. At this moment, the world was divided into 2 halves instantly. Looking at the sword light that was rapidly expanding in the pupils, Gongqi had to suppress the horror in his heart, and quickly urge the laws of stars and the origin of the stars, turning them into a nine-sky galaxy containing the power of the vast stars, and struck the face. Jian Guang banged together. The dazzling sword light collided with the Judean galaxy, and suddenly an unprecedented loud noise erupted. Between the sky and the earth, a terrifying energy storm flew in all directions, smashing the cloud into pieces in an instant. In that terrifying energy storm, two figures quickly flew out in opposite directions. Every time they stepped back, there was a loud noise under their feet, and then 3-foot-long spatial cracks emerged. Xingqian martial arts, kind of interesting. Jiang Chen stabilized his figure and looked up at Gongqi opposite, with a strange look in his eyes. This god realm is really much more interesting than the lower realm. In the lower realm, most of the martial arts practiced by martial artists are the most common martial arts in the world. In God's domain, Jiang Chen finally saw what Dadao Senshin was. Everything in the world, the sun, the moon and the stars, can be Dao. You are not a member of the four realms. Are you a descendant of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, the legendary member of the ancient dragon tribe? Gongqi stepped back more than 10 steps, looking at Jiang Chen in amazement. Although there are many half-step heavenly gods in the four great realms, there are only a handful of them who have understood the origin of Kendo before the peak of the true gods. Such a character is a peerless arrogant in the four realms. In front of him, with the cultivation base of the middle true, censored peak, he understood the origin of Kendo. If it is a person from the four realms, he can't possibly not know. In all likelihood, this kid is a member of the Gulong tribe, the descendant of the Holy Dragon Temple who has been living in this ruin. Gongqi finally understood. Why does this guy have a censored king-level technique? The Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace was the only king-level power in the Holy Dragon realm in the ancient times, and this kid, as a descendant of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, probably cultivated the God-King level skills of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Jiang Chen didn't answer Gongqi, but said indifferently, "Give you one last chance, don't block my way. Otherwise, die." Gongqi's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately there was a fierce look on his face. He directly shouted at Wu Tong who was on the side, "Wu Tong, this kid is a little weird, let's take it together." Wu Tong took a deep breath, and his body was surrounded by a black cyclone, and a terrifying coercion suddenly spread from his body. The boy in front of him is the descendant of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace who masters the technique of the censored king level. If they can win this kid, they will not only get the God King level skills from this kid, but they will even have the opportunity to get more of the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace from him. Such a huge opportunity is now met by them, how can they easily give up? Gongqi and Wu Tong, the two half-step geniuses of the Heavenly God realm, shot at the same time. The power of the Dark Soul and the power of the dazzling stars instantly shook the Bili Void, and attacked Jiang Chen from left to right at the same time. Jiang Chen's voice fell coldly, and the 7 powers of the law and the original power of the Kendo appeared almost all over the body at the same time. At the beginning, his cultivation level was only in the middle true, censored stage, and he didn't understand the origin of Kendo, so he dared to fight for the front of the half-step heaven, censored, realm in the Sky Thunder world. The two people's understanding of the origin of martial arts is only about 30%, only slightly higher than that of the burly man of Tian Lei Jia. If the realm is divided according to how much martial art has been enlightened, these two people are still in the early stage of the half-step Tianshan realm. With his current strength, what is there to fear? Jiang Chen merged 7 different martial arts powers and slammed into Gongqi and Gongqi. Every time the three played against each other, a huge black hole was cracked in the sky. The horrible energy turned into a storm, rushing violently in all directions, destroying everything within 100 miles. After more than 10 moves in a row, the two Gongqi finally couldn't resist the terrifying power that Jiang Chen erupted, and at the same time they retreated hundreds of feet away in embarrassment. Is this the descendant of Shenglong Tiangong? It's too enchanting. Gongqi and the other two forcefully suppressed the churning aura in their bodies, and unprecedented horror appeared in their eyes. Cultivating that censored king-level technique, the middle true censored will understand the origin of Kendo, and he is still a fellow practitioner of the 6 paths. In addition to the laws of Kendo, there are 5 laws that have reached the triple heaven. Even if the two of them joined forces, they weren't opponents at all. Compared with the guy in front of him, the so-called geniuses in their 4 realms are no different from scum. Half a step in the heavenly god realm, it's nothing more than that. I gave you a chance to survive, but you have to send it to your door to find death. In that case, I will kill 2 half-step heavenly divine realms. Today to take a look. Just when the two of Gongqi were frightened, Jiang Chen's arrogant and dry laughter resounded instantly. I saw his whole body explode with golden light, and his whole body's divine power was instantly mobilized to the extreme. Golden divine power and 7 martial arts laws, the original power of Kendo converged, and then evolved into a small world of colorful chaos that suppressed the void of thousands of feet, and suppressed the two of Gongqi. Looking at the colorful little world that came from the suppression, both Gongqi's expressions changed drastically, and only a shadow of death enveloped their hearts. Where did they dare to have the slightest reservation, and quickly gathered the strength of their whole body to evolve their own small world of true gods. A small world of twinkling stars and a small world of pitch black like an endless abyss collided with the small world of colorful colors almost at the same time. The void burst, the sun and the moon hung upside down, and the chaos flew up. The world, which was 100 miles in radius, was completely transformed into nothingness under the impact of the small world of the 3 true gods. I saw Gongqi's small world of stars and Wutong's small black world. It was impossible to resist the power of Jiang Chen's colorful small world. The small world of the two directly exploded from the inside, and then collapsed in midair. The real god's small world shattered, both of them trembled suddenly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of their mouths. The remaining power of Jiang Chen's colorful little world did not give them any chance to react, and directly annihilated them all. The two Gongqi only had time to let out a miserable howl, and then they were crushed into powder by the power of the colorful small world, and completely dissipated in the world. Chapter 1598, Wusheng Valley. A small world of true gods instantly wiped out 2 half-step gods. Between heaven and earth, there is a dead silence. Whether it was a disciple of the Taixu Sect or a disciple of the Black Soul Sect, the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen showed an unprecedented horror. That's 2 half-step heavenly gods. Although Gongqi and the two were in the half-step heavenly god realm of the 4 great realms, their strength can only be regarded as average, but they are also 2 half-step heavenly god realm geniuses. When the two joined hands, their combat power was not trivial. Even the geniuses of the 4 great realms who have entered the ancient holy dragon relics, probably not many can defeat the two. But the boy in front of him, he killed Gongqi Eranjun for life. Such an defying combat power, even if compared to the top geniuses in the 4 realms, I am afraid it will not be inferior in the slightest. Gong, senior brother Gong is dead, run away, everyone. A disciple of the Taixu door recovered, couldn't help but let out a horrified scream, and then rushed out in panic. The scream of the star-marked disciple also instantly made others recover from the shock. Including those Black Soul Sect disciples, who were like bereaved dogs, began to flee frantically towards the mountains on both sides. Jiang Chen's killing intent exploded, and the sword light containing the original swordsmanship flew out from his fingertips, and killed the fleeing figures. Letting the tiger go back to the mountain will have endless troubles. Although the people in the Taixu realm in front of him could no longer cause any danger to him, these guys knew that he had a censored king-level technique. If they were allowed to leave, these guys would most likely call in more Taixu realm half-step heavenly divine realm and come to him for trouble. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, his best way is to get rid of everyone. The dazzling sword light directly penetrated time and space, and these geniuses in the Taixu realm were simply hard to stop. The 7 or 8 figures fleeing in all directions were crushed by Jiang Chen's sword light. Resolving the geniuses of the Taixu realm in an understatement, Jiang Chen swept the battlefield a little before striding directly into the canyon. After entering the canyon, Jiang Chen didn't move fast. The entrance of this canyon has formed a natural storm barrier after many years of changes. In the storm barrier, a destructive storm will be randomly sent out every once in a while, which is extremely powerful. Once it appeared in the center of the storm, not to mention Jiang Chen, even some ordinary heavenly gods might not be able to bear it. The destruction of the storm in the storm barrier erupted, obviously with a certain pattern. After several trials, Jiang Chen found some clues. Every time he travels a certain distance, he will stay for a while, and sometimes even retreat for a distance of tens of feet, perfectly avoiding the center of the storm. After moving forward slowly for an hour, Jiang Chen successfully passed the storm barrier at the entrance of the canyon. Ahead, an ancient mountain forest with a green and compelling spirit also appeared directly in Jiang Chen's sight. The space in the canyon is much wider than Jiang Chen imagined. Jiang Chen walked slowly in the gorge, only to feel a breath of ancients coming to his face. Some huge trees that have not known how many years have existed are more than 100 meters tall, with luxuriant branches, and their branches extend for several miles in the root system. The energy of heaven and earth here is also several times more intense than other places in the ancient sacred dragon relics. Not to mention anything else, just cultivating here will probably be much faster than outside. If you were to cultivate outside, it would take 10 years for Jiang Chen to break through to the top true gods. Well, cultivating here is probably enough for 2 or 3 years at most. What surprised Jiang Chen even more? The flower, the grass, the leaf and the tree here seemed to be nourished by the rich heaven and earth energy in the canyon and turned into a spiritual grass with aura. These spirit grass and spirit trees, although they have little effect on the real gods and above. But for warriors below the realm of true gods, it is definitely a coveted elixir. Is this canyon the famous inanimate valley in the holy dragon world in ancient times? At the beginning, the seductive woman told him about several strange places where the ancient sacred dragon remains, and this Wusheng Valley is one of them. It is said, in ancient times, Wusheng Valley was a place where a world, censored, called the Wusheng Venerable in the holy dragon realm lived in seclusion. This lifeless venerable is a strong realm, censored, second only to the censored king realm. Even in the peak age when the power of the holy dragon realm is like a cloud, it is one of the few superpowers. It's really because of this. Wusheng Valley was also a famous forbidden place in the original holy dragon realm. Even if it is a strong person in the ordinary world, if it rushes into it, there is no possibility of survival. Wusheng Valley, hence the name. Jiang Chen didn't expect that he would hit righteously by mistake and came to this legendary valley of no life. This Wusheng Valley was a forbidden place in the holy dragon realm in ancient times. Even after experiencing the destruction of the holy dragon realm, it has been preserved extremely intact, and it must have many unique treasures. Now that he came to the reclusive place of an ancient, censored, of the strongest world, he naturally had to explore it carefully. Moreover, the heaven and the earth are full of energy here, and the treasures of the heaven and the earth are easily born. Maybe he can find the divine object to restore the origin of Pang Qingyuan's world in this place. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and then cautiously explored this ancient canyon. Jiang Chen sensed an extremely vast aura wave rippling in midair from 100 miles away. What a terrifying aura fluctuation! Jiang Chen was shocked, and could not help leaning in the direction of the spiritual energy. Jiang Chen came to a place less than 1,000 feet away from that vast spiritual energy fluctuation. An ancient tree with an extremely large shade appeared directly in Jiang Chen's sight. The strong spiritual energy fluctuates, rippling over the ancient trees, sometimes changing into a variety of visions, appearing mysterious and unpredictable. Jiang Chen looked around and saw that thousands of fruits were densely hung on the towering old tree. These fruits are about the size of a fist, and their shape is somewhat similar to that of jujubes. They are blood red all over, like red stars dotted on the ancient trees, shining with a strange light. Isn't it really just an ordinary jujube tree? Jiang Chen looked at the towering ancient tree that was as high as 100 meters in front of him, and he didn't recover from the shock for a while. Chapter 1599, Wanian Blood Date. Jiang Chen stared at the towering old tree in front of him blankly, no longer knowing how to describe it in words. The sacred tree like this kind of heaven and earth that can bear fruit, the more precious it is, the rarer it will eventually bear. Most of the heaven and earth sacred trees, after thousands of years, can eventually bear few fruits. For example, the Emperor Yun tree of the Thunder God ancient realm of Shenwu continent has only bred 3 Emperor Yun fruits after thousands of years. And the unsullied divine fruit Jiang Chen got not long ago. The Wushu divine tree has existed for many years under the bread of Wumu divine soil, and in the end it only gave birth to 2 Wugui divine fruits. It is so difficult for the real heaven and earth sacred tree to give birth to a fruit. But the towering old tree in front of me bears thousands of fruits. If it is really a censored tree of heaven and earth, even if it is given hundreds of millions of years, it may not be possible to give birth to so many censored fruits. The towering old tree in front of you is most likely an ordinary jujube tree. And this ordinary jujube tree, after being nourished by the energy of the Wusheng Valley heaven and earth, seems to have undergone a certain change, and it has grown into a towering old tree, bearing thousands of jujubes. These dates do not know how many years they bear. They are born from ordinary dates and absorb the essence of heaven, earth, sun and moon, and become extremely rare spiritual fruits of heaven and earth. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then quickly flew out towards the ancient tree, and fell on the huge branches of the ancient tree. Try the effect of this date first. As Jiang Chen said, he reached out and picked a blood jujube, and then ate it in one bite. This blood jujube has been nourished by the strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth all year round, and it has obviously melted the spirit. Ding! You ate a 10,000-year blood jujube and gained 500,000 * 100 supernatural experience. As a familiar reminder sounded from his ear, Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. The jujube produced by this ancient tree is indeed a blood jujube that has existed for at least 10,000 years, and it is still a spiritual fruit that can quickly improve its cultivation. The experience gained by a 10,000-year blood jujube can almost resist his experience of absorbing 100 crystals. When Jiang Chen was in Sky Dragon City, he could receive some true god-level divine pills to improve his cultivation every year. Even a top-grade true god-level, censored, pill can only provide 500,000 divine power cultivation bases. This 10,000-year blood jujube is almost as good as a superb true god-level pill. And the 10,000-year blood jujube born by the ancient tree in front of him is scattered all over all the branches of the ancient tree. I am afraid at least not less than 10,000. Doesn't this mean that he is equivalent to instantaneously obtaining tens of thousands of the best true, censored, pill that can improve his cultivation? Tisk tusk. This is the release. Jiang Chen looked at the 10,000-year blood jujube on the ancient tree, and his eyes couldn't help showing an expression of excitement. With these 10,000-year blood dates, he should be able to quickly break through the superior true gods. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and while collecting 10,000-year blood dates frantically, he kept throwing the dates into his mouth like jelly beans. Just when Jiang Chen was happy to collect 10,000 years of blood jujube to improve his strength, he suddenly sensed that someone nearby was approaching, and his brow wrinkled slightly. He had to temporarily give up collecting 10,000-year blood dates, flashed away from the ancient tree, and looked forward. Two figures with fluctuating auras had already appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. These two figures are still members of the ancient dragon tribe. One of them was Luo Tianxing, the second-ranked true dragon Tianzhao in Sky Dragon City, and the other was one of the 7 dragon guards. Luo Tianxing looked at Jiang Chen, who appeared in the line of sight, with a look of joy in his eyes. Jiang Chen didn't speak, but directly looked behind Luo Tianxing and Luo Tianxing. Because he had already sensed that the 3 breaths were approaching quickly, it was clear that these 2 guys should have been chased down by people from the 4 realms. Yo, I didn't expect you to find another companion. At this moment, a contemptuous sneer came from a distance, and 3 figures were quickly rushing towards the place Jiang Chen and the others were. These 3 men, 2 men and 1 woman, have reached the pinnacle of the superior true gods, and none of them is inferior to Luo Tianxing. Oh, it seems that you are not very lucky. What you met is just a companion of a middle true god, who is destined to be buried with you only. The Xingyi woman standing in the center gave Jiang Chen a disdainful look, and couldn't help but giggle. Sister Guan, look at it, there is a very large fruit tree in front, and the fruit on it is probably at least tens of thousands of years old. At this moment, a man beside the woman in Xingyi pointed to the ancient tree road behind Jiang Chen. Tisk tusk, it seems we are really lucky. This is indeed a 10,000-year spirit fruit, and there are so many miles in it, I'm afraid there are no fewer than 10,000. The woman in Xingyi looked up at the old tree, her eyes lit up slightly. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and she said coldly, do it, kill these 3 guys first, and then take the Wannian Lingu. It's over. The Shenlong guard on the side turned pale in an instant, and shouted angrily to Luo Tianxing, Luo Tianxing, I blame you, if you didn't stop suddenly, how could we be caught up by their Qingyi? Yan Gang, what do you mean? Your feet are on your own body. No one will stop you if you want to go. Luo Tianxing said with an unhappy expression, fleeing like this will sooner or later be a dead end. Now if we join forces with Jiang Chen, we may still have a chance to survive. Although Jiang Chen only had the cultivation level of a medium true god, Luo Tianxing never underestimated Jiang Chen. At the beginning, Jiang Chen was no more than the middle true god's initial cultivation base, and he had already overpowered the 3rd true dragon Tianzhao Longji in Tianlong City. Later, the ancient ruins were opened. In just over 2 years, Jiang Chen directly crossed the 2 small realms, from the middle stage to the middle stage, which made Longji retreat without fighting. Not long after entering the ancient holy dragon ruins, Luo Tianxing discovered that Jiang Chen seemed to have gained a great opportunity again, and he had been promoted to the pinnacle of the middle true god. And his strength is just better than the third true dragon Tianzhao Longji. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, his combat power is definitely not weaker than the two of them. In Luo Tianxing's subconsciousness, now with Jiang Chen, perhaps the only hope for them to survive. Chapter 1600. You bothered me to collect dates. GHH. When death is near, there is still a mental tank. The woman in Xing Yi sneered coldly, "Don't worry, none of you can escape today." Just as the Xing Yi woman's voice just fell, a cold voice suddenly came from her ear. "Within 10 breaths, immediately disappear from me, otherwise, death." The sudden cold voice also made the Xing Yi woman stunned. Her eyes followed the voice and fell directly on Jiang Chen, and then looked at Jiang Chen like a fool. "Boy, what are you talking about? Say it again." Jiang Chen said with an indifferent expression, "You bothered me to collect the dates. If you don't want to die, get out of me right away." Glitter. It's a real laugh at me. It's a mere ant at the peak of the true God. I really don't know who gave you the courage to speak up in front of us. The Xing Yi woman laughed disdainfully as if she had heard the funniest joke in the whole world. This kid really thinks he is a half-step devilish evildoer. Jiang Chen expressionlessly, "You still have 5 breaths time. Boy, Hugh will bluff in front of me and kill them for me." The woman in Xing Yi smiled contemptuously, and immediately commanded the 2 men beside her to kill Jiang Chen and the others. The woman in Xing Yi waved a flashing blue whip and slammed the dragon guard named Yan Gang. Although Yan Gang was almost the same in strength as the Xing Yi woman, she seemed to have suffered heavy losses before. Nowadays, many opponents of the Xing Yi woman can only support under the attack of the Xing Yi woman. The other sword-holding young man with a gloomy expression killed Luo Tianxing and also suppressed the injured Luo Tianxing to death. The last tall, muscular man smiled grimly at Jiang Chen, waved the sledgehammer in his hand, brought a terrifying storm sweeping across the sky, and smashed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't panic. He ran the Taixu Sacred Dragon diagram, and his monstrous power gathered on his fist into a shocking fist, and smashed it at the muscular man. A crash like Hong Zhang Dalu resounded in midair. I saw the muscular man let out a muffled snort. The whole person was like a kite with a broken line, flying upside down in the air for hundreds of meters, and a mouthful of blood could not help but squirted out wildly. With the blessing of the censored king-level technique Taixu Sacred Dragon chart, the divine power condensed in Jiang Chen's body is no less inferior than the top true censored pinnacle talent who only cultivates the sky censored level technique. Even with his divine power alone, he can now easily suppress the muscular man in front of him. The muscular man's face was pale, and there was an unprecedented panic in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. The muscular man thought, with his cultivation base at the peak of the true God, killing a middle true censored at the peak of the trash is just a breeze. Who knew that this guy who seemed to be in the middle of the true censored in front of him had hit him hard with an understatement? Is this Nima really just a middle-level true God? Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and when he turned his hand, a soul-killing mark was suppressed against his muscles. The muscular man's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly urged his entire body to condense the small world of true gods, blocking Jiang Chen's impression of suppression. It's just that he had time to take a sigh of relief. A golden mark of Zhu Zishen had already smashed down from the void with even more terrifying power. The shocking explosion spread all over the world. I saw the small world of the true censored of the muscular man directly and completely shattered by the imprint of the censored of death. The blood of the muscular man's mouth spurted out like a fountain, and the whole person was smashed from midair to the ground by the censored of death, smashing a huge hole in the ground. "Guan, Sister Guan, help me." The muscular man got up from the ground in blood and couldn't help crying in horror. He already felt a breath of death. The Xing Yi woman was attacking with all her strength, fighting severely and vomiting blood in her mouth, and she was defeated. Just as she was about to rush to kill Yan Gang, she suddenly heard a loud noise from one side, and the horrified muscular man's cry for help. A fellow at the peak of the true God, in front of the 3 of them, it is impossible to make any waves. But now the situation is completely beyond her expectations. The guy who seemed to have a cultivation base only in the middle true God, but his combat power was extremely enchanting. With the cultivation base of the muscular man's superior true censored peak, he was not an opponent, and he did not even have any power to fight back. He was severely injured by just 2 moves. The woman in Xing Yi looked at the miserable appearance of the muscular man, when her face changed drastically. Just as she was about to make a rescue, an open, censored, seal directly with indestructive power, directed towards the muscular man below to suppress it. With a look of despair and horror on his face, the muscular man hurriedly urged his whole body strength, trying to resist the celestial opening on his head. How could a muscular man who had already suffered heavy injuries withstand the power of the third seal of the Emperor's seal of Jiang Chen? All the resistance of the muscular man's body was destroyed by the Cadian god seal. I saw that the muscular man was completely under the seal of the god of Cadian, completely turned to ashes. Suddenly, the other 4 people in the field didn't recover from the shock for a long time. This guy's combat power is so strong. Yan Gang was shocked, and a touch of joy appeared in his eyes. No matter what, since Jiang Chen has the formidable strength to kill the pinnacle of the superior true gods, then they have great hope for defeating the 3 in front of them. Luo Tianxing looked at the situation in front of him, and there was an unconcealable exclamation in his eyes. Although he had expected Jiang Chen's current combat power to be very strong, he still did not expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful to such a terrifying level. That muscular man is a genius whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of a superior true god, and his strength is almost the same. But such a character was actually killed by Jiang Chen's understatement. Today's Jiang Chen, except for the evil spirits of the half-step Tian divine realm, I am afraid that no one can easily suppress him. Boy, dare to kill my people in Bian Palace, I want you to die. The woman in Xing Yi was so angry that she was filled with a sharp chill. She directly waved the long whip in her hand, a green light that pierced through the world, turned into an emerald green giant python, and roared towards Jiang Chen with her teeth and claws. Chapter 1601. No one wants to grab my things. Condensation. Jiang Chen expressionlessly stretched out his hand and gently shook the void. I saw that the aquamarine python bursting towards Jiang Chen instantly changed from extremely fast to still, and then froze in midair. Even the space and time within a few miles of a radius were frozen in vain. Out of the solidified space, the woman in Xing Yi just felt like a mosquito in amber, unable to move at all for a while, and finally an inexplicable horror appeared in her eyes. The woman in Xing Yi urged her whole body, and was about to struggle out of the solidified space, but in vain she felt a shadow of death hit her. She suddenly raised her head and saw Jiang Chen lift up his palm and lightly point her finger. This seemingly plain finger, but detached from time and space, penetrated everything in an instant, and hit the woman's forehead in Xing Yi. Before the Xing Yi woman could react, her entire body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating between the heaven and the earth. Whether it was Luo Tianxing or the last young man in Bian Palace, unconcealable horror appeared in their eyes. Consolidate the void with your hands, kill the geniuses at the pinnacle of true gods with your fingers. It is an understatement, as if you are trying to fetch something, without a trace of dust. Boy, you wait. Who dares to kill my Bian Palace? My Bian Palace will definitely not let you go. The young man in the Bian Palace recovered, only feeling that the souls were all gone. He quickly forced Luo Tianxing back with a sword, and then turned into a sword light and quickly fled towards the sky. Now that I escaped, it's a pity that it's too late. Give me death. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and a sword light burst out at the young man with his fingers. The sword light penetrated all obstacles and slashed at the young man's body in the blink of an eye. The young man didn't have time to make any sound at all, his figure exploded directly in the void. Seeing this scene, both Luo Tianxing looked shocked and silent for a long time. It has only been less than a quarter of an hour since they met Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen has already cut 3 high-ranking geniuses of the true god. With the cultivation base of the middle true, censored peak, kill the genius of the top true, censored peak, like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Such a power against the sky is really terrifying. Jiang Chen, thank you for your help. Luo Tianxing recovered and couldn't help but stepped forward and said to Jiang Chen gratefully. If I hadn't met Jiang Chen today, I'm afraid he would really fall into the hands of these Bian Palace people. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. You don't have to be polite, just give it a hand. And Yan Gang on the side, as the dignified dragon guard, naturally couldn't hold his face down to thank a Tianlongcheng disciple. He ignored the two of Jiang Chen, his gaze directly looked at the Wannian Linguo on the ancient tree behind, and his eyes gleamed authentically, tisk tisk. I didn't expect that there are so many Wannian Linguo here, this is released. Quote. Before Yan Gang's words fell, he would fly and rush out towards the ancient tree. At the moment when Yan Gang was about to leave for the 10,000 years spirit fruit, Jiang Chen's figure stood in front of him like a ghost. Yan Gang's complexion couldn't help but sink slightly. Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Jiang Chen said indifferently. I discovered this 10,000-year blood jujube first, so no one wants to grab it. Yan Gang's face couldn't help showing an angry look. This ancient tree has so many 10,000 years of spiritual fruit, do you want to be alone? Yan Gang, this 10,000-year blood date originally belonged to Jiang Chen alone. The person I have seen is you, right? Luo Tianxing on the side heard what Yan Gang said, and he couldn't stand it anymore. People kindly saved your life, so you don't need to be grateful to them. Now you still want to censor other people's chances. This is too unkind. There are so many Wanian spirit fruits on this ancient tree, what happened if I took some? Yan Gang snorted coldly, what's more? If it weren't for you and I to hold the other two and give him the chance to break one by one, he alone may not be able to hold the 10,000 years of spiritual fruit. It's nothing more than 3 ants at the peak of the true gods. I can kill them with my finger. Why do you need to contain them? Jiang Chen glanced at Yan Gang coldly and said with awe-inspiring killing intent, you have the ability to move a 10,000-year blood jujube. I don't mind even killing you. Although everyone is from the ancient dragon clan, whoever dares to get involved in his things is not to blame him for being rude. You. Dare you? Yan Gang looked frightened and his whole person stepped back unconsciously. The strength of this guy in front of him is shocking. Even in his heyday, he may not be his opponent, not to mention that he has been seriously injured now and has no strength. If Jiang Chen really wants to kill him, I'm afraid he won't even have the power to resist. You can try. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and flew towards the ancient tree, and began to collect 10,000-year blood dates. Brother Jiang Chen, I'll help you collect 10,000-year blood dates. Luo Tianxing also didn't bother to pay attention to Yan Gang, who was pale, and directly caught up with Jiang Chen, and began to collect for Jiang Chen the 10,000-year blood jujube from the ancient tree. With the help of Luo Tianxing, the two quickly collected all the 10,000-year blood dates from the ancient tree. Luo Tianxing didn't leave a single one, and directly handed over all the collected 10,000-year blood dates to Jiang Chen. In the end, Jiang Chen threw Luo Tianxing 1,000 blood jujubes, and said with a smile, thank you, you can keep these 1,000 blood jujubes. This has always been Jiang Chen's code of conduct. This Luo Tianxing is a good person, and now he has obtained more than 10,000 blood jujubes from the ancient tree, and it is no problem to distribute 1,000 to Luo Tianxing. Luo Tianxing was taken aback for a moment, and then said with a grateful expression on his face. 1,000 10,000 years of spirit fruit, but equivalent to the value of 1,000 true, censored pills. For Luo Tianxing, this is also a huge asset. These 10,000-year blood dates belong to Jiang Chen's chance. Even if Jiang Chen didn't give him one, Luo Tianxing would not have the slightest complaint. Now Jiang Chen still divides him 10,000 years of blood dates. This alone is enough to see Jiang Chen's character. Luo Tianxing has already decided, and then he will follow Jiang Chen to roam the ancient sacred dragon ruins. Jiang Chen's fighting strength is tyrannical. Even if the 7 dragon guards of the Shenlong city, only those 3 existences that have reached the half-step celestial realm can contend with them. Jiang Chen's character is not comparable to Yan Gang and his like. People like Jiang Chen are teammates worthy of his trust. If you continue to work with Yan Gang, maybe he will be sold by this guy. Chapter 1602, Cave House of the Ancient Strong. It was seen that Jiang Chen had allocated 10 million years of blood dates to Luo Tianxing, but he had ignored his existence, and Yan Gang couldn't help passing a touch of cold light in his eyes. Yan Gang also knew that this was not the time to turn his face with Jiang Chen, so he had to suppress the anger in his heart. Jiang Chen is strong in combat. He is now an enemy of Jiang Chen, and he will only insult himself. He is now seriously injured, with little combat power left, and needs to temporarily follow Jiang Chen and the others to ensure his safety. In his current state, it is impossible to survive in this dangerous ancient sacred dragon relic. Jiang Chen, wait for me. When Zhuang Shengyang comes, I must make you pay a heavy price for it. Yan Gang was calm on the surface, but couldn't help letting out a ferocious roar in his heart. Before entering the ancient sacred dragon ruins, Zhuang Shengyang, who ranked 3rd among the 7 dragon guards, had secretly passed on to them to let them pay attention to the whereabouts of Jiang Chen. Now that he has contacted Zhuang Shengyang, all he has to do now is to follow Jiang Chen, and then secretly leave a mark, waiting for Zhuang Shengyang's arrival. With Zhuang Shenyang's half-step celestial divine realm strength, would it not be easy to deal with Jiang Chen? Brother Jiang Chen, where do you plan to go next? Let's act together, so we can take care of each other. Lu Tianxing collected the 10,000-year blood jujube and couldn't help but smile to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, and then asked, what happened before? Who hurt you? With Lu Tianxing's strength, if it were the heyday, the 3 women in Xingyi previously killed by him could not easily defeat them. There should be someone else who defeated Lu Tianxing. A true disciple of the Bian Palace named Yao Hongsheng, half-step enchanting in the heavenly god realm. Lu Tianxing gave a wry smile, and then roughly talked about their experience. Lu Tianxing and Yan Gang were lucky. After entering the ancient sacred dragon ruins, they appeared directly in this canyon. After the two joined together, they found the cave house of an ancient strong man in a place thousands of miles away. Lu Tianxing and the two decided to jointly explore this ancient cave, but they did not expect Yao Hongsheng to find this ancient cave with several disciples of Bian Palace. Both Lu Tianxing were seriously injured by Yao Hongsheng. If it weren't for Yao Hongsheng's eagerness to explore the ancient cave mansion, the two of them would never have a chance to escape. Although Yao Hongsheng did not personally pursue them, in order to prevent the news from leaking out, he still sent 3 women in Xingyi to chase them. If it hadn't happened to meet Jiang Chen, Lu Tianxing would probably be unable to escape the pursuit of the 3 women in Xingyi. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, and then said to Lu Tianxing, you can recover from your injury first, and take me to the ancient cave mansion later. He got a lot of information about the relics of ancient sacred dragons from the seductive woman of the Sky Thunder Sect. Since the canyon in front of us is the valley of the Wusheng where the venerable Wusheng lived in seclusion, the ancient cave house Lu Tianxing and the others discovered was the cave house of the venerable Wusheng. Jiang Chen naturally wanted to see the cave house of a supreme realm god, and by the way to see if he could find a treasure that could restore the origin of the world. What, are you going to the ancient cave mansion ahead? When Yan Gang heard that Jiang Chen was going to the ancient cave house, his expression suddenly changed. Jiang Chen, I think you are crazy, right? That ancient cave mansion was already occupied by geniuses from other realms. Especially that Yao Hongsheng, who is in the realm of the heavenly gods, is not inferior to the strongest 3 of the 7 dragon guards of the ancient dragon clan. Thinking of being slapped by Yao Hongsheng just now like a fly, Yan Gang couldn't help his scalp tingling. If they were to go back to that ancient cave mansion now, it would be no different from sending them to the door to find death. Did I ask you to take me? Jiang Chen cast a faint glance at Yan Gang. If you don't go, no one will force you to go. Lu Tianxing didn't bother to pay attention to Yan Gang, so he took a deep breath and said, okay, give me 1 day. At that time, we will go to the ancient cave mansion again. Jiang Chenming knew that there was already a half-step heavenly god realm in that ancient cave, but he still dared to go, presumably because he had certain confidence in his own combat power. In that case, he might as well accompany Jiang Chen for a while. Seeking wealth and insurance, this ancient relic of the sacred dragon is already full of crises. If you cower when you encounter a little danger, how can you win a greater chance? Jiang Chen nodded, and then flashed over the ancient tree, looking for a hidden place to start practicing. Jiang Chen's so-called cultivation is naturally not a normal cultivation, but a crazily devouring the 10,000-year blood jujube he just obtained. This crazy act of devouring 10,000 years of blood jujube is really too shocking to the world, and Jiang Chen didn't want Lu Tianxing and the two to notice. As Jiang Chen kept devouring the 10,000-year blood jujube, time also passed bit by bit. The day passed in a flash. After Jiang Chen devoured 2 or 3,000 years of blood jujube, Lu Tianxing's injury also recovered 7 or 88. Brother Jiang Chen, let's go. Lu Tianxing woke up from his cultivation state, and shouted directly at Jiang Chen on the ancient tree. Jiang Chen floated down from the ancient tree, and then flashed out with Lu Tianxing in the direction of the ancient cave mansion. When Yan Gang on the side saw this, his complexion also turned not so good. He has contacted Zhuang Shenyang, one of the 3 half-step heavenly gods of the ancient dragon realm, and now Zhuang Shenyang is on his way. If he is separated from Jiang Chen at this moment and lost Jiang Chen's whereabouts, how will he explain to Zhuang Shenyang? Yan Gang could only gritted his teeth and chased after Jiang Chen. Both Jiang Chen ignored Yan Gang behind them, and went straight to the ancient cave. The distance of thousands of miles is not far for Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen and the others came to a mysterious valley in the canyon. Next to the valley, there is an ancient stone stele with 3 big characters inscribed, Wushungu. The handwriting is vigorous and magnificent, and it also contains a strange charm of martial arts, which is definitely not something ordinary people can engrave. It seems that this is the real valley of inanimate life, where the venerable inanimate lived in seclusion. Looking at the stone tablet beside the valley, Jiang Chen could already be sure. The ancient strong man's cave that Luo Tianxing discovered should be the reclusive place of the venerable Wusheng. Chapter 1603, Venerable Wusheng. In the Wusheng Valley, it is full of vitality, surrounded by greenery, and the dense world turns into a mist lingering in the air, looking like a fairyland. In this seemingly peaceful valley, there is an unusually mysterious force shrouded in it. Under this force, even with Jiang Chen's strength, if they don't condense the divine power to cover the body, the vitality in the body will quickly dissipate under the influence of that mysterious power. The power of life, this lifeless venerable has a very high attainment in the path of life. Feeling the mysterious power shrouded in the ancient mountains, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. The way of life is also the more mysterious and weird way among the 3,000 ways. If you cultivate to the extreme, everything in the world will live and die within one thought. It seems that in this reclusive place of Venerable Wusheng, one must be more cautious. The two cautiously walked forward for a while, and a somewhat impatient voice in front of them suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Lu Nan, how long will it take to break the formation? At this time, another voice hurriedly said, Brother Yao, it's coming soon. At most half an hour, I can completely break the formation. Brother Jiang Chen, the ancient cave mansion is in front. Luo Tianxing heard the conversation coming from the front, and could not help but whispered to Jiang Chen, there is a powerful guardian formation outside the cave. It seems that Yao Hongsheng and the others have not been able to break it. Jiang Chen nodded, and then walked in the direction where the sound came from. The Wusheng Valley was shrouded in a dense fog of energy, and the visibility was only 100 meters away, and the perception was also greatly restricted. Jiang Chen could not see the specific situation in front of him. The two advanced a certain distance, and 2 figures finally appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight, hundreds of meters away. One of the young men with a delicate face and a gloomy expression stood aside, with a look of impatience on his face. The young man's aura was tyrannical, and he was no less inferior to the 2 Starscar realm half-step gods killed by him. This guy should be Yao Hongsheng, whom Luo Tianxing said, the one who severely damaged their Bian Palace half-step Heavenly Realm. Beside Yao Hongsheng, there was a young man who was on the top of the true god, sitting cross-legged on the ground with sweat. I saw that his hands were constantly changing into a series of mysterious handprints, and he struck towards the pale green formation enchantment not far in front of him. And under the youth's constant attacks, the formation barrier began to shake. Brother Jiang Chen, it seems that the formation of this ancient cave mansion is about to be broken. What shall we do now? Luo Tianxing looked at this scene and couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen beside him. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, wait for them to break through the formation and enter, we will follow. Venerable Wusheng, one of the most powerful world gods in the Holy Dragon world in ancient times, and also mastered the way of life. The cave house of such an ancient powerhouse is probably not simple at all. He can just use Yao Hongsheng to open the way in front, so why rush to make a move at this time? With Jiang Chen and the others waiting like this, half an hour passed quickly. The light green formation enchantment that has been constantly changing, finally made a crisp sound. A broken gap about the size of a $10,000 also appeared in the formation barrier in an instant. It's finally broken, let's go. Yao Hongsheng looked at the gap in the formation enchantment, his eyes skyrocketed, and he flashed directly into the formation. After Yao Hongsheng disappeared in the formation for a while, Jiang Chen and Luo Tianxing slowly followed, rear. Yan Gang saw that Jiang Chen had entered the formation barrier, and they also came to the front of the formation barrier. He looked at the broken gap in the formation barrier, his eyes flickered slightly. He didn't know what was going on inside the formation barrier. In case the space of this ancient cave is not large, once you enter it, Yao Hongsheng will be aware of it. Thinking of the situation when Yao Hongsheng was severely injured by the palm of his hand, Yan Gang couldn't help feeling lingering. Forget it, Jiang Chen and the other 2 have already entered. As long as I stay here, even if they are not dead in Yao Hongsheng's hands, they will not escape. Zhuang Shengyang will be here soon, so let's wait for that guy to come in. Yan Gang muttered to himself, then sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Pass through the formation barrier. Jiang Chen seemed to have crossed time and space and came to a strange world. This world is almost the same as the suspended peak given to him by the realm god of the Gulong clan when Jiang Chen was promoted to the true dragon Tianzhao. Obviously, it should be a world created by the venerable Wusheng. Jiang Chen tried to comprehend the world, but he couldn't comprehend the power of the censored beyond the realm like the 10th hanging peak. It seems that this world is still somewhat different from the 10th hanging peak. Jiang Chen shook his head, and immediately began to explore this space with Lu Tianxing. This space is not too big, about thousands of miles in radius. Jiang Chen and two of them were in the center and found a hall that looked extremely primitive. The whole body of this hall is copper yellow. Countless years have made this copper yellow look even deeper. An atmosphere of ancient vicissitudes also permeated the surroundings of the hall. Brother Jiang Chen, this should be the place where the ancient strong man lived. Yao Hongsheng and the others must have entered it. Lu Tianxing looked at the hall that had been opened in front of him and couldn't help but whisper. Let's go in and see. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and then he walked straight towards the hall. This is an extremely vast hall, and people stand in it, as small as ants. Although the main hall is extremely large, it is very empty and concise, with almost nothing superfluous. Jiang Chen glanced at it and found Yao Hongsheng who came to the hall one step ahead of them. Both of them stared at a stone platform in the center of the hall with horror, and even Jiang Chen and the others entered the hall without the slightest notice. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and his gaze looked up at the stone platform in the center of the hall. On the stone platform, there was a stalwart figure in a white robe with a crown-like face, pinched with hands and sitting cross-legged, which looked particularly dazzling in the empty hall. Although this white-robed figure has not known how many years he has been dead, his body is still intact, as if he were meditating. Jiang Chen looked at the white-robed figure sitting cross-legged, and couldn't help but reveal a touch of unconcealed horror in his eyes. Is this white-robed figure in front of him the inanimate venerable from the ancient times? Chapter 1604, The Legendary World Mind Crystal. Venerable Wusheng, a strong man in the Holy Dragon world in ancient times, hundreds of millions of years have passed. Although the lifespan of a realm censored is long, it will not exceed 10 million years. Even the censored king who is above all living beings may not be able to survive from ancient times to the present. Venerable world god, it is really unfathomable. I didn't expect this person's body to be preserved intact from the ancient times to the present. Jiang Chen came back to his senses and let out an incredible exclamation in his mouth. Brother Jiang Chen, I have seen some records about the world gods. In ancient books, it is said that when the venerable world god arrives at the end of his life, he will condense into the world mind crystal in his body when he sits normally. If I guess right, the reason why this ancient venerable body is immortal for hundreds of millions of years, I am afraid it has a great relationship with the realm of the heart. At this moment, Lu Tianxing on the side slowly said, Jia Xin Shen Jing. Jiang Chen tilted his head to look at Lu Tianxing, with a strange look in his eyes. After all, Jiang Chen's training time was too short, and it took only a few years to enter the realm of God. In terms of strength, he may now be far above Lu Tianxing, but his visible consciousness is far from being comparable to someone like Lu Tianxing who has cultivated for thousands of years. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't seem to know the existence of Jia Xin Shen Jing, Lu Tianxing couldn't help but quickly explain to Jiang Chen. Jia Xin Shen Jing, this is the essence of the essence condensed in the body of the Lord Jia Shen after sitting down, containing incomparable magical power. The Jia Xin Shen Jing condenses the essence of the life of the Jia Shen, not only can greatly improve the cultivation level and martial arts perception, but also has the effect of standing up after breaking and reviving the dead. There are some world-censored forces that have a long history in the gods. After the world gods sit down, the world heart-censored crystal will be controlled by the peerless genius of the younger generation. These peerless geniuses who control the world mind crystals not only practice much faster than ordinary geniuses, but also have a chance to save their lives at critical moments. After listening to Lu Tianxing's introduction, Jiang Chen couldn't help but light up slightly in his eyes. Can this world of mind crystals also repair the origins of the martial arts of the strong heaven? It should be okay. Lu Tianxing nodded and said, it is said that the people under the venerable world god get the world heart divine crystal. As long as they have a breath, they can recover. There is even a chance to stand up after breaking, and their strength will rise to the next level. It seems that this world of mind crystal must be obtained. He entered the ancient sacred dragon ruins this time. In addition to seeking opportunities to improve his strength, he also had a final goal, which was to find something to restore Peng Qingyuan's origin. Now that he has encountered the legendary Jia Xin Shenjing, how can Jiang Chen miss it easily? Brother Jiang Chen, look at it, there seems to be 3 treasures in front of the body of the Venerable One. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering, Lu Tianxing's exclamation came from his ear. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help but lower his head and looked at the stone platform in front of the body of Venerable Wusheng. On the stone platform, 3 things were placed in an orderly manner. On the left is a small and exquisite red sandalwood box, with rich pill fragrance permeating from it. It should be a very high-grade, censored pill. In the middle is a strange scroll that exudes primitive light. Obviously it should be a scroll of exercises, and I am afraid it is at least a volume of realm god level exercises. As for the far right, it is a branch full of vitality. Jiang Chen looked at the mysterious branch and was shocked in his heart. It's incredible that a branch that has existed for at least hundreds of millions of years contains such a strong vitality. The 3 things placed on the stone platform are all peerless treasures left by Venerable Wusheng, each of which is inestimable. Although the treasure was in front of him, Jiang Chen did not rush to do it. Intuition told him that it is not easy to get the 3 treasures in front of him. Unexpectedly, this place turned out to be a place where an ancient venerable sits and transforms. The legendary Jia Xin Shenjing, and the inheritance of the venerable, all this belongs to me. At this moment, Yao Hongsheng, who was standing not far in front of Jiang Chen and the others, finally recovered from the shocking scene before him. There was a smug smile in his mouth, and then his feet slammed on the ground. His figure was like an arrow from the black, appeared in front of the stone platform in the blink of an eye, reaching out to grab the 3 treasures on the stone platform past. Just when his palm was less than 3 feet away from the treasure on the stone platform, a faint voice came from behind him in vain. If you don't want to die, you better not move. The sudden voice also caused Yao Hongsheng's expression to change drastically. Just now, his attention was all focused on the body of the venerable on the stone platform and those treasures, and he didn't even notice that other people appeared in the hall. He suddenly turned his head and looked outside the hall, and his eyes instantly fell on Jiang Chen. Especially when he saw Lu Tianxing, his complexion changed abruptly, and he couldn't help but cried out, "Boy, how could it be you?" The boy in front of him is not someone else, but one of the people who was hit hard by his move not long ago. At the beginning, he severely injured the boy with a single move, and then sent 3 women from Xingyi to chase him down to prevent the news of the ancient cave from being leaked out. With the strength of the 3 women in Xingyi, killing 2 guys who were severely injured by him was just a breeze. Now the 3 women in Xingyi have not been able to come back, but instead this kid came here again with a strange young man in black. Yao Hongsheng doesn't have to think about it. The 3 women in Xingyi may have suffered an accident. The black-clothed young man beside this kid was only at the level of the true, censored peak. Yao Hongsheng really couldn't understand how the 3 women in Xingyi were planted in the hands of these 2 guys. Lu Tianxing smiled coldly. Yao Hongsheng, I am afraid you will never think that I will appear in front of you again. Boy, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come back. Yao Hongsheng stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and his whole body was filled with a murderous intent. My sister Wu and the others, what have you done to them? You sent 3 of them to chase me down, but now I stand in front of you intact. What do you think will happen to the 3 of them? The corner of Lu Tianxing's mouth couldn't help but raised a cold arc. You killed my Yao Hongsheng people. You dare to run in front of me to run wild. I will let you taste it in a while. What is the taste of life is better than death. Yao Hongsheng smiled furiously, a gloomy glow flashed in his eyes, and he directly reached out and grabbed the 3 treasures in front of him. Chapter 1605. Half a step into the heavenly god realm, I only killed 2. Although Yao Hongsheng was full of anger, he still did not directly deal with Jiang Chen and he planned to take the treasure in front of him. When Yao Hongsheng reached out and grabbed the red sandalwood box on the left, the surrounding space was frozen in vain. And Yao Hongsheng's palm that stretched towards the red sandalwood box also paused in vain in midair. The space law of the triple sky. Feeling the frozen space around him, Yao Hongsheng's complexion couldn't help changing slightly. He was about to break through the shackles of the law of space. When he grabbed the red sandalwood box, a sharp sword light slammed straight at him from behind. Yao Hongsheng cursed secretly in his heart, so he had to temporarily give up collecting the red sandalwood box. turned around and blasted the sword light from the raid. Jian Guang shattered suddenly. Yao Hongsheng looked at Jiang Chen murderously. "Boy, you dare to stop me?" Jiang Chen said lightly. "I said, if you don't want to die, you'd better not move me around." He stopped Yao Hongsheng, naturally not out of good intentions. When Jiang Chen observed the three treasures just now, the system successfully triggered 100 times comprehension, letting him know that there was a very powerful attack on the stone platform. Once the divine ban is triggered, I am afraid that everyone in the hall will not escape death. Since you have to find your own way, then I will kill you first. The cold light in Yao Hongsheng's eyes skyrocketed, and his monstrous aura was like a awakened ancient dragon, oppressing Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. Jiang Chen stood proudly on the spot without moving, his aura exploded with all his strength. Two auras, like two huge tornadoes, collided together in midair. The shocking air waves swept away from the hall. Yao Hongsheng kicked the ground back 2 or 3 steps. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, who had just stepped back less than 3 steps opposite. His eyes narrowed involuntarily. "Boy, you are quite capable." Yao Hongsheng finally understood why junior sister Wu and the others would suffer accidents. Although this son only has a cultivation base of the middle true, censored peak, his combat power is even better than Wu Jr.'s genius at the top true, censored peak. My ability, you can't imagine. But your ability is nothing more than that in my eyes. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand and gave Yao Hongsheng a faint look. Are you going to get out of the hall by yourself, or stay and lead you to death? Choose one of the two. Boy, you can kill the 3 of junior sister Wu with the cultivation base of the middle true god, it is indeed very good. But, if you want to go wild in front of the half-step sky, censored realm, I am afraid you are not qualified. Yao Hongsheng laughed disdainfully. Half-step heavenly god realm, is it amazing? Jiang Chen curled his lips and said lightly, not long ago, I killed 2.5 steps of the heavenly god realm. You may soon become the 3rd one. Half a step into the heavenly god realm, only killed 2. When Yao Hongsheng heard Jiang Chen's words, it was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. What does this kid think of half-step heavenly god realm? Half a step in the genius censored realm. This is an existence that completely surpasses the peak of the superior true god. Can he kill it if he wants to? And he has even realized the origin of the 40% ice Tao, and he has entered the middle stage of the half-step heavenly god realm. Don't say that this kid is only a cultivation base of the true censored peak. Even if you look at all the half-step heavenly gods in the 4 realms, not many people can defeat him. If you want to kill him, besides the top ones in the 4 realms, who else can do it? HMPH, Hugh will take advantage of my tongue. Next, I will let you know who we are and kill whom. Yao Hongsheng's voice fell, and his palm peeked into the void, and a black long sword exuding a cold air appeared directly out of thin air. Boy, watch me kill you with one sword. Yao Hongsheng let out a cold cry, his divine power surged wildly. I saw that above the black long sword in his palm, the cold light suddenly soared, and then turned into a crystal clear ice sword aura. The cold ice sword aura instantly penetrated the void and slashed towards Jiang Chen. The space of the entire hall seemed to be frozen by that cold ice sword aura. Jiang Chen's 6 major triple heaven laws condensed and merged in an instant, and then took the fire law as the main body, turning into a 6-color flame to collide with the ice sword energy. The 6-color flames in the ice sword aura crazily intertwined. The cold ice sword chi began to melt rapidly under the power of the 6-color flame to burn the sky, and finally turned into drops of crystal clear water, which was evaporated into nothingness by the 6-color flame. Yao Hongsheng's expression changed drastically when he saw that the cold ice sword energy was instantly crushed by Jiang Chen's 6-color flame. He swung the black long sword, and quickly condensed a net of ice swords in front of him, blocking the 6-color flames that broke through the air. The 6-color flames fell on the ice sword net, and suddenly burst into a loud noise. Yao Hongsheng's figure trembled, and the whole person stepped back a few steps again. 6 kinds of triple heaven laws. This kid is actually a fellow practitioner of the 6 paths. Yao Hongsheng looked terrified. Before he was relieved, Jiang Chen's indifferent voice sounded again. The void is torn apart, the thunder waterfall is like rain, and the sky is full of thunder rays, converging into a Thor's hammer with 6 colors of brilliance, and slamming down at Yao Hongsheng. Yao Hongsheng's pupils shrank suddenly as he watched the Thor's hammer that fell. Jiang Chen turned out to be a peerless evildoer of the 6 fellow practitioners. With the cultivation base of the middle true, censored peak, he already has a terrifying combat power comparable to the half-step heavenly gods. Damn, this kid is definitely not a person from the Four Realms. Is it a descendant of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace? Yao Hongsheng was frightened. Looking at the Thor's hammer that was rapidly enlarging in his eyes, Yao Hongsheng didn't have time to think about it. He quickly urged the origin of the Ice Dao and slashed at the oncoming Thor's hammer. This sword cut out, and a terrifying chill instantly filled the hall. The Chenjiang void in the center of the entire hall, together with the Thunder God's hammer entwined with 6 colors of light, were instantly frozen. Yao Hongsheng froze the space with a sword, and immediately stretched out his hand to grip the frozen Thor's hammer, and the Thor's hammer was shattered in midair with a bang. Boy, you are a fellow practitioner of the 6 paths, with extraordinary combat power. If you break through the superior true God, I may not be afraid of you. 3 points. Unfortunately, after all, you only have the cultivation level of the intermediate true God. But you are proud enough to force me to use the martial arts origin to kill you. Yao Hongsheng's voice fell, and his body's supernatural power and the origin of the ice road were all urged to the extreme. I saw a horrible sword light from the frozen world, directly rippling ghostly above Jiang Chen's head. Chapter 1606, The Sudden Red Figure. That guy is going to be real. Can Brother Jiang Chen block the power of the martial arts origin? Looking at the scene before him, Lu Tianxing, who had already retreated to the corner of the hall in embarrassment, his expression instantly became extremely solemn. The origin of martial arts. This is the power that has touched the threshold of the heavenly god realm. Even a genius like him at the pinnacle of the true god, under the power of the martial arts origin, there is no resistance at all. Although Jiang Chen's combat power was shocking, and fellow practitioners of the 6 paths, his cultivation level was too low after all. Can he really resist the power of Yao Hongsheng's martial arts origin with the cultivation base of the middle true god? It's just the origin of martial arts. It's not enough to kill me. In this world, you are not the only one who can understand the origin of martial arts. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the original power of Kendo was directly integrated into the 6 triple heaven laws, and then turned into a bright 6-color sword light soaring into the sky. The 6-color sword light and the ice sword light interweave in midair. The space that had been frozen by the ice sword light was directly penetrated by the 6-color sword light, and then turned into countless ice fragments that tore the void, sputtering toward the surrounding of the hall. Countless icy debris hit the walls around the main hall, sending out a continuous burst of crashes. The whole hall was like an earthquake, and the mountains shook in an instant. If the hall created by Venerable Wusheng was not strong enough, I am afraid the entire hall would collapse in an instant. You actually understand the origin of Kendo. How is it possible? Seeing that Jiang Chen used his Kendo roots to present his ice roots, Yao Hongsheng was like a ghost, and he could hardly believe his eyes. The origin of Kendo. This guy actually understood the origin of Kendo. Although Jiang Chen didn't have much Kendo origin in the sword just now, only about 10%, it was also the genuine Kendo origin. With the cultivation base of the middle true, censored peak, comprehend the origin of Kendo. Brother Jiang Chen has actually understood the origin of Kendo. Lu Tianxing stared at the scene in amazement, couldn't help but breathe in his heart. It was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Lu Tianxing knows how difficult it is to comprehend the origin of martial arts. Lu Tianxing is still in the late stage of the superior true god, and the strongest Kendo law has reached the limit of the triple heaven. In addition to practicing, Lu Tianxing has been thinking of trying to understand the origin of Kendo. 500 years have passed. Lu Tianxing's cultivation has broken through the peak of the superior true god, but he still has not been able to comprehend the origin of Kendo. But Jiang Chen understood the origin of Kendo based on the cultivation base of the middle true, censored peak. Jiang Chen is just a newcomer who has only entered Sky Dragon City for a few years. Lu Tianxing originally thought Jiang Chen could rise from the inferior true god's initial stage to the middle true god's peak in just a few years. But I didn't expect that Jiang Chen would still be a fellow practitioner of the 6 paths, comprehending the origin of Kendo. As the second-ranked true dragon Tianzhao in the ancient dragon world, Lu Tianxing thought he was a talented genius before. But now compared with Jiang Chen, his genius is simply not as good as a scum. Lu Tianxing smiled bitterly in his heart. No wonder Jiang Chen has never put the half-step heavenly divine realm in his eyes. It turns out that he is already in existence comparable to the half-step heaven divine realm. Unexpectedly, Your Excellency turned out to be a peerless evildoer who understood the origin of Kendo as a middle true god. Yao Hongsheng suppressed the horror in his heart and fixed his eyes on Jiang Chen. As far as I know, there is no such genius as Your Excellency in the Four Realms. It seems that Your Excellency should be a member of the ancient dragon clan. Jiang Chen expressionlessly said, finally, I will give you a chance to choose. Are you going to get out by yourself, or stay and lead you to death? Your Excellency is indeed very strong, but if you want to swallow the treasures here, it's a bit too much, right? Yao Hongsheng's face sank slightly. The treasures here are divided equally. Otherwise no one will want to get them easily. Jiang Chen's fighting strength is shocking, not only the 6 practitioners, but also the origin of the sword. Even with his strength, it is difficult to get a favor from him. To defeat Jiang Chen, he must summon the stronger half-step heavenly god realm in the door to come. But once a stronger person is called, most of the treasures here will probably go into the opponent's pocket. Not so, he might as well discuss with this guy in front of him to carve up the treasures here. Jiang Chen said lightly, Jia Xin Shen Jing and that branch belong to me, and the other 2 belong to you, otherwise no discussion. Yao Hongsheng's understanding of the origin of martial arts is almost halfway through. Compared to Gong Qi of the Starscar Gate, this guy is undoubtedly much stronger. Even if he tried his best to kill this guy, it would not be an easy task. Behind them, there was always an unkind Yan gang following. Just in case, he must retain some strength. Your appetite is too big, right? Yao Hongsheng's complexion suddenly became unsightly. The Jia Xin Shen Jing is the essence of life condensed by the Lord Jia Shen after sitting down. It is undoubtedly the most precious thing in this hall. And that branch, among the 3 treasures on the stone platform, is also the most mysterious and extraordinary existence. Jiang Chen picked out the 2 most precious things at once. How could he be happy? Give you 2 treasures, it is my last bottom line. Jiang Chen soared into the sky, and said coldly, if you don't agree, it will be a big fight. Huh, do you really think I'm afraid that you won't succeed? Yao Hongsheng snorted coldly, and a sharp chill filled his body again. Just as the aura of the 2 Jiang Chen collided again, a faint laughter resounded abruptly in the hall. I didn't expect that there would be the existence of the Jexin Shenjing here. Since the 2 of you can't dispute, then hand over all the treasures here to me to collect. I saw a figure shrouded in scarlet light walking, suddenly rushing in from the entrance of the main hall. The scarlet figure didn't stay at all, it turned into a red glow, appeared on the top of the central stone platform in the blink of an eye, and then grabbed the body of Venerable Wusheng. The sudden scene suddenly changed the expressions of both Jiang Chen. The 2 of them had no time to stop at this moment, and they could only watch the scarlet figure grabbing the body of the Venerable Wusheng. Lu Tianxing, quickly exit the hall. Seeing that the scarlet figure was about to trigger the divine restraint on the stone platform, Jiang Chen only felt his scalp numb, and turned around and rushed out in the direction of the hall door. Chapter 1607, God Forbidden Trigger. Lu Tianxing was slightly taken aback. When he saw Jiang Chen madly fleeing towards the entrance of the hall, he no longer hesitated at the moment, and rushed out towards the entrance of the hall with all his strength. At the same time Jiang Chen and the other 2 rushed towards the entrance of the hall. The palm of the scarlet figure also fell on the body of Venerable Wusheng. An inexplicable force cut through the palm of the scarlet figure, causing a sharp tingling pain in his palm. The scarlet figure was suddenly shocked. Before he recovered, a drop of red blood dripped down his fingers, and then quietly penetrated into the body of the Venerable in front of him. An uneasy mood suddenly spread from the heart of the scarlet figure. The scarlet figure's expression changed abruptly, and his figure quickly shot backwards like lightning. At the moment he just quit, the body of Venerable Wusheng trembled slightly, and 2 faint blood-red rays of light flashed in those hollow eyes. An ancient and hoarse indifferent voice rang softly in the hall. I saw a terrifying aura on the body of Venerable Wusheng, which also filled the hall instantly. Even Yao Hongsheng, who was beside him, felt suffocated under this terrifying pressure. Yao Hongsheng only felt his scalp exploded, and he dared to hesitate for a while, and hurriedly fled towards the entrance of the hall in panic. And just when everyone fled in panic, around the body of Venerable Wusheng, a halo of blood-colored flames suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then suddenly spread out in the hall. The scarlet flame aperture spread extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the closest crimson figure. The scarlet figure yelled, and his palms quickly changed into a red handprint. A dazzling red brilliance burst out from between his palms, and quickly turned into a red shield, blocking the flame halo. The flame aperture fell on the light shield around the crimson figure, and did not cause any violent collision, but it made the red light shield rapidly fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. The crimson figure urged the red light shield to resist, and retreated to the entrance of the hall in horror. But before he retreated to the entrance of the hall, the red light shield around him had already turned into nothingness under the impact of the flame halo. The red light shield was shattered by the flame halo, the crimson figure trembled, and the complexion suddenly turned pale. He quickly took out a jade charm and smashed it into pieces. I saw a bright golden light burst out of the jade talisman, and then turned into a golden palm print, colliding with the flame halo. The shocking explosion reverberated endlessly, and the terrible wave of destruction swept through the hall. The crimson figure bursting back, directly under the impact of the destructive air wave, flew upside down like a broken kite toward the outside of the hall. And at the same time that the scarlet figure was shaken off, Yao Hongsheng also tried his best to increase the speed to the extreme, and finally resisted the storm of destruction in the hall, and rushed out of the hall in embarrassment. As for the other Bian Palace disciple, there was no time to escape, and he was already under the flame halo, disappearing with no scum left. Only Jiang Chen, who was the first to rush out of the hall, was only slightly affected. Lu Tianxing was still pale, with lingering fears. Fortunately, he just chose to believe in Jiang Chen without hesitation. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he doesn't die, he will have to peel off his skin. Unexpectedly, there would be such a terrifying divine forbidden on the stone platform. Yao Hongsheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the terrifying energy continuously spreading from the hall. His expression was obviously shocked. He glanced at the censored young man in red, with only half his life left, and couldn't help being afraid for a while. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's appearance to stop him, he would probably be the one who triggered the divine ban. Brother Zhuang, what the censored is going on? Just as everyone was looking at the situation in the hall in shock, a somewhat uncertain voice suddenly rang. Brother Jiang Chen, Yan Gang is here. There is also the second, censored, Longwei Zhuang Shenyang. I didn't expect that it was him who made the shot just now. Lu Tianxing looked at the voice. When he saw two familiar figures in his sight, his expression suddenly changed. He always felt that Yan Gang didn't have any kindness along the way, and it seems so. This guy summoned Zhuang Shenyang here, obviously wanting to use Zhuang Shenyang's power to deal with him. Where did the little, miscellaneous hairs come out of me, dare to grab food in front of my Yao Hongsheng? Yao Hongsheng came back to his senses, and a sharp killing intent flashed in his eyes looking at Zhuang Shenyang. He turned his head directly to look at Jiang Chen and said, Friends, let's take action to solve these two guys together. Let's discuss the distribution of the treasures. How about? Jiang Chen, you and I are all from the ancient dragon clan, can't you join forces with an outsider to deal with people of the same clan? Hearing Yao Hongsheng's words, Zhuang Shenyang's complexion changed slightly. You and I join forces to kill him, and then divide the treasures equally. This is the best choice. These two guys are from the ancient dragon clan. Yao Hongsheng's expression changed drastically, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen instantly became extremely vigilant. Yao Hongsheng was also seriously injured by the ban of the censored in the hall just now. But Jiang Chen hardly suffered any harm because he escaped fast. A Jiang Chen in his heyday was enough to make him jealous of 3 points. If he joins forces with the one next to him, I am afraid he will be really dangerous. Friend, you must not be fooled by him. Although this guy is of the same family as you, he has been hiding in the dark. Not only did he not help you, but he took advantage of our fight to seize the treasure. He was obviously unkind. I agree with your previous distribution method. As long as you join hands with me, the Jia Xin Shen Jing and that branch will belong to you. How about? Yao Hongsheng took a deep breath and said solemnly. Sorry, that's just the way of distribution just now. Jiang Chen couldn't help but set up a slight arc, and said proudly, now, I want all the treasures here. The reason why he chose to compromise with Yao Hongsheng just now was to prevent Yan Gang from playing tricks. The facts are just as he expected. Yan Konggoran summoned Zhuang Shenyang. But Zhuang Shenyang, who wanted to take advantage of his battle with Yao Hongsheng, triggered the divine forbidden left by Venerable Wusheng. Now Zhuang Shenyang was hit hard by the gods in the main hall, leaving less than half his life. And Yao Hongsheng also suffered serious injuries. Even in the face of these two people joining forces, what fear does he have now? Chapter 1608, Zhuang Shengyang's Despair. Boy, don't deceive people too much. Yao Hongsheng screamed in anger, his face instantly becoming extremely difficult to look. I just bullied you, what can you do? Jiang Chen's words fell coldly, and the 7 martial arts laws and the roots of kendo were all merged into a 7-color ancient sword and fell into his palm. Jiang Chen held the colorful ancient sword in his hand and swung it out without warning. A burst of colorful sword light suddenly burst from the tip of the sword, splitting the kilometer space in the blink of an eye, and appeared above Yao Hongsheng's head. Feeling the terrifying power contained in Jiang Chen's sword, Yao Hongsheng couldn't bear to tremble. Yao Hongsheng roared. The origin of the ice road and the 3 laws of the triple sky were also surging crazily, and finally turned into a chilling ice dragon, facing the colorful sword light overhead. Jiang Chen's 7 martial arts laws integrate the power of the roots of kendo. Even Yao Hongsheng at his peak may not be able to easily resist it, let alone now. Only a loud noise was heard, the colorful sword light was directly like a broken bamboo, and a sword smashed 100 feet of ice dragon. Yao Hongsheng's pupils shrank, and his figure instantly retreated to 100 feet away, only then barely avoided the power of the colorful sword light. Yao Hongsheng retreated with a sword. Jiang Chen didn't give him a chance to breathe. He danced with the primordial ancient sword in his hand, and another colorful sword light that seemed to cut the chaos, split the world in 2 instantly, and swept out towards Yao Hongsheng. Brother Zhuang, what shall we do now? Looking at the scene in front of him, a look of horror also appeared in Yan Gang's eyes. Although Yan Gang already knew that Jiang Chen's combat power was against the sky, even his genius at the pinnacle of the true censored could easily defeat him. But Yan Gang still didn't expect it. Jiang Chen could stand against the sky so terribly. Even Yao Hongsheng, such a half-step existence in the heavenly god realm, will be defeated by Jiang Chen. Zhuang Shengyang's complexion changed, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes immediately. Take hands, join forces with the half-step censored to kill Jiang Chen. Zhuang Shengyang got the master's order to prevent Jiang Chen from obtaining the treasure to restore the origin of the world, and it is best to leave Jiang Chen in the ancient sacred dragon site forever. When Yan Gang contacted him, he rushed over immediately. Zhuang Shengyang's main purpose is to deal with Jiang Chen, but when he found Jia Xin Shenjing, he finally failed to resist the temptation. I want to take advantage of Jiang Chen's 2-person battle and take the Jia Xin Shenjing into my bag. Zhuang Shengyang didn't expect it. In a moment of carelessness, he actually triggered the attack on the ban of the realm god. If he hadn't used the jade amulet given to him by the master, it would be difficult to get out of the hall alive. But even if he used the jade talisman, he was still severely injured by the forbidden power, and his combat power was probably less than half of the peak period. Before Jiang Chen entered the ancient sacred dragon ruins, he was most likely reminded by Pang Qingyuan. Between him and Jiang Chen, they are destined to only become enemies. With his current state, it is impossible to be Jiang Chen's opponent. If the half-step heavenly divine realm in front of him was defeated by Jiang Chen, how could Jiang Chen easily let him go? By now, teaming up with the half-step heavenly god realm named Yao Hongsheng to deal with Jiang Chen is already his only choice. You go to deal with the true dragon Tianzhao of Skydragon City. Even if you can't kill it, you must stop me and never let him leave. Zhuang Shengyang's words fell, forcibly suppressing the injuries in his body, turning into a red light and killing Jiang Chen. As for Yan Gang beside him, his whole body's aura was raised to the extreme, and he burst out toward Lu Tianxing. Lu Tianxing looked at Yan Gang, who had suddenly killed him, and his expression changed slightly. When he raised his hand, there was a dazzling silver sword aura, and he pushed back Yan Gang, who was rushing forward, and said angrily, Yan Gang, do you dare to attack people of the same race? Yan Gang's eyes were gloomy, and he didn't pay attention to Lu Tianxing at all, and directly concentrated his entire body to kill Lu Tianxing. When disciples of the Gulong clan enter the ancient ruins, it is strictly forbidden to kill each other. Today, since he and Zhuang Shengyang took action, they would never allow Jiang Chen and Lu Tianxing to return to the Gulong clan alive. What awaits them is probably the harshest punishment from the Gulong clan. Lu Tianxing was frightened, and his sword intent rose to the sky, fighting with Yan Gang with all his strength. Jiang Chen's second colorful sword light directly shattered all Yao Hongsheng's means of resistance and slashed on Yao Hongsheng's body. Yao Hongsheng let out a scream. I saw that his whole body was smashed by Jiang Chen's sword to a distance of thousands of meters. And it was best to crash into a small hill. The 100-meter peak instantly turned into flat ground under the impact of Yao Hongsheng. Holding the 7-color ancient sword in his hand, Jiang Chen stepped into the sky with cold eyes. Just as he was about to swing his third sword at Yao Hongsheng, a series of mysterious scarlet flames emerged from behind him, turning the space of thousands of meters into a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, 100 meters of fire waves, with the power to destroy the world, rushed towards Jiang Chen. Zhuang Shengyang, you finally can't help but want to shoot. It's a pity. You are in a difficult state now, so you dare to attack me. Since you took the initiative to send you to die, then I will kill you first. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and on the Hunyuan ancient sword, a colorful sword aura seemed to divide the yin and yang, instantly splitting the sea of thousands of meters into two, and slashed at Zhuang Shengyang in the middle of the burning sea. Zhuang Shengyang's pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time as his figure exploded, his body was full of divine power laws, directly evolving into a small world of flames, colliding with Jiang Chen's colorful sword aura. Zhuang Shengyang was previously hit hard by the power of the Hall's forbidden power, and now his combat power is less than half of his peak. Even if it condensed a small world of true gods, it was difficult to resist the power of Jiang Chen's mixed primitive sword. I saw that the small world of flames had become shaky under the colorful sword aura. Your Excellency won't make a move. You and I will die if you don't make a move. Zhuang Shengyang was so courageous that he could not help but hurriedly shouted at the place where Yao Hongsheng fell. Yao Hongsheng rushed out of the mountain, didn't even want to continue his hands, directly turned into an afterimage to the sky, and fled in panic. Zhuang Shengyang's heart was frightened and his face turned pale in an instant. Yao Hongsheng joined forces with the 2.5 steps of the Heavenly God realm, and should have a battle with Jiang Chen, but he did not expect Yao Hongsheng to escape at a critical time. How can he be Jiang Chen's opponent alone now? Zhuang Shengyang looked horrified and desperate. This is also the first time he has felt the threat of death. Chapter 1609. No one I dare not kill. Jiang Chen, hurry. Stop it. Face the threat of death. Zhuang Shengyang finally couldn't help but said in a panic, Gulong disciple, it is forbidden to kill each other in the ancient ruins. If you kill me, you will also be punished by the ancient dragon. Hee. You just told me the rules of the ancient dragon clan now, don't you feel naive? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. When you shot at me, why didn't you expect that the Gulong clan forbids cannibalism? Although the Gulong clan does have such a rule, as long as he kills Zhuang Shengyang and Yan Gang here, no one from the Gulong clan will know. This guy came to trouble him, isn't it the idea he made? Before entering the ancient sacred dragon ruins, Pang Qingyuan had specifically instructed him to be careful of Zhuang Shengyang. Now that there is a chance to solve the opponent, how can Jiang Chen easily let it go? The man behind Zhuang Shengyang is Pang Qingyuan's enemy. Even if he was willing to give Zhuang Shengyang a horse, Zhuang Shengyang might not appreciate it. Maybe he would hide in the dark at any time, stabbing him from behind. Today he killed Zhuang Shengyang to avoid future troubles. The cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. The Hunyuangu sword in his hand once again volleyed, and another colorful sword aura slashed down at Zhuang Shengyang's small real god. Zhuang Shengyang's crumbling little real, censored, world finally burst into the air with a bang. The small world of the true gods collapsed, and Zhuang Shengyang's already injured body was severely injured again, and the blood in his mouth was spilled from the air like a fountain. And Zhuang Shengyang's body, like a kite with a broken line, flew upside down in midair for a distance of thousands of meters. Zhuang Shengyang stabilized his figure in embarrassment. He suddenly took out a pill and swallowed it into his mouth, then without even looking at Jiang Chen, he quickly swept towards the distant sky. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, his soul stepped out in the void, and directly appeared in front of Zhuang Shengyang like teleporting. Looking at Jiang Chen who stood in front of him, Zhuang Shengyang was crazy. He desperately urged his whole body strength and rushed away toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained unmoved, raised his head and drew a sword at Zhuang Shengyang. The sword light shattered all power and fell on Zhuang Shengyang's body. A series of crisp voices resounded in midair one after another. All the flesh and bones of Zhuang Shengyang's body were all torn apart. Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. My master is an elder of the 6th order, censored, of the ancient dragon tribe. If you dare to kill me, he will definitely not let you go. Zhuang Shengyang finally couldn't help but screamed in panic. Really, in this world, there has never been anyone I dare not kill. Jiang Chen's voice fell, but he gently shook the void where Zhuang Shenyang was. A burst of majestic space force caused the surrounding space to be continuously distorted, and Zhuang Shenyang's body was destroyed, his soul collapsed, and completely turned into a mass of ashes in front of Jiang Chen. The understatement obliterated Zhuang Shenyang. Jiang Chen stepped out and came directly to the sky above Lu Tianxing and Yan Gang. Looking at Jiang Chen, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Yan Gang's face also showed unprecedented despair and panic. Yan Gang naturally saw the battle between Jiang Chen and Zhuang Shenyang just now. When he saw that Yao Hongsheng was hit hard by Jiang Chen's two swords and fled in panic, he had already planned to leave. It's just that Lu Tianxing didn't give him any chance to escape at all, and stuck him firmly. Until Jiang Chen killed Zhuang Shenyang, he could not get out. Now that Jiang Chen has arrived, Yan Gang's whole body is like falling into an ice cellar, and he only feels a shadow of death instantly filling his heart. Jiang Chen, I was wrong. Seeing that everyone is the disciple of the ancient dragon clan, please forgive me. I am willing to be a cow and a horse. From now on, you will be the only one to watch. Yan Gang directly thumped and knelt in front of Jiang Chen, pleading bitterly. I saved your life, but you were kind enough to take revenge and bring Zhuang Shenyang here to deal with me. It's better to kill a white-eyed wolf like you who can bite back at any time. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and Hun Yuan Jian relentlessly slashed out at Yan Gang. Yan Gang looked desperate and tried hard to resist Jiang Chen's sword. It's just that Jiang Chen now has the power of the primordial ancient sword. Even half a step into the heavenly god realm has to avoid its sharp edge. Can Yan Gang be able to resist it? Yan Gang exploded under Jiang Chen's sword and turned into a rain of blood scattered from midair. Let's go to the treasures in the hall. One sword solved Yan Gang, and Jiang Chen directly faced Lu Tianxing behind him. When he solved Zhuang Shenyang just now, Yao Hongsheng had already taken the opportunity to escape. Maybe that guy will summon the strong man in Bian Palace to come back. If he is alone, Jiang Chen is not afraid of the half-step heavenly realm now. But the four realms of the half-step heavenly gods are extremely large, and if there are a few Yao Hongsheng's existences at a time, he will be a little overwhelmed. To be safe, it is better to take the treasure and leave quickly. Brother Jiang Chen, the venerable person in the main hall, seems to have left some means. It is not easy for us to get the treasure. Lu Tianxing hesitated slightly. The power triggered by Zhuang Shenyang in the hall before Lu Tianxing is vividly visible. That kind of power is simply not something they can resist. Don't worry, I have my own way. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then flashed away at the door of the hall again. When Lu Tianxing saw this, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed. And just when the two of Jiang Chen entered the hall again, in the place where Zhuang Shenyang fell, a slight spatial fluctuation slowly diffused out of the void. I saw an incomparably illusory red figure, also appeared in the sky out of thin air. This illusory red figure is exactly Zhuang Shenyang, who was killed by Jiang Chen. Zhuang Shenyang practiced a secret technique for soul escape. At the moment Jiang Chen killed him, he forcibly separated a part of his soul and escaped into the void. But even so, he now only has a remnant soul left. Today, he just wants to restore this remnant soul to normal. If he does not restore the treasure of the soul, it will take at least thousands of years. Not to mention reshaping the body and returning to the top. Jiang Chen, wait for me. Sooner or later, my Zhuang Shenyang will get back from you 100 times and 1,000 times. Zhuang Shenyang stared fiercely in the direction of the hall, and his mouth also let out a sharp roar. When he moved, he directly turned into a light breeze, and instantly disappeared into the air. Chapter 16:10. Defend God's Forbidden, Guardian of World Heart. The two Jiang Chen entered the hall again. Except for the stone platform with a radius of 100 feet in the center, the entire hall was already in a mess. On the central stone platform, the body of the venerable Wusheng, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the stone platform, had already disappeared at this moment. Only a strange crystal the size of a fist, suspended in the midair of the stone platform, exudes an extremely mysterious light. Jia Xin Shen Jing. Lu Tianxing looked at the strange crystal floating in the air, and couldn't help being taken aback. Why is the body of the nobleman on the stone platform gone? The attack that broke out in the hall just now was based on the body of the venerable. Now that the divine ban has been triggered by Zhuang Shenyang, this venerable corpse, which was originally maintained by the Jia Xin Shen Jing, has naturally disappeared. When observing the situation of the stone platform, Jiang Chen already knew the existence of the censored forbidden on the stone platform through a hundredfold comprehension triggered by the system. This is an assault forbidden called God transforming one strike. Although Jiang Chen didn't know the detailed information of the censored forbidden, he could tell from the name that this should be a one-time attack on the censored forbidden, and only one blow could be issued after triggering. These are all Jiang Chen's own guesses. Jiang Chen did not approach the stone platform immediately, but at a distance of several thousand feet, two sword fingers popped out facing the central stone platform at the entrance of the main hall. Two sword fingers cut through the space, and in the blink of an eye, a place less than a few meters away from the central stone platform appeared. An invisible force burst out suddenly from the central stone platform. Jiang Chen's two sword fingers froze directly in midair as if they had received some kind of huge resistance. Seeing this scene before him, Luo Tianxing couldn't help but look in astonishment and said, "The censored forbidden on the central stone platform has turned from attacking censored forbidden to defensive censored forbidden. It's not that the divine ban has changed, but there are already two divine bans. These two divine bans are very cleverly set up. First attack the divine ban with the corpse as a carrier, and it will disappear with one blow. After the attack on the censored forbidden disappears, this defensive censored forbidden with the world heart crystal as the core will only be revealed." Jiang Chen stared tightly at the central stone platform, and an unconcealable exclamation appeared in his eyes. The two gods forbidden by Venerable Wusheng are really clever. Even if he had a system in his body, he didn't realize that there was a very powerful defensive ban. Brother Jiang Chen, this defensive divine ban with Jia Xin Shen Jing as its core is probably hard to break. Luo Tianxing couldn't help smiling bitterly when he heard the words. Although the defensive divine forbidden does not cause any danger to them, the defensive divine forbidden, which is arranged by the world gods with the world heart crystal as the core, can be known how extraordinary it is. Once they forcibly attack the censored forbidden, even if they can break the censored forbidden, there is even a high probability that they will destroy the Jexin Shenjing inside. "It's okay, you just need to guard the hall for me." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then walked straight towards the center of the hall. He has a system. As long as the hundredfold comprehension is triggered, no matter what kind of defensive divine prohibition it is, he will be able to comprehend it. It just takes a little more time. But after the ancient ruins are over, it's time to take some time to improve the formation and alchemy. As Jiang Chen walked towards the center of the hall, he also made a low mutter in his mouth. Since the birth of the Shenwu Continent Blood Soul Palace, in order to cope with the crisis, Jiang Chen has focused almost all his energy on improving his martial arts strength. As for the Rei Dao Dan Dao, these were completely shelved. If he could improve all these abilities, it should be of great help to him now. Especially Dan Dao, Jiang Chen must try to improve it no matter what. Jiang Chen has been in God's domain for too short a time, and he has been busy improving his strength over the years, and has almost no time to learn about other things. This time enter the ancient sacred dragon ruins. Only then did Jiang Chen realize that he knew too little about these divine treasures and artifacts born in God's domain. There were few treasures that Jiang Chen encountered along the way that could be named. And Jiang Chen's alchemy improvement not only promotes alchemy, but also greatly increases his ability to recognize divine treasures and objects. Improving the strength of alchemy is undoubtedly a way to quickly improve experience. These are all things after going out from the ancient sacred dragon ruins. The most urgent thing is to understand the divine forbidden in front of you, and get the spirit crystal inside. After shaking his head, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it and began to comprehend the divine forbidden before him. Ding! You can comprehend the guardian of the heart of the forbidden world and trigger a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You comprehend the guardianship of 1/1,000,000th of the forbidden realm of God. After a while, the familiar prompt sound of the system rang in Jiang Chen's mind. This guardian of the heart of the realm is worthy of a divine forbidden set by the realm god. It is too difficult to understand. Jiang Chen couldn't help being speechless for a while. At the beginning of the Shenwu continent, Jiang Chen could comprehend one of the 10,000 forbiddens that he enlightened. But the guardian of the heart in front of him can only comprehend one part per million at a time, and the difficulty has increased 100 times. Although his current strength is faster than his ability to comprehend the divine forbidden. But at such a speed, without a year or a half, it would be difficult to comprehend this world's heart guardian. It seems that trying to use the power of the system to understand the guardian of this world's heart seems to be impossible. Although the opening time of the ancient sacred dragon remains as not short, it lasts for 2 or 3 years each time, but Jiang Chen does not want to waste most of his time on comprehension of this divine prohibition. Since Venerable Wusheng has placed these treasures here, it proves that he does not want future generations to obtain it. It seems that there should be other ways. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but bow his head in thought. A strong man in the censored realm began to practice many martial arts. Every time you master a source of martial art, gather one force, and you can improve your cultivation by 1 level. And the powers of the 6th order gods who master the power of the 6 realms can integrate the power of the 6 realms and attack the realm of the gods. The power of the world censored, formed by the fusion of the power of the 6 realms, will be dominated by one of the powers. This lifeless sage should be the realm censored, who majored in life force. Since this Jexin guardian is arranged with the Jexin Shenjing of the inanimate venerable as its core, it should obviously also be the power of the way of life. Perhaps this world heart guardian will not reject the power of the same attribute. You can try it with the law of life. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he directly used the law of life of the second heaven. Chapter 1611. One of the 3 sacred trees of God's domain, the tree of life. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover that his double heaven law of life was indeed able to penetrate the forbidden gods in front of him. It seems that Venerable Wusheng laid down this defensive ban, hoping to understand the martial arts of life, and get his mind crystal and the treasures left behind. Jiang Chen felt a little clear. He no longer hesitated now, and Zongtian's law of life exploded with full force, and then turned into an invisible palm that penetrated the defensive forbidden in front of him. Of the 7 laws that Jiang Chen mastered, the law of life has always been the weakest, and has yet to break through the triple heaven. Although the law of life can penetrate the heart guardian of the forbidden world, Jiang Chen's law of life in the second layer still seems a bit difficult. It took a full quarter of an hour. Jiang Chen's condensed invisible palm of the law of life completely penetrated the guardian of Jia Xin, and grabbed the Jia Xin Shen Jing suspended in the center of the stone platform. The Jia Xin Shen Jing is the core of this defensive god forbidden on the stone platform. As long as the Jexin divine crystal is taken, the guardian of the god forbidden boundary heart can break without attack. The other 3 treasures can naturally be obtained without any effort. Under Jiang Chen's control, the invisible palm approached the Jia Xin Shen Jing little by little. The palm of Jiang Chen's law of life finally crossed a distance of tens of meters and grabbed the Jia Xin Shen Jing suspended in mid-air. Suddenly, a strange wave came from the entire space of the stone platform. Jiang Chen instantly felt that the power of God's forbidden boundary heart's guardian really quickly dissipated, causing Jiang Chen's pressure to drop sharply. With a move of Jiang Chen's thoughts, he saw that the realm of mind crystal, wrapped in his double life law, quickly flew towards him from the center of the stone platform. Is this the Jexin Shenjing? Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to grasp the Jia Xin divine crystal, feeling the pure energy and mysterious Taoist rhyme that it radiated, and a strange expression could not help appearing in his eyes. With this Jia Xin Shen Jing, the task of finding and repairing the world's origin for Pang Lao is finally completed. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and directly collected the Jia Xin Shen Jing into the storage world. Jia Xin Jing Jing, the value of the essence condensed by the Lord of the World God is immeasurable. If Jiang Chen directly absorbed the power of Jia Xin Shen Jing, his strength would surely skyrocket. Since this was something that could help Pang Qingyuan repair his source, Jiang Chen would naturally not use it. Since he first entered Hualong City and met Pang Qingyuan has given him great help in the martial arts. At the beginning of the battle with the true god projection of the blood spirit race in the blood spirit continent, if it were not for the jade slip that Pang Qingyuan had given him, it would be difficult for him to return to Hualong City smoothly. If there is no recommendation from Pang Qingyuan, even if Jiang Chen entered the Gulong clan, it would not be possible to grow to where he is today in just a few years. Without Pang Qingyuan, there would be no Jiang Chen today. How can Pang Qingyuan's help to him be measured by a realm of heart? Collecting the Jia Xin Shen Jing, Jiang Chen's gaze fell directly on the other 3 treasures on the stone platform. The red sandalwood box on the left contains a golden pill the size of a thumb. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what kind of pill this was, the terrifying energy emanating from the pill could tell how extraordinary this pill was. Venerable Wusheng, as the strongest censored of the holy dragon world in the ancient times, how could the pill placed here be a common product? Such a pill, I am afraid that it is at least a world god level pill. The scroll that exudes primitive light in the middle, as Jiang Chen had expected, was a realm god level technique. The Taixu sacred dragon figure that Jiang Chen now cultivates is already a censored king level technique, so he naturally didn't care too much about this scroll realm censored technique. He rolled his eyes and landed directly on the branch on the far right. This is a branch about 3 feet long, with a faint green glow flowing across the body, giving people a sense of ancient sacredness. Even if it was placed here for hundreds of millions of years, the branches still exude a majestic breath of life. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, reached out and grabbed the branch on the stone platform. Start with branches. Jiang Chen only felt that the whole person was enveloped by a sacred life force. A series of system prompts resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! You feel the power of the sacred tree of life, trigger a hundredfold realization. Ding! Your law of life gains 100*100 experience. After listening to the reminder that kept echoing in his mind, it took a long time for Jiang Chen to recover from his consternation. This branch is indeed worthy of its name, and it is a branch from the sacred tree of life. Jiang Chen didn't expect that the branches of the tree of life would have such power against the sky. He just took this section of the tree of life in his hand, and he could actually understand the law of life. Doesn't this mean that as long as he takes this sacred tree of life with him, he can gain unlimited power of the way of life? Although this small piece of the tree of life, each time I feel it does not improve the law of life much. But if he can perceive the way of life in this way at all times, give him 10 or 8 years, and he will still be able to achieve an extremely terrifying level of cultivation along with life, maybe. The way of life is even very likely to surpass other martial arts powers and become his second martial arts power that gave birth to the original power. Jiang Chen looked at the branch in his hand with horror, and couldn't help but breathe in his heart. What is the origin of this tree of life? It's too defying. A piece of the tree of life, coupled with the system in his body, is simply an invincible plug-in for his cultivation of the way of life. It took Jiang Chen a long time to calm down the horror in his heart, and then turned to the outside of the hall with a few treasures. Outside the hall, Luo Tianxing stared at Jiang Chen walking out of the hall so quickly, he couldn't help but was taken aback. When he saw the 3 treasures in Jiang Chen's hands, he finally revealed an incredible look in his eyes. Brother Jiang Chen, have you got the treasure inside? Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, and threw the red sandalwood box and the world censored technique to Luo Tianxing. Brother Lu, Jia Xin Shen Jing and this branch are both useful to me. So you suffer a little bit, you can only get these 2 things. Luo Tianxing shook his head quickly and refused. Brother Jiang Chen, don't let you hold it. Jiang Chen waved his hand and interrupted Luo Tianxing's words directly. I took the Jia Xin Shen Jing and this sacred tree of life, which has taken a lot of advantage. Luo Tianxing looked at the branch in Jiang Chen's hand, with a horrified expression on his face. This is one of the 3 sacred trees of God's domain. Chapter 16:12. Holy Dragon Temple. One of the 3 great trees of God's domain. Hearing Luo Tianxing's exclamation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stun slightly. The reason why he knew that this branch was the sacred tree of life was entirely because of system prompts. As for the existence of the God of Life tree, Jiang Chen really didn't know. Legend has it that there are 3 sacred trees in God's domain that existed in the world since the beginning of the world. They are called the 3 sacred trees of God's domain. The 3 sacred trees, each one has supreme power. And the sacred tree of life is one of the 3 sacred trees. But, according to the records in ancient books, the 3 great trees have not appeared in God's domain since ancient times, and they have long since become legends. Looking at the branches in Jiang Chen's hands, Luo Tianxing could hardly recover from the shock for a long time. Until this moment, Luo Tianxing still couldn't believe that the branches in Jiang Chen's hands would come from the sacred tree of life. This is really incredible, but when he felt the majestic breath of life on the branch, he had to admit that the branch was indeed very likely from the sacred tree of life. Except for the tree of life, one of the 3 sacred trees. What kind of branch is there in this world that can maintain such a majestic breath of life after being stored for hundreds of millions of years? He should have guessed the origin of this branch a long time ago, but he has not dared to think about the tree of life. I didn't expect this tree of life to have such a source. Jiang Chen was also shocked. He now finally understands why this sacred tree of life possesses such a sky-defying ability. A sacred tree that was born at the beginning of the world, even if it is just a small branch, is bound to be extremely terrifying. Brother Lu, This sacred tree of life is of great use to me, I must own it, so I can only apologize. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said apologetically to Luo Tianxing. The value of this sacred tree of life is more precious than the realm of mind crystal of the lifeless venerable. He is indeed a little embarrassed to put the realm heart divine crystal and life divine tree in his bag. Brother Jiang Chen is serious. Luo Tianxing hurriedly said, in fact, these treasures were obtained by you alone. You gave me these two treasures, and I am ashamed. This time he didn't really help Jiang Chen except for bringing Jiang Chen to this ancient cave. Jiang Chen first defeated Yao Hongsheng in Bian Palace, and then killed Shengyang, Longweizhuang, the second censored, of the Gulong clan. The treasures in front of him were all captured by Jiang Chensheng from the 2.5 steps of the heavenly god realm. Even when the gods were broken to obtain the treasure in the end, it was completely Jiang Chen alone. Even if Jiang Chen didn't give it to him, Luo Tianxing would not have the slightest complaint. Even if Jiang Chen really gave him the tree of life, he would not dare to ask for it. Such a supreme divine object is simply not something he can possess. Luo Tianxing couldn't help but said with a solemn expression, Brother Jiang Chen, I, Luo Tianxing, would swear by my soul today that I will never reveal this matter. But you must also be careful. Once the sacred tree of life is exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. The sacred tree of life, as one of the 3 sacred trees in the world, has incredible power. Even if it is just a branch, it is the supreme treasure in God's domain. Once the sacred tree of life is exposed, not to mention that the realm of the gods is eager to flock, even the high gods, they may be crazy about it. Jiang Chen thanked him, and soon the tree of life was included in the storage world. Although Jiang Chen wanted to bring the tree of life directly with him, and constantly improve the law of life. But the life breath of the sacred tree of life was too rich, and he didn't dare to expose it easily without finding a way to suppress the breath of life. Brother Jiang Chen, where are we going next? Luo Tianxing didn't get too entangled in this issue either, so he changed the subject directly. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. Leave here first, find a place to cultivate for a period of time, and then go to the ruins of Shenglong Tiangong. He fought Yao Hongsheng and Zhuang Shengyang 2.5 steps into the heavenly god realm, which was really a lot of loss, and he had to find a place to cultivate. Take advantage of this cultivation. Jiang Chen planned to spend some time, devouring the 10,000-year blood jujube in the storage ring, striving to break through the superior truth censored in one fell swoop, and then head to the site of the Holy Dragon Temple. Holy Dragon Temple, the only god-king power in the ancient sacred dragon world, and the only place in the ancient sacred dragon relics that may have the inheritance of the gods. The top geniuses in the 4 realms will probably not let go of exploring the ruins of the Holy Dragon Temple. Once go to the ruins of Shenglong Temple, what he has to face is the top genius of the 4 realms. Now his combat power is barely able to suppress Yao Hongsheng's half-step mid-stage genius of the heavenly god realm. If he encounters the late half-step Tian divine realm who understands more than 70% of the origin of martial arts, or the evildoer who understands the origin of various martial arts, he may still have a little trouble coping. But if it can break through the superior true gods, even the top genius in the 4 realms, no one should be able to pose a threat to him. Holy Dragon Temple ruins. What is that place? Luo Tianxing was taken aback when he heard Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Holy Dragon Temple is the only power of the gods in this ancient time. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Luo Tianxing couldn't help taking a breath. The ruins of the King of Gods. In this way, the ancient sacred dragon relic has news that the censored king inherited, and it is most likely true. And the inheritance of the censored king, in all likelihood, is at the site of the Shenglong Tiangong that Jiang Chen said. Let's go, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Leave it first. Just when Luo Tianxing was shocked, Jiang Chen's faint voice rang in his ears. It has been quite a while since Yao Hongsheng escaped, and no one knows if that guy will bring back the strong man from Bian Palace. In Jiang Chen's current state, he didn't want to fight another half-step celestial realm. Jiang Chen greeted Luo Tianxing, and his figure turned into a black shadow, flashing towards the entrance of this space. Out of this space created by Venerable Wusheng, Jiang Chen and the 2 swiftly skimmed out of the Wusheng Valley all the way, then searched for a relatively safe cave thousands of miles away and began to cultivate. Meditate slightly and adjust your breath for a while. Jiang Chen directly took out the 10,000-year blood jujube in the storage ring, and started the crazy devouring mode. With the continuous prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Chen's divine power cultivation base also rapidly improved again. Chapter 16:13. Ding. You break through the superior true God. Jiang Chen went crazy and devoured 10,000 years of blood jujube to improve his cultivation. For several days, as he swallowed the 10,000-year blood fruit in the storage ring, the pleasing prompt sound of the system finally sounded in his mind. Ding. You succeeded in breaking through the superior true God. Jiang Chen opened his eyes suddenly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The first true God finally broke through. It seems that to improve your strength, you still have to explore such ancient ruins. Feeling the power of the superior true God, Jiang Chen couldn't help muttering to himself. It was in Tianlongchang. It took him several years to break through from the early stage of the middle true censored to the late stage of the middle true God. Among them, he entered the Tower of Time for a few months, absorbing the censored crystals at 10 times the speed, before reaching this step. He entered the remains of the ancient sacred dragon in just 10 days, first obtained the immaculate fruit, directly broke through the peak of the middle true God, and understood the origin of kendo. After eating tens of thousands of blood jujubes, he finally broke through the first-class true censored in one fell swoop. Break through the superior true gods. Jiang Chen's current cultivation base can barely be regarded as catching up with the geniuses who have cultivated for thousands of years in God's domain, and they are already in the same state. And when he cultivated the censored king-level technique, when his cultivation was in the middle true God, his divine power was no less inferior to the upper true God. Right now, he breaks through the superior true gods, and his divine power is absolutely crushing the existence of the same realm. Just talk about the degree of supernatural power. Under the heavenly God realm, I am afraid that few people can compare with him. It's almost time, it's time to take a trip to the ruins of Shenglong Tiangong. The Holy Dragon Palace, the only king-level power that ruled the Holy Dragon realm in ancient times. The position of the Holy Dragon Temple in the Holy Dragon realm at the beginning is even worse than the position of the Gulong tribe in the ancient Dragon realm. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how such a giant that ruled the Holy Dragon realm was destroyed. But today's Shenglong Tiangong site is undoubtedly the place with the greatest opportunity for the ancient sacred dragon remains. There are not only countless coveted exercises and treasures there, but it is also very likely to have the inheritance of the gods. The divine king-level technique he cultivated, Taixu Sacred Dragon Diagram, should also have a great relationship with the Sacred Dragon Heaven Palace. Now that he is here, how can he not go to Shenglong Tiangong? Jiang Chen finished his cultivation and was about to wake Lu Tianxing, who was practicing in retreat on the other side of the cave. A shocking kendo force suddenly burst from the place where Lu Tianxing was practicing. He even clearly felt that the kendo coercion exuded by Lu Tianxing already contained a trace of kendo origin. This guy seems to have broken through half a step into the heavenly God realm. Jiang Chen was suddenly taken aback. Like Lu Tianxing, a genius at the pinnacle of the true God, he was only one step away from the half-step heavenly God realm, and it was not too surprising that he could break through. Since Lu Tianxing is at a critical moment of breakthrough, Jiang Chen didn't bother Lu Tianxing, but sat cross-legged and waited quietly. The kendo pressure constantly overflowing from Lu Tianxing's body finally slowly dissipated. Looking at Lu Tianxing, who had awakened from the state of cultivation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "Brother Lu, congratulations on your understanding of the origin of kendo and successfully stepping into the half-step heavenly God realm. It's just a fluke. If it wasn't for the pill that Brother Jiang Chen gave me, I wouldn't be able to comprehend the origin of kendo so quickly." Lu Tianxing's face was also filled with unconcealed joy. He stood up with a grateful expression on his face. "Brother Jiang Chen, don't say thank you for your kindness. If you need anything in the future, please let me know. Lu will die." Pills. When Jiang Chen heard Lu Tianxing's words, he was shocked. "Have you already taken that medicine?" The pill left by Venerable Wusheng is a realm god level pill. Unless he possesses a systematic heaven-defying cheater like him, ordinary heavenly gods might not dare to swallow it easily. This guy just swallowed, and he was not afraid of being burst by the pill. The quality of this pill is too high, and the energy it contains is not something I can bear now. How dare I swallow it at will? Lu Tianxing took a deep breath and said, "I just took out the pill for a look, but didn't want to realize it, and then realize the origin of kendo." When Lu Tianxing spoke, an unconcealable shock appeared in his eyes. Although Lu Tianxing also knew This pill left by the ancient gods must be extremely extraordinary. But he still didn't expect that. He just watched the pill, and suddenly realized the origin of Kendo. Lu Tianxing could not imagine. What kind of terrifying power has this pill contains? Jiang Chen, I can use this pill to understand the origin of Kendo. It is already a great opportunity. You should keep this pill. As Lu Tianxing said, he wanted to return the medicine to Jiang Chen. Since I gave you this pill, it belongs to you. Jiang Chen waved his hand, stopped Lu Tianxing, and said with a smile, let's go to Shenglong Tiangong. After speaking, Jiang Chen turned and headed outside the cave. Shenglong Temple, located in the central area of ancient Shenglong. Although Jiang Chen had learned a lot about the Holy Dragon Temple from the seductive woman of the Tianlai sect, he only knew the approximate location of the Holy Dragon Temple, but did not know the exact location. But this is not a problem. The relics of the gods and kings of the Shenglongtian Palace are naturally extraordinary. As long as they reach that area, it is not difficult for them to find the Holy Dragon Palace. The two Jiang Chen finally passed through the huge canyon and entered a vast plain. At the end of the plain, a majestic peak of Tongtian Mountain also appeared directly in Jiang Chen's sight. The mountain is like a huge pillar, extremely steep, towering into the sky. From a distance, it looks like an ancient sacred mountain standing between heaven and earth. Even across a vast plain, Jiang Chen could still feel that the mountain peak exudes a mysterious atmosphere of ancient times. What a mysterious ancient mountain! Lu Tianxing stared at the sacred mountain of Tongtian at the end of the plain, and muttered, could it be that the mountain in front of you is the site of the Holy Dragon Temple? It should be. Jiang Chen looked at the mountain peak at the end of his sight, and there was also a look of surprise in his eyes. Such a sacred mountain, I am afraid that only the power of the censored king level like the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace has the ability to create it. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and swiftly rushed towards the Heavenly God Mountain with Lu Tianxing. Chapter 16:14, Holy Dragon Monument, Ancient Sacred Dragon Relic Center, at the foot of Tongtian Mountain. Three figures flew over the vast plain. The two of them were Jiang Chen and Lu Tianxing, who had come all the way towards the mountain. Behind the two, a seductive woman with a fiery figure followed. This seductive woman was naturally the disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Sect from the Heavenly Thunder Realm that Jiang Chen met when he was fighting for the Immaculate Fruit. 2 days ago, this disciple of the Sky Lei Sect named Su Mei was chased by the people of his Blue Cloud Realm on the plain. Two of Jiang Chen happened to meet. Jiang Chen didn't intend to be nosy, but the geniuses of the Bian Realm wanted to have trouble with him. Jiang Chen had to get rid of those few people from the Bian Realm. As a result, Su Mei, who was rescued by him unintentionally, had to follow them with scorn. Thinking that Su Mei, as a person in the Four Realms, knew a lot about the Holy Dragon Palace, Jiang Chen simply took Su Mei on the road. With his current combat power, don't say that there is only a high-class true god disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Sect. Even if the Heavenly Thunder Sect is half-stepped in the Heavenly God Realm, there is no hope of making waves in front of him. Su Mei, is this mountain the site of the Holy Dragon Temple? Looking at the Heavenly God Mountain in front of you up close is undoubtedly another shocking scene. I saw the Heavenly Sacred Mountain, like an Optimus pillar connecting the sky and the earth, densely packed with an ancient atmosphere that suppressed the sky and the earth. The only thing that puzzled Jiang Chen was that there did not seem to be any traces of buildings on this sacred mountain. Although it has been hundreds of millions of years since the destruction of the Holy Dragon Temple, it is not that no building remains. This is only Shenglong Mountain, not the site of Shenglong Tiangong. The legend says that the Holy Dragon Temple is located on the top of the Shenglong Mountain. It is a heavenly palace that is truly suspended above the 9 heavens. Since the ancient battle in the Holy Dragon Realm, the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace has disappeared from the Holy Dragon Mountain. The 4 realms have explored the Holy Dragon Mountain countless times, and the whereabouts of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace have not been found yet. Su Mei looked at the top of the mountain straight into the sky and said slowly. Hearing Su Mei's words, Jiang Chen was also taken aback. 4 realms control the remains of the ancient sacred dragon, at least hundreds of thousands of years have passed. In these hundreds of millennia, the true, censored geniuses of the 4 great realms, the strong gods, and the realm gods, have probably come to the Holy Dragon Mountain to explore countless times. But even so, Shenglong Tiangong was still not found by them. Thinking of finding the Holy Dragon Temple and getting the inheritance of the gods, it is definitely not an easy task. Come on, let's go up. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and immediately swept towards the top of Shenglong Mountain. Now that I'm here, I have to go up and take a look. Shenglong Mountain has a strong suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. The higher the flight, the stronger the suppression. Even the venerable world god flew directly to the top of Shenglong Mountain. Jiang Chen and the others can only slowly climb up along the rugged and steep mountain road. None of Jiang Chen encountered any danger. Even the few fierce beasts I encountered occasionally had fallen into a pool of blood and turned into a cold corpse. Someone should have climbed Shenglong Mountain one step ahead of them, and some of the dangers along the way have been cleared. Shenglong Mountain soars into the clouds. At the speed of Jiang Chen and the others, it took a long time to climb for a long time before they came to a huge and wide square on the top of the mountain. On the square, dozens of geniuses from the 4 major realms have gathered here. Among them are several acquaintances, including Yao Hongsheng from the Blue Cloud Realm, and Lei Kuang from the Sky Lei Zong who left Su Mei and escaped. The geniuses of these 4 major realms were all surrounded by a stone monument as high as 100 feet in the center of the square, staring or watching cross-legged. The Beizong stone steel, silver in its entire body, covered with dust, seems to have gone through endless vicissitudes of life. The steel looked very ordinary on the surface, but Jiang Chen stared at it for a while, and an inexplicable pressure came directly through the steel. What is the origin of this stone tablet? Why are so many people gathered here? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help asking Su Mei beside him. This is the Holy Dragon Steel. According to the records of the ancient books of the Tianlei Zong, the founder of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, the Holy Dragon King, who was once the only censored king in the Holy Dragon Realm, was armed with a stone tablet. Once the Holy Dragon Tablet is released, the realm gods will be relieved by him. Suppress. This stone steel should be the Holy Dragon Steel of the Holy Dragon King, because it was left on the top of this mountain after the great battle. Su Mei took a deep breath and said slowly. Both Jiang Chen were shocked, and there was an unconcealable horror in their eyes looking at the steel. The stone monument in front of me is actually the weapon of the censored king of the Holy Dragon Temple. The Holy Dragon Steel is not only the weapon of the Holy Dragon King, but also the supreme relic of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, possessing incredible power. Different people can get different benefits by enlightening the Holy Dragon Steel. Some people have obtained martial arts from the Sacred Dragon Steel, and some have an instantaneous realization of their strength. In fact, most of the people who come to the Sacred Dragon Mountain are directed at this Sacred Dragon Steel. Just when Jiang Chen and the others were shocked, Su Mei's voice rang in their ears again. Jiang Chen asked curiously, since this Sacred Dragon Steel is so mysterious, why didn't you take it away from the 4 realms? Do you think the 4 realms really don't want to? Su Mei smiled bitterly. After the discovery of the Sacred Dragon Steel in the 4 realms, the 10 powerful world gods gathered here, but in the end it was unable to shake the Sacred Dragon Steel. Let's go, let's try it too. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and then walked directly towards the center of the square. Since this Sacred Dragon Steel is so mysterious and there is no danger, they have no reason not to enlighten it. Just when Jiang Chen and the others were about to find an empty place to comprehend the Sacred Dragon Steel, an angry shout with a bad tone also exploded directly from the side. Jiang Chen tilted his head and found that Yao Hongsheng, who had been comprehending the Sacred Dragon Steel, had been sober for some time, and was staring at them with a bitter look. Jiang Chen glanced at Yao Hongsheng faintly. Yes, what about me? It's really nowhere to find a way through the iron shoes. It takes no effort to get it. I was looking for you to settle accounts, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. Yao Hong smiled in anger. The voice that contained endless killing intent also instantly resounded through the world. Today, the top of the Holy Dragon Mountain is destined to be your burial place. Chapter 16:15. The First Shenlongwei, Long Qishao. Yao Hongsheng's stern anger also awakened many geniuses in the square who had comprehended the Sacred Dragon Steel. They looked up at Yao Hongsheng, with an unpleasant expression in their eyes. The Sacred Dragon Monument is an opportunity that can be obtained by everyone in this ancient relic of the Sacred Dragon, and there is no danger. As for how much benefits can be obtained, everything can be done by its own ability. In order to allow everyone to peacefully comprehend the Holy Dragon Steel, the 4 great realms have long been agreed that no one can take action in front of the Holy Dragon Monument, let alone disturb others to understand the Holy Dragon Monument. Yao Hongsheng, breaks are forbidden in front of the Holy Dragon Monument, what do you want to do? Even Yao Hongsheng, who was awakened by the half-step celestial realm of Bian Palace, couldn't help but shout loudly. Senior Brother Pei, I know that between the four realms, you can't do anything in front of the Holy Dragon Steel, but this kid is not from the four realms. Yao Hongsheng said coldly. He is the man of the ancient dragon who took my chance in Wusheng Valley. Following Yao Hongsheng's words, everyone on the square's eyes all fell on Jiang Chen's body. They all showed a strange look in their eyes towards Jiang Chen. The disciples of the four realms are no strangers to the name Gulong. Every time the ancient sacred dragon remains open, in the four realms, there will be people who encounter some beings from outside the four realms. These people seem to claim to be from the ancient dragon tribe. And the four big realms all believe that this ancient dragon tribe is very likely to be the descendants of the Holy Dragon Palace that survived the ancient Holy Dragon ruins. It turned out to be this kid. At this moment, the Sky Lei Zong Lei Kuang also discovered the existence of Jiang Chen, and almost immediately burst of fire in his eyes. Seeing Lei Kuang's anger, a young man with silver robe and silver hair beside him couldn't help but ask curiously, Lei Kuang, do you know this kid? This kid is the one who robbed my godless fruit. The cold light in Lei Kuang's eyes skyrocketed. Today I must make him pay a heavy price. Don't do it yet, that kid is not easy, let the people of Bian Palace test him first. The silver-haired young man said lightly, and a strange look appeared in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. And when Lei Kuang was talking with the silver-haired youth, Brother Pei was also taken aback when he heard Yao Hongsheng's words. His eyes looking towards Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrowed slightly. Your Excellency is really from the ancient dragon tribe. Jiang Chen said indifferently. So what, so what? Boy, dare to be arrogant when you die. Yao Hongsheng was filled with a murderous intent. No matter who you are, you don't want to get out of Shenglong Mountain alive today. Ha ha. If you are defeated, you dare to speak up in front of me. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. In the Wusheng Valley, you are no longer my opponent. If you want to kill me now, I am afraid you are even less capable. He doesn't have that ability, so add me. At this moment, Brother Pei flashed a cold light in his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen coldly. You killed a few disciples in Bian Palace. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, please blame me for being polite. Brother Pei's name is Pei Qing, and he is the second half-step Tian Divine Realm disciple in Bian Palace. More than 10 days ago, after Yao Hongsheng was defeated by Jiang Chen and escaped, he actually contacted him. After learning that Yao Hongsheng had discovered the world mind crystal condensed by the venerable Wusheng, he also quickly reunited with Yao Hongsheng and killed the Valley of Lifelessness, trying to regain the world mind crystal. When they returned to Wusheng Valley again, Jiang Chen had already left with the treasure. Now that he meets Jiang Chen again, Pei Qing naturally wants to take the Jia Xin Shen Jing back from Jiang Chen. The venerable Wusheng was the strongest realm censored in the Holy Dragon world in the ancient times, and the power contained in his realm mind crystal was more than that of the realm mind crystal that they had mastered in the first genius of Bian Palace. If he could obtain the boundary heart divine crystal of venerable Wusheng, he might even surpass that one and become the first person under the heavenly god realm of Bian Palace. Jiang Chen glanced at Brother Pei lightly. This guy's strength is indeed much stronger than Yao Hongsheng. I am afraid he is already half a step in the late stage of the heavenly gods who have understood the origin of Qicheng martial arts. Even though it is the half-step late stage of the heavenly god realm, what fear does he have now? Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. As he was about to speak, a domineering voice sounded first in the sky above Shenglong Mountain. Ha ha, if you want to move my ancient dragon clan, you have to ask me if I agree. With this loud laughter resounding through the void, only a purple-clothed man with a long sword on his back fell directly in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. Looking at the purple-clothed man who appeared suddenly, both Jiang Chen and Lu Tianxing couldn't help but froze for a while. This purple-clothed man is no one else, but the first true god, Longwei, Long Qishao. Pei Qing looked at the purple-clothed man who suddenly appeared in front of him. His complexion changed slightly. The breath that this purple-clothed man exudes is not inferior to him, it is definitely a powerful half-step heavenly god. Gulong God Dragon Guard, Long Qishao. Long Qishao stared at Pei Qing murderously. I don't care who you are. With my Long Qishao, the people of the ancient tribe can't be moved by you. Brother Long, Jiang Chen and Lu Tianxing came back to their senses, and they also stepped forward to say hello to Long Qishao. The two juniors are welcome. Long Qishao waved his hand, and immediately his gaze fell directly on Jiang Chen, and said with a smile, "You are Jiang Chen, but I often hear Master and his elders mention your name." Jiang Chen was taken aback suddenly. Senior brother Long is a disciple of Venerable Jiang Chen. The master of Long Qishao must be a great figure in the ancient dragon clan. Among the great people of the ancient tribes who have been paying more attention to him, apart from Peng Qingyuan, there is only Jiang Chen Venerable Long Jiang Chen. It is not difficult for Jiang Chen to guess that Long Qishao is a disciple of Long Jiang Chen. Master repeatedly urged me to take care of you 1 or 2. It's just that I haven't found your whereabouts in these days, so I came here to try my luck. I didn't expect you to actually come. Long Qishao smiled and said, "Don't worry, with me, no one here can move your hair." Pei Qing heard Long Qishao's words, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. "Today, I will learn from Pei Qing, you, the descendant of the Holy Dragon Palace." When Pei Qing's voice fell, a monstrous chill also spread from him instantly. "Ha ha, I, Long Qishao, also want to see the strength of you geniuses of the Outland." Long Qishao laughed. An overbearing force of kendo instantly turned into a giant sword that opened the sky and slashed out against Pei Qing. Chapter 16:16. One trick is enough to defeat you. Pei Qing's complexion changed, and the power of the ice Dao's origin instantly turned into a huge ice claw and grabbed Long Qishao's open sky sword. The shocking impact resounded throughout the world, and a terrifying energy storm swept out, causing countless people around to retreat quickly to avoid being affected by the fighting between the two. Pei Qing kicked the ground back 2 or 3 steps, but just when he stabilized his figure, Long Qishao's second domineering sword light had already cut at him again. Pei Qing's eyes shrank, and he dared not be the slightest negligence, and quickly urged his whole body's strength to bang against Long Qishao. Above Shenglong Mountain, a series of energy resounded through the mountain. In just a few breaths, the two had already fought 7 or 8 moves. Long Qishao's attainments in kendo are extremely high, and he is already in the late half-step Heavenly God realm who understands the origin of Kicheng Kendo, and he is not inferior to Pei Qing. Long Qishao's moves are open and close, and every move is extremely overbearing and has great oppressive power. Even Pei Qing, who was also in the late half of the Heavenly God realm, was completely suppressed by him. Unexpectedly, the strength of this senior brother Long would be so strong. Lu Tianxing looked at Long Qishao, who had completely gained the upper hand, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This ancient tribe's first god, Dragon Guard, is indeed very impressive. Compared with the second-ranked Zhuang Shengyang, Long Qishao's strength is many times stronger. Even looking at the many geniuses in the 4 realms of the ancient sacred dragon relics, there are only a handful of them that can beat him. It can be seen that Long Qishao has completely suppressed Pei Qing in Bian Palace. Jiang Chen's cold eyes fell directly on Yao Hongsheng, who was aside. "Yao Hongsheng, in Wusheng Valley that day, you had a chance to escape. Today, I want to see where you can escape." Feeling Jiang Chen's cold eyes filled with killing intent, Yao Hongsheng's complexion instantly became extremely ugly. It was in Wusheng Valley. Yao Hongsheng led several teammates to explore the Wusheng Valley, and at the same time discovered the cave house of the ancient strong venerable Wusheng together with 2 ancient dragons. He severely inflicted 2 ancient dragons with 1 move, and sent 3 companions to pursue and kill them, and occupied the cave of Venerable Wusheng. Yao Hongsheng did not expect that at the critical moment, Jiang Chen, a genius of the ancient dragon tribe, would be killed. This kid not only killed his 3 companions, but also returned to the cave house of Venerable Wusheng, taking away the opportunity that should have belonged to him. Now that he meets Jiang Chen again in this sacred dragon mountain, Yao Hongsheng is naturally jealous when he meets his enemies. With Pei Qing, the second-ranked half-step Heavenly God realm in Bian Palace, it was just a breeze to clean up Jiang Chen. But he didn't expect that at the critical moment, another Gulong genius would be brought out, suppressing Pei Qing to death. Although Bian Palace has 7 or 8 disciples gathered in Shenglong Mountain. But apart from Pei Qing, among the remaining few people, he was the only one who was a half-step Heavenly God. Thinking of Jiang Chen's horrible combat power in Wusheng Valley, Yao Hongsheng couldn't help feeling lingering. With his strength alone, I am afraid that he may not be Jiang Chen's opponent. Fan Yun, can you help me to kill this son? I will thank Yao Hongsheng afterwards. Yao Hongsheng took a deep breath and said to a dark shadow youth next to his opponent. This black-clothed youth is the top genius of another world, censored, force in the green cloud realm, and his strength is not much inferior to him. Yao Hongsheng intends to join Fan Yun to deal with Jiang Chen. The black-clothed youth named Fan Yun directly said lightly, 10 Bai Ling pills from Bian Palace. Yao Hongsheng gritted his teeth and finally agreed to fall. Bai Ling pill is a kind of supreme true god pill unique to Bian Palace, which can increase the speed of understanding the origin of martial arts by half a step in the heavenly god realm. 10 Bian pills are also a fortune for Yao Hongsheng, a genius who has been waiting for a half step in the heavenly god realm. But as long as you can deal with Jiang Chen, what is it to pay a price? Seeing that Yao Hongsheng agreed to the transaction, the black-clothed youth did not hesitate at the moment, and stepped out directly, standing side by side with Yao Hongsheng. He raised his head and grinned at Jiang Chen, "This friend, I'm sorry." Since Yao Hongsheng is willing to take out 10 Bai Ling pills, Fan can only be offended. "I advise you, don't be nosy, if you retreat now, it may be too late." Jiang Chen glanced at Fan Yun lightly, "It's not worth losing my life for 10 pills. Hey, your excellency has a big tone." Fan Yun sneered disdainfully, "If you want my life, I am afraid that you are not enough." He and Yao Hongsheng half-step in the middle of the heavenly realm. Together, even if they are half-step geniuses in the late stage of the heavenly god realm, it is not easy to defeat them. Unless the evildoers in the 4 great realms are infinitely close to the heavenly gods, it is impossible for anyone to kill them in this ancient holy dragon relic. Fan Yun really didn't believe that this kid would also be in existence close to the realm of the gods. "Fan Yun, don't talk nonsense with him, let's kill him together." Yao Hongsheng screamed, and all the power of the peak of the truth censored, and the origin of the ice road surged out. "Jiang Chen, you can deal with Yao Hongsheng with peace of mind. I will hold that fellow for you." Luo Tianxing saw that Yao Hongsheng and the other two were ready to do it, and directly rushed towards Fan Yun with a powerful sword force. A half-step heavenly divine realm who just understood the origin of Kendo dared to be wild. "In front of me, since you insist on seeking death, let's see how I kill you in 3 ways." A cold light flashed in Fan Yun's eyes, and the wind blew across his body. Thousands of wind blades broke through the void in the void of space, and finally turned into 1,000 Zhang longsword containing fierce wind, and volleyed down against Luo Tianxing. That kid, it turned out to be half a step into the heavenly god realm. Upon seeing this, Yao Hongsheng was also taken aback. This kid who was hit hard by his slap in Wusheng Valley had also broken through half a step into the heavenly god realm. Fortunately, he asked Fan Yun for help, otherwise it would be really troublesome. "Jiang Chen, do you think that kid can stop Fan Yun after breaking through half a step into the heavenly god realm?" Yao Hongsheng sneered and said, "Fan Yun can kill the kid with up to 3 moves. At that time, you are also destined to die." Although there was an additional Luo Tianxing who had just broken through half a step into the heavenly god realm, with Fan Yun's help, it did not hurt. As long as he restrains Jiang Chen's 2 or 3 moves, after Fan Yun solves Luo Tianxing, he and Fan Yun join hands to solve this kid, there will be no big problem. He can defeat Luo Tianxing with 3 moves, but if I want to defeat you, why do I need 3 moves? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, his faint voice resounded through the world. "I want to defeat you, 1 move is enough." Chapter 16-17. Induction of Taixu Sacred Dragon. "I want to defeat you, 1 move is enough." Following Jiang Chen's proud words resounding, the disciples in the surrounding 4 realms couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen in astonishment. Especially the several people in the field who had already seen through Jiang Chen's cultivation base, their expressions were even more astonished. Yao Hongsheng is a genius in the mid-stage of the heavenly god realm. Even in the late stage of the heavenly god realm, it is impossible for Ben to have the strength to defeat Yao Hongsheng in 1 move. And this guy from the ancient dragon clan, his cultivation level was nowhere near the early stage of the superior true god. No matter how enchanting, it is impossible to have the terrifying power to defeat Yao Hongsheng. Yao Hongsheng laughed disdainfully as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. "I want to see, how can you defeat me with 1 move?" He had already fought Jiang Chen in the Wusheng Valley. Yao Hongsheng is already very clear about Jiang Chen's combat power, although he had to admit that Jiang Chen's combat power was very strong. If he fights alone, he is very likely to lose. But Jiang Chen wanted to defeat him with 1 move, that was also absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen faintly shouted, and instantly urged the Taixu Sacred Dragon to the extreme, and the monstrous divine power also burst directly from his body. Divine power soars into the sky, and then keeps changing in midair. A picture of nothingness that seems to come from Henggu, slowly spread from the sky, and then with a wave of supreme dragon power, it suppressed Yao Hongsheng. Even the disciples in the 4 major realms around him seemed to feel a tremendous pressure from the picture scroll of nothingness. This is a vision of the technique. Many geniuses looked at Jiang Chen's condensed cultivation technique vision, all looked sluggish, almost a little unbelievable in their eyes. Those who can enter the remains of the ancient sacred dragon are among the top geniuses in the 4 realms. Many of them practiced realm gods that can condense the visions of the exercises. But they had never seen a vision condensed by any technique that could create such a terrifying power. The vision condensed by this sub-cultivation method is even more than 10 times stronger than the vision condensed by the 4-realm top-level magic techniques. The silver-haired young man of Tianlezong had an unconcealable shock in his eyes. God King level exercises. I am afraid that only the legendary, censored, King level technique can condense such a terrifying vision. It seems that the ancient dragons are really the descendants of the Shenglong temple. The silver-haired young man murmured to himself, and there was a hot look in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Since ancient times, the Holy Dragon Temple fell. God King level exercises have become legendary existences in the 4 realms. The 4 realms open the relics of ancient sacred dragons, and have always wanted to obtain the inheritance of the gods of the sacred dragon palace. The Holy Dragon Temple has completely disappeared over the Shenglong Mountains since the war in ancient times. The 4 realms have searched the ancient sacred dragon ruins countless times, but they have not been able to find any traces of the sacred dragon palace. This time, he can get a part of the inheritance of the gods of the Holy Dragon Temple from the descendants of the Holy Dragon Temple. Just when everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's condensed cultivation technique vision. Opposite Jiang Chen, Yao Hongsheng looked at the picture scroll of nothingness that came toward him, only feeling that the hairs were exploding, and the whole person was covered by a shadow of death. No, a mere exercise vision also wanted to suppress me, let me open it. Yao Hongsheng let out an angry roar in his throat. He burst into full power with all his strength, and then turned into a small world of true gods in the ice and snow, and slammed into the picture of nothingness in the air. The shocking energy explosion sounded like the sky and the earth cracked, echoing in the sky above Shenglong Mountain. I saw Yao Hongsheng's small world of true gods, only persisted for a while under the scroll of nothingness, and then began to break apart. The world of thousands of feet of ice and snow turned into thousands of ice and snowflakes under the picture scroll of nothingness, slowly dissipating between the heaven and the earth. The small world of the true, censored, was shattered, and Yao Hongsheng was instantly hit by the power of the picture scroll of nothingness. The blood in his mouth spurted out like a fountain, and the whole person was smashed into a distance of thousands of feet. The censored king-level technique seems to be stronger than I thought. Looking at Yao Hongsheng, who had only half his life left in a pool of blood, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although Jiang Chen could also feel it, after breaking through the high-level true gods, his vision of the technique condensed by the 2 imaginary sacred dragon figure was more than 10 times stronger than that of the middle-level true gods. Even Yao Hongsheng's existence in the middle stage of the heavenly god realm like this one almost died under the vision of his cultivation technique. Yao Hongsheng was actually suppressed by that kid. Seeing this scene, everyone around was sluggish, and it was difficult to recover from the horror for a long time. At this moment, the huge sacred dragon mountain fell into a deadly silence. It was just a vision of the cultivation technique that easily suppressed Yao Hongsheng in the middle of a half-step celestial stage. Tisk tusk, good fellow, I didn't expect this kid to have grown to such a point. It seems that this guy can handle it even without me. Looking at the situation in front of him, Long Qishao couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. A move to kill half a step in the middle of the heavenly god realm. With Jiang Chen's current combat power, I am afraid that he is no longer inferior to him. Long Qishao finally understood why Master and his old man value Jiang Chen so much. Jiang Chen, this guy is indeed a bit evil. The expressions of Pei Qing and Fan Yun suddenly became extremely difficult to look at. Especially Fan Yun, who was chasing Liu Tianxing, had a look of horror that was hard to conceal. His strength is almost the same as Yao Hongsheng. Jiang Chen can suppress Yao Hongsheng with one move, doesn't it mean that he has the terror ability to kill himself with one move? Where did Fan Yun dare to chase Liu Tianxing? His whole person was like a frightened rabbit, fleeing towards the edge of the square in terror. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Fan Yun who was fleeing in panic, his eyes were fixed on the holy dragon stele in the center of the square. When Jiang Chen urged the vision to suppress Yao Hongsheng, the Taixu sacred dragon picture had a strong reaction with this sacred dragon stele. As if there was some mysterious power calling him in this sacred dragon stele. Taixu sacred dragon picture, unexpectedly can have a reaction with this sacred dragon stele. Jiang Chen stared at the sacred dragon stele closely, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Chapter 16:18. The Holy Dragon Temple is here. The picture of the Taixu sacred dragon was taken by Pang Qingyuan from the ancient relics of the sacred dragon. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how Pang Qingyuan got the fragment of the Taixu sacred dragon picture. But he could also guess that this censored, king-level exercise should have a great relationship with the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Jiang Chen still didn't expect it. This too imaginary sacred dragon picture can have a reaction with the sacred dragon stele in front of him. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately stepped out and appeared directly in front of the holy dragon stele. He took a deep breath, put his palm on the sacred dragon monument, and then ran the Taixu sacred dragon map with all his strength. Jiang Chen only felt a terrifying attraction coming from the holy dragon stele, frantically sucking the divine power in his body into it. With the infusion of divine power in Jiang Chen's body, the holy dragon stele, which has been standing on the top of the holy dragon mountain, has not known how many years has not been moved, suddenly trembled. A dazzling golden light suddenly soared into the sky from the holy dragon stele, and then sank into the endless void. A loud noise that shook the sky came from the endless void, causing the whole world at the top of the sacred dragon mountain to begin to tremble constantly. This guy from the ancient dragon clan actually inspired the holy dragon stele. Looking at the vision that suddenly erupted from the sacred dragon stele, the expressions of the many geniuses in the four realms were instantly shocked. Since the opening of the ancient sacred dragon ruins, the four great realms have exhausted their minds for this sacred dragon stele. Over the years, the four great realms tried various methods on the sacred dragon monument, but they were not able to shake the sacred dragon monument. And the boy in front of him unexpectedly triggered the holy dragon monument so easily. These geniuses in the four realms still doubt whether Jiang Chen and the ancient dragons are really descendants of the holy dragon heavenly palace. But after seeing the situation in front of them, they no longer have any doubts. If it were not for the descendants of Shenglong Tiangong, how could this kid inspire the supreme treasure of Shenglong Tiangong? How is it possible? This guy is really a descendant of the holy dragon heavenly palace. Su Mei of Tianlai sect was dull, and she also made an incredible whisper in her mouth. For Jiang Chen, Su Mei naturally knows better than others in the four realms. Jiang Chen knew very limited information about the ancient sacred dragon relics. He hadn't even heard of the sacred dragon palace. It should be impossible to have a relationship with the sacred dragon palace. But if Jiang Chen is not a descendant of Shenglong Tiangong, how can this scene be explained? Just when everyone was shocked by the situation in front of them, the loud noise in the sky became denser and denser. I saw that above the endless void, there was a vaguely huge phantom, slowly emerging from their sight. This huge phantom is the outline of a heavenly palace suspended above the endless void. That's the Holy Dragon Palace. Some disciples from the four great realms looked at the heavenly palace that appeared in the void, and couldn't help but scream. The Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, which has disappeared over the Shenglong Mountain for hundreds of millions of years, has come out. Everyone came back to their senses, and the eyes that looked towards the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace showed extremely fiery expressions. The Holy Dragon Palace, the only God-King force in the Holy Dragon Realm in ancient times, must have great opportunities unimaginable outside. And the inheritance of the gods and kings of Shenglong Tiangong must be hidden in it. If you can get the inheritance of the God-King from the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, you might have the opportunity to win the God-King realm in the future and become the supreme powerhouse overlooking the God realm. No wonder the four realms have not been able to find the traces of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. It turns out that the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace was sealed by a peerless power, by means of the sky. Jiang Chen looked at the Holy Dragon Temple in the void, his expression also shocked. Sealing such a huge heavenly palace in the void with supreme magical powers. Such a method, I am afraid that only the King of God can do it. If he guessed right, the person who sealed the Holy Dragon Temple would be the Holy Dragon King of the Holy Dragon Temple in all likelihood. Even the Holy Dragon stele on the top of the Holy Dragon Mountain may not have been left here because of the war, but the Holy Dragon King took the initiative to leave it. The Taixu Sacred Dragon Picture, this God King level technique from the Sacred Dragon Heavenly Palace, is the key to triggering the Sacred Dragon Steel and unlocking the seal of the Sacred Dragon Heavenly Palace. Unexpectedly, the Holy Dragon Palace is always here, and our four realms have not even noticed it. A disciple from the four realms recovered, with a shocked expression on his face. The one who hides the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace should be the Holy Dragon King. How can the methods of the Divine King realm be so easy to be noticed? Moreover, the Holy Dragon Mountain has a forbidden air law. Even if the world gods, it is impossible to go up and investigate. The other person couldn't help but shook his head and laughed bitterly. Although this sacred dragon temple has come out, it is located above the 10,000 Jiang void. We can't fly in the air. How can we enter the sacred dragon temple? At this moment, a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Sect asked a more critical question. As soon as this disciple of the Tianming Sect said this, everyone's eyes were concentrated on Jiang Chen. This Holy Dragon Palace was opened by Jiang Chen through the Holy Dragon Steel. If anyone at the scene knew the way to enter the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, I'm afraid Jiang Chen is the only one. My friend, the Holy Dragon Temple came out. Although you are a descendant of the Holy Dragon Temple, it is impossible to enter it without us. The silver-haired man from Tianming Zong smiled and said, if you know how to enter the Holy Dragon Palace, you might as well announce it. This is good for everyone. Although the silver-haired man was smiling, his tone was full of threats. Jiang Chen ignored the silver-haired man at all. At the moment when the Tiantu of Qianlong Town condensed, a horrible suction came from the steel of the Holy Dragon again, swallowing all the Tiantu of Qianlong Town. As the Tiantu of Qianlong Town was engulfed, there was another loud noise above the endless void. A shining golden light descended from the sky, and finally turned into a first-step golden staircase, extending down from the Holy Dragon sky, extending all the way to a place less than 10 meters from the top of the Holy Dragon Mountain. This is a huge ladder formed by some mysterious force. Jiang Chen counted slightly and found that there were 33 steps in the entire golden stairs, each as high as 300 feet. These steps seem to be covered with some mysterious lines, and the lines of each step are different. Look carefully. Jiang Chen discovered that these lines are not random depictions, as if they were nurtured by a very advanced martial arts power. What a great ladder! It seems that this golden ladder should be the gateway to the Holy Dragon Palace. Chapter 16:19. God is King. Shen Wang Dao. Is this the Shen Wang Dao in the legend of Shenglong Tiangong? At this moment, some of the disciples from the four great realms couldn't help but exclaimed in excitement. The Holy Dragon Temple is surrounded by the laws of the will of the gods. Unless they have the exclusive identity token of the Holy Dragon Temple, even the world gods cannot fly in the air. The way of the King of Gods is a way from the Holy Dragon Mountain to the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, which was opened up by the Holy Dragon King of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Legend. The kingship of God is also a road of trials, a test set by the Holy Dragon Temple to recruit disciples. As long as you can successfully climb the 33 steps of the King's Way, you can enter the Holy Dragon Temple and become a disciple of the Holy Dragon Temple. Although the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace has long been destroyed, the opening of God's King Way means that they have the hope of entering the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Maybe once they pass the test of God's Kingly Way, they will be recognized by the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, and thus get the supreme chance in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. The way of the King of Gods is opened, and the inheritance of the gods of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace is right in front of you. Everyone hurry up. Looking at the kingly way of God, which leads directly to the Holy Dragon Palace, many geniuses have their eyes hot. They leapt towards the golden ladder above their heads one after another, then grabbed the mysterious lines on the ladder, and climbed up again and again with strength. And Pei Qing from Bian Palace and the silver-haired man from Tianming Sect rushed directly to the front. The speed of the two is extremely fast, almost flat. The two of them crossed a distance of 300 feet and climbed to the first step of the golden ladder. Now that the Holy Dragon Temple is open, taking advantage of the fact that other top geniuses in the four realms have not yet arrived, they can just break into the Holy Dragon Temple first step to obtain the great opportunity in the Holy Dragon Temple. The two reached the first step, and a virtual energy body condensed out of thin air directly in front of the two. The two of them didn't hesitate, and thunder shot directly, killing the energy body in front of them with a single move, and continued to climb towards the second. Order. Jiang Chen, since the Holy Dragon Palace has been opened, let's go and take a look. Long Qishao appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. Shenglong Tiangong, the only God-King power in the ancient Holy Dragon world, is now in front of his eyes. How can he not see the truth? This heavenly palace preserved by the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace was originally opened because of him. He cultivated the Divine King level technique Taixu Sacred Dragon diagram of the Sacred Dragon Heavenly Palace, which was already equivalent to half a disciple of the Sacred Dragon Heavenly Palace. Entering the Sacred Dragon Heavenly Palace should also have a considerable advantage. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and together with Long Qishao and Lu Tianxing, leapt towards the God King Dao above his head. Embark on the kingship of God. Jiang Chen felt a mysterious coercion from God's King's road, as if it hit the top of Mount Tai. If it were a general true God, facing the oppression of this force, I am afraid that it would be impossible to move on this censored King way. This degree of oppression did not have much impact on Jiang Chen and the others. The three quickly ascended to the first order of God's way. Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry about me, try your best to climb the King's road, don't let people from the four realms enter the Holy Dragon Palace first. Lu Tianxing's sword connected the energy body in front of him and said directly. The strength of Jiang Chen and Long Qishao is tyrannical, and the speed at which they can climb the King's way should be much faster than him. If the two make their best effort, they will have a chance to surpass Pei Qing and become the first to enter the Holy Dragon Palace. Well, everyone will try their best to climb the King's way and meet in the Holy Dragon Palace. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and then his figure flickered towards the second step of the Divine King's path. Entering the second stage of the God King's road, Jiang Chen clearly felt that the pressure on the God King's road had become a little stronger. Holy Dragon Mountain leads to Holy Dragon Heaven Palace, the 33rd order of God's royal road, one order and one heaven. The coercion that each one has to bear will increase exponentially. Jiang Chen vaguely felt it. These coercion are exuded by these mysterious lines on God's King's way. If you stop to comprehend these mysterious lines, Jiang Chen believes that he should be able to trigger a hundredfold comprehension and comprehend something. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not stop to understand these mysterious lines. It is undoubtedly much more important to enter the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace than to comprehend the lines on this godly King's way. Although the coercion of the second order of the God King Dao has increased a lot, for Jiang Chen, it still can't cause any obstacles. He quickly climbed to the second step, killed the energy body of the second step with one move, and continued to move towards the third step. Jiang Chen climbed all the way like this, and soon he was directly connected to the 10th step. After reaching the 10th order, the coercion on God's King's way has reached a very terrifying point. Even the many geniuses of the top true gods in the four great realms, under the tremendous pressure of the King of God, it has become a lot harder to climb. Jiang Chen remained unaffected, and went all the way up the King's road. It has passed the third order. Most of the geniuses on the God King's road have all been surpassed by Jiang Chen, and only a few half-step heavenly gods are still in front of Jiang Chen. Even the strongest Pei Qing 2 people are less than 2 steps ahead of Jiang Chen. God King Road, the 15th order. Pei Qing climbed the King's road with all his strength while paying attention to the situation below the King's road. When he saw Jiang Chen and Long Qishao catching up one after another, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. That Long Qishao's strength is very powerful, not weaker than him. And that kid Jiang Chen is even more mysterious and unpredictable. Yao Hongsheng, who is in the middle of the half-step celestial divine realm, can be hit with a single move, and his strength is probably at least comparable to the late half-step celestial god realm. If these two guys catch up, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. Yin Shao, the 2 Gulong clan guys are about to catch up. Pei Qing's eyes flickered slightly and said directly to the silver-haired youth not far in front. The silver-haired youth Yin Shao glanced at Pei Qing indifferently. If they can't catch up, what does it have to do with me? Both of them are descendants of Shenglong Tiangong, and one of them opened the existence of Shenglong Tiangong. Pei Qing coldly snorted. If the two of them enter the Holy Dragon Palace with us, how much do you think we hope to get the opportunity in the Holy Dragon Palace? Yin Shao's expression changed slightly when he heard Pei Qing's words. As descendants of the Sacred Dragon Palace, Jiang Chen might have an absolute advantage in the battle for the chance of the Sacred Dragon Palace. The existence of these two people is indeed very detrimental to their chance of competing for the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. The best method now is undoubtedly to join forces with Pei Qing to completely solve these two ancient dragons before entering the Holy Dragon Palace. Chapter 1620. Public Enemies of the Four Realms. What's your plan? Yin Xiao's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, even if we two join hands, we may not be able to easily defeat those two guys. Compared with Pei Qing, the descendants of the two sacred dragon temples are obviously more advantageous in competing for the chances of the sacred dragon temple. If possible, Yin Xiao wouldn't mind getting rid of Jiang Chen first. That Long Qishao had previously fought Pei Qing and had already crushed Pei Qing to death. Another guy named Jiang Chen is obviously not a fuel-efficient lamp. Although the two of them are both in the late stage of the Heavenly God realm, facing Jiang Chen, it is really difficult to get any cheap. If there is no certainty, Yin Xiao will not do it easily. We can unite all the half-step heavenly realms on the king's way. A dark sneer flashed across Pei Qing's eyes. Among the four realms, there must be no one who would be happy to say that Jiang Chen and the others successfully entered the Holy Dragon Palace. Okay, let's go up to the 16th level first, and then wait for all the half-steps of the heavenly gods to be together, and together kill the two descendants of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. There was also a flash of sharp thunder and lightning in Yin Xiao's eyes. Today, there are 10 geniuses in the four realms and half a step in the heavenly realm. In addition to him and Pei Qing, the two half-step late days of the heavenly god realm, there are also 3 half-step midday god realms in the Starscar realm and Kangshan realm. In addition to the other 5 half-step heavenly gods, it shouldn't be a big problem to clean up these two descendants of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Yin Xiao and Pei Qing have negotiated, and they have ascended to the 16th step of the King of God. Both of them stopped and continued to climb, and waited quietly on the 16th step. The remaining 8 half-step celestial divine realms of the four realms also stepped onto the 16th step. They all stopped at the 16th tier very tacitly. The 16th steps of the God King Dao gathered 10 half-step heavenly gods from the four realms, and the scene was very spectacular. And when the 10 half-step heavenly gods of the four realms gathered at the 16th level, Jiang Chen and Long Qishao also ascended the 15th step of the God King's path one after another. Jiang Chen, the half-step heavenly god realm of the 4 great realms gathered at the 16th level, it seems to be unkind. Long Qishao defeated the energy body of the 15th order, raised his head and looked at the situation on the 16th order, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If I guess right, they want to get rid of my biggest competitor before entering the Holy Dragon Palace. The people of the 4 great realms regarded them as descendants of the Holy Dragon Temple. And he is the person who inspired the sacred dragon steel to make the sealed sacred dragon heavenly palace reappear. Don't these 4 realms want to get rid of him quickly? The 10 half-step heavenly gods are indeed a bit troublesome. Long Qishao took a deep breath, then looked at Jiang Chen and said solemnly, Jiang Chen, we are waiting for the battle, you have to decide. Go ahead, because 10 of them want to stop me, but they are far from qualified. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and didn't pay any attention to the 10 half-step celestial realm of the 16th order of the God King. With his current combat power, these half-step heavenly gods in front of him could no longer pose any threat to him. If you waste time here, it will only allow more half-step heavenly gods from the 4 realms to come. There is even the existence of reaching the peak of the half-step heavenly god realm. Although Jiang Chen was not afraid of the genius at the peak of the half-step heavenly god realm after breaking through the top true gods, it was not easy to defeat such an existence. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he still entered the Holy Dragon Palace first. Long Qishao's eyes flashed. The 2 half-step heavenly god realm late stage, I should be able to block for a while. You only need to solve the other people as soon as possible. Both Yin Xiao and Pei Qing were in the late half-step heavenly god realm. Although he may not be opponents with 1 enemy and 2, there should be no problem blocking them for a moment. And Jiang Chen has the ability to kill half a step in the late stage of the heavenly god realm. As long as Jiang Chen can kill the other half-step celestial divine realm in a short time, they may not have no chance to win. Thank you brother Long, let's go. Jiang Chen said with a smile, and then moved towards the 16th step. The oppression of the 16th step of the God King's road is already not weak. However, with the strength of the 2 Jiang Chen, they still crossed a distance of 300 feet without expending much effort and landed on the huge platform of the 16th step of the God King Dao. The energy body of God King Dao's 16th order condensed in an instant, and was crushed by Jiang Chen's finger. Pei Qing and other 10 half-step heavenly gods in the 4 realms also surrounded Jiang Chen. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of him, Pei Qing couldn't help but set off a sneer on his face. Jiang Chen, you have a bit of courage. I didn't expect you to actually dare to come to the 16th step of the King's Road. Why didn't I dare to come up? Jiang Chen curled his lips and said with a disdainful expression, do you think you can deal with me by gathering these, censored, from the four realms? Huh, dare to be here as fast as you die. Boy, stop talking nonsense. Today, the 16th step of God's King's path is your burial place. But, for the sake of you opening the Holy Dragon Palace for us, I can promise to keep your whole body. Yin Shao on the side stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer, his eyes also filled with a sharp chill. What are you? You can kill my ancient dragon people if you want to. Long Qishao smiled contemptuously, his whole body exploded with golden light, and the monstrous kendo attack directly locked Yin Shao, and mercilessly killed Yin Shao. Pei Qing, you and I will take action together and kill this guy as soon as possible. The others will join forces to deal with Jiang Chen. Yin Shao looked at Long Qishao who was slaying at him, and his face changed slightly. The strength of this guy is extremely powerful, and it is impossible for him to get a bargain in his hands alone. Although this time he and Pei Qing united all the half-step Heavenly Realm on the God King Dao to deal with Jiang Chen, but he did not want to fight too hard. Even if the two of Jiang Chen were resolved, it would be extremely detrimental to his chance of fighting for the Holy Dragon Palace. Teaming up with Pei Qing to defeat Long Qishao with an absolute advantage is undoubtedly the best choice. Naturally, Pei Qing was in trouble with Long Qishao, and he no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly joined forces with Yin Shao to kill Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's strength was extremely strange, but on their side, there are 3 half-step celestial midterms and 5 half-step celestial early phases. Such 8 half-step Heavenly God Realm teamed up, even if they were in the late half-step Heavenly God Realm, they could only retreat. He really didn't believe that Jiang Chen could handle it. Even if these 8 people really couldn't solve Jiang Chen, as long as he and Yin Shao defeated Long Qishao, Jiang Chen would still die. Chapter 1621, Kill One with One Sword. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have today. Tian Lei Zong Lei Kuang and the 7 half-step heavenly gods of the 4 realms firmly besieged Jiang Chen, and a sneer appeared on his face. Today, your deadline has come. At that ancient sect site that day, Lei Kuang accidentally discovered the existence of Wushu divine fruit. Lei Kuang had already regarded the Wushu divine fruit as his own, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chensheng would eventually take it away. He himself was severely injured by Jiang Chen, and it took 5 or 6 days to recover. Now I see Jiang Chen again. Lei Kuang was even more horrified to discover that Jiang Chen had directly broken through the upper-class true censored from the original middle-level true censored late stage. Jiang Chen's ability to soar to such a level in such a short period of time must have something to do with the unsullied divine fruit he obtained. Thinking of this, Lei Kuang felt a little mad with jealousy. If he could obtain an immaculate divine fruit at the beginning, I am afraid that at least it would have been in the middle of the half-step Heavenly Divine Realm, or even breaking through the latter half of the Heavenly Divine Realm, it might not be hopeless. Haha, you were able to get away with my life in the first place. When you see me, you should roll as far as you can. Why take the initiative to send it to the door to die? Jiang Chen glanced at Lei Kuang 8 people slightly, and sneered, do you think you can deal with me with these guys beside you? He had already understood the origin of Kendo at this time, and his cultivation was a breakthrough to the superior true God. If it is a genius at the pinnacle of the 4 great realms, it might be able to cause some trouble for him. And this half-step genius in the early and middle stages of the Heavenly God Realm, what use is there even if it is more? If I can deal with you, I'll know if I try. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, the half-step celestial divine realm mid-stage at Starmark Gate couldn't help but coldly snort with murderous awe. Stop talking nonsense, just kill him. The tall young man in Kangshan realm who was in the mid-stage of the Heavenly God realm had the hottest temper. He roared and waved his hands quickly. A loud noise suddenly came from the void. I saw a huge mountain of thunder and lightning, like a meteorite falling down, crashing down from the void, shaking the surrounding space. It's nothing more than a little trick. Jiang Chen's eyes were indifferent. He slowly stretched out his palm and gently shook the thunder mountain that was smashed down from the void, directly causing Lei Shan and the surrounding thousands of meters to collapse. Lastly, give you a chance, as long as you don't disturb me climbing the king's way, I can spare you my life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Jiang Chen stood with his hand held, a cold killing intent filled his body. When you die, you dare to speak up here and kill. The tall young man in the Kangshan realm sneered, and his power burst to its limit in an instant. The monstrous law of divine power, the origin of martial arts, directly evolved into a small world of true gods full of thunder mountains, and came to suppress Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was cold, and his eyes were murderous. Since you are seeking your own way of death, today I will let your blood of God scatter the 16th step of this king's way. As this cold voice fell, Jiang Chen's 7 martial arts laws and the origin of Kendo also burst out. Jiang Chen's hands changed rapidly, and the 7 martial arts laws and the roots of Kendo directly turned into a mixed ancient sword and fell into his palm. Holding the Hunyuangu sword in his hand, Jiang Chen raised his hand as a 7-color sword rainbow that pierced through the world and cut towards the oncoming small world of true God. The 7-color sword rainbow fell on the real God's small world, as if it had opened up the world, and instantly split the real God's small world in half. Jian Hong split the real God's small world, and shot away at the tall young man in the Kangshan realm without any reduction in speed. Under the lock of the colorful sword rainbow, the tall young man in the Kangshan realm only felt that his whole body was difficult to move. He could only watch the colorful sword rainbow rapidly enlarge in his eyes. The tall young man in the Kangshan realm looked desperate and horrified. It's just that he just spit out a word of no. The colorful sword rainbow has already crashed down, directly causing his body and soul to instantly turn into nothingness. The scene in front of him also instantly caused Lei Kuang to wait for the remaining 7 half-step celestial divine realm to change dramatically. Although they also knew that Jiang Chen was extremely powerful, they did not expect that Jiang Chen was already so terribly powerful. With a single sword, the half-step mid-stage of the Kangshan realm, the mid-stage of the gods, was instantly destroyed. Everyone, let's do it together, otherwise none of us will want to leave alive today. Lei Kuang returned to his senses, and quickly shouted at the 6 half-step heavenly gods beside him with a frightened expression. The other 2 star mark realms half-step heavenly god realm mid-stage, also nodded solemnly. Jiang Chen's combat power is too terrifying. If it is alone, I am afraid that none of the 7 of them will be Jiang Chen's enemy. They had no intention of killing Jiang Chen at all. With their power, it is almost impossible to kill a pervert like Jiang Chen. Now they can only hold Jiang Chen together, hoping that Pei Qing and 2 people can get rid of the other ancient dragon as soon as possible. For the remaining 7.5 steps of the world, almost did not dare to have the slightest reservation. They all pushed their entire body power to the limit, condensing a small world of true gods and slaying them towards Jiang Chen. Facing the joint attack of the 7 half-step heavenly gods, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. The soles of his feet were a little bit empty, and his figure disappeared into the same place spookily. Jiang Chen had appeared above the head of one of the half-step heavenly gods out of thin air, and then drew it with a light sword. An invincible colorful sword light crashed down. I saw that half-step heavenly god realm real god's small world and his body, all exploded in an instant. The red blood of the gods, like raindrops, spilt down on the 16th step of the king's way. One sword killed this half-step heavenly censored realm in seconds, and Jiang Chen appeared above the head of the other half-step heavenly censored realm in a flash. The bright colorful sword light penetrated everything, and another half-step heavenly divine realm was destroyed directly under Jiang Chen's sword. Jiang Chen waved the Hunyuan ancient sword and killed one person with one sword, which was unstoppable. 5 of them have fallen completely under Jiang Chen's sword after the 8 people besieging Jiang Chen for half a step. Only 2 Starscar realms half-step heavenly god realm mid-stage, and Lei Kuang's face stood there pale. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen also showed an unprecedented panic. Chapter 1622, 10 half-step heavenly gods, wiped out. Devil, this guy is simply the devil. The half-step mid-stage of the 2 Star realms in the middle of the heavenly censored realm were already shattered at this moment. Where did they dare to stay for half a minute, and quickly rushed down towards the 15th order of God King Dao with a look of horror. God is king, can only advance, not retreat, and each person has only one chance to climb. Once you choose to retreat, it is equivalent to completely giving up going to the Holy Dragon Temple to seek opportunities. At this juncture of life and death, how can the 2 Starscar realms half-step heavenly divine realm mid-stage still care about the chance of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace? Jiang Chen's combat power is really terrifying. Killing one person with one sword, killing a half-step censored, is like slaughtering a chicken and a dog. If they continue to stay on the 16th step of the God King's road, I am afraid the only result is to fall here. Seeing this scene before him, Lei Kuang's expression was also extremely frightened. The 8 half-step gods who besieged Jiang Chen directly died and fled 5 times, leaving him alone here. The souls of Lei Kuang were in his heart, and the whole person seemed to be mad, desperately fleeing toward the 15th step of the God King's road. Want to escape? If you dare to attack me, then leave it to me forever. The cold light in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and the Hun Yuan Ji Yu sword in his hand was directly smashed by the Lei Kuang trio, who were fleeing below the God King's road. The colorful sword light struck the Lei Kuang trio, who fled downwards in the blink of an eye. The complexion of Lei Kuang and the 3 of them changed drastically, and they quickly condensed a defensive mask on top of their heads with all their strength, barely blocking Jiang Chen's sword light. Before they were relieved, another bright colorful sword light slashed down with boundless power. This sword light instantly crushed the defensive masks of Lei Kuang's trio. Their figures are all between the 15th and 16th steps of the God King Dao, becoming shaky. The 3 of them couldn't bear the power of the colorful sword light at all, and they broke away from the God King's way directly, and fell towards the Holy Dragon Mountain below. Lei Kuang and the 3 of them were desperate, and couldn't help but let out a scream. Holy Dragon Mountain is suppressed by the rules of the King of Gods, even the Venerable Realm gods can't fly in the air at all. After Lei Kuang and the 3 of them broke away from the King's way, they couldn't control their bodies in midair. They could only watch as they fell from a high altitude, and finally fell into the abyss on the side of Shenglong Mountain. Long Qishao, who was being pushed back by the 2 of Pei Qing, saw that Jiang Chen had already solved the remaining 8 half-step gods, and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha, Jiang Chen, you are really good. Opposite him, Pei Qing and Yin Shao looked very frightened. The 2 were horrified to discover that they still looked down on Jiang Chen a little. This time, in order to deal with Jiang Chen, they gathered many half-step heavenly realms on the godly king's way. Among them, 3 were half-step in the middle of the celestial divine realm, and 5 were half-step in the early celestial divine realm. Even if these 8 people couldn't kill Jiang Chen, it was more than enough to trap him. The facts are completely beyond their expectations. In just a few clicks, Jiang Chen actually killed all 8 half-step heavenly gods. Such a terrifying combat power, I am afraid that only the existence of the half-step heavenly god realm peaks in the 4 major realms can be compared with it. Pei Qing and Yin Shao looked at each other in midair. The 2 rushed out toward the 17th order of God King Dao almost simultaneously. Jiang Chen's combat power is too defying. Compared to Long Qishao, I am afraid it is even better than Long Qishao. Now the 8 half-step heavenly divine realm have been killed by Jiang Chen. Once Jiang Chen and Long Qishao join forces, most of them will not be opponents. The 2 were not going to continue entanglement with Jiang Chen and the others at the 16th step of the King's Road. They obviously didn't want to give up the opportunity of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. They planned to directly climb the God's Way and enter the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace ahead of the 2 Jiang Chen. Hey, I've been guarding your hand long ago, give me back. Long Qishao smiled coldly. He stretched out his hand to grab the void. A huge golden sword print sealed off the void around Pei Qing and the other 2, smashing down like a meteorite. Both Pei Qing's expressions changed. They had to retreat to the 16th step of the God King's Road, and then their divine power exploded, resisting the golden sword seal of Long Qishao. Don't deceive people too much. Although you are powerful, but Yin Shao and I are not ordinary people. If you insist on a fight, you will only lose out in the end. Pei Qing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, it's better for everyone to peacefully climb the King's Way. This is good for both you and me. How about? You are on the 16th step of the God King's Road, and you gathered 10 half-step heavenly gods to stop me. Now that the stop has failed, and now you want to live together peacefully, how can there be such a good thing in this world? Since you want to kill me, you must be conscious of being killed. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and a small chaotic world covering a 10,000-meter space directly condensed out of thin air, but it suppressed the 2 of Pei Qing. Looking at the small chaotic world with so much power, even with the strength of the 2 Pei Qing, they instinctively felt an extremely dangerous aura. They suppressed the horror in their hearts, and hurriedly mobilized their whole body's strength to evolve 2 small worlds of true gods with a frightening atmosphere, colliding with Jiang Chen's small world of chaos. A terrifying energy rippling from the 16th level of God's King Dao, made the world tremble constantly. I saw the small world of true gods of Peiqing, and it was impossible to resist Jiang Chen's small world of chaos. The small world of the true gods of the two had already begun to collapse suddenly, and finally, together with the figures of the two, were completely submerged in the colorful light of the small chaotic world. The colorful light finally dissipated slowly. I saw that on the 16th step of the King's Road, Peiqing was gone. Under the suppression of Jiang Chen's chaos small world, the two of them had already vanished and disappeared without a trace. Following Peiqing's two were killed by Jiang Chen's. The 10 half-step heavenly divine realm of the 4 major tier domains who climbed to the divine King's Road were all destroyed by Jiang Chen at the touch of a finger. There is no 1 half-step heavenly realm in the 4 realms at this moment in the entire God King Road. This guy is really not ordinary horror. Looking at the scene in front of him, Long Qishao did not recover from the shock for a long time. It seems that he still underestimated Jiang Chen's combat power. A small world of true gods instantly suppressed 2 half-step geniuses in the late stage of the gods. This is too scary. Chapter 1623. Enter the Holy Dragon Temple. Is this over? The 15th order of the Kingship of God. Lu Tianxing had just solved the energy body in front of him, and was about to go to the 16th step of the King's Road, but found that the battle above was over. He couldn't help but breathe in. Previously at the 14th step of the God King's Road, Lu Tianxing naturally found that 10 half-step celestial realms had gathered in the 4 realms to besiege Jiang Chen and Long Qishao on the 16th level. He hurriedly accelerated with all his strength, wanting to go up and help Jiang Chen too. Lu Tianxing didn't expect it. He had only then climbed from the 14th step of the King's Road to the 15th step, and the battle on the 16th step of the King's Road was over. The 10 half-step heavenly realms, including the 2 half-step late-stage existences of the heavenly gods, were all easily destroyed by Jiang Chen. Especially when he saw Jiang Chen killing Peiqing with the true god Little World and Thunder Town, his eyes were almost kicked out of shock. It seems that brother Jiang Chen's current combat power is much stronger than the first Shenlong Weilong Qishao. Lu Tianxing muttered to himself. His heart was also shocked. Didn't Lu Tianxing have never seen the enchanting genius in this world? It was the first time that Lu Tianxing met someone who could be as enchanting as Jiang Chen. It only took a few years for Jiang Chen to enter Sky Dragon City. These few years, Jiang Chen not only cultivated from the lower true censored to the upper true god, but he also understood the origin of Kendo, and his combat power surpassed Long Qishao and became the first person in the ancient dragon clan censored realm. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation is really incredible. Lu Tianxing was far more shocked at this moment. On the entire God King Road, all the geniuses of the 4 realms looked at the situation above, almost unable to believe their eyes. The 4 realms, the 10 half-step heaven and gods, joined forces, and in such a short time, the entire army was wiped out in the hands of Jiang Chen. The 2 descendants of the Holy Dragon Palace in front of them from the ancient dragon tribe were too terrifying. Dozens of geniuses in the 4 realms were silent and afraid to move forward. Even the 10 half-step heavenly gods headed by Peiqing Yinxiao fell into the hands of Jiang Chen. They are going up now. How is this different from being sent to the door to die? Senior Long, let's continue. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to the geniuses in the 4 great realms below, and greeted Long Qishao directly, and quickly climbed towards the 17th step of the God King's path. Nowadays, there is no half-step heavenly realm of the 4 realms on the way of God King. And the other half-step heavenly gods of the 4 realms should also take some time to come. He just took advantage of this opportunity to climb to the top of the King's Road, enter the Holy Dragon Palace first, and get the opportunity in the Holy Dragon Palace. Without the obstacles of the people of the 4 great realms, Jiang Chen finally started to climb the King's Way with all his strength. The 17th step, the 18th step, the 19th step. Jiang Chen is like a broken bamboo. In just half an hour, Jiang Chen climbed all the way to the 30th step of the God King's Road. To the last 3rd order. Even with Jiang Chen's strength, the climbing speed has become much slower. The coercive pressure emitted by the last 3 stages of the God King's Road has been so powerful to a very terrifying point. Even the general high-level true gods are simply hard to resist. Not only that, the energy body condensed by the censored king at each level is no less powerful than most geniuses at the peak of true gods. It seems that it is not easy for ordinary people to enter the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace through God's royal path. The last 3 levels of the King of Gods, not to mention the general geniuses of the highest true gods, even if Lu Tianxing and others just broke through the half-step heavenly god realm, it is not easy to pass. Jiang Chen resisted the pressure of the king's way and climbed all the way. Jiang Chen finally passed the last third step and landed steadily on the 33rd step of the king's road. The 33rd order of God's King Wei did not condense the energy body as Jiang Chen expected. And at the moment he boarded the 33rd rank, Jiang Chen felt that his life had been baptized inexplicably. He stood on the top of the Holy Dragon Mountain, overlooking the entire ancient sacred dragon relics, and there was a pleasant reminder sound. Ding! You have been baptized by God's kingly way and gained a lot of divine power. Ding! You are baptized by God's royal way, which triggers a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You understand the origin of 1/10 of Kendo. Ding! You have gained a lot of experience with the law of thunder. As a trial path opened up by the divine king realm of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, God King Dao will gain considerable benefits once it passes. And Jiang Chen's strength has been greatly improved with the system's hundredfold bonus. Although he is still in the early stage of the superior true God, the divine power cultivation base obtained through the censored King Wei is at least enough to save him 2 years of cultivation time. His martial law has also been elevated to a level under the baptism of God's kingly way. The law of thunder, the law of wind, the law of fire, the law of time, and the law of space, these 5 laws of triple heavens, all directly reach the peak of the triple heavens, not far from understanding the original martial art. Even the weakest law of life has reached the triple heaven. It's worthy of the method of the censored king, a trial method used to assess and recruit new disciples, and it has such ability. Feeling his soaring strength under the baptism of God's kingship, Jiang Chen was also amazed. With the power he has now, even the top half-step heavenly gods of the 4 realms, it must be difficult to cause any threat to him. The power of a god's kingly way is already so against the sky. If I can get some chance inheritance in the Holy Dragon Palace, I don't know how far my strength can grow. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then raised his head and looked at the huge palace in front of him. This huge heavenly palace is undoubtedly the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, the censored king power of the ancient times of the Holy Dragon Realm. Shenglong Tiangong and the 33rd step of the King's Road are the same, and they are 10 miles apart. Around the Shenglong Temple, there are dense clouds and mists, making the entire Shenglong Temple looming, exuding a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. Between God's King Road and Shenglong Tiangong, there is a golden sky bridge hanging across the void. Jiang Chen carefully sensed the situation on the golden sky bridge and found that there was no danger. Then he stepped on the golden sky bridge and walked carefully towards the Holy Dragon Temple. Jiang Chen crossed the 10-mile golden sky bridge without hindrance, and directly sank into the mist-shrouded Holy Dragon Palace. Chapter 1624, The Only Descendant of Shenglong Temple. In the center of Shenglong Temple, a huge bluestone square. Standing in the middle of the square, Jiang Chen also showed a look of astonishment on his face. He just walked into the Holy Dragon Temple along the Golden Sky Bridge, but before he could react, he was teleported to this square by a mysterious force. The Shenglong Temple is huge in area. This central square is at least tens of thousands of miles away from the main entrance of Shenglong Temple. How could he be moved to the center of Shenglong Tiangong somehow? The mysterious power just now seemed to be displayed artificially. Could it be that there are still strong people in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace that can't survive? Although the powerhouse of God's domain has a long lifespan, but venerable world God is only tens of thousands of years old. Even if it is a superb king, life is still not endless, billions of years have almost reached the limit. The Holy Dragon Temple is the power of the censored king in ancient times, with a history of 500 million years. Even the Holy Dragon King in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, it is impossible to survive from the ancient times to the present, let alone other strong men. I don't know which senior brought me here, please show up. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help but raised his head and said loudly to the surroundings of Shenglong Tiangong. Time is long, unknowingly, 500 million years have passed since the battle of that year. The deity has been sleeping for 500 million years, and it is finally that day. At this moment, a vigorous and ancient voice echoed directly above Shenglong Tiangong. There are actually people. In the Holy Dragon Palace, there is actually a living existence. Only from the terrifying coercion emitted by the other party when he spoke, Jiang Chen could feel that this one might have reached an extremely terrifying state. Even if he is not a censored king, he is probably at least a top world god. Just when Jiang Chen was in horror, there was a sudden violent fluctuation in the space in front of him. A burly old man in golden robe emerged directly in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. Looking at the golden robe elder in front of him, Jiang Chen's eyes shrank suddenly. In this sacred dragon palace, there really is an ancient existence that has survived for at least 500 million years. Jiang Chen suppressed the horror in his heart, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Senior is really a member of the Holy Dragon Temple in the ancient times. Haha, I am not from the Holy Dragon Temple. To be precise, I am not a human being. In God's domain, a billion is a supreme law of God that restrains mankind. 100 million years, it is also called a God's domain era. Even a supreme God king cannot break the imprisonment of this God's law and live through an era. The collapse of the Holy Dragon Temple has a history of 500 million years. How can anyone survive to the present? The old man in the golden robe shook his head and sighed, not human. Hearing the words of the old man in Jinpao, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stunned. There was a flash of inspiration in his mind, and suddenly he thought of something, and he couldn't help but looked at the old man in golden robe with shocked expression, as the predecessor the temple spirit of the Holy Dragon Palace. Since this old man in golden robe is not a human, but can survive in the present from ancient times, the only possibility is a powerful spirit. Although the spirit is also a life, it is not a flesh and blood life, but an energy life. Their lives are much longer than flesh and blood lives, and it's not surprising that they survive hundreds of millions of years. This golden-robed old man can control the entire sacred dragon temple, and move him from the entrance of the sacred dragon temple to the central square in an instant. I am afraid that only the temple spirit of the sacred dragon temple can do it. The Tiangong in front of us is not an ordinary palace, it is most likely a supreme divine treasure built by the censored king of Shenglong Tiangong. The old man in the golden robe smiled and said, "Little guy, the reaction is very quick. I guessed my identity so quickly. It is really the temple spirit of Shenglong Tiangong." Although Jiang Chen had a vague guess in his heart, he couldn't help but breathe in his heart when he heard the old man in Jinpao admit it. In Jiang Chen's cognition, the spirits are similar to the soul. But the golden-robed old man in front of him had almost condensed the entity, and looked no different from normal human beings. What level of instrumental spirit can be so powerful? Little guy, the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace suffered a catastrophe that year, and it was destroyed. The Holy Dragon King sealed the Holy Dragon Palace in the endless void, and left the Holy Dragon Steel on the Holy Dragon Mountain, in order to wait for the destined person. You cultivated the Taixu Sacred Dragon diagram of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace Divine King level cultivation technique and opened the sealed Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Now you are the only descendant of the Holy Dragon King. At this moment, the rich voice of the old man in the golden robe rang again. Jiang Chen was shocked. "Senior, what are you talking about? I am the only descendant of the Holy Dragon King." The Holy Dragon King left all this, in order to find an heir to take the charge of the Holy Dragon Temple and to reproduce the former glory of the Holy Dragon Temple. The old man in the golden robe nodded, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, "You are the person chosen by the Holy Dragon King." Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "Senior, do I still have a choice now? The Holy Dragon Temple is the power of the censored king in ancient times. And what can destroy the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace must be a more terrifying existence than the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. It is not impossible that such a behemoth has been inherited in God's domain for hundreds of millions of years. If this behemoth still exists in the world, he becomes the heir of the Holy Dragon King and takes charge of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Wouldn't he be seeking his own death? He came to the Sacred Dragon Temple just to get a chance, but he didn't want to cause such a huge trouble. From the moment you enter the Holy Dragon Temple, you have no choice but to take charge of the Holy Dragon Temple. In charge of the Holy Dragon Temple, although you will assume the cause and effect of the Holy Dragon Temple, this is also a great opportunity for you." The old man in the golden robe said indifferently, "What's more, you have cultivated the image of the illusory sacred dragon, and you are already contaminated with the cause and effect of the Sacred Dragon Palace. Even if you do not hold the Sacred Dragon Palace, if you meet people in that place, I still won't let you go. Senior, can you tell me how the Holy Dragon Palace was destroyed, and who is the opponent I will face?" The old man in the golden robe was right. He cultivated the Taixu Sacred Dragon map, and he already belonged to the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, and was destined to be inseparable from the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Since he was destined to be unable to escape, he could only face it calmly. The people in that place are far away from you now. You know it now, and it's not good for you. The old man in the golden robe shook his head and said, the only thing you can do right now is to practice hard. At least after you break through the realm of God, you will barely be qualified to know this. Chapter 1625, Swallow the World Mind Crystal. Hearing the words of the old man in Jinpao, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. He also knew that the old man in the golden robe was true. Shenglong Tiangong, as a censored king-level force in the ancient times, is extremely powerful. And the existence of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace can be destroyed. I am afraid at least it is a God-king power that is larger than the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. With the cultivation base of his superior true God, in front of such a behemoth, he is no different from the ants. Even if he knew it now, it was nothing more than annoying. Jiang Chen cast a happy thought, directly raised his head and asked, Senior, I don't know how I want to control the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. There are many people who climb God's royal way outside. Can I prevent them from entering the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace? Since he decided to take charge of the Holy Dragon Temple, everything in the Holy Dragon Temple belonged to him, and Jiang Chen didn't want other people to enter the Holy Dragon Temple. Don't worry, the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace now has the Holy Dragon King's Divine King's prohibition. Unless the core disciple who cultivates the Taixu Saint Dragon diagram, no one can enter it. Not only that, many of the buildings in Shenglong Tiangong also have the prohibition of the censored king, even I can't open it. You can only enter the Holy Dragon Palace after you truly control it. The old man in the golden robe glanced at Jiang Chen, shook his head and said, but, you are too weak now. I am afraid it will take thousands of years to control the Holy Dragon Palace, which is not worth it. Jiang Chen suddenly became speechless. In other words, this Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace is of no use to me now. Shenglong Tiangong, as the power of the censored king in ancient times, undoubtedly has a very deep background, and it must have a lot of precious training resources. If he could obtain the resources of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, coupled with the system's hundredfold bonus, he would break through the Heavenly God Realm and even the Realm God Realm in a short time. Of course not. You are only in the realm of true gods. Anything in the Holy Dragon Palace is enough to benefit you endlessly. I have prepared a great gift for you. The golden robe old man's voice fell, and he immediately waved his palm and disappeared into the square with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen found himself in a hall of Shenglong Tiangong. This is a side hall about 100 meters in size. Compared with the countless magnificent halls of Shenglong Tiangong, this side hall looked unremarkable. Jiang Chen only swept his eyes slightly, and he found countless treasures exuding rich energy, piled in disorder in a corner of the hall. In this pile of treasures, there are some high-quality supernatural pill, and some rare treasures of heaven and earth. Most of these things are very rare in realm censored forces such as the ancient dragon tribe. But in this hall in front of me, it was like cabbage on the street, which was randomly discarded here. What shocked Jiang Chen most was not the pile of treasures that looked like debris, but the mysterious crystal in the center of the hall that exuded a strange light. The breath that this crystal emits is very similar to that of Venerable Wusheng's boundary heart crystal. This should be the world mind crystal condensed by a Saint Long Tiangong strong man sitting. Jiang Chen couldn't help looking at the old man in Jinpao with curiosity. Senior, where is this place? In that battle, the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace came out. The ordinary disciples who went up to the Holy Dragon King and down to the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace were almost all dead and wounded. Later, when the Holy Dragon King sealed the Holy Dragon Temple, only one servant who was responsible for the management of the Holy Dragon Temple survived. This is where the servant lives. The old man in the golden robe looked authentic. A servant who takes care of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace is a realm god venerable. Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a breath. Even the servants are the realm gods. Jiang Chen could no longer imagine how terrifying the strength of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace at its peak had reached. At the peak of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, although there were many venerable world gods, there were not so many that they could use the venerable world gods as servants. When this one was sealed in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, his strength was not strong. Later, he practiced frantically in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace and broke through all the way to become the peak great realm god. But in the end, he was still a step away. He couldn't break through the Divine King realm, so he could only sit here. The old man in the golden robe shook his head, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, the resources here are enough to help you successfully break through the Heavenly God Realm and even the Realm God Realm. A piece of the Pinnacle Realm God's Realm Heart Crystal, there are so many treasure divine pills. Even if it is a lot of world-censored forces, they may not be able to get it easily. If these resources are exhausted, he will surely increase his strength to a very terrifying level. Keep this Jade Talisman. After you break through the realm of the gods, you can crush the Jade Slips and come back to completely control the Holy Dragon Palace. The old man in the golden robe said, directly handing over a golden jade charm to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took the jade symbol and thanked the old man in the golden robe. You don't have to be polite. As the spirit of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, I should do my best to help you control the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. I want to continue to fall asleep. Whether you practice here or leave directly is up to your own discretion. After the old man in the golden robe finished speaking, he immediately turned into a golden glow and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. This sacred dragon palace is indeed a good place for cultivation. Anyway, there is still some time before the ancient sacred dragon relics are closed. It is better to practice here next. After the old man in Jinpao left, Jiang Chen pondered slightly, and soon made a decision in his heart. He raised his head slightly, and his eyes fell directly on the Jia Xin Shen Jing in the center of the hall. Jia Xin Shen Jing is the essence of the condensed essence of the Lord Jia Shen. For anyone under any realm god, it is the ultimate treasure of dreams. The last time he got the Jia Xin Shen Jing from Venerable Wusheng, he had never used it in order to leave Pang Qingyuan to restore his strength. Now that there is another realm heart crystal in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, he can finally use it without hesitation. Jiang Chen came to the center of the hall and stretched out his hand to grab the Jia Xin Shen Jing in front of him. I don't know what will happen if this realm of mind crystal is swallowed. Looking at Jia Xin Jing in his hand, Jiang Chen could not help but a strange look appeared in his eyes. Jia Xin Shen Jing contains extremely majestic energy principles. If the true God realm was swallowed directly, it would be difficult to withstand the power of the realm heart divine crystal, and it would even explode and die. Most of the true gods who have obtained the world heart crystals don't dare to use them directly, they can only absorb the enlightenment bit by bit. Jiang Chen has a system in his body, so naturally he doesn't worry about being burst by the energy of Jia Xin Jing. He pondered for a moment, and swallowed the realm heart crystal in one mouthful. Chapter 1626, The Top Talents Gather. After being swallowed by Jiang Chen, Jia Xin Shenjing fell unscathed into the sea of supernatural power in his dantian. But Jiang Chen's body has never reacted. Even the system's prompt sound did not come. What's the situation? Is it useless for Jia Xin Shenjing to swallow it directly? Jiang Chen couldn't help but stay for a while. This is a realm spirit crystal condensed by a pinnacle realm god. If it's useless to swallow, isn't he going to lose out? No, the Jia Xin Shenjing is still intact in the sea of divine power. It should not be that Jia Xin Shenjing is useless, but it can't be digested at all. Feeling the Jia Xin Shenjing in the sea of divine power, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. It seems that he has already underestimated this world's mind. In the past, he swallowed any magical pill, and he could instantly transform it into experience by relying on the system to improve his strength. But this mind crystal is too powerful, it seems that even the system cannot digest it directly. He tried to run the Taixu Sacred Dragon diagram, trying to refine the Jexin Shenjing in the sea of divine power, and found that the Jexin Shenjing still did not move. Forget it, just ignore it, I don't believe that this world of mind crystal stays in the sea of divine power forever. Jiang Chen shook his head, no longer paying attention to the Jia Xin Shen Jing in the sea of divine power, and directly focused on the pile of treasures in the corner of the hall. He intends to clean up this pile of treasures first. As for the Jexin Shenjing in the sea of divine power, if there is really no way, he will wake up the temple spirit of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace in a while and ask him if he can do anything. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated now. He came directly to the pile of treasures, began to clean up the treasures in the corner of the hall, and then classified these treasures into storage rings. Just when Jiang Chen cleared out more than half of the treasures in front of him, a series of system prompts finally rang in his ears. Ding! You digest and absorb 1,000th of the boundary heart divine crystal, and get the divine power to be 10,000,000*100. Ding! You digest and absorb 1,000th of the boundary mind crystal, and you will gain 10,000,000*100 experience from the source of Kendo. Ding! You digest and absorb 1,000th of the boundary mind crystal, and you will gain 10 million * 100 experience by the law of thunder. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen also let out a sigh in his heart. It seems that this mind crystal is not absorbed, but because the energy contained is too large, even the system cannot be completely converted into experience value at one time. In an hour, the system can only digest and absorb 1,000th of the world's mind crystal. Although the speed at which the system absorbed the digestive realm mind crystals was slower than Jiang Chen imagined. But compared to the ordinary true God realm martial artist, this speed is already very fast. Generally, even if it takes 10 or 8 years for a true, censored, martial artist, it may not be able to completely digest the power of a realm spirit crystal. And he can absorb 1,000th of the digestive realm mind crystal in 1 hour now. It only takes him 2 or 3 months at most to completely transform the power of the realm heart divine crystal into his own. Even if he can't break through the heavenly God realm, I am afraid he can become a half-step heavenly God realm mastering the origin of several martial arts. Even if you are facing a real powerhouse of the heavenly God realm, you may not have the power to fight. Clean up the treasures in the hall. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in the hall, quietly digesting and absorbing the Jia Xin Shen Jing in the sea of divine power. Jiang Chen's other martial arts powers except kendo and the way of life are all breaking through the limits of the triple heaven martial arts law and comprehending the origin of martial arts. And Jiang Chen also became a half-step heavenly, censored, realm that mastered the 6 martial arts origins. Within half a month, the power of the Jia Xin Shen Jing had still consumed less than 1/3. Jiang Chen still sat motionless in the hall, tirelessly absorbing and digesting the power of Jia Xin Shen Jing. And while Jiang Chen digested and absorbed the realm mind crystal, he was crazy to improve his strength. The 33rd order of the King of God. I saw more than 20 breathtaking figures, and I don't know when they have gathered here. These 20-odd figures are clearly divided into 5 camps. The 4 realms are each divided into a camp. In addition, Long Qishao and Luo Tianxing stood quietly in a corner. In the camp of the 4 realms, there is an unfathomable figure standing proudly in the forefront. One side of the sky thunder world. The head was a man with a red hair and thunder robe, who was exactly the first half of the Heavenly Thunder Sect's Thunder Heavenly Realm. One side of the Starscar world. The head is a handsome young man with a sword eyebrow star, the first half of the Star-marked Gate, the palace of Heavenly God Realm Wuji. One side of the Blue Cloud world. The head was a cold and glamorous woman wearing a long green dress, Bianzong's first half-step of the Celestial Realm Leng Shuangshuang. One side of Kangshan Realm. At the head is a burly man with a height of 3 feet, the first half of the Kangshan Temple, Kang Kunwu, the censored of heaven. These 4 people are the top true god geniuses in the 4 realms. The strength of each of them has almost reached the peak of a half-step heavenly god realm. It was only 1 step away from the real heavenly god realm. These 4 top Tianzhao from the 4 realms, after being opened by the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, all rushed towards the Holy Dragon Mountain at the fastest speed. They came to Shenglong Mountain and climbed all the way up to the 33rd step of the King's Road, only to realize that they could not enter the Shenglong Tiangong through the Golden Bridge. Even if they tried everything they could, it was difficult to step into the Golden Flyover. Everyone, if I guess right, above the Holy Dragon Heaven Palace, it should be the Divine King's restriction left by the Holy Dragon King. It seems that trying to forcefully break into the Holy Dragon Heaven Palace will not work. The Golden Sky Bridge in front of Tian Lei Zong Lei Tian Yang couldn't help but said in a deep voice. Hasn't an ancient dragon already entered the Holy Dragon Palace? Gong Wuji's eyes flashed hurriedly. Perhaps we can ask the 2 Gulong guys next to him. Hearing Gong Wuji's words, Kang Kunwu looked directly at Long Qishao and said coldly, "Tell me how your companions entered the Holy Dragon Palace, I will spare you not to die." Long Qishao smiled faintly. "Do you think if we know how to get in, we will be waiting for you at the 33rd step of God's King's path?" Kang Kunwu was furious, and a terrifying force that was as heavy as a mountain, directly oppressed the 2 of Long Qishao. Long Qishao's golden light sword and resisted with all his might. But Kang Kunwu's power is too terrifying. Long Qishao trembled suddenly under his pressure. Long Qishao directly protected Luo Tianxing and backed away more than 10 steps awkwardly, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. Chapter 1627, A Rise of Horror. Finally, I will give you a chance, say or not. Kang Kunwu severely wounded Long Qishao with a single move, and a violent killing intent appeared all over his body. I said, I don't know. Long Qishao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and sneered, what's more, even if I know, I will never tell you. Kang Kunwu laughed with anger, a terrifying force that seemed to directly shatter the void, also surging out of him instantly. Kang Kunwu, enough. At this moment, Lang Shuangshuang, who has not spoken, said indifferently, don't kill these two people for now. It might be more useful for us to stay. Yes, these two people are also members of the ancient dragon clan, leaving them may be able to restrain the guy who entered the Holy Dragon Palace. A cold light flashed in Gong Wuji's eyes. Since we can't get in, then we will wait outside. That kid, sooner or later will come out of Shenglong Temple. What if the descendant of Shenglongtian Palace got the inheritance of Shenglongtian Palace? Now that the half-step celestial realm of their four great realms gathered here, the kid was destined to be difficult to fly. They can still take back the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace from that kid. Kang Kunwu heard that a strange spatial martial art origin directly enveloped the bodies of Long Qishao and the two, completely confining them. Even with the power of Long Qishao, it is difficult to move the slightest under this power. Senior Brother Long, people from these four realms want to wait for Jiang Chen to come out here, what should we do now? When Lu Tianxing spoke, he also tried his best to break the power of the surrounding space. Don't waste your efforts. This guy's strength has reached the peak of the heavenly god realm for half a step. I am afraid that it will not be inferior to the ordinary heavenly god's first order. We can't break the origin of his spatial martial arts. The only thing we can do now is to wait. I hope Jiang Chen can successfully obtain the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Maybe we still have hope. Long Qishao smiled bitterly. As the first true, censored genius of the ancient dragon clan, Long Qishao has always been very confident in his own strength. Even when he entered the remains of the ancient sacred dragon, facing many geniuses in the four realms, he has always been fearless. When he met the real top talents of the four realms this time, he knew how far he was from them. He can only pray in his heart that Jiang Chen can successfully obtain the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Temple. The Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace is the power of the censored king in ancient times. If Jiang Chen is inherited from the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, his strength will surely increase. It is not impossible to even break through the Heavenly God realm in one fell swoop. Only in this way can Jiang Chen hope to contend with these top geniuses in the four great realms. And when the top geniuses of the four great realms gathered at the 33rd Order of the Gods inside Shenglongtian Palace, Jiang Chen didn't know anything about it. He is still constantly digesting and absorbing the Jia Xin Shen Jing in his body. For a whole month, after Jiang Chen digested and absorbed 1/3 of the power of the Realm Heart Crystal, his cultivation finally broke through the middle stage of the Upper True God. And the 6 martial arts sources he mastered have all become much stronger. In particular, the origin of the sword that was first mastered has reached 40%, which is equivalent to entering the mid-term level of the half-step Heavenly God realm. Jiang Chen didn't leave the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace either, and had been absorbing the energy of the digestive realm mind crystal. 2 more months passed. Jiang Chen finally successfully digested and absorbed the Jia Xin Shen Jing in his body. His cultivation level also raised another realm, and he was successfully promoted to the advanced stage of the True God. And the Kendo origin he mastered directly reached more than 70%. Even the other 5 origins have reached more than 40%. Jia Xin Shen Jing, worthy of the essence of the condensed Jia Xin Shen Jing, a Jia Xin Shen Jing actually raised my strength to such a level. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and an unconcealable exclamation also appeared on his face. Now that his cultivation has reached the late stage of the superior True God, he has mastered the 6 original powers, of which the sword doctrine has reached more than 70%. Jiang Chen didn't even know how terrifying his combat power could reach if he used his full strength. Don't talk about the existence of the peak of the Heavenly God realm. Even in the face of some first-tier powerhouses, he may not have the power to fight. Jia Xin Shen Jing, it really is a good thing. If he can have a few more such realm mind crystals, not to mention breaking through the heavens, even if he cultivates to the 6th rank of the heavens in one breath, it will not be difficult for him. Jiang Chen knew that he could only think about it. The Jia Xin Shen Jing, only when the venerable Jia Shen reaches the end of his life, can he condense it out. In most of the world gods, they will choose to fight for fate with heaven when the time comes. Even if there is a chance for a breakthrough, they will not give up easily. How can you be willing to sit and condense the world mind crystal? Unless some great powers of the world gods, when they feel that there is no hope of breaking through, they will choose to sit and condense the world mind crystals and leave them to the disciples of the next generation. This time, Jiang Chen was very lucky to be able to obtain 2 world mind crystals in the ancient sacred dragon ruins. He wants to get the realm heart crystal again, and that is by no means easy. Little guy, good, unexpectedly, in just a few months, you could use the power of the Jia Xin Shen Jing to rise to this point. With your current strength, those guys outside can't help you. Go out and have a look. The situation of your 2 companions seems a bit bad. At this moment, the voice of Shenglongtian Palace Spirit suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ears. It was only now that he heard that Long Qishao and Lu Tianxing were still on the way of the king. Now that he has entered the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, the 2 of them are facing the 4 great realm geniuses who have rushed to God's King Road, and the situation may be very bad. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, but when he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. Senior, the younger generation was lucky to get a branch of the Tree of Life not long ago. I wonder if Senior can hide the breath of the Tree of Life for me. The sacred Tree of Life, as one of the 3 sacred realms that have been handed down since the creation of the realm, is extremely mysterious. Even if a branch of the Tree of Life is carried on the body, it can not only continuously improve the power of his way of life, but also enhance his recovery ability and make his combat power more durable. The breath of life on the Tree of Life is too majestic. If the breath of the Tree of Life cannot be hidden, Jiang Chen dare not use it easily. Once the news that he had the sacred Tree of Life came out, the consequences would be absolutely unthinkable. Chapter 1628, I'm here, what can you do? What, you got a piece of the Tree of Life? Shenglongtian Palace Spirit heard Jiang Chen's words, and Ji Yu Jing Wubo's voice also revealed unconcealed shock. I saw the Holy Dragon Palace Spirit directly transformed into a golden figure and appeared in front of Jiang Chen. With a move of his palm, Jiang Chen directly took out the sacred Tree of Life in the storage ring. If it were another strong man in the Holy Dragon Heaven Palace, Jiang Chen might not dare to take out the Tree of Life easily. And this is just the temple spirit of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Jiang Chen naturally doesn't worry that he will kill people for treasure. It's really the Tree of Life. Looking at the branch that exudes majestic life essence in Jiang Chen's hand, the eyes of the Holy Dragon Palace's spirit eyes shrank suddenly. After a while, he said with a look of awe, little guy, you have a good chance, and you got a piece of the Tree of Life. If I guess it is right, you should get this Tree of Life in Wusheng Valley. Right, Jiang Chen was shocked. How do seniors know? Venerable Wusheng received half of the sacred Tree of Life, with half the credit of the Holy Dragon King. The 2 agreed to participate in the sacred Tree of Life together, with a rotation in 100 years. It's just. Before the 100-year period has come, the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace has undergone major changes, and this sacred Tree of Life has been under the control of Venerable Wusheng. The spirit of the Holy Dragon Palace said with a general expression, unexpectedly, after many years, this sacred Tree of Life will fall into the hands of you, the only descendant of the Holy Dragon Palace. It seems that everything is God's will. He obviously did not expect that this sacred Tree of Life had a certain relationship with the Holy Dragon King. Jiang Chen felt relieved after thinking about it. Although Venerable Wusheng was a well-known venerable world god in the Holy Dragon realm in ancient times, it is not easy to get things that are against the sky such as the God of Life tree. If the Holy Dragon King, the God King, is involved, it makes sense. The Tree of Life is one of the 3 sacred trees that were born in the realm of the world when the world was first opened, and it contains the supreme charm of the world. Even in the Divine King realm, I want to observe the power above the 1 or 2 Divine King realm from above this divine object. Shenglongtian Palace's spiritual expression solemnly exhorted. So, you must be careful, and never let anyone know that you have the sacred Tree of Life. Senior, don't worry, I understand. Jiang Chen nodded, and then asked curiously, listening to what Senior said, is there a higher realm above the Divine King realm? The martial arts journey is endless, and the censored king is naturally not the end. These are still too far away from you, and there is no need for you to know it now. Shenglongtian Palace Spirit shook his head, and then looked at the sacred Tree of Life in Jiang Chen's hands. I can use divine prohibition to hide the breath of the Tree of Life for you. But, with my ability, at best, the censored king can't notice the breath of the censored Tree of Life. If you encounter a censored king, you still have to be careful. Jiang Chen was immediately overjoyed, and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Senior. The censored king is the supreme and powerful person in the gods. Even if you look at the entire god realm, it is extremely rare. With his current strength, the possibility of encountering the censored king is very slim. As long as the venerable world god cannot sense the breath of the tree of life, it is enough for him. Shanglongtian Palace spirit didn't talk nonsense, and his hands quickly changed into mysterious handprints, which hit the sacred tree of life. I saw the majestic breath of life on the sacred tree of life, all of which was hidden, and it looked like an ordinary dead branch. Okay, little guy, remember to come back here to control the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace after breaking through the realm of God. The voice of the Holy Dragon Heaven Palace fell, and his figure disappeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. Yes, now you can finally use the Tree of Life. Jiang Chen took out a piece of animal skin from the storage ring, wrapped the Tree of Life in it, and carried it behind his back. Only then did he strode towards the outside of the Holy Dragon Temple. Outside the Shanglongtian Palace, the 33rd Order of the King of God. After 3 months of waiting, the faces of many geniuses in the 4 realms seemed a little impatient. It's been 3 months, and that kid hasn't come out of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Do we have to wait any longer? Kang Kunwu, who has always been impatient, finally couldn't help it first. Lei Tianyong glanced at him faintly. You don't want to wait here, you can leave by yourself, no one will stop you. Kang Kunwu's expression turned cold. Lei Tianyong, what do you mean? Gong Wuji frowned slightly and said, it's really not a way to wait like this. Maybe we can try to force that kid out. Do you have a way? Kang Kunwu couldn't help looking at Gong Wuji. Then it depends on these 2 ancient dragons, what is the status of the one in the heart? Gong Wuji glanced at the 2 long Qishao who were on the side, and said with a smile, if I guessed right, then the kid in the Holy Dragon Palace, he should know the situation on the God King's Road. Yes, you can try this method. Kang Kunwu's eyes lit up slightly. He directly raised his head and looked at the Holy Dragon Temple, the voice that resembled Hong Zhang Dalu, also resounding in the endless void. The kid inside, listen to me. Give you 10 breaths, get out of the Holy Dragon Palace immediately. Otherwise, I will throw your 2 companions directly from the 33rd rank of this censored King Wei. As Kang Kunwu's words fell, a loud bang came in vain from the Holy Dragon Palace in front of him. A black figure also appeared out of thin air directly on the golden bridge connecting the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, and then strode towards the 33rd step of the God King's path. The cold voice also resounded across the world in an instant. If you dare to move one of their hair, I promise that this godly way is your burial place. Kang Kunwu looked at Jiang Chen who had walked out of the Holy Dragon Palace, and couldn't help but smile coldly. Boy, I didn't expect you to come out very quickly. If I knew that those 2 boys could lead you out, why should I wait until now? Don't you really want me to come out? Jiang Chen looked indifferent. I am out now, what can you do? This friend, the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, if you want to swallow it alone, I'm afraid it's something wrong. Gong Wuji said with a smile on his face, as long as you are willing to hand over the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, or take us into the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, we can guarantee not to be an enemy of you. How? How can you get your hands on the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Temple? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a cold arc. What if? I say no. Chapter 1629. Fight for a half step at the peak of the Heavenly God Realm. Since your excellency insists on this, you can blame me for waiting. Seeing Jiang Chen refused, Gong Wuji snorted coldly, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. If you want to do it, just do it. But, I advise you, the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace is not something that any of you can get involved. You leave now, maybe it's too late. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you all stay here forever. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, and looked at the group of people in front of him lightly, his expression extremely calm. Haha, I'm not afraid to flash my tongue when talking big. I, Kang Kunwu, want to see what you can do to keep us here. Kang Kunwu laughed wildly with disdain. He stretched out his hand to face the void with a move. A sacred mountain as high as 1,000 meters suddenly emerged from the void, and then suppressed from the top of Jiang Chen's head with the terrifying power to suppress the world. Jiang Chen was expressionless, just gently raised his hand and pointed out. An invisible force of kendo instantly cut through the yin and yang, directly smashing the Chenjiang Shenshin sword overhead. The cultivation of the advanced true gods in the later stage has comprehended more than 70% of the origin of Kendo. Boy, you deserve to be the descendant of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace who can enter the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. It really is extraordinary, but, although you are very strong, you still don't have the qualifications to swallow the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Kang Kunwu's eyes couldn't help but narrowed slightly. Today our four realm geniuses are gathered here. With your strength alone, how can you compete with us? You talk too much nonsense. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and when he flipped his hand, a soul-killing mark was suppressed against Kang Kunwu. He practiced censored, king-level exercises. In the same realm, compared to the geniuses of the four realms who practice realm magic techniques, the condensed divine power is more than one level higher. At the beginning of the high-level true gods, Jiang Chen's body's divine power was no longer inferior to the geniuses of these top true gods. Now his cultivation base breaks through the advanced true, censored, late stage. In terms of divine power alone, even the top geniuses of the four great realms are far from being compared with him. With the supernatural power he has now, even if it was just a mark of soul destruction, its power reached a terrifying level. If an ordinary genius at the pinnacle of the true, censored, faces this seal, I am afraid that he will be killed into nothingness in an instant. Space is annihilated. Looking at Jiang Chen's powerful palm print, Kang Kunwu's expression changed slightly. He stretched out his hand to grasp the void, and a majestic spatial force directly tore the sky into a huge spatial crack. The crack is like an ancient behemoth with a huge mouth open, swallowing Jiang Chen's soul-killing seal into the eternal void. Kang Kunwu had just expelled Jiang Chen's blow to the eternal void with the origin of spatial martial arts, but it was because a terrifying force of induction was once again oppressing him. He suddenly raised his head, and saw a huge and incomparable mark of Zhu Zishen, which rapidly enlarged in his eyes. Kang Kunwu's blue veins swelled, and a terrifying force that shattered the sky on his fist directly rose into the air. The Chenjiang Quanggong formed by the pure power directly smashed the Zhu Shen seal, and instantly blasted the Zhu Zishen seal to pieces. Seeing that the Zhu Shen seal was once again destroyed by Kang Kunwu, Jiang Chen moved his palm, and the third seal of the human emperor seal directly pressed down at Kang Kunwu. Jiang Chen's seal of opening the gods is stronger and faster. Kang Kunwu, who had just defeated the imprint of Zhu Shen, hadn't reacted at all, and the whole person was hit by the imprint of the open heaven. With the sound of a shocking explosion, I saw Kang Kunwu's body flying upside down from the space enveloped by the seal of the open heaven. Brother Jiang Chen's strength seems to be a lot stronger. Even the half-step peak of the heavenly god realm is no longer his opponent. Seeing this scene before him, Lu Tianxing's eyes couldn't help showing a look of surprise. 3 tricks. Only 3 moves repelled the existence of Kang Kunwu, the peak of the half-step heavenly god realm. This time, Jiang Chen was still able to turn the tide, making the geniuses of these 4 realms hate on the spot. Long Qishao did not speak, but stared closely at the situation in the field, still with a touch of worry that was difficult to conceal. Although Jiang Chen has gained some inheritance in the Holy Dragon Palace, his strength has increased a lot. But after all, his time in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace was too short, and there was still some distance from the Heavenly God realm. With Long Qishao's eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that Kang Kunwu was only repelled by Jiang Chen just momentarily. Kang Kunwu has mastered the half-step Heavenly God realm of 2 martial arts origins. Among them, 90% of the origin of space has been understood, and at least 70% of the origin of strength. Such an extremely enchanting evildoer, even a strongman of the first order of the ordinary gods, may not be able to easily defeat him. Even though Jiang Chen now has a combat power comparable to the peak of the heavenly god realm in half a step, it is by no means easy to defeat Kang Kunwu. In addition to Kang Kunwu, the 33rd stage of the God King Dao still has 20 or so half-step celestial divine realms. There were 3 of them, none of them inferior in strength to Kang Kunwu. If these 4 extremely half-step celestial gods join forces, even in the face of the real celestial god realm, I am afraid they are all qualified to fight. Unless Jiang Chen has the power to defeat the heavens, he would still be dangerous today. Ah! Bastard, you dare to hurt me, I want to kill you. As the first genius in the Kangshan realm, half a step from the peak of the heavenly god realm, but now he was injured by Jiang Chen's 3 moves, and Kang Kunwu couldn't help letting out a roar of anger. He stared at Jiang Chen ferociously. The origin of Zhucheng, space martial Dao and the origin of Qicheng strength Dao are intertwined all over his body, turning into a blade of the void containing the most powerful force, slashing towards Jiang Chen volley with the groundbreaking power. Jiang Chen coldly screamed expressionlessly, the first vision of the Divine King level cultivation technique Taixu Sacred Dragon drawing directly condensed on the top of his head. The picture scroll of nothingness, as if carrying an endless divine might from ancient times, collided with Kang Kunwu's blade of nothingness. The shocking explosion resounded thousands of miles away. Above the 33rd level of the God King Dao, the clouds and mist in a radius of 100 li were all washed away by the terrifying energy that swept away. Kang Kunwu's mouth spurted out of blood, and the whole person was pale and exploded to the edge of the King's Road, almost falling from the 33rd level of the King's Road. He suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and finally an incredible look of horror appeared in his eyes. Chapter 1630. One Enemy 4. Numerous geniuses in the four realms looked at Kang Kunwu, who was instantly depressed, almost as if he had seen a ghost, and couldn't believe their eyes. Kang Kunwu, the strongest genius in the Kangshan realm among the four realms, a half-step impeccable existence at the peak of the heavenly, censored realm. Earlier, Kang Kunwu was repelled by Jiang Chen's 3 moves, and they thought that Kang Kunwu was careless and did not use all his strength. But this time Kang Kunwu shot again, but was defeated by Jiang Chen in an instant. As the number 1 genius of Kangshan realm, Kang Kunwu was not an ordinary half-step peak of the heavenly god realm. Defeat Kang Kunwu with 1 move. Even if it is a lot of first-tier powerhouses, it will never be easy to do it. And the boy in front of him is not the cultivation base of the advanced true god's late stage. How could he have such a terrifying power? It's such a powerful exercise vision. The cultivation level of the higher true gods in the late stage can suppress Kang Kunwu at the peak of the heavenly god realm for half a step. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lei Tianyong's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. This kid is cultivating, it must be the divine king technique of Shenglong Tiangong. Gong Wuji's eyes skyrocketed. It seems that the legendary, censored, king-level technique is much stronger than I thought. Leng Shuangshuang looked cold. Although she didn't speak, there was also an imperceptible glow in her beautiful eyes looking at Jiang Chen. It's impossible. I'm at the peak of the heavenly god realm for a half step. How could I lose to you? Just die for me. Kang Kunwu recovered, and couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. He directly urged the power of his whole body to evolve a small world of deep and dark true gods, covering the sky and the sun to suppress Jiang Chen. This small world of true gods not only gathered Kang Kunwu's whole body divine power, but also integrated 90% of his spatial origin and 70% of his strength origin, and the power was extremely powerful. Even if it is a strong person of the first order of the gods, I am afraid that they have to be treated with caution. Good job. Looking at the small world of true, censored, condensed by Kang Kunwu, Jiang Chen's intent to fight skyrocketed in his eyes. The 5 primordial forces of wind, fire, thunder, time, and space are intertwined in his body instantly. Jiang Chen directly merged the 5 original powers and turned into a sky-shattering colorful divine thunder, which fell from the emptiness and smashed into Kang Kunwu's small real, censored world. Thunder light exploded, energy burst, heaven and earth shook. A bright 5-color brilliance, from the place where the two collide, spreads in all directions like gorgeous fireworks. A terrifying storm containing destructive energy swept away from the 33rd order of the God King. Except for the existence of the other 3 half-step heavenly god realm peaks, the other half-step heaven god realm of the 4 great realms were forced to retreat again and again by the destruction storm. Several of them had broken through the half-step heavenly divine realm not long ago, and were directly shocked by the devastating storm to fly into the range of the King's Way, and then fell into the endless abyss below with despair and panic. But Long Qishao and Lu Tianxing were imprisoned by Kang Kunwu. Even if they were on the edge of the 33rd order of the gods, they still used the means to destroy the storm. Even in the face of the aftermath of the storm, the two were unable to stop them. Their body shape also fell from the kingly path of God. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stretched out his hand to squeeze the place where the two of them fell, and directly solidified the two of them. His figure flashed, and he stepped out of the sky, leading Long Qishao and the two back to the King of Gods. The air ban above Shenglong Mountain only targets people outside Shenglong Tiangong. Jiang Chen cultivated the Taixu Sacred Dragon picture, and after entering the Sacred Dragon Palace, he became the only descendant of the Sacred Dragon Palace, with the jade charm left by the Sacred Dragon King. Now around Shenglong Mountain and Shenglong Tiangong, Jiang Chen can obviously come and go freely without any restrictions. Rescued Long Qishao 2 people. Jiang Chen condescendingly looked down at the many geniuses in the 4 realms, and his proud voice was instantly resounding across the world. You have already gained a lot of benefits by ascending to the 33rd rank of God's King's path. I will say it for the last time, if you leave here, maybe it will be too late. Whoever dares to interfere with the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace will kill without mercy. As Jiang Chen's proud voice fell, the expressions of the 4 half-step geniuses present at the peak of the Heavenly God realm became extremely gloomy in an instant. What are you 3 doing in a daze? Don't you still take action at this time? Kang Kunwu vomited violently with blood in his mouth. He stared at Jiang Chen ferociously, and couldn't help but let out a terrifying roar at the other 3 people. Kang Kunwu at this time, there is no previous majesty and domineering. His face was pale, his body was covered with blood, and his black-red robe had long been turned into tatters. Just now, he condensed the true God's small world with a full blow, but still suffered heavy losses under Jiang Chen's 5 elemental powers. This son's cultivation technique of the God King is more to master the 6 martial arts origins, and the combat power has surpassed any of us. Let's take action together. Lei Tianyong took a deep breath, and immediately the thunder light all over his body skyrocketed. A palm condensed by the power of Thunder Dao's origin directly patted Jiang Chen away. Lang Shuangshuang urged a jade flute to make an ear-piercing scream. 1,000 Jiang transparent giant sword completely condensed by sound also directly cut through the sky and slashed towards Jiang Chen. In the last Gong Wuji, a burst of bright stars burst out from his pupils. The power of the vast stars, like the 9-day Milky Way, poured down towards Jiang Chen. The 3.5 steps of the Heavenly God realm pinnacle shot with all strength, and the power was earth-shattering. The energy of heaven and earth in the hundreds of miles around the God King's road seemed to be boiling over it. Faced with the combined blow of the 3 of them, Jiang Chen's expression remained unmoved. He directly urged all the 6 powers headed by the origin of Kendo to the extreme. The power of the 6 realms quickly merged and changed, turning into a giant sword that contained the light of extinction and stood in the sky. 6 world destruction swords, Jiang Chen screamed, his palms suddenly closed in the void. Rumble, there was a loud noise from the sky and the earth, and I saw Jiang Chen's sword of destroying the world condensed with the power of the 6 realms, cutting straight down like the sky and the earth. Thousands of sword auras, like sword rain, are densely covered with 100 miles of void. Each of these sword auras was almost 100 feet long, with terrifying power, causing the surrounding space to instantly turn into nothingness. Puff. The nearest Lei Tianyong, Chenjiang Lei Jiang collapsed instantly, and you were swept away by more than a dozen sword qis. The whole person vomited blood and retreated. On the other side, Lang Shuangshuang and Gong Wuji, their attacks were also instantly crushed by the power of Jiang Chen's sword, and then stepped back on the ground in embarrassment for hundreds of meters. The 3.5 steps of the Heavenly God realm peak teamed up, and they were also defeated by Jiang Chen. The 33rd Order of God's King rode, all of them fell into deathly silence instantly. Chapter 1631, The Genius Who Swept the 4 Realms. The 3.5 steps of the Heavenly God realm pinnacle teamed up, but they also lost. How could it be possible? Numerous geniuses in the 4 realms looked at this scene, all with pale faces, like a concubine. The few people who had worked with Jiang Chen before were all extremely enchanting evildoers in the 4 great realms at the peak of the half-step Heavenly God realm. These few teamed up, even if they are many first-tier powerhouses, I'm afraid they have to be afraid at 3 points. But the descendant of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace in front of them defeated the 3.5 steps of the Heavenly God realm with 1 enemy 3 and 1 move. This one who defeated the top of the 3.5-step Heavenly God realm with 1 move, the cultivation base is still only in the advanced stage of the true God. The cultivation base of the advanced true, censored, in the later stage has mastered the power of the 6 realms. Even the top geniuses of the 4 realms are like ants before him. They couldn't imagine how could there be such a peerless evildoer in this world. Ha. It seems that the top geniuses in your 4 realms are nothing more than that. Only you, are you not qualified to get involved in the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace? I have given you a chance, since you insist on looking for death, I don't mind letting this God's royal way flow into a river. 1 sword defeated the 3.5 steps of the peak of the Heavenly God realm, Jiang Chen arrogantly laughed, and the monstrous divine power and the power of the 6 realms instantly evolved into a small chaotic world in the void. The chaotic small world covered the sky and suppressed the sun, almost completely covering the 100 li space of the 33rd Order of the Gods. The entire space of the 33rd Order of the King's Road collapsed suddenly, as if the end had come. This kid is too strong. Only when everyone joins hands can he fight him. If you don't want to die, you can shoot together. Kang Kunwu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but let out a terrifying roar, and then blasted towards the small chaotic world above his head with all his strength. Facing the small chaotic world that covers the 33rd Order of the King's Way of God, the geniuses of the 4 major realms are inevitable. They all shot with all their strength. Various martial arts supernatural powers, the small world of true gods, bombarded the small world of chaos above at almost the same time. More than a dozen half-step celestial divine realm attacks landed on the chaos small world, but it was like an egg hitting a rock, and it did not shake the chaos small world at all. This child's combat power is too high, or the reversible slayer god, it is better to leave first. Gong Wuji looked at the small world of invincible chaos that overwhelmed everything, and was also terrified in his heart. He forcefully suppressed the churning aura in his body, and then directly turned into a starburst, swiftly swept towards the lower part of the God's King's Way. Lei Tianyong and Leng Shuangshuang saw Gong Wuji decisively fleeing, and their complexions changed slightly at the moment. The strength that Jiang Chen showed was too domineering. Although it is not a censored realm, it is better than a censored realm. The 3 of them joined forces just now, and they were all repelled by Jiang Chen. Now that Gong Wuji fled, they were even less likely to be Jiang Chen's opponent. If the stalemate with Jiang Chen continues, maybe they will really fall on the godly path of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace today. The eyes of the 2 flickered slightly. Where did they care about the other geniuses in the 4 great realms? They flee decisively towards the bottom of the King's Way. These 3 bastards. Seeing Gong Wuji and the 3 decisively fleeing, Kang Kunwu, who was fighting against the chaotic small world with all his strength, instantly became frightened. Jiang Chen's combat power has completely surpassed their existence. Kang Kunwu was obviously unwilling to give up the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. He intends to gather the power of many geniuses from the 4 great realms with Gong Wuji to fight against Jiang Chen. But who knows that the 3 villains Gong Wuji turned around immediately when they saw the situation was wrong. Now that the 3 of Gong Wuji have fled, how could he be Jiang Chen's opponent only with his own strength and these ordinary geniuses? Kang Kunwu gritted his teeth. He directly and decisively gave up the small chaotic world that resisted Jiang Chen, and then gathered the power of his whole body to resist the oppression of the small chaotic world, and rushed out of the 33rd step of the King's Road. And as Kang Kunwu gave up resistance and fled, the remaining geniuses in the 4 realms are almost the same as the ants to Jiang Chen today. With their strength alone, how could they withstand the power of Jiang Chen's chaotic world? The chaotic small world crushed all resistance forces, and then flooded the entire 33rd Order of the King's Path. Jiang Chen's fusion of the power of the 6 realms in the small world of the true gods, the power is by no means inferior to the first order power of the gods. These geniuses in the 4 realms have no resistance at all. The 100 li space of the 33rd rank of God's King's Path was transformed into a purgatory on earth. There were bursts of desperate screams and miserable wailing, which came out one after another. Some of the geniuses in the early stage of the Heavenly God realm were the first to be transformed into a blood mist under the pressure of Jiang Chen True God's small world. Some geniuses in the mid-stage and even the late half-stage of the Heavenly God realm, their bodies burst apart. It was less than a quarter of an hour. Nearly 20 or so geniuses in the 4 great realms were completely crushed into nothingness by Jiang Chen's small world of true gods. God is not king. The 2 Long Qishao, who were brought above the void by Jiang Chen, looked at the 33rd Order of the Divine King's Tao, which was instantly empty, and they did not recover from their horror for a while. Especially Long Qishao. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen's strength had risen to such a terrifying level in just a few months in the Holy Dragon Palace. Although this guy's cultivation is still in the advanced stage of true gods, the censored king-level techniques he cultivates are far more terrifying than the peak true gods of their cultivation world. The most shocking thing was the power of the 6 realms that Jiang Chen understood. Although Jiang Chen's 6 powers have not yet reached the peak, but the power of the 6 realms came out, even if it was a half-step at the peak of the heavenly gods, it was unstoppable. Especially the small real, censored, world where Jiang Chen finally condensed was extremely terrifying. Even if the ordinary gods face this trick at the first level, I am afraid that they will peel off without dying. The 4 half-step peaks of the Heavenly God realm in the 4 great realms, without even the courage to face them, have already fled in a panic. The remaining geniuses of these 4 realms were completely reduced to ashes under Jiang Chen's small real, censored world. Over the past few days, Long Qishao has also gained a certain understanding of the 4 realms. The strength of each of the 4 realms is stronger than their ancient dragon realm. And Jiang Chen has swept the 4 realms of genius with his own power. Chapter 1632, 4 Shocked Venerables. Let those 4 guys escape. Jiang Chen easily suppressed the many geniuses of the 33rd rank of God King Dao, and looked at the 4 people who had escaped from at least the 10th rank downwards, and could not help but shook his head. These 4 half-step geniuses at the peak of the Heavenly God realm were not fuel-efficient lamps. Their abilities are not much inferior to those of ordinary first-order gods. With Jiang Chen's current combat power, it is not difficult to defeat these 4 guys, but it is not easy to kill these 4 guys. The 4 realms are powerful and profound, far beyond the reach of the ancient dragon realm. These 4 people are all top geniuses cultivated in the 4 realms. I'm afraid they still have life-saving cards, so naturally they are not so easy to kill. Now in this ancient sacred dragon ruins, they can no longer pose a threat to you, but there is no need to force them to use their whole cards. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Long Qishao couldn't help but whisper. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Senior brother Long is reasonable. The existence of these 4 half-step gods at the peak are all 4 realm-censored forces with a long history of heritage from the 4 realms. If the 4 are really forced to work together and desperately, he might not get any benefit. The 4 realms are far away from the ancient dragon realm. Even after leaving the ancient sacred dragon ruins, Jiang Chen was not worried that the forces behind these guys would trouble him. In that case, he didn't have to keep the 4 of them. Brother Long, I want to practice in the Holy Dragon Temple until the ancient sacred dragon remains are closed, but you cannot enter it. I wonder what you plan to do next." Jiang Chen thought for a while and asked Long Qishao with his head tilted directly. Long Qishao pondered slightly. "Let's learn about the Holy Dragon Steel at Shenglong Mountain. The Holy Dragon Steel is a weapon used by the Holy Dragon King, and it is also the supreme treasure of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. If you can comprehend 1 or 2, you can also get a lot of benefits. I will send you down." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he directly led Long Qishao and 2 of them toward the Holy Long Mountain below. One of the 3,000 realms of God's domain, the Starscar realm. In a mountain covered with stars, palaces stand in it, as if being in an endless star dome, giving people a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. Here, it is the world-censored power in charge of the Starscar realm, where the Starscar Gate is. In ancient times, after the world of sacred dragons experienced a great battle and collapsed, apart from this ancient relic of sacred dragons, 4 new realms were split. Star marks, Tianlei, Bian, Kangshan. And the strength of the Starscar realm is the first among the 4 realms. These 4 realms are led by the Starscar realm. The reason why the ancient sacred dragon remains under the control of the 4 realms was also found by a realm censored from the Starscar Gate, using the magical power of the Way of Stars and the Way of Space. The entrance of the 4 realms to the ancient sacred dragon remains was always controlled by the Starscar Gate. Every time the ancient sacred dragon remains open, the 4 realms will gather at the Starscar Gate. This time, naturally, it is no exception. In the center of the Starscar Gate, above 1,000 feet of void, there were 4 figures sitting cross-legged outside a huge space gate. The breadth of each of these 4 figures is as vast as the starry sky, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Venerable Nebula, this time the ancient sacred dragon remains are over, you should have a lot of geniuses at the Starscar Gate to break through the Heavenly God realm. At this moment, one of the people on the left looked at the space door in front of him, and couldn't help but smile at a middle-aged man in blue with deep eyesight beside him. The speaker was quite tall, wearing a set of silver thunder robe painted with lightning patterns. On the thunder robe, the thunder and lightning glow continued to circulate, and there were a little thunder power faintly flowing out of it. There are countless opportunities for the ancient sacred dragon relics, and at least half of the disciples from the 4 realms who have entered the heavenly censored realm can break through the heavenly censored realm. But there are a lot of people who can break through the heavenly God realm. Maybe there are not many who can directly break through the 2nd-tier heavenly God. The blue-clothed middle-aged man, known as Venerable Xingyan, smiled faintly. Venerable Thunder Punishment, it is said that your Thunder Sect's Lei Tianyang is a fellow practitioner of the 3 paths, who understands the three origins, and may enter the realm of heaven. It is the third level of the gods. 3 fellow practitioners, how easy is it? Although the kid understands the 3 martial arts origins, only one martial arts origin has 90%. The other 2 martial arts origins, but only 30%. It's almost impossible for him to go straight to the third level of the gods. Venerable Thunder Punishment shook his head and said, as soon as he enters the heavenly god realm, he becomes the third order heavenly god, such a wicked genius, even if it is rare in the entire god realm. Such a character will definitely be able to become the existence of a world censored in the future. They have 4 major tiers, and they have not seen such a genius in millions of years. Although Lei Tianyong understood the 3 sources of martial arts, he would be more than a bit short to become such a character. A variety of martial arts practitioners in the true god realm are inherently very difficult. Among the many geniuses in the 4 great realms, I am afraid that only Gong Wuji from the Starscar Gate is the only one who has the hope to reach the second order of the celestial god. At this time, an old man in yellow clothes next to him couldn't help but speak. Venerable Kunshan's words are very bad. The last woman in the palace dress said lightly, there are countless opportunities for the remains of the ancient sacred dragon, and everything is possible. Even if the peak of the true censored reaches the second level of the gods, it is not that I have never appeared in Bian Palace. This palace-dressed woman is naturally Venerable Union from Bian Palace. Venerable Kunshan shook his head and said, that said, but for thousands of years, the only one out of the 4 realms, Bian Palace, is you. Everyone, since we are still idle now, why don't we take a gamble and see how many people can directly pass the first order of the gods? Venerable Thunder Punishment smiled authentically. Well, since Venerable Thunder Punishment is so interested, then I will play with you. Venerable Nebula smiled faintly. He was about to say his conditions, but he sensed something in vain. His expression changed drastically, and a trace of the power of the stars suddenly rippled from his body. Venerable Nebula, what's wrong? The 3 of Venerable Lei Punishment saw Venerable Xingyan's strangeness, and they all looked at them in unison. Venerable Nebula took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, just now the elder of the sect heard that the 6.5 steps of the celestial divine realm, except Gong Wuji, from the Starscar Gate, have all fallen to the remains of the ancient sacred dragon. When the other 3 venerables heard Venerable Xingyan's words, there was an unconcealable shock on their faces. It was only a few months since the opening of the ancient holy dragon ruins. 6 of the 7 stars of the Starscar Sect had fallen into the heavenly god realm in half a step. Chapter 1633, Let the Holy Dragon Temple Disappear Completely. Venerable Nebula, are you sure you are not mistaken? Venerable Lei Punishment was stunned for a long time and then recovered. His eyes were filled with unbelievable expressions. The ancient sacred dragon remains in crisis. Every time their 4-realm true, censored, disciples enter it, a lot of them will fall. But there has never been a large-scale fall like this. Especially the half-step genius of the heavenly god realm, the survival rate in the ancient sacred dragon remains is relatively very high. 3,000 years ago, the true, censored disciple entered the ancient sacred dragon relic, and there were only 5 half-step heavenly, censored disciples who fell in their 4 realms. Even the strongest Starscar Gate, the 7 half-step celestial divine realm disciples, all fell directly to 6. Venerable Xingyan said in a deep voice, Venerable Thunder Punishment, you should know that the disciples of the half-step heavenly realm of our 4 realms have soul cards left in the sect. How can they make a mistake? I just contacted the elder of the sect, the 5.5-step celestial realm disciples of Kangshan Hall, and only Kang Kunwu's soul card is intact. Venerable Kunshan opened his eyes in vain with his eyes closed all the time, and his expression instantly became extremely difficult to look at. Venerable Union's beautiful eyes were also gloomy as water. The 6 half-step celestial disciples of Bian Palace, and only 2 of them are still alive. Hearing that the half-step celestial divine realm disciples in Kangshan Temple and Bian Palace were also almost gone, Venerable Thunder Punishment couldn't help but be shocked. He was about to ask about the situation of the Sky Thunder Sect. The message of an elder of the Tianlai sect also came directly into his mind. Venerable Thunder Punishment's expression instantly became extremely furious. My half-step Tian divine realm disciple of the Sky Thunder Sect, only Lei Tianyong is still alive. What happened to the ancient sacred dragon ruins? Venerable Kunshan took a deep breath and couldn't help looking at Venerable Nebula with solemn expression. Venerable Nebula, the ancient sacred dragon ruins may have undergone a major change. Without further ado, let's close the ancient sacred dragon ruins in advance. Venerable Nebula nodded his head gravely. This time, the ancient sacred dragon ruins did not know what had happened, and it caused the disciples in their 4 realms to suffer heavy losses. If they don't stop them, I'm afraid the disciples of the 4 major realms will most likely be wiped out. The 4 great venerables no longer hesitated at the moment, they all displayed a mysterious handprint of various kinds, and patted the space gate in front. Only a loud bang can be heard, and the power of invisible space rippling through the door of that space. I saw a number of human figures, also ghostly emerging from the space gate. Hundreds of figures flashed out from the space gate. What's the situation? It only took a few months for the ancient sacred dragon relic to be opened. How did we come out in advance? Many people walked out of the space gate, with a dazed expression on their faces. Looking at the more than 100 people who came out of the ancient sacred dragon ruins, the complexions of the 4 great masters instantly became extremely ugly. A total of 200 disciples in their 4 realms entered the remains of the ancient sacred dragon, and now in just a few months, 7 or 80 have fallen. What makes them vomit blood even more? Among the 70 or 80 fallen disciples, half of them were geniuses in the half-step heavenly god realm. There are 50 genius disciples from the 4 realms who are half-stepped to the celestial god realm, but now there are only more than 10 alive. Gong Wuji, what happened to the ancient sacred dragon ruins? How could so many people fall into it? Venerable Xingyan's gaze fell directly on Gong Wuji's 4 people, and asked with an iron face. The gazes of the other 3 venerables are also falling on the 4 of them, wanting to know what is going on. Venerable is the descendant of Shenglong Tiangong. An ancient descendant of the Holy Dragon Temple appeared in the ancient sacred dragon ruins. This person opened the sacred dragon temple and got the inheritance of the sacred dragon temple. We are not opponents. A large number of geniuses in the 4 realms fell into his hands alone. Gong Wuji smiled bitterly. The Holy Dragon Temple is actually opened. The 4 great venerables couldn't help but lose their color when they heard Gong Wuji's words. Since the Holy Dragon Realm fell apart in the ancient war, the Holy Dragon Palace has completely disappeared. After they control the ancient sacred dragon ruins, the 4 realms have always wanted to find the whereabouts of the sacred dragon palace. But for so many years, they still did not find a trace of the Holy Dragon Temple. This time there will be descendants of the Holy Dragon Temple, and the disappearing Holy Dragon Temple will be opened. Venerable Nebula suppressed the horror in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Tell what you know, and say it in detail." Gong Wuji didn't dare to conceal the slightest bit of concealment, and hurriedly told about what happened in the ancient sacred dragon ruins. Unexpectedly, the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, which has disappeared for many years, will reappear, and there are descendants of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, inherited from it. After learning the whole story, Venerable Kunshan's expression instantly became extremely solemn. I said at the beginning that those descendants of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace staying in the ancient relics of the Holy Dragon are always a scourge. It's best to get rid of them, but you don't listen. Now something happened. Venerable Lay Punishment coldly snorted with a bad expression. You speak lightly. Venerable Union said coldly. Although the 4 realms control the method of entering the ancient sacred dragon ruins, there are still too many restrictions. You and I know very little about the descendants of the sacred dragon Heavenly Palace. How easy is it to destroy them? Okay, there is no point in arguing about this now. Now that the Holy Dragon Palace has appeared in the ancient sacred dragon relics, it is very likely that it will reappear. What we are considering now is how to face the upcoming Holy Dragon Palace. Venerable Nebula stopped the argument between the 2 and said slowly. When the 3 big masters heard Venerable Xingyan's words, their eyes couldn't help but wink. Their 4 big realms were originally split from the Holy Dragon Realm. If Shenglong Tiangong were to be born, it is hard to guarantee that they would not have any thoughts about their 4 realms. Now that the 4 realms have been self-reliant for hundreds of millions of years, how can they be willing to be righted on their heads by a Holy Dragon Palace? Venerable Thunder Punishment's eyes flickered slightly. Venerable Nebula, your Starscar Gate has the most thorough research on the ancient sacred dragon relics, what can you do? Immediately summon the world gods of the 4 great realms, come to the Starscar Gate to discuss this. As long as the forces of the 4 realms are gathered, I promise that the Starscar Gate will completely open the passage to the ancient sacred dragon relics within 100 years. Venerable Nebula's eyes flickered with cold light, and the whole body was filled with a murderous intent. At that time, we will be able to enter the ancient sacred dragon relics and let the sacred dragon palace disappear completely. Chapter 1634. Zhuang Shengyang, who came back from the dead, at the same time that the four major realms forcibly closed the ancient sacred dragon relics. Ancient Dragon World. Jiang Chen also took Long Qishao and appeared directly above Shenlong City. Isn't the ancient sacred dragon relics going to be opened for 2 or 3 years? Why are they closed so soon? Seeing that he had actually returned to the ancient dragon realm, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of astonishment on his face. He just took Long Qishao and flew down from the 33rd level of the God King's Road, but before reaching the top of the Holy Dragon Mountain, he was inexplicably repelled by a force of strength from the ancient Holy Dragon relics. Each time the ancient sacred dragon relic was opened, it was at least 2 or 3 years ago. I don't know why it was closed in a few months. Long Qishao shook his head, his eyes also showed a trace of puzzlement. There should be something wrong with the ancient sacred dragon ruins. Someone forcibly closed the space of the ruins. Do you find anything unusual in it? At this moment, Long Zhengxin's voice also rang directly in their ears. Master, there is nothing unusual about the ancient sacred dragon relics. If you have to say that something happened inside, I'm afraid this changes Brother Jiang Chen. Long Qishao glanced at Jiang Chen beside him, couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. Long Zhengxin was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Jiang Chen with a stunned look. Boy, what did you do in the ancient sacred dragon ruins? Jiang Chen said lightly, I didn't do anything. Just accidentally killed dozens of half-step heavenly, censored disciples in other realms. Accidentally killed dozens of half-step heavenly gods. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, not only Long Zhengxin was stunned. Even Pang Qingyuan and Shui Linglong were so shocked that their eyes almost fell out. Boy, are you sure you didn't kid me? Long Zhengxin looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. Although Jiang Chen's upgrade in the ancient sacred dragon relics in the past few months is very terrifying, he has broken through from the middle true censored late stage to the upper true censored late stage. But even so, it can't be as simple as slaughtering a chicken and a dog, right? Master, it's true. Long Qishao gave a wry smile, and immediately explained to Long Zhengxin and the others. Not long ago, Brother Jiang Chen opened the ancient, censored, King's Power Sacred Dragon Palace with the help of the Taixu Sacred Dragon picture. There are disciples from the 4 realms in the ancient sacred dragon ruins, and more than 20 half-step heavenly gods have gathered, wanting to compete for the inheritance of the Sacred Dragon Palace. As a result, apart from the existence of the 4 half-step heavenly god realm peaks, everyone else was killed by Brother Jiang Chen. The 3 of Long Zhengxin heard Long Qishao's explanation, and they were speechless for a long time. They now finally understand why the ancient sacred dragon remains closed ahead of schedule. The 4 realms that control the ancient sacred dragon ruins must have left a means to understand the situation of some of the disciples in the ruins. With his own power, Jiang Chen killed so many geniuses in the 4 realms of the heavenly god realm. How can he not shock the people in the 4 realms? The 4 great realms saw a large number of disciples falling down, and they must have thought that something had happened, so they had to close the ancient sacred dragon relics in advance. Just when Jiang Chen talked with Long Zhengxin, 4 more figures fell out of the hall above Shenlong City. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the 4 of them slightly. When he saw one of the young men with red hair and red clothes, his pupils suddenly shrank. How could this guy be alive? This young man with red hair and red clothes is no one else but Zhuang Shengyang, ranked 2nd among the 7 dragon guards. In the Battle of Wusheng Valley, Zhuang Shengyang was killed by his own hands into nothingness. This guy has come out of the ancient sacred dragon ruins alive again. At this moment, Luo Tianxing obviously also discovered Zhuang Shengyang from the ancient sacred dragon ruins, and there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed in his eyes. He hurriedly said to Jiang Chen, Brother Jiang Chen, you have to be careful, this Zhuang Shengyang in front of you is absolutely weird. Without reminding Luo Tianxing, he also knew that Zhuang Shengyang was not easy. In the first battle, he completely obliterated Zhuang Shengyang. According to reason, Zhuang Shengyang should have been completely destroyed, but even if Zhuang Shengyang used some means to keep his soul immortal, it would never be possible to recover so quickly. And just when Jiang Chen looked at Zhuang Shengyang, Zhuang Shengyang seemed to sense Jiang Chen's gaze. He raised his head and took a look at Jiang Chen, with a faint light of evil spirits in his eyes. No matter who you are, it's best not to provoke me. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you again. Jiang Chen snorted coldly in his heart, and a sharp cold light flashed across his eyes. 10 geniuses, only 7 have returned. It seems that the remaining 3 are difficult to come out of the ancient sacred dragon ruins. After these 4 people came out, Long Jiangxin looked at the entrance of the ancient sacred dragon ruins that hadn't moved for a long time, and couldn't help but sighed slightly. Ancient relics are inherently crises and opportunities coexisting. Since you choose to enter them, you must have the consciousness that you can't make them. Pang Qingyuan smiled faintly. What's more, this time is pretty good. Before the true god disciples entered it, the death rate was less than 50% this time. I just feel it. Long Jiangxin shook his head, and immediately glanced at everyone. Little guys, the ancient sacred dragon relics have changed. This time it ends early. You are all gone. Long Qishao and other 4 Shenlong guards respectfully responded, and then quickly swept towards the Shenlong city below. After Long Qishao and others leave, Long Jiangxin looked at Shui Linglong again and said, Elder Linglong, you should take Lu Tianxing back to Tianlongcheng. As for Jiang Chen, I will personally send him back. Shui Linglong nodded, and immediately disappeared above Shenlong city with Lu Tianxing. After Shui Linglong left, Long Jiangxin waved his palm. Jiang Chen discovered that the 3 of them had appeared in a primitive courtyard. Little guy, this time you enter the ancient sacred dragon relic, your strength has increased a lot. I wonder if you can find the treasure of the power of cultivation. Long Jiangxin didn't talk nonsense, and asked straightforwardly. Don't embarrass him. Pang Qingyuan shook his head and said, the treasures that restore the power of the origin are something that can be met but not sought. This time the ancient sacred dragon remains open for such a short time, how can it be so easy to obtain? I didn't find the treasure that restores the power of origin, but there is one thing that should be useful to Senior Pang. As Jiang Chen said, he moved his palm and directly took out the realm heart crystal from the storage ring. Chapter 1635, Back to Tianlongcheng. This is Jia Xin Shen Jing. Long Jiangxin and Pang Qingyuan looked at the crystal in Jiang Chen's hand, their eyes shrank suddenly. Yes, this is the world mind crystal left by an ancient strong man named Wusheng Venerable Sitting Hua, and he was very good at the way of life during his lifetime. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. This world heart crystal should be able to help Senior Pang restore his original strength. Destiny is sometimes really mysterious. Now I finally understand why that one would let you go to the lower realm to seek a chance to break the game. Long Jiangxin came back to his senses, and couldn't help but look honest. Since Pang Qingyuan was injured, every time the ancient sacred dragon remains opened, the ancient dragons never gave up looking for treasures to restore their original power, but there has been no news. Jiang Chen entered the ancient sacred dragon ruins in just a few months, and he actually got the legendary Jia Xin Shen Jing. This is the crystallization of the essence of the sitting and condensing of the world gods. Even an ordinary boundary heart crystal, repairing Pang Qingyuan's original source of damage, it is more than enough. This Jexin divine crystal in front of you was still condensed by a venerable Jexin who is good at the way of life. For Pang Qingyuan, this world heart crystal is probably much better than any treasure that restores the origin of martial arts. Little guy, do you really want to give me this world mind crystal? The value of a world mind crystal is inestimable, and it is also very important to you. If you absorb the power of this realm heart crystal, you may break through the heavenly realm and even the realm censored. In the future, I am afraid it will be much easier. Pang Qingyuan took a deep breath and said, slowly, this realm spirit crystal was originally prepared by me for seniors. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't keep it for now. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. What's more, although the Jia Xin Shen Jing is precious, how can the great kindness of seniors to me be comparable to a Jia Xin Shen Jing? Okay, I have noted your kindness. Pang Qingyuan said solemnly, only then took Jia Xin Shenjing from Jiang Chen. With this world mind crystal, not only can he repair the original strength, he might be able to break through the realm of God in one fell swoop. Old man, congratulations. It seems that soon, my ancient dragon tribe will probably give birth to the second true world god. Long Jiangxin couldn't help but congratulated with a smile. Pang Qingyuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. I can only say that there is such a chance. Venerable realm god, how can it be so easy to break through? No matter what, you can quickly retreat. Long Jiangxin's face also became serious in vain. Now that the Blood Moon world has begun to move around, I have a hunch, I am afraid that a big battle will break out soon. The Blood Moon realm and the ancient dragon realm are adjacent to each other, constantly rubbing against each other. The Blood Moon Realm is even better than the Ancient Dragon Realm. Pang Qingyuan is one of the quasi-world gods with few figures in the Ancient Dragon world, and the first person under the world gods. Even if Pang Qingyuan can't break through the realm of God, Long Zhengxin hopes that he can recover as soon as possible. Once a war breaks out between the two worlds, the situation in the Ancient Dragon world will probably be very bad. Relax, with this realm heart crystal, I can return to the top in at most half a year. Pang Qingyuan smiled confidently, and then directly said to Dragon Zhengxin, Jiang Chen's current strength is fully qualified to practice in God's Dragon City, you can arrange it. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation base was only in the advanced stage of true God, he could easily slaughter half a step of the heavenly censored realm. To achieve this step, relying solely on the censored king level exercises he cultivated is far from enough. If Pang Qingyuan guessed right, Jiang Chen might have at least understood 3 or 4 kinds of martial arts origins. Jiang Chen is now called the first person in the Ancient Dragon Tribe's Heavenly God realm, and it is no exaggeration. Follow the promotion rules of Shenlong City. Long Zhengxin said helplessly, if I directly arrange for Jiang Chen to enter Shenlong City, those guys will probably jump out again. Look at the arrangement. Pang Qingyuan nodded, and didn't worry too much about this issue. Anyway, with Jiang Chen's strength, the Shenlongwei assessment was a breeze for him. Jiang Chen, I will send you back to Sky Dragon City now. You can apply for the Shenlong Guard examination in Sky Dragon City. After passing the examination, you can enter the Dragon City to practice. What do you think? Long Zhengxin couldn't help asking Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen naturally made no sense to this. In fact, he didn't intend to enter the Dragon City directly, but he planned to return to the Dragon City for a while. The mysterious resurrection of Zhuang Shengyang made Jiang Chen instinctively feel a hint of danger. If he enters the Shenlong City at this moment, I am afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Jiang Chen planned to practice in Heavenly Dragon City for a period of time, striving to break through the Heavenly God realm in one fell swoop before entering the Heavenly Dragon City. He got a large amount of resources from Shenglong Temple. The next step is to use these training resources to improve your strength. In fact, it doesn't make much difference where you practice. Farewell to Pang Qingyuan. Under Long Zhengxin's escort, Jiang Chen quickly returned to the 10th hanging peak of Sky Dragon City. To be precise, it can now be called the 9th hanging peak. A line of ancient sacred dragon relics. The first true dragon Tianzhao Long Haochong did not come back alive, and the Xuanfeng where he was located was also taken back by the censored of the ancient dragon clan. Today, in Tianlong City, there are only 9 hanging peaks left again. Jiang Chen, quickly participate in the Shenlongwei assessment and be promoted to Shenlong City. Elder Pang and I are waiting for you in Shenlong City. Long Zhengxin sent Jiang Chen back to Heavenly Dragon City, directly confessed, then turned into a sword light and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. Finally, I'm back. Now my strength should be able to hold on to the Heavenly Dragon Palace for a long time. After Long Zhengxin leaves, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he did not rush back to the Xuanfeng, but instead looked towards the direction of the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Apart from not wanting to face the mysterious Zhuang Shengyang for the time being, the reason why he wanted to return to Sky Dragon City was because of the ancient dragon essence and blood rewards in the Sky Dragon Palace. The ancient dragon's essence and blood are infinitely useful, not only can greatly increase the cultivation base, but also can improve the realm of the divine body vision. After 30 breaths in the Tianlong Palace, for every additional breath, 9 can get a drop of ancient dragon essence and blood. As time goes by, the quality of the ancient dragon blood rewarded by the Tianlong Palace will be higher and higher. Jiang Chen would naturally not let go of this opportunity to obtain the essence of the ancient dragon. With a decision in his mind, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and turned into a stream of light and swept towards the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Chapter 1636. Enter the Tianlong Palace again, the first person in history. Tianlong City Center, Tianlong Hall. When Jiang Chen descended outside the Tianlong Temple, many of the Tianlong Temple disciples waiting to break through the barriers could not help but be in an uproar. Jiang Chen, didn't he enter the ancient sacred dragon ruins? How could he be here? This time the ancient sacred dragon ruins have ended ahead of schedule. Didn't you see that the first hanging peak has disappeared? It is said that the first true dragon, Tianzhao Long Hao Kang, has fallen to the ancient sacred dragon ruins. What a terrifying aura! In today's Sky Dragon City, I am afraid that no one will be Jiang Chen's opponent. When many Tianlongcheng disciples were talking about it, one of the lay robe youths with a cold complexion also showed an extremely complicated expression in the eyes of Jiang Chen. This thunder-robed youth is exactly the top disciple Bai Li Ting of Sky Dragon City. When Jiang Chen first entered the Sky Dragon City, he was instigated by Bailijian to get Jiang Chen's opportunity to exchange the world god art for free. In the end, Jiang Chen broke through the Tianlong Palace for 30 breaths in one fell swoop and was promoted to the 10th True Dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City. Bai Liting was not upset, so he challenged Jiang Chen. In that battle, he teamed up with several top disciples, and they were easily defeated by Jiang Chen. Now he is still stuck in the 29th breath of the Tianlong Palace, but Jiang Chen is already one of the best True Dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City, and he has to look up. Bai Liting is very clear. In his entire life, he was afraid that he would never be able to catch up with Jiang Chen. There was a lot of discussion among everyone. After a Tianlongcheng disciple persisted for 23 breaths, he finally retreated from the Tianlong Palace in embarrassment. When everyone saw this, no one had the intention to go to the Tianlong Palace to break through. Their eyes all fell on Jiang Chen's body, ready to let Jiang Chen pass the barrier first. Jiang Chen is now one of the best True Dragon Tianzhao in Tianlongcheng. How dare these Tianlongcheng disciples enter the Tianlong Palace first in front of Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen was not polite, and walked directly towards the inside of the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Jiang Chen started the barrier-breaking mode in the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation has reached the late stage of the superior true god, the difficulty of entering the Tianlong Palace has once again increased a lot. This still didn't pose much threat to Jiang Chen, whose combat power was already comparable to that of the First Order gods. Jiang Chen didn't put much effort into it, and he had already broken through 35 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace, and achieved the same result as the previous pass. At 32 breaths, Jiang Chen could no longer kill his opponent with a single move, forcibly dragged to 35 breaths and was eliminated. Jiang Chen was naturally quick to kill all the way. The next 36th breath, Jiang Chen was already an opponent in the late half of the Heavenly God realm. However, such an existence could not cause any obstacle to Jiang Chen. The 37th interest, 38th interest, 39th interest. Until the 40th breath, the condensed opponent in front of Jiang Chen had become a real first-order god. Although Jiang Chen doesn't have to be inferior to the opponent in front of him in combat power, it is difficult to kill him in one shot. After the 3 moves, Jiang Chen was finally eliminated from the Heavenly Dragon Palace. And his breakthrough results, in the end also stayed at 43 breaths. Many Tianlongcheng disciples looked at the numbers displayed above the Tianlong Palace, their gazes were dull, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Although they had expected it. With Jiang Chen's current strength, Sky Dragon City's performance in the barriers must be very high, but he still didn't expect it to be so terrifying. 43 breaths, this is too terrifying. A Tianlongcheng disciple came back to his senses and couldn't help but swallowed secretly, his face was full of shock. It's really scary. Another disciple couldn't help taking a breath, and murmured, as far as I know, since the establishment of Tianlong City, no one has been able to hold on for more than 40 breaths in the Tianlong Palace. Sky Dragon City has been established for more than 1 million years. In the history of more than 1 million years, there has never been an existence of more than 40 breaths in the Tianlong Palace. Before this, the highest record of the Tianlong Palace was only 39 breaths. This highest record holder is Dragon Jiangxin from 100,000 years ago, and has already become the Venerable Jiangxin of Shenlong City. 100,000 years, there has never been any disciple in Sky Dragon City, breaking this record. Jiang Chen finally broke this record and became the first person of the Gulong clan in millions of years. 43 breaths, how is this possible? Bai Liting's eyes were dull, and an unbelievable look appeared on his face. Although Bai Liting was not qualified to experience the situation in the Tianlong Palace after 30 breaths, he still knew something about it. From 31 to 40 breath in the Tianlong Palace, the opponents faced by the passer-through are all half-steps of the existence of the heavenly gods. And after more than 40 breaths, he was already a real first-tier opponent of the gods. Jiang Chen can hold on to 43 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Doesn't it mean that Jiang Chen can at least beat the strong men of the First Order of the Heavens by 3 moves and remain unbeaten? A large hall thousands of miles away from Tianlong Temple. Shui Linglong also sensed the situation in the Tianlong Palace, and there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen, this kid, went to the Heavenly Dragon Palace as soon as he returned to the Sky Dragon City. He also broke 43 breaths in one breath, breaking the record left by Venerable Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and the others came out of the ancient sacred dragon ruins. Shui Linglong still didn't quite believe that Jiang Chen could kill dozens of other realms in the Heavenly God realm in the ancient sacred dragon ruins. But this moment, Shui Linglong had to believe it. Being able to persist in the Heavenly Dragon Palace until 43 breaths is enough to prove that Jiang Chen has the ability to compete head-on with the First Order Heavenly God. After 40 breaths in the Tianlong Palace, it is really not an ordinary difficulty. It seems that if you want to stay in the true gods for a longer time, I am afraid it is not easy. Jiang Chen, who was eliminated, couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Although his combat power is not inferior to the First Order Heavenly God, it is absolutely impossible to kill the First Order strong person in an instant. Want to go further in the true gods? Unless his cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the superior true god, and the 6 martial arts origins are also comprehended to 90%, I am afraid that there will be such a chance. Jiang Chen was also very satisfied with the result of his breakthrough this time. Compared with the previous pass, Jiang Chen's time in the Tianlong Palace increased by 8 breaths, and he was rewarded with 8 drops of ancient dragon blood. The quality of these 8 drops of ancient dragon blood was much higher than the ones he had before. With these 8 drops of ancient dragon essence blood, it is not impossible for him to break through the peak of the superior true censored in a short time. Chapter 1637, the highest true censored peak, the censored body vision is great. After coming out of Tianlong Hall, Jiang Chen returned to his hanging peak under the shocking gaze of many Tianlongcheng disciples, ready to continue practicing. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation speed has been extremely terrifying since he entered God's domain, it took less than 10 years. Jiang Chen had already advanced from the realm of the ruins, and became a superior true god, and his combat power was not inferior to the first order power of the gods. But in Jiang Chen's view, this is far from enough. True God realm is only the lowest level existence in God realm. Without the help of a powerful person above the heavenly God realm, the true God realm would only be trapped in one realm for life. The 3,000 realms of God's domain, like stars, are densely distributed in a huge universe. Even 2 adjacent realms are separated from each other by an eternal void without any breath of life. And the true gods did not have the ability to walk in the eternal void at all. Even the best true gods can hardly resist the mysterious power in the eternal void. Once you step into the eternal void, it is difficult to come out alive. If you want to travel freely in the 3,000 realms of the gods, you must at least have the strength of the gods. Only by breaking through the heavenly God realm can he have the ability to walk out of the ancient dragon world and find the whereabouts of his father Zhang Wuya. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen directly took out the 8 drops of ancient dragon essence blood he had just obtained and began to swallow it. Ding! You swallow a drop of ancient dragon blood and gain a lot of divine power. Ding! You swallow a drop of ancient dragon essence and blood, the divine body vision gains a lot of experience. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Because he has found out. Although the quality of the ancient dragon blood that was rewarded before 40 breaths in the Tianlong Palace is good, it is still diluted ancient dragon blood. The reward after 40 breaths is already the real essence of the ancient dragon. Jiang Chen clearly felt it. A drop of real ancient dragon essence blood has an effect that is dozens of times stronger than diluted ancient dragon essence blood. Jiang Chen kept swallowing Gulong's essence and blood. 5 drops of diluted ancient dragon essence blood and 3 drops of real ancient dragon essence blood had already been swallowed by Jiang Chen. And Jiang Chen's cultivation level directly and smoothly broke through the peak of the superior true god. His divine body vision also reached the realm of great achievement. I didn't expect that the reward after 40 breaths of the Tianlong Palace turned out to be the real essence of the ancient dragon. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and his eyes also revealed unconcealed surprises. These 8 drops of ancient dragon essence blood can only advance the time of his breakthrough a lot, and are not enough for him to directly reach the peak of the superior true god. But I didn't expect that in these 8 drops of ancient dragon blood, there were actually 3 drops of real ancient dragon blood. He was equivalent to swallowing hundreds of drops of diluted ancient dragon essence blood instantly, and he reached the realm of the pinnacle of the superior true censored in one breath. Now that the cultivation base has broken through the peak of the true gods, the next step is to comprehend the origins of various martial arts and prepare for breaking through the heavenly gods. Jiang Chen pondered slightly and began to count the treasures in the storage ring. This time in Shenglong Tiangong, Jiang Chen naturally also got a lot of treasures that helped to improve the origin of martial arts. He was going to count these treasures, and then combined with the power of the world censored on the hanging peak, to fully enhance the power of the martial arts origin. After making all preparations, Jiang Chen also entered the cultivation state again. Ding! You consume a piece of the purple thunder god bamboo, and the origin of thunder will gain 1,000,000*100 experience. Ding! You swallow a fire emperor Dao fruit, and the origin of fire Dao will gain 3,000,000*100 experience. Jiang Chen finally consumed all the treasures that could enhance his martial arts origin. He has almost mastered 90% of the origin of his kendo. And the original power of the three ways of wind, fire and thunder is at least mastered over 70%. Only the time origin and the space origin did not improve much during this period of time, staying at about 40%. Treasures that can enhance the origin of time and space are relatively rare. Even among the treasures Jiang Chen obtained from Shenglong Tiangong, there were almost no such treasures. Regarding this situation, Jiang Chen felt rather helpless. The difference between the way of time and the way of space, and the other four martial arts, is really too big. He wants fellow practitioners of the six paths to directly condense the power of the six paths of the world, and to become the sixth order of the gods in one fell swoop, which is undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. If there is no training resources in this area, enlightenment alone, without 10 or 8 years, the origin of time and space may have been difficult to catch up. If you can successfully master the four origins of wind, fire and thunder, and kendo, and then condense the power of the four worlds to directly break through the fourth order of the gods, it would be considered extremely good. A genius among geniuses who can condense the power of the two worlds in the realm of true gods and reach the second order of the gods. And it is even rarer to be able to condense the power of the three realms and even the four realms of the world. The main reason why ordinary gods' geniuses want to master the cross-level breakthrough of the martial arts origin is mainly because of the heavens. Heavenly god realm powerhouses, every time they break through the first level, they have to survive the heavenly god tribulation. Celestial tribulation is a very dangerous existence, and if you are not careful, there is a risk of falling. If you can break through across stages, no matter how many stages you have crossed, you only need to cross the celestial tribulation once. Breaking through the first order of the gods first, and then breaking through the first order and first order later, it takes 6 times of the gods' calamity to reach the sixth order of the gods. If you can master the 6 complete sources of martial arts in the realm of true gods, you can directly advance to the 6 realms of the gods with only one trip through the gods. This is also the reason why many gods' geniuses choose to accumulate at the peak of the true gods when conditions permit. And Jiang Chen has a system in his body, which can perfectly shield the celestial tribulation. It doesn't matter whether you enter the first order of the celestial god, or master several martial arts and then break through the steps, there is actually not much difference. No matter what, let's first fully understand the origin of kendo. As long as he can comprehend the complete source of kendo, he can break through the heavenly realm at any time. When to break through the realm of the gods, he can completely depend on the situation. If there is no danger, he can continue to comprehend other martial arts origins in the realm of true spirits without breaking through. Once in danger, breaking through the heavenly god realm can also become his hidden hole card. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and began to use the power of Xuanfeng's world god to continue to improve the origin of martial arts. Chapter 1638, Territory War broke out. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on a mountain in the center of the suspended peak, fully comprehending the power of the world censored in the suspended peak. Ding! You can comprehend the power of the world gods and gain 50,000*100 experience from the source of kendo. Ding! You can comprehend the power of the world gods, and the origin of Lei Dao has gained 50,000*100 experience. Ding! You can comprehend the power of the world god, and the origin of the wind channel will gain 50,000*100 experience. The origin of martial arts is the power above the laws of martial arts. Jiang Chen is now using the power of the world censored of Xuanfeng to understand the origin of martial arts, and the speed of gaining experience is significantly slower than that of comprehending the laws of martial arts. Jiang Chen has no treasures that can improve the origin of martial arts, and the power of the world censored, who can comprehend the Xuanfeng is the only way he can quickly improve the origin of martial arts. With such insights, 1 year passed quickly. Jiang Chen 90% of the roots of Kendo finally came to a complete success, comprehending the complete Kendo roots. Today's Jiang Chen has truly stepped into the heavenly God realm with 1 foot. As long as he is willing, he can condense the power of the world in an instant and become a powerhouse of the first order of the gods. After the origin of Kendo is completed, Jiang Chen didn't plan to end his training, he was ready to continue to comprehend other martial arts origins. After the roots of Kendo were completed, Jiang Chen didn't have time to practice for a few days in the future. He suddenly received an urgent message from Shui Linglong, asking him to leave and gather at the central square of Tianlong City. It seems that something big has happened. If it wasn't for a major event, how could the first elder in charge of Sky Dragon City suddenly send him an emergency call? He didn't hesitate at all, ended his training directly and headed towards the central square. When Jiang Chen came to the central square, there were already no less than 100 Tianlongcheng disciples gathered here. Including the other 8 true dragons in Tianlong City, Bai Liting and other top disciples, are all on the list. Almost all those gathered in the central square are elite disciples of Sky Dragon City. Brother Jiang Chen, are you here? Seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, Lu Tianxing, who had already appeared here, quickly greeted him. Jiang Chen asked curiously, Brother Lu, what happened? I don't know why the elder summoned us. Lu Tianxing was taken aback for a moment. You don't know yet. This year, he has been in the Xuanfeng to understand the origin of martial arts, and he has not left for half a step. He really doesn't know what happened. Seeing that such a big event had happened, Jiang Chen didn't even know anything. Lu Tianxing couldn't help being speechless for a while, and had to explain to Jiang Chen. About 3 months ago, the Blood Moon world suddenly invaded the ancient dragon world, and the war between the 2 worlds broke out. The ancient dragon tribe has only mobilized the power of Shenlong City, and Tianlong City has not yet participated in this realm war. After 3 months of fighting, the ancient dragon realm lost a lot of power, and even the celestial god realm had fallen on the battlefield. The situation was not optimistic. Because of the strength being stretched, Dragon City had to participate in the war as well. Shui Linglong summoned them this time to support the frontline battlefield. In the conversation between Jiang Chen and Lu Tianxing, suddenly there was a violent fluctuation in the sky above the square, and the figures of the 3 celestial elders including Shui Linglong appeared in no time. Everyone, the Blood Moon world is invading the ancient dragon world. I think you already know something. The current situation of the war is extremely unfavorable to my ancient dragon world. You are all elite disciples of the ancient dragon tribe. Now that the ancient dragon tribe is in trouble, you should do your part and do your best. Today, 2 elders, Jin Chuyang and Yanshang, will lead you to help the frontline battlefield. Shui Linglong's gaze swept across everyone, and the faint voice rang directly over the square. Hearing Shui Linglong's words, many Tianlongcheng disciples did not seem too surprised. These days, the capital city disciples have already understood the news of supporting the frontline battlefield. Some disciples even had a look of excitement in their eyes. Under the leadership of the 2 elders, Jin Chuyang and Yanshang, the group passed directly through the teleportation array of the Tianlong City and came to the eastern Tianlong Palace. The Blood Moon world is located to the east of the ancient dragon world. 3 months ago, a large number of warriors in the Blood Moon world suddenly invaded the ancient dragon world, causing the entire frontier of the ancient dragon world to fall. And what Jiang Chen and the others wanted to support was a celestial god-level force called Tianpeng Divine Kingdom in the border of the eastern region. Although Tianpeng Kingdom is not the frontal battlefield of the war between the 2 worlds, its geographical location is also special. Once lost, the entire eastern region will be exposed under the eyelids of the Blood Moon realm. Tianpeng Kingdom is one of the key defense places in the ancient dragon world. Not long ago, the Blood Moon realm invested a large number of vigorous forces to attack the heavenly kingdom of Tianpeng, which caused heavy losses to the kingdom of Tianpeng. Including a strong man in the censored realm and several half-step gods, all fell. The ancient dragon tribe didn't hesitate to use the reserve power of Tianlong City to help Tianpeng Divine Kingdom. Elder Jin, I want to be alone and rush to Tianpeng Divine Kingdom first. After coming out of the Heavenly Dragon Palace in the Eastern Territory, Jiang Chen felt that Jin Chuyang and the 2 disciples of the Heavenly Dragon City were traveling too slowly, so he planned to leave the large army and head for the kingdom of Tianping. Jin Chuyang pondered slightly. In this case, let Elder Yan lead them to come later, let me go ahead with you. Although Jiang Chen is now very powerful, Jin Chuyang is obviously not worried that Jiang Chen will go to Tianping Divine Kingdom alone. When Yan Chong heard this, his brows couldn't help but frown. Jin Chuyang, as the elder of Tianlongcheng, do you have to follow Jiang Chen to mess around? Why am I messing around? Jin Chuyang snorted coldly. If Pengshan Kingdom is in danger today, Jiang Chen and I will go there first, and this will relieve the pressure on Tianping Kingdom to a certain extent. Elder Jin, you should lead the team with Elder Yan Chong, I'm enough. When he was in the ancient sacred dragon ruins, his combat power was no longer inferior to the powerhouses of the First Order ordinary gods. Now that his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the supreme true god, several martial arts origins have been improved a lot. Especially the origin of Kendo has been successfully mastered. With his current strength, even many first-tier powerhouses, I am afraid they are definitely not his opponents. Well, then you are careful. Thinking that Jiang Chen had already broken through the Tianlong Palace 43 breaths and had the capital to contend with the Heavenly God Realm, Jin Chuyang finally agreed. Jiang Chen's voice fell, directly turned into an afterimage, swept towards the sky ahead. Chapter 1639. Support Tianping Kingdom. After Jiang Chen left the army, he drove on his way alone. About 10 days later, Jiang Chen finally rushed to the territory of Tianping Divine Kingdom. Entered Tianping Kingdom of God. Jiang Chen discovered that the situation in Tianping Divine Kingdom was much more severe than he thought. Along the way, he had seen countless people from Tianping Kingdom and began to flee in a hurry. The entire Tianping Kingdom has fallen into chaos. Jiang Chen stopped a truth-censored realm warrior who had fled, and soon had a general understanding of the situation of the Tianping Divine Kingdom. Just a few days ago, under the attack of the Blood Moon Realm, Tianping Divine Kingdom had already retreated steadily and lost all lines. Most of the eastern part of the Tianping Kingdom has been occupied by the Blood Moon Realm. Now the Blood Moon Realm has approached the capital of Tianping Divine Kingdom, making Tianping Divine Kingdom in jeopardy. Once the Blood Moon World breaks through the Tianping Divine Kingdom capital city, it means that the ancient dragon world's defense line will be torn apart by the Blood Moon World. The entire eastern region of the ancient dragon world, I am afraid, will be plunged into dire straits. After learning the situation of Tianping Divine Kingdom, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, and hurriedly hurried towards the capital of Tianping Kingdom. Jiang Chen came to a place less than 1,000 miles away from the heavenly kingdom of Tianping. In the front view, a city appeared, and there was a vaguely huge and messy energy fluctuation. As Jiang Chen approached, a chaotic battle scene in front of the city also appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. This city has already been attacked by the Blood Moon Realm. A silver armor defender of the Tianping Kingdom is fighting fiercely with a Blood Moon powerhouse wearing a blood-colored robe. Haha. Breaking through this city, I can finally collect enough merit points to exchange treasures to break through the Heavenly God Realm in one fell swoop. The brawny man in the Blood Moon world laughed, and on the censored long knife in his hand, a censored sword light blatantly split 1,000 feet of the void, and appeared in front of the silver armor guard in the blink of an eye. The silver armor defender's complexion changed drastically, and he cut out 7 silver sword lights in a row, only then barely resisted the brawny sword. This silver armor guard is only the cultivation base of the advanced troop censored, in the late stage, but the brawny man in the Blood Moon world has reached the peak of the superior true god. In the previous confrontation, this silver armor defender had obviously suffered serious injuries and was no longer in his peak state. Facing the attack of the brawny man in the Blood Moon world, he could only passively defend and support. After about 3 strokes, the silver armor defender was no longer able to resist. He was directly smashed and flew upside down by the strong man in the Blood Moon world. The sword hit the silver armor guard. Just when the strong man in the Blood Moon world was about to take advantage of the victory and pursue it. In the distant sky, a black afterimage cut through the sky like a meteor, rushed to the Blood Moon Realm's camp, and then stepped on it with 1 foot. Within 1,000 feet of a radius, the divine bodies of more than a dozen people from the Blood Moon Realm burst apart. The sudden scene also caused everyone in the field to be stunned. The people of the heavenly kingdom of Tianping, headed by the silver armor guard, couldn't help showing a look of joy in his eyes. Although they didn't know the identity of the black-clothed youth in front of them, the opponent's strength was obviously extremely powerful. Having such a helper is undoubtedly great news for them. Boy, who are you, dare to ruin my good deeds? The brawny man in the Blood Moon world stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and his expression instantly became extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand and said lightly, I'm here to kill you. Ha, a mere little boy, dare to speak up here, just go to death. The strong man in the Blood Moon realm had a sharp look, and the long knife in his hand swung around in the air, directly bringing up a burst of censored sword aura, overwhelmingly attacking Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, expressionless, raised his hand to the Blood Moon realm. Strong man volleyed a little. I saw the sky full of sword energy, and the body of this strong man in the Blood Moon world, both solidified in vain in midair. A ghostly sword finger pierced everything, and the Blood Moon realm brawny man had no time to react, and the sword finger had already penetrated from the center of his eyebrows. Only heard a bang, the body of the brawny man in the Blood Moon world exploded directly in midair. Many people in the Blood Moon world have a dull look like a ghost. The strength of the black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared in front of him was so terrifying. Even the leader, whose strength reached the pinnacle of the superior true, censored, was killed by the opponent with a single move. These people in the Blood Moon world came back to their senses, where there was still the mind to continue attacking, and quickly fled away in panic with a look of horror. This little brother, thank you for your help. I don't know the name of the little brother. The Yinjia guardian came back to his senses and quickly stepped forward to thank Jiang Chen with a grateful expression. The Blood Moon realm powerhouse made a surprise attack, and they could hardly resist it. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's timely help, not only would he fall here today, but I am afraid that the entire city would fall into the hands of the Blood Moon realm. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, I am Jiang Chen, a disciple of the Gulong clan, and I am here to support the kingdom of Tianpeng. The support of the ancient dragons has finally arrived. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the silver armor guard's face also couldn't help showing a look of ecstasy. When he saw that Jiang Chen didn't have any companions, his expression couldn't help but sink slightly. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, did the Gulong tribe only send you this time? As today, the kingdom of Peng God is at stake. If there is only this reinforcement in front of you, even if this one is so powerful, I am afraid it will not change the situation at all. Of course not, I'm just one step ahead. Jiang Chen smiled and said, the two elders of the ancient dragon clan, with hundreds of disciples, are on the way to support. There should be a few days before they arrive. The silver armor guard heard this and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. 2 half-step heavenly gods, plus 100 talented disciples of the ancient dragon clan. With the addition of such power, even those who cannot expel the Blood Moon realm, at least stabilize the situation of the Heavenly Peng Kingdom, there shouldn't be much problem. Tell me about the current situation of the Tianpeng Kingdom of God, right? Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and directly asked the Yinjia guard. The Yinjia guardian nodded, and then quickly introduced the situation of Tianpeng Divine Kingdom to Jiang Chen. Since the battle a few days ago, Tianpeng Divine Kingdom has been retreating steadily under the attack of the Blood Moon world, and now it has been trapped in the Tianpeng Divine Kingdom capital. With the powerful defense of the capital, Tianpeng Divine Kingdom temporarily resisted the attack of the Blood Moon realm, but it could not last long. Now, Blood Moon realm is attacking the capital of Tianpeng Divine Kingdom while sweeping the territory of Tianpeng Divine Kingdom. Most of the surrounding cities of Tianpeng Divine Kingdom capital city have already been occupied by Blood Moon realm. If it weren't for Jiang Chen to arrive in time, this Qingfeng city would probably also fall into the hands of the Blood Moon realm today. Chapter 1640, Kill the Quartet. How many powerhouses in the Blood Moon realm are in the kingdom of Tianpeng? Jiang Chen pondered slightly and asked a more critical question. As far as I know, there are a total of 4 heavenly gods in the Blood Moon realm attacking the Tianpeng Divine Kingdom, one of which is a second-order god, and 3 are first-order. In addition, there are dozens of half-step heavenly gods. Originally, Heavenly Peng Divine Emperor and 2 heavenly divine realms who came to support us were sitting here, and Tianpeng Divine Realm was barely able to block the Blood Moon realm's attack. But not long ago, one of the heavenly god realms suddenly fell into the hands of the Blood Moon realm, and the situation instantly became out of control. The silver armor guard smiled bitterly. There are 4 heavenly gods in the Blood Moon realm, of which 3 are first-order gods and 1 is second-order gods. With Jiang Chen's current strength, the 3 powerhouses at the first rank of the gods are not a concern at all. The only thing that can cause trouble to him is the strong man of Tier 2 heavenly god. Jiang Chen thought for a while, and said directly to the defender Yin Jia, "You should have a better understanding of the situation around Qingfeng City. Take me to the city that has been captured by the Blood Moon Realm." "Your Excellency Jiang Chen, do you want to attack the Blood Moon Realm alone?" The silver armor guard suddenly raised his head, and there was a look of consternation in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Although he has to admit, the disciple of the Gulong clan in front of him is very strong, possessing the ability to kill the first-class true gods in seconds. With his own power, he couldn't reverse the situation of Tianpeng Divine Kingdom at all. The silver armor guard is about to invite Jiang Chen to rest in the city, and he will wait until the Gulong clan reinforcements arrive before making plans. Who knows that Jiang Chen is going to take the initiative? Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I plan to regain a few cities that were captured by the Blood Moon Realm first, and relieve some of the pressure on Tianpeng Divine Kingdom capital city." The capital of Tianpeng Divine Kingdom is now besieged by the Blood Moon Realm, and the pressure it must bear is not small. If he counterattacked a few cities, the Blood Moon Realm would definitely pull out more power to suppress it. He can gradually erode the power of the Blood Moon world. If the Blood Moon Realm sent a strong man of the First Order of the Gods, perhaps he could still wait for the opportunity to behead him. As long as one of the Heavenly God Realm powerhouse is killed, the situation will be reversed. When Jinchuyang brings the disciples of Tianlongcheng, they can counterattack with all their strength and drive the people of the Blood Moon world out of the kingdom of Tianpeng. The closest thing to Qingfeng City is White River City, 5,000 miles away. According to the information I got, White River City was breached by the Blood Moon Realm 2 days ago. The silver armor guard gritted his teeth. Since Jiang Chen wanted to attack the Blood Moon world and share the pressure for the capital of Tianpeng Divine Kingdom, the Yinjiao defender, as the general of Tianpeng Divine Kingdom, naturally had no reason to back down. Jiang Chen was able to kill the existence of the top true censored peak in one move, and he was probably at least a half-step heavenly god. Now the powerhouses of the Blood Moon Realm are concentrated in the Tianpeng Divine Kingdom capital city, and there are very few people in the Blood Moon Realm who are responsible for attacking the surrounding cities. With Jiang Chen's strength, perhaps he can really counterattack the two cities and attract a part of the Blood Moon world. The Yinjia Guardian no longer hesitated at the moment. He directly greeted a few cronies, and took Jiang Chen quickly towards Baihei City. A lot of people from the Blood Moon Realm have fled, and they are likely to go to White River City to report. Since they want to take the initiative to attack, naturally the sooner the better, so that the people in the Blood Moon world can be caught off guard. Now in the Blood Moon Realm powerhouse in Tianpeng Divine Kingdom, apart from the presence of the second-tier powerhouse of the Heavenly God, who can stop him? The distance of 5,000 miles is not far away for Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen came to Baihei City under the leadership of the Yinjia Guardian. Outside the west gate of Baihei City, at this moment, dozens of people from the Blood Moon Realm have gathered here, and the first one is a wicked middle-aged man with a censored gown. The middle-aged man and the others also spotted Jiang Chen and his party coming towards Baihei City in an instant. At the moment, they couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. Since their Blood Moon world invaded Tianpeng Divine Kingdom, the people of Tianpeng Divine Kingdom either abandoned the city and fled, or defended the city. But no one has ever dared to run into their Blood Moon realm so blatantly like this few people in front of them. Tong, Master, they are the people of Qingfeng City. Just when the middle-aged man was about to speak, a terrified voice beside him rang directly in his ears. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Half a day ago, he sent a superior deputy commander of the Peak of the True Censored to lead a team to attack Qingfeng City. But just now, many people fled back from Qingfeng City in panic, and told him that a strong man appeared in Qingfeng City, and even the deputy commander was beheaded. The middle-aged man was immediately angry, and assembled a team of people to kill towards Qingfeng City. The middle-aged man never thought of it. He had just assembled the people, but the people of Qingfeng City took the lead to kill. Boy, you are quite courageous. I haven't come to trouble you yet. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to kill the door. The middle-aged man swept his eyes and fell directly on Jiang Chen, his murderous awe-inspiring expression. Among the few people in front of him, only this black-clothed youth had reached the pinnacle of the true god, and had the strength to kill one of his deputy leaders. People in the Blood Moon world, my ancient dragon world, is not where you should be. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. Give you a chance to survive, wherever you come from, immediately go back to wherever you came from. Otherwise, Kill without mercy. Boy, I was about to go to Qingfeng City to settle accounts with you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. Since you are so eager to die, then I will fulfill you and kill them for me. The middle-aged man smiled coldly, waved his big hand directly, and greeted the people of the Blood Moon world behind him to kill Jiang Chen. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and when he flipped his hand, a soul-killing seal was suppressed from the void. The two Blood Moon martial artists who rushed towards Jiang Chen had no time to react, and they were transformed into nothingness under Jiang Chen's seal. Jiang Chen's seal of punishing the characters and the seal of opening the gods also threw towards the Blood Moon martial artists. Two powerful divine seals, with invincible power, destroyed everything in the space of 100 miles. The dozens of warriors who were shrouded in the seal of the gods, before they even had time to make a scream, turned into a pile of ashes. Today's Jiang Chen, killing a half-step Tian divine realm is like slaughtering a chicken and a dog, let alone these ordinary true divine realms in front of him. Jiang Chen had already massacred the quartet and slaughtered dozens of people from the Blood Moon realm completely. Chapter 1641, Invincible all the way. The demon-headed man looked at this scene, and finally there was an unconcealable panic in his eyes. Dozens of warriors in the true gods. Among them, there were more than a dozen high-ranking true gods, and two deputy leaders of the peak of the top true gods were all killed by the black youth in front of them. Although he knew the strength of this kid in front of him was extraordinary, he did not expect that this kid was already so terrifying. Even with his half-step strength in the early days of the Heavenly God realm, it is impossible to do it. This kid is definitely a half-step Heavenly God, and it is also a half-step Heavenly Censored that is more powerful than him. I am Jiang Chen, a disciple of the Ancient Dragon clan. Since you don't want to get out of the Ancient Dragon world, leave me forever. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and an invisible kendo power surged out of him instantly. Jiang Chen seemed to have transformed into an ancient divine sword exuding endless kendo power. The terrible kendo coercion instantly filled the void. The demon man's complexion was pale, and his body was trembling under the pressure of this terrifying kendo. Facing the black-clothed youth in front of him, he seemed to be facing the Heavenly God realm of the Blood Moon realm, giving him a feeling of being unable to disobey. The strange man is only grateful for the dead souls in his heart. He didn't even have the courage to face Jiang Chen, so he turned into a censored glow and fled away. Before the monster man could escape how far away, an invisible force of swordsmanship instantly penetrated all obstacles and hit the monster man's body. Only a soft sound was heard, and the monster man's figure instantly changed from extremely fast to still. The monster man was divided into two from the middle, and fell into two halves from the air. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even the first-tier powerhouse of the gods is not afraid. And the strange man in front of him was just an ordinary half-step early stage of the Heavenly God realm, and he was no different from the ants in front of Jiang Chen. In White River City, some of the people in the Blood Moon realm who stayed behind on the wall were all shocked by the scene before them. They are powerful and invincible, leading them all the way to sweep the leaders of the three cities of Tianpeng Kingdom, and they were killed in seconds. Escape. Many people in the Blood Moon realm looked horrified and quickly scattered and fled. Is this too tough? Behind Jiang Chen, the silver-armored general named Wang Ying and several of his cronies couldn't help taking a breath. Kill dozens of warriors in the Blood Moon world between the hands. Even the leader of the Blood Moon realm, the half-step Heavenly God realm, was lightly downplayed by Jiang Chen with a flash. Looking at the people in the Blood Moon realm who were fleeing, Jiang Chen waved his palm lightly, and the sky full of sword energy instantly enveloped 100 li space. Puff puff. I saw the Blood Moon realm warriors who had fled in panic. They had been strangled by the sky full of sword energy before they even reacted, and turned into a rain of blood scattered in the air. Resolving these Blood Moon warriors lightly, Jiang Chen directly rushed into White River City and cleaned up the Blood Moon world remnants in the city. Regained White River City, Jiang Chen didn't waste time either. He directly said to Wang Ying who was following him, "Send someone to take over Baihei City, and then take me to the next city captured by the Blood Moon realm." Wang Ying respectfully responded. Today's Wang Ying is completely convinced by Jiang Chen. It took less than half an hour in total since he brought Jiang Chen to Baihei City. But Jiang Chen, in such a short time, with his own power, captured Baihei City, which had a half-step Heavenly God realm. Unless the Heavenly God realm powerhouse in the Blood Moon realm takes action, I am afraid that no one can pose any threat to him. Wang Ying took Jiang Chen all the way east, to Frost Leaf City, which was adjacent to Baihei City. The power of the Blood Moon Realm in Frost Leaf City is not strong, not even a half-step Heavenly God Realm. Jiang Chen almost effortlessly pushed invincible all the way, killing Frost Leaf City's Blood Moon martial artist, and regaining a city again. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, east of Frost Leaf City is the famous Feiyun Pass in Tianping Kingdom. Feiyun Pass is located in a fortress. It is the only way to enter the capital from the east of Tianping Kingdom. The Blood Moon Realm is very likely to be guarded by heavy soldiers. Next, shall we go to Feiyun Pass? After capturing Shuangyicheng, Wang Ying couldn't help but hesitate slightly. Go, why not? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Since Feiyun Pass is so important, then we can just capture Feiyun Pass and cut off the Blood Moon world. Now he has only captured 2 small cities and killed some small towns. I am afraid it will be difficult to attract the attention of Blood Moon Realm. If you can overcome Feiyun Pass, it will surely make the Blood Moon Realm shake. Maybe the Blood Moon Realm would send a Heavenly God Realm powerhouse to deal with him. He can take the opportunity to kill a Heavenly God Realm of the Blood Moon Realm, greatly weakening the strength of the Blood Moon Realm. Seeing that Jiang Chen had already decided to attack Feiyun Pass, Wang Yingwen did not hesitate, and took Jiang Chen directly towards Feiyun Pass. Feiyun Pass, located thousands of miles away to the east of Tianping Shen Kingdom's imperial capital, a Shangguan Pass is located at the intersection of 2 mountain ranges. The mountains on both sides of Feiyun Pass were extremely steep, as if they were split apart by a sharp giant axe. An extremely fierce gust of wind permeates the mountains all year round, covering the entire sky above Feiyun Pass. This kind of gang wind can easily strangle a true, censored, martial artist. It is precisely because of the environment of Feiyun Pass that it has become a natural fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even the best true gods cannot pass Feiyun Pass from the air. In the center of Feiyun Pass, in a huge palace, a blood-clothed young man sits at the top of the hall. The blood-clothed youth was handsome but strange. Especially on the center of his eyebrows, there is a mysterious mark exuding a faint blood, which seems to give people a very strange feeling. On both sides of the hall, there are also many Blood Moon warriors who enjoy singing and dancing while tasting the various delicacies and wines in front of them. 9 sons, something has happened. I just got the news that Commander Yu, who was in charge of attacking to the front, was blocked by the mysterious powerhouse of Tianping Divine Kingdom and had already encountered an accident. I'm worried that the mysterious strong man will be killed towards Feiyun Pass, so I asked the son to prepare early. At this moment, a guard hurriedly walked to the side of the blood-clothed youth and said anxiously, "What can I prepare?" The blood-clothed youth didn't care at all. It's fine if that guy doesn't come. If he really dared to come to Feiyun Pass, he would just kill him. Chapter 1642, The 9 Young Masters of Blood Moon Palace. My son, don't be careless. The guard hurriedly said, Feiyun Pass has a special geographical location. Once it is taken back by Tianping Divine Kingdom, our army that besieged Tianping Divine Kingdom's capital city will probably suffer from the enemy. Don't worry, my son naturally knows the importance of this place. Now Feiyun Pass has me and a few half-step celestial god realm leaders sitting here. Unless Tianping Divine Kingdom sends a heavenly god realm powerhouse to come, I will never want to take back Feiyun Pass. The blood-clothed youth smiled faintly. Do you think it is possible to send the heavenly god realm to Feiyun Pass based on the current situation of the Tianping Divine Kingdom? It is impossible for Tianping Divine Kingdom to send the heavenly god realm, but it doesn't mean that the ancient dragon realm cannot. The guard took a deep breath and said, if I'm right, the mysterious powerhouse that suddenly appeared is most likely a reinforcement sent by the ancient dragon. Tianping Divine Kingdom is the gateway to the eastern territory of the ancient dragon realm. How can the ancient dragon tribe sit idly by? The ancient dragon realm is already overstretched in the frontal battlefield. Can they send out mysterious powerhouses to support the kingdom of Tianping? The blood-clothed youth sneered contemptuously. Report, someone was killed at Feiyun Pass. Our people are almost unable to resist. At this moment, a Blood Moon warrior rushed into the hall, reporting to the blood-clothed youth in a panic. Oh, I didn't expect that someone would come to attack Feiyun Pass without a fight. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the blood-clothed youth, and he said coldly, how many people are there? Just 2 young men, one of whom has not done anything yet. The Blood Moon martial artist looked terrified and authentic. 2 little brats, dare to attack Feiyun Pass. They really do not live or die. The blood-clothed youth sneered coldly, and those eyes containing extremely strong blood swept across the several commanders in the hall. Which commander is willing to capture them? This son has a lot of rewards. The 9 young masters calm down, and the subordinates will go and bring their heads back. A middle-aged man stood up, hugged his fist at the blood-clothed youth, and then burst out directly and aggressively toward the outside of the hall. Young master, the one outside is very likely to be the mysterious powerhouse who killed Commander Yu, and his strength is extremely powerful. You only send Commander Du to go, isn't it appropriate? Seeing the blood-clothed youth so careless, a worried look appeared in the eyes of the guard. Rest assured, with the strength of Du's leadership, there will be no problems. The blood-clothed youth seemed confident. Commander Du is a strong man in the late half of the Heavenly God realm. Among the digital commanders of Feiyun Pass, his strength is one of the best. Unless the Heavenly God realm powerhouse makes a move, even if the kid outside has the strength of a half-step at the peak of the Heavenly God realm, he may not be easily defeated. Seeing the blood-clothed youth so underestimate the enemy, the guard could only sigh helplessly in his heart. Since defeating the Heavenly Kingdom of Tianpeng not long ago, and the army of the Blood Moon Realm drove straight into the Kingdom of Tianpeng, the 9th young master has also become more and more arrogant, thinking that the Kingdom of Tianpeng is in his bag. Now the ancient dragon world has sent reinforcements to support the Tianpeng Kingdom. Once they are a little careless, I am afraid they will really be overwhelmed. The son, the guard was about to persuade him again, but the blood-clothed youth directly interrupted him. Okay, this young man has his own sense of measure, no need to say more, don't retreat. The blood-clothed youth screamed, and his face also showed a trace of impotentness. Today Feiyun Pass has 5 half-step Heavenly God Realm leaders, and the strongest of them has reached the half-step Heavenly God Realm peak. In addition to the leader of the 5 great steps in the God Realm, there is also his existence, the 9th young master of the Blood Moon Palace. As one of the 9 princes of the Blood Moon Palace, the blood-clothed youth is already half a genius at the pinnacle of the Heavenly God Realm. Even if it is really a strong person of the first order of the gods, they can contend against 1 or 2, let alone a mere brat. Just as the blood-clothed youth scolded the guard, another figure rolled around and rushed into the hall in a panic. 9 sons, big. The big thing is not good, the enemy's strength is very terrifying, Du. Commander Du was just a face-to-face, and he was killed by the opponent. Commander Du was killed by the opponent. Hearing this, the blood-clothed youth's expression suddenly changed, and the whole person stood up from his seat with a sigh. With Du leading the half-step Heavenly God Realm late-stage cultivation base, he would be killed by the opponent with a single move. My son also took a look. Who on earth dares to be so rampant in front of me? Lord, follow me to meet the enemy. The blood-clothed youth laughed with extreme anger, and immediately led the remaining 4 half-step Heavenly Divine Realm, killing intent awe-inspiringly toward the outside of the hall. The blood-clothed youth brought 4 commanders and hundreds of Blood Moon martial artists, appearing murderously outside Feiyun Pass. Boy, who are you, dare to kill the 2 commanders in a row? If you are obedient, you may consider leaving your corpse. The blood-clothed youth stared at Jiang Chen coldly, and a sense of murderous intent filled his body. Jiang Chen put his hands behind him, and his expression was extremely calm. I think the one who should be obediently arrested is you. The blood-clothed youth yelled out of anger, and a violent blood burst out all over his body. He shouted angrily, Blood Moon Army, set up a formation, kill this person. In an instant, hundreds of Blood Moon martial artists flashed, and then quickly surrounded Jiang Chen in the center. Every Blood Moon martial artist is arranged according to a special array position. Hundreds of Blood Moon martial artists came together, and the powerful power that broke out was no inferior to the powerhouse at the peak of the half-step Celestial God Realm. Hee. A bunch of ants. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and immediately his whole body's divine power skyrocketed, and the technique vision of the Taixu Sacred Dragon figure suddenly condensed from the void, and then turned into a picture of nothingness, suppressing the hundreds of Blood Moon martial artists below. The void picture scroll crashed down, and hundreds of Blood Moon warriors had no resistance at all. In the blink of an eye, the void picture scroll was bombarded to ashes. Looking at the scene in front of him, the blood-clothed youth and the 4 leaders behind him were all like ghosts and could not believe their eyes. With the blessing of the formations created by the Blood Moon Palace, the hundreds of true God Realm martial artists are capable of exerting half a step at the peak of the Heaven God Realm. But now it was bombarded and killed by the black-clothed youth opposite. This kid in front of him has the terrifying power to kill half a step at the peak of the heavenly god realm in a flash. Chapter 1643. Even if the gods come, I can kill them. One move to kill half a step at the peak of the heavenly god realm. The blood-clothed youth stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and finally there was an incredible horror in his eyes. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see. Jiang Chen is not a powerhouse of the heavenly god realm, but at best, like him, he is an infinite genius at the peak of the heavenly god realm. But even a half-step genius at the peak of the heavenly god realm, it is impossible to have the terrifying power of easily killing opponents of the same level in a flash. Jiang Chen didn't use his full strength at all with the move just now, it was just a vision of the exercise technique. With the vision of Gongfa, such a terrifying power can be exerted. This is definitely not something that ordinary world gods can do, unless what this kid is practicing is the legendary, censored, king-level exercises. God-king level exercises. When the blood-clothed youth thought of this, the gaze looking at Jiang Chen instantly became extremely hot. Hee. I really didn't expect that the little ancient dragon world would have your cultivation technique of the censored king level. The cold light in the blood-clothed youth's eyes skyrocketed. Boy, if you obediently hand over the God-King level exercises, this young man may consider forgiving you for not dying. I'm all dead, and I dare to pay attention to my practice. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, referring directly to the sword, and pointed the sword at the blood-clothed youth. The terrifying kendo power is directly transformed into a 10,000 Jiang divine sword that runs through the world. Ninth young master, be careful. The four commanders looked at Jiang Chen's terrifying sword, and their expressions changed drastically. They burst out with all their blood and their origins, turning into a small world of censored true gods, and facing the 10,000 Jiang divine sword in the void. A series of crackling sounds came out. The small world of the true gods under the four rulers collapsed at the moment they came into contact with the divine sword. Even their bodies were directly crushed by the 10,000 Jiang divine sword, and even their souls were wiped out. Seeing that the 4.5-step celestial god realm leaders failed to hold on to a move in Jiang Chen's hands, the look of the blood-clothed youth also instantly became extremely frightened. Also a genius at the pinnacle of the half-step heavenly god realm, the combat power of the black-clothed youth in front of him could actually be so terrifying. Even if it was the most enchanting boss among the 9 princes of the Blood Moon Palace, he might not have such combat power when he was in the half-step heavenly god realm. Now only you are left. If you have any last words, let's explain it early. One move killed 4 half-step celestial god realm leaders, and Jiang Chen's cold eyes were also directly locked on the blood-clothed youth. Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze with cold killing intent, the blood-clothed youth couldn't help but feel cold. He took a deep breath, and immediately moved his palm, and a censored token appeared directly from his palm. Jiang Chen, although I have to admit that you are very powerful, I am afraid that no one will be your opponent under the heavenly god realm. But even so, this son is not something you can kill if you want to. The blood-clothed youth said with a grim expression, this token of mine contains a blow from the powerhouse of the heavenly god realm. If you insist on shooting me, I promise you will pay a heavy price for it. As one of the 9 most outstanding geniuses of the Blood Moon Palace generation, the blood-clothed youth naturally has a life-saving trump card. Now that he knew he was not Jiang Chen's opponent, he directly took out this whole card without hesitation. The censored strikes, so what? Don't say it was just a blow from the gods, even if the real powerhouse of the gods comes, I can still kill them today. Jiang Chen glanced at the blood-clothed youth contemptuously, and spit out a cold word, cut. As Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, the power of the sky full of swordsmanship once again turned into a sky full of sword light, slashing straight down at the blood-clothed youth. Looking at the terrifying sword light that was rapidly enlarging in his eyes, the blood-clothed youth's complexion could not help but change drastically. The blood-clothed youth roared, and immediately directly and decisively urged Scarlet Token. I saw that above the blood-colored token, a bright blood-colored world power soared into the sky, and then turned into a blood-colored giant palm covering the sky and sun in midair, colliding with Jiang Chen's sword light fiercely. The shocking crash sounded through Bili void. The celestial blow that the blood-clothed youth urged was a blow condensed by the world power of a strong celestial realm, and its power was naturally extremely powerful. Even the blow that Jiang Chen condensed with a complete kendo origin was crashed under the pressure of that censored giant palm. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, and the power of the 6 realms was fully displayed. A 6-color flame condensed by the fusion of the original power directly cut through the void and faced the blood-colored giant palm. The two collided in the void and did not make any noise as expected. The weird flame formed by Jiang Chen's fusion of the power of the 6 realms, even this huge, censored, palm condensed by the power of the world of the heavenly god realm, could not be stopped at all. The blood-colored giant palm quickly melted and evaporated under the 6-colored flames, and finally completely dissipated into the void. You actually blocked the deity's blow, how could it be? Seeing this scene, the face of the blood-clothed youth finally showed an unprecedented panic. He just urged the gods to strike. Even a blow from the gods couldn't hurt the young man in black. How could this kid's power be so terrifying? The censored strikes, but that's all. I have said long ago, not to mention that it was a blow from the gods. Even if the strong of the gods came in person, I can still kill them with a single sword today. Jiang Chen's words fell proudly, and when he raised his hand, a 6-color sword light burst out at the blood-clothed youth. The blood-clothed youth was shocked. He quickly urged his entire body to evolve into a small world of true gods, trying to resist Jiang Chen's sword. With the 6 martial arts origins that Jiang Chen now masters, how can the power that burst out from the fusion of blood-clothed youths can withstand the half-step celestial peak? His small world of true god, without even holding on to a breath, just crashed into pieces. The blood-clothed youth, like a kite with a broken line, flew upside down in embarrassment for thousands of feet. I saw him pale. His body was severely injured, and the blood-colored holes on his chest, the blood of God spurted out of his body like a fountain. The blood-clothed youth looked up at Jiang Chen with a frightened expression. Just one move, even if he urged his whole body to condense the small world of the true God, he was still beaten to a half-life. The black-clothed youth in front of him is truly terrifying. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.